Yeah. I don't know how to do this. Can you make everything work? Andy, I'm gonna let you know. I'm not a tech boy. I don't know enough about that. Because I'm a dumb bee. Who we got? The Zixia, we got the arboreal planets, which I gotta like, and you gotta love that. I know about the Imras, the Nalu, the snake folk. I'm literally just trying to get good jokes right now. The rest of it is irrelevant to me. Yeah. Audio, 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 audio. I mean, we can't hear the game, but it doesn't, I guess, matter. Did we just decide we're going to telegraph it? Da 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 da.
We can hear the stream. I'm just trying to figure out if we can come across the stream. It doesn't sound like they're coming through.
So, I mean, they're coming through, but you guys need?
No, we're coming through right now.
Okay, that's good.
They aren't.
Does that matter? Do you get what I'm saying? Does that matter, do you think? Oh, there's a delay between what we're saying and the chat showing it, huh?
Like, but you guys can't hear it through the stream, or you can't?
Can't hear it through the stream.
Yeah.
Are we on right now? Can people hear us? Hello, everyone out there in the internet world. It's me, the voice in your box and in your head.
Oh, someone's in there.
Yeah, someone's in there being like, hey, it does matter.
Sorry, we're running late. Streaming is hard.
Fear not.
There's 9 viewers right now.
I'm a benevolent consciousness. Come to give form to your dreams and goals. We are not sponsored by Supreme, though Andy's hat may be a bit misleading on that. Don't be jealous. For people watching right now, I guess we could just start talking about it if you want while they're like setting up.
So we have here, actually, oh, don't drop the tablet.
Nothing yet, but it's still early.
So we are currently in the phase of. Let me.
We're currently in the phase of trying to figure out how the audio stream is going to go down. For the people watching at home, if you look up in the
Just you guys for audio?
now. What Sep's gonna?
Yeah, the factions we have at the table right now. For anyone interested,
we have
the Zixia Kingdoms.
Alright, first of all, I'm Andy. This is Micah.
I'm Micah. What's up?
We play a lot of.
We've played in many league games. Have you played with everyone that's at the board today, at least once?
I've played with, I think, everyone except for Ben over there, who is the.
Well, I played with everyone except.
We should turn off this feedback.
Except for Shy. Between us, we have played with everyone at the table.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
So right now we have. Let's see. We have Logan, who is being the
Embers of Muat.
Embers of Muat, which is a strange choice.
It is a strange choice.
But he did win once as them.
He did win once.
That's why he's going.
Yeah. Well, the thing is about. All right, let's burn through the factions, and then we'll get tickety talking. So Ben, who's coming into this with the most points scored during regular league play, at 29 points out of the maximum 30 you could get, is playing the Zixia Kingdoms. We have Dave, who scored the second highest with 28 out of a possible 30, playing as Nalu, my personal favorite faction. Lee is running the Ghosts, who's coming in kind of tied in a 3-way bout for third with 27 out of the possible 30. Logan running Embers at 27 out of 30.
And we should explain these colors. So, So
and Sean as Emirates of Hakan at 27 out of 30. And Shai is running Federation of Soul, who I'm sure a lot of people watching will probably assume at the outset will win, is coming in with 26 out of 30 points. So if you want to break down color, go for it.
I was gonna say. Let me scooch this just a tiny bit that way. There we go. So let's see. We also got the chat right here. Yeah, oh, this is dope. Thanks, Mike. So okay, so let's explain the colors. So yeah, over here.
Yeah, we see the ship colors on the board.
If you can pair the the cameras together, you can pretty much figure it out. Logan over here is. Oh, I should have had a cursor.
Red is Embers.
Yeah, red is Embers. Who is Logan? Who is the gentleman in the the button up? Yeah, he's in the button up. Yeah, I guess you can see it on the board. But Logan's red. Lee over there is Krayos. Shy is.
What color is Krayos? Do you know, offhand?
Krayos, he's black.
Black.
I can see it.
Oh yeah, I can see it now too.
Yeah, we're both making.
Yeah, we're just being some very dumb boys.
It's hard when you.
I definitely know that
have
yellow.
3 sets of eyes.
Yeah, yellow is Emirates of Hakan, which feels like a natural color pairing for them, given their desert planet.
Green is, I believe, Nalu. Who I don't know. Green is.
Is green Nalu? I think purple is Nalu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here they're all right here. So
right
blue
here.
is Ghost, black is Ziksha, yellow Hakan, green Sol, purple Nalu, red Muat. Write it down, study it. There'll be a test at the end. No, there won't.
Blue, yeah. Some of
Okay,
these
so
are
who's
wrong,
your
some
favorite
of
coming
these
in,
are
Andy?
wrong.
Tell me about it. Who do you think is going to pull it out?
Let's see. Well. I think it's hard because Shy's a good pragmatic player. He did not. Oh, we should actually go into a little bit about how we picked races. So they went with a gamble where they were like, hey, pick up one race. If there are no duplicates, you get your race.
So that's
and otherwise it would become a draw 3 randomly.
exactly. So that's the way we have been doing it.
That's
So
what
this
we've
is
been doing
a
it for the
this
other
is a
league
departure
games.
from
The other
regular
league
league games where you get 3 assigned at random, and then you choose one. Unless you're the speaker, you get 2 assigned at random, and then you pick one from
We
that.
hear things twice 1 second later. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Can't hear the game. Just started to get an echo of the commentary. Fixed things.
Wait, there's
okay.
the-
Is that Sepend in there? That's probably Sepend in there. Okay.
So I have to assume it's the echo that's fixed and not the game that's fixed because we also can't hear the game.
That's fine.
So you're just gonna have to make do with our.
Really, it's just the
Wonderful
mics are for them. We can't hear.
This is the way you. This is why you came anyway.
This was
to
why
see
we
us
can't have
kick
nice
it.
things. Anyway, so they all uniquely picked a race, gambling on whether or not someone else picked that race, and we came out with 6 unique races. And Shy, being the pragmatic one, was literally just deciding between Sol and Jolnar. He was not. I don't know. I think he wasn't going to play nice. He was playing to win. But
Well, of course, that's what you have to do.
Yeah,
There's no
that's what you have to do.
prizes
There's
for
no
second
niceness.
in this.
There are no prizes.
Go.
For
So
second.
again, for people that didn't play in League or didn't follow what League rules look like, the way we were doing it up to this point is at the end of every previous League game, your total
game
victory
is
points
super
scored
low.
were recorded. What is it?
Oh no, I'm just reading the
Is there any problem that we need to address?
yeah. The game is super low.
Yeah, we're still working on figuring out how to get the
But we'll-
audio from the game.
But while they
through.
place things and there's not much haggling going on, I
Yeah.
think we're all right. To
Yeah,
keep
so we're just
things.
going to pull that. But anyway, so the way that was going before is in all previous league games, play to 10. As soon as 10 is reached, game is done. At that point, points are recorded for each player, and then a grand total of the top 3 scores per player was then combined, and that gives us our ranking. Thus, as I said at the beginning, Ben comes in with the highest score at 29 out of a possible 30, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at now. Some other league play rules that go through. I know there is some debate in the TI League community about whether it's better to go competitive or cooperative. For this
Competitive
game,
all the
competitive,
way.
sure, absolutely. I think the problem is that at the beginning of League, we were doing cooperative to kind of give training wheels to everybody, and then there was kind of a shift to competitive about halfway through, which I think is why there was some debate about it because of a kind of inconsistency. But I gotta say, I've played them both, and I do prefer competitive. It's definitely a way to get shanked early on,
Sure.
but I don't have any issue with that. I mean, that's the game, right? So that's just the kind of way of it. So again, what are you thinking coming? I was asking you, who do you think player faction combination?
Okay,
what are you looking at coming in to?
Out of all of them, Dave Dave, who's the Nalu, I think made a very strong choice because Dave, I think, is one of the trickiest players. He's kind of a comeback king.
This is true.
He's definitely good at what is the TI game. It's kind of holding back until the final sprint because you come out ahead too early, you're gonna get ganked mid game.
So I have a slight difference of opinion on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would say that is absolutely true. If you're playing,
you should just chase the advantage no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's true. But I also think that based on my own experience in TI League games, and of course this might all be different because again, there's no prize for second here. But in League games, I have found that the players at the table are not very want to engage in any kind of aggressive gameplay. Because the name of the game really is resource management. So if you lose a resource, it takes a lot to build that back.
Yes,
if that means building back a cruiser that you lost in a fight, or like even worse, building back a cruiser, several fighters and a carrier, that takes a lot of time, and just like that, you've burned your turn doing that. So people are not super ready to go to war. They're eager to bribe other players to go to war for them. But with that in mind, I think that a little bit of aggression isn't an issue. But I guess that largely depends on who the faction is you're playing. Because I know when I played as Sardak, I was chasing the points, but people write off Sardak.
Yeah, if you can fend them off, then you might as well just go for the points. Like if you're Sol or Jolnar, just chase that early lead and just
hold it.
Who's gonna fight you for it?
Yeah, I think that's the problem with both.
Also, I think you do have to rely on the tragedy of the commons at some point, which is that it's if you become the point leader, somebody's got to help stop you, but who wants to be the person to pay for that? No one wants to pay for that because if they can just have someone else do it.
Yeah,
especially if a lot of stuff falls on our neighbors. So let's look at actually how the board is coming down. So Nalu got Aaron Amir.
So far, this is looking like a pretty even board spacing right now.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean,
We've got the empty spaces are kind of evenly distributed.
What did Sol do? I'm actually very surprised. Did you see that? Who put the blank? Who put that blank down on Sol?
No, it's unclear.
Yeah, it sounds like he got ganked.
Sol isn't in a great position right now.
Someone must.
But neither is Embers,
who's the
really.
Speaker right now? Oh, actually, we should figure out who the speaker is. Wait, did they roll for speaker first, or no? Whose turn is it?
Surely they would give Ben speaker since he came in with the most points.
No, I think because they decided races already, so they can't really.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you know you're the speaker, you get first pick. I think that could be a pretty decent reason to change your first round.
Change your faction that you're gonna play.
I don't know. It's not like.
I got you. Well, I'm looking at the board here. I'm trying to see if I can see who the speaker is. We could just holler at him in there.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm trying to see who. How did it get to? Someone must have given up their middle space to put something shitty in Blue's space. I wasn't exactly watching bad commentator.
Yeah.
It's
so
my
let
first time.
me give a kind of an opinion on Sol, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So here's the thing. A lot of people, they read about Sol, and Sol is routinely given an S tier status, right? Mm-hmm. Because once Sol is in, they're in. Mm-hmm. Right? They're like, if Arborek was good, they would be Sol, right? Because once they're in, right? And they're just there. They can defend.
Sure.
They can come back.
I get what you're saying.
But out of 712 reported games, Sol does not even crack. Oh yeah, it does. It just barely cracks top 4.
Really? What are the top 3?
So these are actually So the top 6, and these are ones that I'm intrigued that aren't at the table as well. Top 6 out of 712 games. Universities of Jolnar, number 1. Number 2, Yisaril. Right?
Yeah, Yisaril.
Number 3, Nalu.
Yes, Nalu.
So that's our highest ranked faction at the board here.
And that's Dave, and Dave is very
Number
strong.
4 is Federation of Sol. Now, Sol and Nalu are very close. Nalu wins 19.42% of time it's at the board. Sol wins 19.21% of board in 6-player games only. I'm not talking about the other, only 6-player games here.
6 players is the only one.
Because that's what we're doing. Yeah, exactly. Then Clan of Sar comes in at 5th. And Barony of Letnev comes in at 6.
Wow.
Barony surprised me.
Barony does surprise me.
That surprised me. But it's a really straightforward game with Barony. And it's another one of those ones that people at the table write off. Because they think, well, it's a war race. People aren't going to go to war that often. So they ignore Barony. I know that the times I've played Barony, I've been able to get 8 points consistently. That's not a winning score, but it is higher than I think a lot of people would think Barony could get to.
Yeah, it just seems like it. I don't know. Yeah, It's just that their dreadnoughts with Duranium and non-Euclidean are pretty brutal. But then it's like you have to get there, still.
Yeah,
it's
you
like
do.
At the beginning of the game, they do have the 6 resource starting
Exactly.
planets. That's
so they can get 2 techs right at the outset.
Assuming they get tech. Yeah, but if you do get tech at the beginning as Barony, I saw Barony get tech twice in a row as Barony once, and it's just like they were immediately
unstoppable,
yeah,
effectively.
Super unstoppable. I don't think they ended up winning because I think the objectives did not end up being very control heavy, so they didn't get a chance to put their dreadnoughts to use. But it's pretty nuts. Also, their flagship is kind of. It's like, I mean, everyone throws away direct hits, I think, most of the time if they have to.
Yeah. I will say it's a shame that we can't hear right now because it's very clear that some kind of bartering is happening over who's being put where. Soul is really being put in a hard way, though. Do you see this right now? Soul has Wormhole, Void. Right in between the Void and Mechatol, you have an asteroid belt. They're not getting through that probably right away. And then now they're next to 2 planets, but their ability to get resources early, I think that Soul is looking at an aggressive game. I think they're going to have to go to war to get stuff done.
Yeah, because Shai was thinking about Jolnar. Like, he was just trying to think pragmatic. And
now, where is Zixia sitting at? So, also, if you look...
green.
Extra, sorry. I think that this is mistaken.
Yeah, he's gonna,
Extra is not black. Extra
is fix this.
Green, I believe.
By the way, there is a control room guy. I don't know if you guys have witnessed him.
Yeah. So, wait, is that what you refer to them as Extra? I've been referring to them as Zixia.
I've always called them Extra, and that's, I think, what everyone on the
Discord that's me, dude. I'm a very dumb boy.
No, you're not a dumb boy. First of all, it's a made-up word. So
hey, you know what?
You don't lose points.
Ask the Extra about it. So I'll say that so here's what I'm worried about.
Okay.
So Soul being cornered to some extent right now is going to have to play an expansionist game. That is not a good move for Extra, because Extra is not a war faction, and they can get taken over.
Okay, Extra's first move has to be PDS2.
Has to be.
PDS2.
In the home system, you need to stack up.
He starts with Graviton. Like, Soul is not going to have Carrier 2. He's not going to have...
That's fair, but here's what I'll say about Graviton. So again, this comes back to resource management. This has happened to me a couple times, and I'm not want to say it, but Graviton is one of the easiest techs to forget that you have, in my opinion. Because you do it, I've seen it happen in multiple games at the same time. Because you have to remember to activate it.
Let's just I like to assume that the XI player will at least remember.
Yeah, because he starts with it.
He starts with it,
yeah.
And also it's like, so okay, first round, Soul's gonna go for
to the left.
He's gonna go to the left for
get those 2 planets.
Get those 2 planets, and then he's gotta go for the other one. But if he doesn't have grav drive, he has to. He doesn't have enough. I guess he can stall. That's his whole. You're
talking about the Extra player? Or are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Soul. So Soul's gonna have to go for there. Then he's gonna have to stall, make sure tech gets played before he can move his second carrier to that system.
But here's the thing: narratively speaking, humans don't wait, so they're gonna just go. I mean, I know Shai is a player, but
I'm saying, what I mean is that he can't take this until he has gravity drive.
That's true. When we say this, we're talking about the 2 planets right next to the asteroid belt above the
Zobat.
Yeah, above the wormhole.
I can recognize.
Yeah, here's the thing
Yeah.
that I'm going to be looking to see in this game is how in their own heads do people get, because I think that honestly is the Achilles heel of players at this game.
What?
Is the kind of tendency to get in your own head and to hesitate when you should just play forward. The name of the game, besides resource management, is victory points. That's what you need to chase. A lot of players spend a lot of time fostering alliances at the table, which of course you need, and they spend a lot of time hesitating, because even though players at the table are aware that there is this line between the game you're playing and the real life effects afterward, there's this hesitation that a lot of people make about wanting to not burn bridges. There's a lot of empty threats that get made at the table, which is fine. That's part of the game. But some players forget that the threats are empty, right? And then they just kowtow to those, and they don't pursue what they should be pursuing. Victory points are where it's at, right? Sardak Nor, for me, one of the easiest factions to play because that's their whole shtick, right?
Sardak
aren't at the board, but I'm just saying that victory points are where it's at.
Well, their lack of shtick is what is their shtick, and then they have to start researching it.
I will say the thing going for Soul, I know I'm just talking about Soul a lot right now, is that Soul, I don't think has any significant threats. I know that like Ghosts of Kratos have a wormhole there. That's cool. I don't think Ghost can take out Soul. I don't think that Extra can take out Soul.
They're really locking Soul in.
Soul has to fight. I mean, that's it. There's the only way.
Soul has to go left.
I think that Soul's going to go to Extra.
Or he has to go.
That's what I think.
I don't know. Well, let's picture this. Extra first round construction. 2 PDSs coming down.
Oh, that's true.
2 PDSs come down in the home system, and then he gets PDS2. You're not keeping any planet you take from Extra this early in the game with Graviton, and he only has what 2. Here, you want some chat?
No, I just want to see what's up with it. Let's talk about. This is host red, by the way. So Warfare T1
That's
maybe.
me.
Oh, that's you. All right, so let's also talk a little bit about some other factions, because I feel like we've kind of devoted a lot of mental energy into Soul's position right now.
So they are currently dealing out secrets.
Do you want to go clockwise?
They should have done that.
Kratos next.
No, yeah, they did that. Okay,
so what do we think is Kratos' deal right now?
Kratos
Looking at their just at the outset.
Who's Kratos right now? Is that? No, that's
Kratos is Lee, I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Which
I don't know. I think his deal is fine. He's got the supernova right there, which kind of sucks for the first round expansion.
Do you think Embers are coming for that supernova?
I mean, they're definitely going to set up a space dock, I think, on.
And they just sit in it.
And then because if I don't know, if he chases that weird little that weird little Muat tech, I forget what it's called, then he gets a trade good every time he builds there.
It's not bad.
And the first 2 objectives have come out. They are. Let me see what they are.
Which way to
corner the market and expand borders. So they need
to get. You have very good vision.
Well, I also can just by the blur of it, I know what card it is because I've seen it.
In case everybody didn't know, Andy is our resident rules expert and
played a lot of
logged
the
more time
TI
than
game.
probably anybody else at TI4 that's in
so
league.
Corner the Market is, I believe. I got it. Well, expand borders is 6 non-home planet, which is very hard for.
You know who isn't going to have a hard time doing that? It looks like Extra, if they can get out.
Extra will be good.
Is in best position for that.
Also has a natural 6.
God, I love Nalu. Nalu's my favorite faction for days.
my money's on Nalu right now.
I think that's the safe money.
I forget what corner of the market is. I think it's 4 of the same planet types, which is also hard for everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody has 4 of any type in their immediate slice. The closest I think is Extra, who has 3 hazardous planets.
Okay. Wait, are you talking about? I think you're just talking about 6 planets. You're looking for. Oh, I think we got a weird echo coming in now, huh?
Oh, I got you. Yeah, Seppin's I think still just trying to figure it out. Let me see.
Okay, so I would say the people in the worst position to get these 6. Embers are gonna have a hard time doing this.
Yeah, who's
Soul looks like it's gonna have a hard time doing it.
Muat and Soul are so doomed.
Yeah. If I can say a couple other things here at the outset, because I have some stats here that might be of interest to people watching if you all are interested. So we've already talked a little bit about top 6. So just to remind you again, out of 712 games, you're free to debate this, and a lot of people have very subjective feelings about it. I'm not talking about my personal picks. I'm only saying out of 712 games played, top 6 factions: University of Jolnar, Yisrael Tribes, Nalu Collective, Federation of Soul, Clan of Sar, Barony of Letnev. Bottom 6, and here's why I'm mentioning this, because 2 of the bottom 6 are also at the board.
Interesting choices.
Sardak Nor.
No, Sardak's not in here.
Is the very bottom. Sure.
Yeah.
Sardak Nor is very bottom. Only wins less than 10% of the time. Mintak Coalition is the second worst. Arborek is third. Here's where we start getting into our players. So 4th worst, I guess, out of 712, first worst win rate is Ghost of Kratos. That only pulls a win 13.5% of the time.
Kratos is a strong race, though. It really depends on the setup, and Kratos kind of is boned here right now. He needs a wormhole somewhere. I guess he needs to pay someone to put a wormhole down because he has none of them right now.
In League, I have not seen an effective Kratos player. So it'll be interesting to see if Lee can do it. Lee is a very interesting player.
I'm trying to think of any of the times I've won. I think I've won as Kratos once on the Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Necro more. I think the most wins I've had is with Necro.
The most wins you've had is with Necro?
Yeah.
That's the hardest faction for me to play, man.
I think both times I did get lucky with objectives, and that tech objectives, unit upgrade tech objectives came out, and that makes Necro super strong.
Oh, that's very good.
Because if no one has tech, then Necro is nerfed. You know, it's
nothing,
like the whole Necro's whole advantage is that he gets to research tech faster than anyone else.
This is true.
He literally gets he gets extra command. He can also convert resources to command counters. So in a turn, he can get so many command counters because obviously he has to fuel the fact that he has no tech to research himself. He has to fuse that to attack other things, and he needs, they have to have a strong war economy, but they can chase tech objectives like no other.
So there's 17 factions in the game, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just finish up what I was saying here, so I can get the stats out. Everybody can have them if they want them. So Sardak North 17, Mentak Coalition 16, Arborek 15, Ghosts of Kreus 14th. With respect to win ratios, Embers of Muat is 13. So that might be surprising that Embers of Muat doesn't have the worst win rate at this table right now. A lot of people write Embers of Muat off. I definitely wouldn't do that with Logan. Logan is an interesting player.
He's an interesting player.
Yeah, Logan likes to stay a little bit quiet.
He's not much of a...
He likes to make alliances early and hold on to them. And then rounding out our bottom 6 is L1Z1X. If you just want win percentages of the factions at the table, Exsha wins 16.23% of the time, Nalu 19.42, Ghost of Kreus 13.5, Embers of Muat 13.8, Emirates of Hakan 17.75, and Federation of Seoul 19.21%. That's out of 712 games played with 6 players at the table. There's a lot of numbers coming out. All that being said, Nalu, statistically speaking, has the best odds of winning right now, and Ghosts of Kreus have the lowest. You and I both played with Lee before.
Yeah.
I'll say something interesting about Lee, the Ghost player, is when he played Emirates of Hakan, he played it in a way that's kind of non-traditional. He played it very expansionist early and went right after Mechatol. So I'll be interested to see if he does the same thing with Ghost right now.
I have no idea. He has the mobility, which is good for him.
He's a mobile player. Lee likes to be mobile at the board.
Yeah, he could. I think a strong. No one will take up on it.
And again, Lee is the Ghost player.
Honestly,
this one that has number 1 down here.
All right, Lee is coming out into his first system, taking Raren something? Raren Sakalak, I believe is what it is.
And you'll see that again. It'll be interesting to see where he goes next. If he, on his next movement, is he going to go to the right and take that 1, or is he going to go forward again if he has some kind of method of doing that? I didn't see what strategy.
For reference, I think
they picked up leadership.
Those little cards, numbered cards, are going to be what they use to pass, or to symbolize passing.
Yeah, so he's got leadership right now, is what the Ghost player is sitting on, which is good because, ooh-wee, command tokens. Don't even get me started.
Yeah, it's so easy to neglect.
Ooh-wee.
It's here's the thing that is consistent about my career games is that I never go for hypermetabolism.
Yeah.
I never spend the time going down the red tech tree because it's I go down the blue for grav drive.
Yeah.
Then I get dread 2s, and then I'm already so far down the blue track. Why not go for? Because fleet logistics is actually a game-winning. Hypermetabolism is a benefit of attrition. You will. Oh my God, Seth.
Okay, cool. No, that was fine.
No,
Control
cool.
4 planets
that
each have the same planet trait. Control 6 planets in non-home systems. That's right, everybody. I read it while I was moving. Guess what?
Let's get the. I wonder if.
Okay.
I'll talk to Seth in a second.
So we got Ghosts. Who's moving now? We got anybody? Who's at 2? So Nalu actually went first. Obviously, the 0 token, which is what makes Nalu so good.
Soul
I
think Soul has.
Soul
has politics.
Soul had to move over. Soul had to go to the left.
Then we're on trade. Who is Muad? I think is trade.
So far,
what were we talking about? Just a second.
Well, so far, let's look at what we got. We've got Nalu, 2 planets out of home system. Soul, 2 planets out of home system. Ghost, 2 planets out of home system. With Soul making a run, here to the left,
he can't make the run if.
No, I'm just saying, but Ghosts, I would think are gonna have to take that 1 planet next to their home system to put up some kind of wall.
They'll definitely have to do that.
Yeah.
I think that's not a question. I think what I was gonna say is whether or not who's going to trade Ghosts, because Ghosts right now needs wormholes because it has none near him, and he he needs that mobility, and so he needs to pay someone, I think, to put that
that's
in
true.
wormhole.
That's true.
Muat is kind of boned because he has no access to mech at all. He's not gonna run anything through his one capacity carrying unit through the world.
Yeah, but look at this. 4 with
the gravity rift.
same planet trait, right?
Say that again.
Same planet trait. Those are the like hazardous industrial, yada yada. That's planet traits.
Yeah, planet traits.
Because if you look at Embers, Embers has 3 red right around it.
He's got 3 red, but where's the next red? Oh, he's just got to swing over to Nalu. He's got.
Where?
It's interesting.
Oh,
Nalu is very set up right now, and if Nalu gets Neuroblade, it's over.
So the thing is, like, you've got to be interested in these red planet traits because there are so many on the board right now. Do you see this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm counting 8 red planet trait planets on the board.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You got 9? Yeah, so they're just there.
Well, I think there's just an.
I'm just saying, like, those are the ones you got to go for if you're gonna
get.
get.
The cultural planets. Kraus has 3 culturals, which is these little blue Saturn-looking ones.
Has 3?
Yeah, 1.
Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The
problem is, like, where are you gonna get the 4th? If you
can
get a wormhole. Well, if you can get the wormhole, there's beta.
If he has the wormhole, he can get it from wherever he wants.
I don't know, man. We're definitely looking at war early to get these planet traits if somebody's trying to get those points, which is what you should always be doing.
Set up right now. He's got 6 planets. Like Hakan. And I think that's why he took construction, because I think that's construction first round is good, but I don't know that I would care for it.
So we can see that Logan is trying to negotiate something right now. It's that's Embers. Embers are trying to negotiate. It's a little bit hard again to hear. Hopefully, eventually we'll get some of that. Some trade just happened. We're not sure what it is, because Emirates is the ones that just engaged in that trade. So it's unclear if we had some action card trade or maybe just looking at text.
I was hoping for a short game, but
I don't think that. So here's the thing: is that so Sean and Dave, in my opinion, are not short game players.
No,
right? They stretch out the game. I think that is intentionally a strategy. This kind of like attrition strategy.
What were they calling it? Twilight Delirium?
Exactly. Yeah. If you play long enough, somebody will goof, and like that's the way that Sean and Dave play. And I've seen them both do very well with that strategy. Now, if you think instead, if you look at Ben, Lee, even Logan to some extent, those to me are very direct players.
Let me check the.
Now, I don't have any kind of experience with Shy as a player. So what do you know about his playstyle?
He's straightforward, honestly. No frills. It's just like he'll do what's good for him. He'll make.
Well, you got a good faction for him.
Yeah. He's not. I don't think a bargain-heavy player.
Well, that is unfortunate because Exia is a bargain-heavy faction, and that's going to be his neighbor pretty soon. So politics is the name of the game with Exia, so he's going to have to bargain or wipe out a faction. Now, I know I mentioned it earlier, but I'm so interested to see if somebody just goes nuclear at some point in this game. Because, again, there are no prizes for second place. Getting 9 points in this game isn't going to carry you to the next season of League. It doesn't matter.
We had, at least with the League, a way to, like...
Yeah, you're incentivized to keep going.
Keep getting victory.
But if you know you're going to lose, literally, if somebody is sitting at 6 and you are only at 2 still, strategy, start trying to wipe out home systems. Start trying to remove players from the board. And I'm so interested to see if that happens. So, we got... it looks like Emirates is moving effectively everything out of their home system right now.
Yeah, they're not at risk yet of
the crowned cat princess.
Excha has a cruiser, but I guess I don't know.
Do you think
it's like the first round?
They're endorsed by MBS.
Say what again?
Do you think they're endorsed by MBS? For those who don't know, that's Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia.
Seven, you are pulling out all the stops right now.
Yeah, Seven is crushing it. That's our tech guy.
We were talking about how it's like.
So Nalu, it's Nalu's turn right now. Is that what this means? This flashing 0, or do you think he's just working it out?
No, that's it. Oh, is Nalu's turn?
You see how this flashing the 0 under construct? If he's got that going on, he's doing really great right now.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit hard for us to dictate play-by-play, again, because we can't really hear what the players are doing. So we're kind of guessing, same as everybody at home right now.
Yeah.
We are in the same building, but the headphones and the door.
They're next door, and they're putting on music so they can't hear us.
Yeah, which is also preventing us from hearing
one person in the control room, I think, should be enough. I was talking about getting them to figuring out a way to what was I gonna say?
We already got Ben standing up.
Twilight to get the TTS, the tabletop simulator up, so we could do like zoom in
I
and
see.
and stuff. But that might be too much. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, that'll probably tax his RAM.
Yeah. So Ben, the extra player, is standing up right now, and I don't know. There's a web comic online where it's like how I knew when things got real.
At the board game.
Yeah, no, but like in video games, you're like sitting back, and then when you lean in to play, that's when you know it's getting real. So I already know that the extra player is like,
it's
here
not that
we go.
There's no way it can be that real.
I don't know, man.
Construction
is coming up. It's getting popped right now. That was really considerate of Nalu.
Dave is smart. Dave is too smart. That's the problem. He's playing as a Nalu. He's also too smart.
Yeah, he's a smart cat.
He's set up with set up with command counters with Aaron Nemir, because that system has essentially the same resource.
You got a
values
PDS
as
on one of his
Mechatol.
2 planets. That's what he's putting down.
And then
you know what else? The thing about the thing about the Nalu player, I think he's 2 PS down over there. Oh no, it's an infantry.
He doesn't have much of a Here's the one thing against Nalu right now. He doesn't have much in terms of resource plans. He has in his entire slice 1, 3, 5. Only 6 resources. This system only has 1 resource. This system has 2. That one has 3. He's rolling in influence.
I really like you saying this, that, this. Again, they can't see your finger, but it's all good. It's
sorry, you're right.
No, it's all dope, man. It's all good. We're all feeling the demonstrative pronouns in this.
I believe that is Centauri Grawl and.
I don't know, man. So they're seeing it the way we're seeing it. So I'm just gonna keep using right.
I'm just looking at.
I can use cardinal directions. So immediately to the east of the Nalu home system. Huh? That's pretty good. Because because of the way it's shaped. So we have east, south,
the 11
east.
o'clock slice.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, we can
east,
say
south. I'm good with that. You do whatever you like.
I'll say clock faces. You say cardinal directions, and
we'll just confuse everybody.
Confuse the shit out of people.
Yeah. So if you go right, left, down, up, B. Not only will you get every weapon in Grand Theft Auto, you'll also see. So here's what I think. Did Muat stay home on their turn? I don't think they expanded, because I've seen Nalu go twice now. So that means it's already come around.
No, Muat I think probably did trade first round. That makes sense,
they already have pop trade.
Yeah, no, that's the smart move when you're a race that does not have enough to pay for the carriers at Warfare and tech in the first round, because most don't. So you either need you pop trade first round. That way you'll definitely be able to play. You'll definitely have the resources before tech or Warfare comes, whichever comes first. And Muat does need to do that.
Looking at the way the board looks right now, who in your mind? So again, I've already expressed my opinion on the game, which is that it is all about chasing those victory points.
Yes.
A lot of players, again, they like to sit around, develop their techs, develop their fleets, yada, yada, yada. That's great. That's super cool. Keep your options open. But if you're not chasing the points, then it's irrelevant. You don't. If you're sitting at the end of the game and you've unlocked every tech and you have a massive fleet, but you're sitting at 4 points while everybody else is sitting at 8, then you are going to lose in style, right? Which is great. So who, in your mind right now, 3 is being popped right now? Which one's 3? 3 is diplomacy?
3 is politics.
Yeah, so politics.
No one takes diplomacy first round unless they truly have to.
Yeah, is diplomacy. Here's what I'm thinking about this. So we got peace accords on Extra, right?
Yes.
When they popped diplomacy to move out.
Extra actually has a reasonable.
So the thing is that diplomacy, that faction ability has a diminishing return on investment as the game goes on.
By the end.
So does it make sense? Do you think he'll take it next
go? It's just that the opportunities are sparser.
That's what I mean by diminishing return on investment. Because you use it less and less. It's good at the outset when you have all these options.
Yeah.
But I guess it's not a great faction.
I guess the thing is that it doesn't happen enough. Like, I see peace accords happen.
Muat is moving out while we're talking, just so you know.
Twice.
We've got a War Sun moving out. That doesn't necessarily mean anything.
How do I get my chat to be...
but I'm just letting you guys know. The War Sun is moving out. It's moving toward our Gravity Rift. Now, here's something fun about the Gravity Rift.
Yeah.
It has been used just a lot in League games that I have played. And a big person that uses it time and time again is Logan. I've seen Logan use Gravity Rift more than I've seen any other player use Gravity Rift. Logan is not afraid. Logan, the Embers player.
Absolutely not. No way he's sending. I
Man.
mean, it's a gamble. The Warsun through the Grav Rift, Muat's Warsun through the Grav Rift, like, would be like.
He got those trade goods.
The game is either on or it's over. But here's the thing, when you do that, and he's next to the Kratos, you know if he moves that Warsun anywhere out of his home slice, Kratos is just gonna eat him up, because that's a problem with Muat. You spread yourself too. I did that once. I went for Mechatol like second round as Muat. I got like a flank speed.
Yes.
And then I was just completely open at home, and someone just ganked my home system. So it's not usually worth it.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm looking around right now, seeing what we got.
Get my chat to be.
Let's see what we got. So here's the thing. Embers player. He's only won one time.
Okay.
And he's won with Embers. So I think that for people that think, for anyone watching who thinks that the Embers player doesn't know what he's doing, you're mistaken.
Sure.
You are deeply mistaken.
But board position
I know board position matters.
Very unforgiving right now.
It is. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying, like, don't count the numbers yet. What do we got?
Who's got Barrack Lerda?
Who's got what?
Barrack Lerda is the other 5 resource system in the
Man,
game.
Andy is the resident knowledge keeper.
Yes,
he's the lore keeper of this game for the
Muat.
New York City.
It's the double
league.
red. Oh, it's
I've
red.
been looking at chat at all. I have no idea what this is looking at.
Oh, Barrack Lerda might not be in the game. It might be one of the 2 discarded.
Yeah.
That
Andy, can you do the same for each slice resource total? Mike Noof.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let me type this in the chat just so we have this reference.
Do we know these people?
I don't know these people.
No, who is? Do people know? Does somebody in our group know Space Cat's Peace Turtles?
No, I plugged it on their Discord.
I know, but like, look, they're asking like, they put Lee's name in the thing. Question, like, is that him?
Oh, because that dude spams spams Reddit nonstop.
Oh, I see. That's funny.
Asking for faction. Okay, there's a lot to do right now. Let me get back to.
Do your thing.
So
Andy's gonna be checking some stuff, which means you're welcome to Micah Corner.
Hey, howdy,
Just like a non sequitur plug. Keep in mind that in New York City, voting day for Public Advocate is going to be February 26th. Get studying now so you'll know who you can vote for. There's a crowded field, and parties are not on the table. You have to invent your own going in.
Right now, there's only
So
one
don't bet on being able to just vote Democrat or Republican for Public Advocate on the 26th of February. But back to the game. We can see that board position is expanding. Check it out. Seoul making the run for the other 2 planet system, right next to the asteroid belt.
Did tech pop?
Well, what else am I supposed to do?
No, it's good. I'm
totally here.
no, it's pro. I'm pro that for sure.
Right,
It's a good
let me
move.
get the resource.
They have to do that. There's really no other.
1, 3, 5.
Oh, they must already have.
No.
That's what you're saying is tech pod.
If you could play
Because if they already have. What is that? Gravity drive? Is that what gives you the extra?
Yeah, gravity drive gives you the extra pop.
Yeah. I have played many times. I'm gonna ask Andy a lot of questions, but trust, I have played before.
I'll type it.
I'm not as memorable about the info.
Oh.
What we got going on?
This thing isn't logged in. I gotta log in.
Warfare hasn't logged in.
Again, for everyone joining right now, the gameplay audio is just not working currently. I know that our man upstairs, talking about Sepan, is working on just everything all the time. He's a brilliant boy.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate right now.
Yeah, he's a very brilliant fellow. I see
the
the Emirates player smiling, talking to the Nalu player. So that's got to be troubling for other players on the board. Because the 2 players, Sean and Dave, have a long history of not just playing this game, but playing other games together. So they can read each other pretty well.
I don't know if they saw.
I guess I don't know.
I think it's the most.
I actually play D&D.
The con got
They read each other pretty well. So I think their ability to pick up on each other's nonverbal cues, particularly since they're sitting right next to each other, might end up being an unfortunate bit for everyone else at the table.
I'm gonna strike my opponent.
But I gotta say that of all the people that I've played with at the table, my favorite player at the table is Ben. I really
I like that
Ben.
you
Ben is very
basically
direct.
just bought him a
I'm gonna assume
Warsaw.
that the,
With that
3,
promissory
4,
note.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Oh,
11, 12.
You played that so well.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was really well done. I think that's probably the
Are you
best
reading
Muad
We
I've
kind
ever
of
seen.
need to hear
But I only have one planet.
to be able to inject.
What?
Because right now we're just kind of jumping on top of each other.
Okay.
People mad about
We'll
it?
figure
Are
this
they
out.
like we're too good of buds? The thing is that me and Andy,
Also, yeah, we're just chatting nonstop.
we're
6, that's me.
There might be situations.
Guess what, guys? It's
Let's just sit quiet
time
for a
for warfare.
Sing a moment of silence.
Take
Forget
a moment of
remember all the
silence
factions
while
that have fallen.
Honestly, let's let them listen to them for a little bit because they haven't heard them yet.
Listen, you can.
Oh, that's what you thought.
Yeah, it's just very important for me to.
I'm cheating right now. I had forgotten to take the check. Warfare.
Can you guys post in the chat if you can hear what's happening?
They're talking about it. They can hear both, and that's what's confusing. It's because there's so much dialogue. They're talking, we're talking at the same time. And it's just on top of each other.
Sorry, guys.
Let's see if I-
That plus the addition plus support for it.
What are you going next round?
Yeah.
For
Don't mind yourself, son.
What do you think I should do?
I'm not sure. I don't think your board's safe enough. I was just curious. Landing it.
I was thinking
I did it.
diplomacy,
Congratulations.
protect my home system. It's very empty right now.
Congratulations.
It's only this thing.
I guess Ghost could get.
Ghost could get to Mechatol?
No, the salt.
To me.
Oh, Ghost could get.
Some of these guys I don't know.
Do you hear it yet? No.
Ghosts are good at
Somebody
slingshot.
just report. What is this being reported?
Although in this case,
But only when they
don't have a
What
level.
is CY Jack
So they would have to.
That's me.
This is a rough slingshot.
Your CY Jack X.
I mean,
Ghost
if
Is that
if they
samurai
have
jack?
that blue, they have gravity drive.
You
so
really have to go
they can
far
there
to be able to
immediately.
take advantage of that.
Yeah. They can
So that's 6.
Yeah, Moed already second worst.
On to 7.
I knew it was gonna happen. They did trade early. That's why I was thinking they were doing it. So now the gravity drift is starting to make sense, huh?
Hold on. He's got 4 resources there, 2 there. That puts him at 6. He takes trade and gets up to 9
Well,
resources.
now with my final Tic Tac token,
And if
I have a
Soul
system.
Kratos traded with him. Kratos traded with him for that second war sign.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you something.
So the
What
one
I'm trying to say, I know everybody's
I know I
reading.
didn't.
People write the Embers of
I couldn't
Muad
afford to
off.
do that.
They do it
Because
early.
they should.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Embers of Muad, are they bottom 6? Yes, but they're at the top of the bottom 6.
I think that what might happen is like
You stay here to guard.
Oh, I don't like this.
because right now they're not talking.
You put it under it.
Just on the deck.
Which means that like we'll be talking much more toward the end. Because anybody who's ever played this game knows that it gets more serious at the end.
We'll be talking less because they're gonna be fucking.
I don't think they're gonna be talking.
That's 0, 1.
Either way, I'm gonna keep doing things.
Look, I'm just saying. I think that there's a natural alliance between Ghosts of Kratos and Embers of Muad in this game.
Yeah.
Right? They're both bottom tier.
Aren't we all?
Both of them need the aid that they can get. And the other players are going to be looking to make alliances with what they perceive as stronger factions.
Hard to figure out what I should consider as Soul Slice, especially because all he's got is his neighboring system. And
Yeah, well, if Soul doesn't make him...
the shared system. But I'll count the shared system.
Look at it. Look what did I say? Ghost, I knew it. Lee's going to play mobile. He's going to go right for Mechatol.
That's 1 on 3.
I know, but you remember what I said? I said, like, he might take this 1 to put up a wall against Soul. But that's not what he did.
Build at home.
Look at...
I don't think he needed to because 1, it's safe. Because Warfare seems like it was stalled out in the right way, such that Soul has not been able to do that. Unless Warfare just
I mean,
they
they
were talking
took it when you did, yeah.
Yeah, gravity drive.
I was curious how he played.
That's how he's your neighbor now.
It's because resources.
Yeah, Mike, Muat does have a better win rate than
Right.
Ghost, but it's not by a significant amount. It's by Ghosts are at 13.52% win rate, and Embers are at
I'm just gonna
13.81%.
orbital drop here then, which is an action for me.
Yep.
So I just put it.
Great. So
Here
on
we
to
go.
5.
Pass.
What am I at? I don't know what I'm
Can you
saying.
flip?
No worries. No,
I don't want to be like a.
No, that's good. That's good.
5 to 6.
Talking right now, if you got something to say.
Oh man, Soul has actually a really good slice there.
Why? What are you talking about?
Mechatol is very much in place.
Raw resources.
They're also going to make a play for that 1 that's right next.
That's my turn.
the ghost wormhole.
7 passes. On to 0.
0 passes.
0 passes. Why should flip that pass?
To 1. 1 passes.
3.
26 people are coming.
Pass. Pass. And I to this 2 shall pass.
That's it?
Turn 1, 6. You're 1.
The what player's cards? I have no sense of it.
This 6 will pass. This 6 shall
Is that
pass.
everyone? Sorry.
Cool, so we're
Everybody's
passed.
passed.
Welcome to
Okay,
the pass.
Now, in order, zip.
it looks like it's going to be a race
Score objectives?
to see who can get to Mechatol,
Dave.
Emirates or Ghost. If
do
I were to
that.
bet, I would say Ghost. Having played with Sean enough,
Yeah, that's 6 points.
He's got
4 players, they each
No,
have
not
2 are in homes. Nope. I
Oh,
score
that aren't
nothing.
homes.
I score nothing.
Okay.
have gotten the speaker.
I cannot score anything.
Ghost will get
Great.
Nope. No.
Cool.
Nope.
Soul has the speaker.
Great. Also no.
Takes
And
the
no. Reveal public objectives.
Awesome.
Speak. Oh,
He takes
Oh, because they have gravity.
Spend 8 influence.
They start with the They have gravity.
I don't know which way it's oriented.
The next objective is.
Oh, that makes going for Mechatol.
Oh, yeah.
Draw action cards.
Hold it
Don't.
still. Sway to council spending units.
Thank you.
Order matters. Not now.
Maybe they should read it out loud so they can just hear it.
I get 2.
Jack can hear. They can hear what's at the board.
Yeah, they can hear what's
Whatever, man. I think it's going to be Ghost. Take
Draw 2.
Mechatol.
Because I start with that.
That's
Tech.
right.
2. Shall draw 2.
But I don't think they'll be able to hold it. I think Ghost take it. And it's so clear. as a
Remove
bell.
command tokens. Gain and redistribute tokens.
Command counters are being removed from the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dito, we have someone.
I'm doing 2, right?
Yeah. Unless you have the thing.
That's the way it had to be. He's in the room just because the cable things.
Ready cards.
You know,
Repair
Jack, you
units.
guys are my best friends.
And return strategy cards.
That's why SCPT Ritz lead, because he was like the first Twitter fan.
That's so rad. I'll have to tell him that during intermission. So the end of round 1, who do you think has best board position? Who do you think's
I don't think
in a
that's like
place
camera, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Knowledge
I think that's like just,
It
well,
doesn't
I
look like
think the
anybody has scored
overlay is
objectives,
covering
which
it.
is incredibly disappointing. What a disappointing start. But those were hard objectives, everybody. Those were pretty hard
I
objectives.
think I did the slice, kind of the slices wrong. That was not counting.
So many very poor
I was
planets.
counting. Not counting.
Yeah, I've done this.
Who do we think is in the best position to get?
I was there last game with those space goblins.
Space goblins, peace goblins.
So I
Pass.
think that Embers is going to be last of the party on scoring right now.
Okay.
Alright.
Strategy phase. Round 2 begins.
I think Nalu is in the best position to score next turn.
Anyone have any action cards related to the status phase?
It does seem a lot more like
Strategy phase.
Strategy phase?
Yeah,
Man.
SCPT has pointed that out.
Strategy.
That's Logan, dude. I told you, Logan likes the grabbers.
Yeah,
Man.
So, take my card.
There's so many players here, but Logan doesn't
Yeah,
get to choose.
give me leadership.
Embers doesn't get to choose
Who you are,
until
sir?
because you said
You can
Soul
play that
is
first.
sitting
He's taking
on the
Mechatol.
speaker. Soul picked up leadership. Anyway. They're gonna take Mechatol right away. Yeah, but you know who could clear them? It's Embers.
It doesn't make sense to clear them the points of the run. It's like
Take your time. This is
because you want to.
Okay.
Only reason you'd want to clear them
This is
if
for
you're
all
You'll
the...
you'll have the rest of your life to regret
or if you're
every single
like,
That's
house.
true.
house,
That's true.
You know, I think the cost benefit
Or
for
big
him is
missteps.
just-
I don't want to predicate.
It's like he has one at home and he could have one away now.
You're right.
Like, that is true.
Cheating.
I think it's a huge gamble, but then again, this is.
But that
Literally.
is Embers, dude. But I mean, what I'm saying is like gambling.
What? Deconstruction, I would have totally
Plays
taken it. No, I'm just kidding.
God.
I have a
Embers,
very
the Ember
specific
player
thing
does
I'm
not
doing,
play safe.
But I think
He
it's
doesn't
the
play
go-to
traditional
soul
game.
strategy.
He likes to go big or go home. So
Soul still
I
got 4
expect a
planets
war
on their
center to
first
grab you
round.
ripped.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
so
they got double
yeah.
Might it be this next round? But it's coming.
Sol isn't going to keep 4 planets on the next round. Sol is going to have a rough round
Well,
2.
all right, the sandbagging has begun, guys. I think all my planets are just going to
Is it too
implode
early for
as
me
soon
to
as
break out the
someone looks at
beer?
Oh, golden tree, I don't think.
Yeah.
No, so what are you going with?
I've never played this game before.
No, you're
What's
good.
a space?
I'm gonna take
A
that.
space who? Gotcha.
Space when?
A what dot?
Do these hexagons represent something important?
Are infantry good?
And how do I get them?
I think in a minute we're going to see
Is this like golf?
why the zero token
Get
is so
under a
good.
par?
Because I think Nalu is about to snag 2 more planets outside of their
Now,
home system.
you have chosen?
I'm thinking.
I have chosen no strategy. I call it the Buddha method.
I have no strategy.
That
The
argument.
war song.
The perk of not having a strategy card is you can decide whenever you
Yeah.
go.
If this was Dune the board game, there would actually be a faction for that.
I keep meaning to play it. I hear a lot about Dune
It's
these
really
days.
good. I have our group's copy of it.
Yeah.
Be good.
Dune League?
Dune League,
Twilight Imperium is so 2018.
even though it's a shorter game, it is too. It would be like somehow
that's
more
because
mental.
yeah, it's the
what I've
benefit
heard.
of being written off early.
It's so asymmetrical.
And just because alliances are so
Yeah.
different, having a league.
The Nexus. We have Nexus.
Oh fuck, is that a worm? Hey, you want to be best friends?
Yeah. When a Nexus occurs, what? This wasn't in the book. I just read a 2-page summary of the book in your rules, and it did not mention a Nexus.
Going with trade.
Taking trade.
Wow.
Do you get a bonus if you show up to the board game of Dune with the book Dune?
I tried.
I have a t-shirt.
Because that should totally be part of the rule.
I showed up with blue eyes and didn't
I
get it.
made a Dune custom magic deck.
Nice.
So, yeah. I picked trade.
Yeah, he took trade again.
Okay.
I'll say them louder for you.
Emirates
Oh, that's someone. Who's that?
are both in a position.
Oh, that's probably
It's a guy with
probably James.
I don't know
Have
why I
6
looked. I don't
planets
know.
outside their home system at the end of this next round.
He's taking diplomacy.
And I think they will.
I think a con is 4-8. I can't remember all sources.
We could look it up.
I don't know.
Am I?
I can look it
Hey James, how's it going?
Good.
Slices
So
are all
they're set up in there.
rough. Except for extra has a 10, which is like
Get yourself settled
Technically,
for a
are
little
already
bit.
crashing the stream. Just take your shoes off for me, bud.
I can take the coffee off.
Should they just whisper announce? Do you think that
It's going right. How's the chat?
it might help our energy.
How's that? How many people are in there? In the stream? 26 people watching us right now?
I'm pretty excited by that.
Did you guys post on like Reddit?
with the clown boys? They call us that because we're
Yeah, I believe I posted it in the Facebook group. Andy posted it in the Discord,
Cool.
and I had that Reddit post.
I'm sure the stream jumped up to like
for all
2
of you
people. I don't
joining us. My name is Micah. My favorite faction.
Twitter.
I really want to know what they're saying, just because it's
Just because it is the highest win rate, I just think that the 0 speaker token
Look, this is such a weird game.
best
What's that?
faction.
I don't know that you can
get
not
acclimated
conflate
and
the
then-
two.
Yeah, there's cold brew in the fridge if you want some.
That's true. But I'm saying that.
Nice place. Thanks for having me. I'm going to be talking about you while you play.
Well, I mean, top faction is Joel Nar. I've never played Joel Nar.
Oh, it is my pick. And then just after you've taken a moment to see what's up, you can.
Oh, I'm
Get
gonna
on
be
in.
impressed if
I
you.
guess no.
You don't have gravity drive yet, do you?
Think
Dave?
about it, buddy.
No.
2 worsens already?
Want to keep that there?
Guys, you guys are about to all fight over Megaton. I don't want any part of that.
Commercials.
Stream, guys.
Things are indeed happening.
If you move there, you will die.
Exactly.
I'm not saying that you can't move here or
There's
here.
a
I'm not saying
man
I'm
with
moving
a
towards you.
gun
Slow down.
over there.
The son over there.
Can I just say,
Telling
completely
me I got to
unrelated,
beware.
if a war sun does not go through that gravity rift by the end of the game, I will be really disappointed. I've taken flagships through gravity rifts.
That's not war son. That's not war son.
That war sun was free.
You pass me diplomacy. Oh, yes, sir.
We're choosing strategy cards for the second round. There are 2 war suns in play.
It's good. It's good for
After
What did you
round
take?
1.
I took trade.
That's so sweet of you,
Then we
Space
can
Cadet.
just talk.
I think this is the Muad strategy.
Yeah, we could
is you
just
should
talk
take
from
trade
this
your
angle.
first turn.
Is it a our volume thing, or you think it's like a control booth volume thing?
Does Shy's roommate kind of look like Seth Rogen from this angle? So Seth Rogen is guest star.
Here, Seth Rogen.
Okay.
He's undercover.
Oh,
right
did you
now.
get tired of it?
He's researching for a role.
Tired of you taking trade?
Board game folk.
I got tired of me not having a full hand of action cards.
Wowie zowie! Look
Alright.
at that planet
I
stack
do this?
that Emirates is sitting on. Do you see this?
Why?
It says
You
3
don't go-
holes.
Yeah, it says 3
you don't-
holes.
You don't
they
go
do the-
first.
I,
Yeah,
did,
should
I
I
just
do
did all the
this? I mean, they do
slices
this.
and the resource
Yeah,
influence counts minus
Take
home
us.
systems. I did not count their home systems.
Hey,
Okay.
Turtles, want more sounds?
So,
Hey, everybody.
So I think right now,
I'll take it.
yeah,
just looking at the board,
Really?
He has
Four?
to, he has to use
I mean,
it.
No, but I'll take it.
best
Sure.
position at the end of round 1, beginning of round 2.
He has to use it first, right?
Yeah.
Nalu, Emirates,
True.
Seoul. Those are my 3 right
Hey,
now.
Turtles,
That are
want more
best positions.
songs?
what we really need. Hey, stream. Anybody in the
I give you the
stream
speaker tone
or
for
whatever
that
it is,
promissory note.
Is there a way to do audio ducking
Speaker token.
automatically in OBS?
Without
Because
any
what we need is
resistance.
to compress the volume whenever our signal comes in.
I don't know what that means.
It's basically it's an automatic way of when one signal goes high, the other signal.
No,
So it's not like a quack quack thing.
No,
Play
no,
with
I
that.
don't know why it's called ducking. Probably something. to do with crack.
Ah?
Of course.
Doing it.
Anybody else followed that Mandarin duck that was in Central Park recently?
Yeah, what do you think of that? What do you think
No,
of
that's
Soul?
all the buzz.
heard about it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's also been kind of vacationing in Jersey, so
Me.
I don't have any problem with that. I love Jersey.
Where are the rest of the planets?
This is the worst map I've ever
Control
played.
Never
it
mind, never mind.
Honestly, yeah.
You just slip this under
You're
the
playing
table,
winner
which
right
is
now.
I don't know
How did
how
you
to
guys
see
get
this,
into
but
this?
it's
This stuff is bad
all
already.
of the
For
resources.
the record, because this is important, they went through the asteroid field.
Sweet
So
play.
screw you.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
they
currently
got
in
their
the
work
lead.
cut out for them.
Well,
Put your
you're
favorite
gonna have
emoji
to
in the
play a
chat
strong
as a way of
negotiating game,
applauding.
is what that was, yeah.
7 for giving us this.
No.
Yeah.
This
Not
one.
really.
I don't want to see no
No,
We got
Yeah,
better
yeah.
things to do right now. You're good
Okay,
though. This
6
is
influence.
a wild.
Wow, look at those. Look at those points. They got flipped.
No. So you go.
Who it is? Who it is?
Oh, cool.
Seven,
Can I get
Seven
a-
making a play.
These bad boys.
Maybe he's
Down
building.
there.
I don't know.
I'm going to stalk you guys for a little bit because
Oh, Seven took McIntyre.
Well, there's
Oh, yeah.
two of them.
Wait, I'll start at the beginning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shy. I'm being so stupid. We're talking about all these people.
You won't be able to
I
hear.
watched a little
Yeah.
screen. They didn't have it on for a bit, so I think that
Did it
the
have
okay.
audio?
yes.
Oh,
I think
oh, great.
If he can
It
hold,
wasn't working before.
last time I checked,
Hold on, hold on.
I checked a few minutes ago. They were trying to negotiate,
That never works
flipping it
because you
on
need
for
to count politics
negotiation
and
phases
figure
and then
out.
flipping it off for.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta
Oh, so people heard all that trade stuff with that.
They heard
Great.
and they were
good.
overall commenting that
He's
it was way too
probably
much
just
information to have
aiming
both
to-
things
to get
simultaneously.
ahead.
So I think they were trying to figure
That
that out.
makes sense.
so Nalu took those.
I think he's just gonna.
That's a good idea. Nalu took those 2 planets, which is
So that's your turn.
I
Now
think
it's
that
on
you're about to
2.
see. I mean, Emirates is kind
Yeah.
of short on everything. If Emirates had more, if they have gravity drive, you're going to see them in a minute take the planets to the
Say poor soul,
I don't know.
northwest.
but they have Megatron Rex.
Bear Tab, our tab,
Indeed. And they
Bear
have a
Tab
pretty
Tab
hefty
is saying
strong
they're just
there.
gonna let Nals
does.
on all those planets.
Yes, they are.
The question is that, or let Soul sit on
But
next.
that's the thing about the player, Dave, is that he doesn't say much at the table, so he doesn't draw attention to himself.
He's a comeback kid.
Moreover,
the idea
for people
is
watching,
that I don't know.
these players
I'm
that are
gonna
at the
play
board, I'm not knocking them because it obviously worked. They are in the All-Star game, right?
So they
But the
do
players at the
leadership
board are not aggressive players. They're not going to be aggressive until last round.
It's not an aggressive. It's not.
We had a conversation about
the
that.
game.
I don't think we ever actually finalized
No, of
it.
course not. But I'm saying,
It
like,
comes in towards the end, but
I think no bad.
sure. But somebody's
yeah,
asking,
look,
are they going to let
of
Nalu
course.
hold that stuff? Of
Look,
course
X
not.
just coming in. X wants the 6 planet system.
I should have done that differently.
They need to take planets to the northwest.
Oh, yeah. What's their
Yeah,
turn?
I should have taken. I
Soul's
should've not
locked
spent
down.
Emirates doesn't have
but
anybody.
It's fine.
Emirates is spread so thin. You could wipe them off the board if you wanted to.
Nalu,
But you could
Nalu can't
set them on
without.
fire.
Nalu can't because he doesn't. The nice thing about
Oh,
War
actually,
Suns,
hold on.
or the thing that sucks for the War Suns.
After another
Oh,
player
did
gains
take
control of a
that.
planet you control, exhaust one.
I can't tell because
What's
we
your
can't see
most
the
expensive
section.
planet?
We can't
Yeah,
see
maybe,
the
uh,
slicer.
Weird.
We know that we have 1. Extra has 2. Emirates has 3.
Yeah, where the discard is.
8 is sitting on.
What are they handing out?
Los políticos.
Emirates might be a trading option.
But he
No.
showed them face up.
Yes.
Yes, I did give you the wrong
I don't
planet.
know. I think that if you
Gave
at
me
the
Megatron Rex,
table
I'm not
agree that a rule
complaining.
can be
Oh,
suspended,
I
I
feel
think
like
that
you want.
it's cool.
You should
Only
know.
fair.
Maybe that makes me
That is 2.
heretic.
Nalu's
On to 3.
He's got Aaron Empire, which is 6 influence, and then he's got
We are flopping something. Can I pay a thing to unexhaust 2 things?
Not for politics. That'll be
So
diplomacy.
sweet. Neuroning. That was really
Do you have
nice of you. I'll let
anything,
something know
tasty
that you did
to
that.
some to offer
You're
me
so
for the
sweet.
speaker token?
Gosh.
Sitting on
I think
11
I could give you a trade
influence,
card right
like,
now,
not
Con.
counting his home system.
That's
Yeah, I'm sure it could be. It would probably be easier to do manually if we had.
So you
Can I
made
show
a
it
prediction at
to
the
you?
outset that you were like Nalu's.
But I know that. I know.
Nalu was your original prediction.
But
You
then
could give
don't
me
have
my
the
trade
resource,
agreement.
so it's
I
like
second
You can give me
Nalu.
your
Yeah.
trade agreement and that trade good. And then-
You can have neighbors that don't have war sons if you can get a speaker token.
Yeah, but I
no
gotta
one's.
You can't give war
No
sons.
one's going to squeeze into.
Are you gonna hold on to it?
Maybe if you keep making threats like that.
It's just those defensive.
Sean would definitely do that.
Well, that's fine. Then you don't get it. And I can
Because they have wash, right? Is that the which is the one that lets you be like, hey, you gotta stop. Don't they have a thing? Or is that a racial tech thing?
I love having leverage in that.
Yeah, but is that a racial tech they did yet? Or do they just have that at the outset? I can't remember.
Extra if it keeps that the shared size right there.
It is pretty spicy. Leadership doesn't give you the speaker token.
Let me ask you a
No,
question.
it's you get 3
At
command
the,
tokens.
by a war of attrition, he can build
How about
whatever he
how about
wants.
that leadership rider
But
and
will you get victory points? For that? No.
So you
You're
want
gonna have to
trade
eventually
goods?
spread it.
But then,
Like 0 trade
a
goods?
lot of those are, spending spend 8 resources, spend 6
Speaker
money.
token?
8 influence.
Yeah, dude.
8 influence is
I'll do
out
that
there right
shit.
now. Nalu has that.
Yeah, you can have it.
They're gonna build.
not a-
They're definitely gonna build. They have
Well,
to build.
Now I am
I
Professor.
do want to talk.
Sure.
We have like
right now.
we don't have that much of resources.
Anybody else grabbing action cards?
Yo,
Shy,
Ember-
And then
Shy, Shy, grabbing action
No, I'm not.
cards?
They're trying to.
Anybody else grabbing action cards?
Not yet because-
Action cards?
Just sold
Action cards,
Nalu
action cards?
the.
No.
Just.
Nobody's doing the secondary.
Speaker token.
Not
Cool.
today.
I get to look at the top 2 of this
Save that
deck.
shit.
No, I think it was
And
Soul.
then
did it.
while I
So
resolve
Soul
this,
had
we
to sell
can
it through
move on.
Hakan.
Yeah, awesome.
But remember, Soul had speaker token.
Hakan is politics now.
No, but
Talking about, you're talking about last round.
you wait, no, you were saying Hakan sold. the
Are you
speaker
kidding
token
me?
to Nalu, but
Shy?
Soul was sitting on the speaker.
Absolutely
token.
not.
That's why they took Mechatol.
What's up? Do you need something?
Those both go
Who
to
do
the
I want to be
bottom.
neighbors with?
What dude?
Sell it to Nalu.
I was fine with both of them.
This is. I mean, at this point, it's the man who wants to.
I just want to
I assumed I would have a lot of influence
So we got-
by the time we got around to voting.
Yes, so I can see.
Anyone in the galaxy.
What are these things? These
Who wants to be,
pizza things
like,
where you heat them up so hot and
very-
in your mouth forever?
Me,
No, no, no.
I can be anyone's neighbor right now. Who wants?
Pizza
How
bites?
can
No,
you
what are
be
they
Who wants the
called?
person who would trade as a neighbor?
Oh man, I don't even know, dude.
I'm already your neighbor.
You didn't refresh me
Brought
last
to you by
time.
Pizza
but-
Stay,
Pillows.
stay away.
With a
Please
fish in
stay
the
away.
middle.
Not
Your
the
earnings
worst
reminding
stuff, not
us
the worst
that
stuff.
you can't sleep at night.
What else
Eat
do
a
you
pizza
have?
pillow. Burn your whole mouth.
What else
right
did you
to
put
bed.
in trade range besides your war stuff?
Okay, let me ask it simpler. Who wants to trade with me this round?
Oh, you,
I
you
do.
could plug
But
some.
would that be
You
next year?
You don't have to waste
anything you want to
command
plug
token if
more
you
on the
choose.
stream?
Yeah,
You doing
I
anything?
was
You also
trying
don't.
to-
What?
You got any new creative projects in the works?
He doesn't have to. He doesn't waste a command token anyway.
Well,
To move.
to move.
Oh.
If he wants to move,
Same.
You're my real
Same with
friends
me.
chat.
Let's see. Does anyone? I know what to post this.
Just plug some in.
Yeah.
You can trade anyone.
Oh, you know what? While they're
But
doing this,
what I'm all
this actually
saying
is
is-
worthwhile to plug.
Oh, right.
You
Ask
could.
who
You
wants
could
to trade.
transact with the both of us without threatening
I
anyone.
know about it.
Go shit.
Ghost shit.
You can visit.
Oh, yeah.
I
First combat of the game?
died
No, he's
in
just summoning a
YC
destroyer or a cruiser.
to
Just
view
on
the
story.
entire 2019 game schedule
fun.
and sign up
I prefer
for
it.
league game.
It's just right, I'm pretty sure.
Some kind of card is being popped because it's so small.
There's one destroyer.
That is.
Hello,
Ghost
neighbors.
ship.
Hi, friend.
He gets
This
to
is
put a
protecting
destroyer
you.
in an unoccupied.
And just
The
like that,
Wonder Barrage.
Just like that.
is all over the
Ghost
place
ship.
now.
Just like that, he's a neighbor.
You want us to hold away till then?
Now he
if
can
we
trade.
do action?
I'm sure that wasn't an action.
I'm guessing it's pretty wide. So
He's now neighbors with
Did you guys
Ghost,
get that?
Soul, and
Now I should become neighbors with purple, and I can trade
He
with
wants to
Amber.
be though. He wants to be.
One for you, one
Here's
for
the thing.
3,
It's like
and
what needs to be
4,
done.
and 1 for 4. No, I'm joking.
you know, the more we talk, the more I'm like, ooh, that's gonna win. They're not. They can't possibly. Nalu is my. Those my gals. Those my snake ladies. I mean,
Shy.
Hello.
Yes.
What will you give me now?
Ooh.
Because he wants to.
Gotta
he also has a PDS in his home system.
That's a
Ceasefire?
Is because he
Where are you gonna attack
Those are
me?
my only. Those are my
Exactly.
He had to
low,
spread
he
stuff.
has
there.
low resources. He does have to spread
I mean,
himself in, so he has to leave.
My infantry are better than your infantry, so we can see how it turns out.
Infantry can walk right through the door.
I know, but I'm thinking one time I played with him, he
Or I
had
just
Neuroglaive,
also,
and
I
nobody
might have a play.
messed with him.
that I
It's,
could
it's an
possibly
effective
put on one of
deterrent.
your
It's
things.
Cold War.
So I'm just saying.
Please figure out the audio. I'm but it's still 7. Maybe you should cut
I mean, you're just
My
picking the
entrance
dog.
music when we were talking
No,
about
I'm just,
entrance music,
I'm
it'd
actually,
be
I would take
cool
it
for
as far to not attract.
They can hear us anyway.
I mean, if it's mutual,
I would not do it.
yeah. See, like that doesn't have any value for me. Like,
Just mute your stream. Don't even listen to us.
Right.
We're not
I feel much better
to
about it.
expire.
Yeah, go tell
Good.
them.
I'm glad to hear that also.
I'm gonna sit here quietly.
Prematurely.
Like,
I don't want to be
am I
in this
knitting?
their burden.
Nah, I'm just joking. I
I
can't.
understand. Well, we're not taking. We're not. We don't have a break.
right now if I was
built
here,
in.
but like,
I thought there were going to be player interviews, or that's not happening.
We, if we feel like we can
At
pull it off,
lunch,
we
if
could do
there's
player
But later
interviews.
then. Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe I'll see myself earlier now.
Yeah,
Yeah, that music is hecka loud, dude.
It's in this way?
it's through. It's past cardboard shots.
feel free to take cardboard chai with you.
We don't want to bias the audience.
Do you guys want to go ahead and post in chat? Who do you think is going to win at this point? Who's your favorite faction? What faction at the board do you think is going to win? Who's got best board position right
What I like
now?
more about what I like most about the stream.
What's your favorite
is
color?
that
I don't care.
It makes me
Whatever you
think of
But keep it kosher.
that
By
one.
kosher, I
That one
specifically
scene from the
nice.
Firefly movie where
I'm
it's
talking
like,
like the way you slaughter a cow. Or
"Super broadcasting, baby. We're sending everything everywhere."
All our sins are everywhere.
Count up all your sins.
Sins of a Solar Empire.
Oh, it's still.
That's a fun game.
Yep.
I like that game.
You are playing as Soul.
Lure Empire.
So to SM ovens, which I assume
That's so the
means
Red
small
Fire.
mouse ovens, which is fine if you cook the mice. I guess that's how I would do it too. But anyway, so SM ovens, I agree
Hey, original.
with your suggestion that we should be able to do one audio at a time. I have no sense about
Nice
it
original.
because I'm not a tech boy.
Oh,
I've
You're
literally
gonna have a carrier off?
slap fight, slap
Generation
fight.
soul for a minute. There I am.
If
There I
you
am.
want me
Into the
to
soul.
not go there, I won't go there.
Go where?
I still think Nolly
Yeah,
does
I'm
it,
totally
honestly,
willing
but
to just
I mean, Ghosts
have
are
a
doing what
handshake
Ghosts do.
agreement that I will
They're
not
moving
be
around.
going after.
They're going to war
those
right
things
now.
this whole round.
Looks like we have a war on, so that's kind of exciting, huh?
I just like
For
to make
everybody who didn't
promises.
think battle was going to happen early, we have a battle
Ask
going
anyone here.
on.
I've never broken a promise.
So you've got Ghosts
I don't know if I've played
versus
this before, but
Soul.
And
It'll be
everyone else
interesting.
Okay, let's do this.
I guess they won't.
Start
It'll be
with,
interesting to see if Soul does a reprisal attack.
Give us the
Throw
tray.
right the dice. First combat, first blood.
So we
First
get a
combat.
big one.
I don't mind holding it.
Look at that big giant dice holder. That's
How many
cool,
dice do
huh?
they need?
There's 4.
Surprisingly, this is
So
not brought to you
I
by
start
One
with
Gaming.
Anti-Fighter Brush.
No.
I'm just holding it so it can't. Sorry.
Nope. And then go to normal
We actually
combat.
we can't hear the
Which
table
is-
in our earphones.
4 9s.
all anti-fighter fighters in every
Come on,
combat.
player, pull up a chair.
Nothing but ground
So,
invasions and anti-fighter
Whoever this is, Didonko. That's how I say it now.
Good.
Because I'm
So I have two
a silly
nines?
boy. So Didonko, if you guys can hear the table
No leech
at all
combat.
times in their earphones, we cannot. Solid suggestion though. They can easily decide what is worth listening to or not. Also, a fair suggestion, also heavily subjective. Maybe what we think is worth listening to isn't yours.
You only agree.
Isaac Hinch, I also
Three
prefer
of any
unscored
company.
music,
You would
and
get
with the
4, you
aggressive
could trade out
ghost
of
thing,
unscored. That's how you can cycle. I remember
Martin
there was
Mott,
some way
the
to
thing
have
about the aggressive ghost is that is the way Lee plays.
Okay, we
Lee
have
is an
stuff that we can't do
expansionist
here,
player,
because we don't-
regardless of the faction that he goes
So is
with.
it,
He's
is it
not afraid
actively
to tumble.
distracting, or is it just like a little?
Dude, the story of the year
Have you played
has
Tim?
been like, well, this doesn't work out like with Secret
Last time
Okay,
summer,
let's
I
look at one
had
replacement
built
that's
all kinds of
Yeah, I missed on both anyway.
Thank you.
Okay.
Like, you need to invest in
Yeah, as
Man,
embers that
that is
Yeah.
that is
There's a lot of factions that
One thing I have played several games with
The good factions are
This might be important, but I'm going to explore Secret Objective, Spark a Rebellion.
You're right.
when a combat against
not player.
which maybe you, those of you who play games with them in the future.
win a combat against a player that something
the reason you did
something.
it?
So it looks like a secret objective was just won by the ghost.
Wow, good for
It
them.
was PDS2 that's good.
Reflecting the overall
Default
board state,
TI3.
I am just in awe already. This is a ridiculous board state for the second.
Yeah, we're not even done with the second round yet.
Exactly.
Who's your pick to win right now? Do you have one?
Looking at it early, one thing I really like about Nalu. They have a very strong foothold on their core planets, which is going to make aggression very challenging.
Can you guys tell?
They got those PDS as
All
agents.
lots of PDS. They have a strong foothold near Mechatol.
Only if you hold it. If you hold it too close, then it.
Buffering their home system. I
There we go.
don't see that being
Like just
easy.
just use there. I can
That's going to give
read
them a
it.
strong negotiating
Like,
foothold.
we were put it on the map.
You can push out. You have a lot more options when you don't have to worry about
Like, that's readable.
Yeah.
the first round.
Star's not on the board, so there's nobody coming around that way.
Not first round.
Well, it was only him. But
I also have to say I am.
I kept boosting
Soul, I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, but like, Soul is not looking good right now after that loss to Ghost.
Oh, wait. No,
And they have Mechatol, but they only have one destroyer in their home system. And that's what's up.
So I'm
I
gonna land
think
on
Ghost
Arnold.
picked out correctly that there is no
Do it.
reason to allow them to have
getting
anything at all based on their
You have one die, right?
original board.
Yeah, I have one
Starting
die, and I roll. I'm gonna play an
which
extra
is
card.
unfortunate for them, but
Yeah.
a smart neighbor knows
Fair, I
that
roll
means you
a
should probably
six
just
right
nip
now.
them in the bud. And I think that's what's happening here.
Here, I'll go
Yeah,
first.
I'm happy to see that because, as I was saying to Andy several times, previously in League games, I don't know if you've played any League or not.
I haven't. No, I'm a casual player.
Yeah, well, previously in League
Oh, I
games,
got
the way
seven.
that people at the board tend to play is they play this very kind of non-aggressive game style. What they do is they wait and they wait and they wait. And I was curious coming into this if I was going to see more aggressive plays at the table because, as I've said several times already, second place does not matter in this one. Like in previous League games, you want to get as many points as you can, so coming in second matters. But in this game, it doesn't. It's first or nothing.
There's also a mental factor to that too, right? If you've spent an entire
See, at least one
season,
hit here. I'm not sure what the war is going on. But I saw a 10, so at least one hit happens.
right?
Going to do Imperial.
We'll follow them moment to moment when
I
I
immediately score the
That's okay. Okay, but anyway, so the aggressive plays.
Aggressive play, when you've spent the entire season building up tendencies, it's an extremely ripe opportunity to change up your play style, do things that your opponents aren't predicting. So, James is my name.
And I also
I'm Mike.
Mike,
do
I
not
know,
gain
right?
victory points.
Yeah, we're just like right in it. Yeah, I'm already like, we're good buds.
Yeah, I mean, you have an opportunity here to really vary up
Yeah.
your tendencies,
Which is
and
throw
that-
everybody else off.
That mental game, especially among players who have played several games together, that's a very strong opportunity. So,
Absolutely, you put them on your back foot. If everybody is used to playing this kind of like wait and see game, because that's how League has been, and then you come in strong, you come in aggressive, then you're putting everybody on their back foot because they don't know what
Music, kill the music.
to do with that.
I really like this move by Ghost. I think
So do I.
it's I'm not familiar with the overall play tendency of the player, but what I appreciate about it coming in neutral is you identify Soul has a weak starting position. You know Soul has a tendency to really steamroll games if they get some traction.
Does anybody else
And you just say, you know what, I'm going to come crush you early and
So I first I do
the
it.
consequences of whatever that is.
Yeah.
And then you
Soul,
then you do it.
again, even though it's win percentage
You spend a strategy token to do that.
and 6-player games puts it at the number 4 best faction in 6-player games out of 712 games. In our league specifically, it's won many, many times. The majority of times it is present, it wins. So there's a meta within the league that is heavily against Soul.
But what I was talking yesterday, because I was trying to do a little bit of preparation for coming in to do this. One thing that is brilliant about this game is that the meta matters. But if you're familiar with the game state, you're familiar with your opponents, you're familiar with the faction, it balances itself. If you know Soul tends to get that foothold, you know they tend to be strong in the meta. You do exactly what Ghost is doing here, just stomp them early.
Exactly.
They're not a problem. Especially taking advantage of that terrible starting lineup there.
Oh, it also looks like, just so it also looks like Nalu has flipped Imperial and has scored using that.
Yeah.
The six planet outside of home system. I know we didn't say that earlier, but as I've been saying over and over, the game is to chase the victory points.
Exactly. And Dave knows that.
He
better
absolutely
than
is. Yeah, Nalu is doing that exceptionally well. The thing you got to look for with Dave, or with Nalu,
You're holding it up, but you're
Dave
purposely moving
seems
it so
to.
fast.
I'm not in his head. I haven't interviewed him about his strategy. But what he seems to do, based on games I've played with him, is he allows himself to lag behind a little bit,
Right.
and then will do a kind of 4-point swing.
As you should. I mean, I was thinking of this in terms of another game that I played with Dave and with Sean, and it's the Game of Thrones board game, which is a very flawed board game. But when you look at there's the Lannister faction, which starts out really strong and really embattled.
So you have diplomacy
And
where you do diplomacy?
it's a terrible position to be in because you draw all that aggro just by existing with the appearance of strength. So being able to slow play your hand and combo later for points, always just don't draw aggro. Like this is a game of when you draw aggro, everyone goes against you to rebalance the board.
I'll say that I would like to see more aggressive play from XJ because I agree with you about this kind of drawing aggro phenomenon, but I also think that is a kind of column A, column B scenario because if you are known in the meta to be a top tier faction and you start to take the lead, there will be a strong consensus to purge you or to clip your wings.
Yes.
But if you are a low tier faction in the meta, like Extra or Embers, or even Ghosts to some extent, you can afford to be more aggressive. Because if you start to take the lead, people will write that off. They'll say, well, you can't possibly maintain that. You have a faction that is slow to build, and they'll allow you to get a little space ahead.
You've got smart players here, and I think they're seeing that and they're playing that. Extra is green, right?
Yes, Extra is green, and they have a good board position.
They do. They are strong. They're in a position to expand again and make that beta wormhole, and also utilize their strong diplomatic racial advantages.
I'd like to see them move to the two-planet system to their northwest of their home system so that they can get that victory point for 6 planets outside the home system, particularly because Emirates is not in a position to expand right now. And if Extra allows Emirates to rebuild and claim that two-planet system, it's going to be much more difficult for Extra to go in and take it. So better to grip it now, get the victory point, and then if you lose it later, that's fine. But get the victory point while you can.
I think that what often happens with Emirates is that you fear alienating them for their economic boon to you. And Extra also being a heavily diplomatic faction, they are probably starting adjacent is an interesting thing for those two factions because they are both reluctant to antagonize. And when they're in a position where they have to antagonize each other, they both really risk freezing each other out of the game.
It also looks like diplomacy just got popped, which is a big deal for the Extra player because of their racial ability peace accord, which lets them place units in a system that's adjacent to them as long as no one is present in that system. If I'm not mistaken. So ideally, they'll take that two-planet system.
They just activated this chunk here. It looks like
so that means nobody can go in on that.
And it's all this shit.
Where's my cellular? Oh, here we go. So I'm interested to see if they do anything with that. It looks like what they're doing is they're taking the beta wormhole planet,
which is
you see to their home system southwest.
Yes, that's a compromise. That is not the move I think we were.
No, because now they got the 5, but what 5 doesn't buy you anything.
Right. And furthermore, what's that beta wormhole worth exactly? I mean, it's
just right next door, and if anyone wants to take it, they just can because there's no one on that planet. I mean, it gives them a cultural planet. So is he already sitting on 3 other culturals? I don't think so, but this does
compromise. It's exactly what we were talking about. You don't want to alienate Hakan. You want to have a strong relationship with them moving forward, so you can have more negotiating power at the table as you go, and not have an enemy that's going to beat you through attrition and through freezing you out of the economic boon. I get it. I just think that part of what we've been talking about, and part of what is a missed opportunity here, is to roll out the big guns, make a move, and really change it up. Don't play to your tendencies and confuse the board. So yeah, I mean, I think that is a bit of a compromise, but.
So we got. If I just choose your commentary, looks like a lot of people are preferring the commentary over the gameplay, which is intriguing. I didn't know what to expect coming in here. Oh yeah, the Destroyer was an action card. Yeah, it was. So I see. I'm getting asked that by Mike and
Ghost Ship.
Yeah, it was Ghost Ship. Got moved over there. And I'm getting. Yeah, you're right. So Mike is clarifying for us that on the Peace Accords play, you can take one planet, not the whole system.
I see.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd still think
I still think it was an opportunity to get a foothold there.
Although it might make sense because now he's sitting on a cultural planet.
Right.
Now he can just make a beeline to take the 2 next time he gets movement. And you need 4 planets of the same trait to get a victory point. Come in. Yeah, you're trying to look at that. Is the music on right now? Yeah, that's fine.
You should let Shai be able to.
I think the people in chat are preferring the commentary over music or game board thing, so I don't know how much music we'll be doing.
Hey, Shai.
I appreciate it. I'm just letting you know.
Taking care of problems? What's up? What? You taking care of problems?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys need me for
Well, we're doing trade.
are you gonna refresh me?
That's what he's figuring out.
Sorry.
Looks like trade is going on right now.
All right.
I don't know who is popping trade.
He's,
Is it Ember?
it's the yeah.
So Embers are popping trade, which we've already seen has been a successful strategy for them up to this point.
Well, yeah. Step on the
Sitting on
gas.
2
Keep
war
it
zones
going.
right now.
I talked to it's Logan, right? Who's-
Yeah, and Logan's playing the Embers.
and has won with them before.
He has, yeah.
Which, you know, I like it. I think if you're gonna pick a low tier faction,
Pick one that you know you can win with.
I'm willing to talk with
and also that you've won with them before, but also that it creates that psychology of, oh, Mulat, I'm not gonna worry too much about them. Early second war zone, I think, puts you right back on the radar, though.
Well, Shai, who's in here right now, Shai is also playing Soul, who he's also won with before. So we have 2 players at the board who have won with the factions that they are coming in here with before.
Yes.
Which it's interesting that other players didn't do that. I guess is what I'm.
Well, especially because the draft, there was no draft system for picking. You just got to
You get to pick whatever you like.
You just got to be the one you wanted to be, and there was no, there were no overlapping picks. So everyone got their first choice for this game, which is also nice. So no one's playing even with the illusion of being hamstrung.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, I don't know who was in here or not, but some surprise picks that aren't at the board are universities and Yisrael for me, because they have the 2 highest win percentages in 6-player games.
But I think it's what we've been talking about. If you pick Gilnar,
Then
you are
people
saying,
know.
I am S+++ tier, and I have a big target on my back for existing. It's just not a position you want to be in this, the most competitive game of the year.
That's true.
It's a tough thing to negotiate. Because again, the meta just it balances itself based on the perception effect.
Yeah, I agree. I agree entirely. I will say that in League, the only times I've actually seen Jolnar work very well is when it's a new player, so the other players at the board write them off, or if you are next to a player. So there was a time when I was playing SAR, and Andy was playing Jolnar. And there was a lot of pressure at the table for me as the SAR player to purge Jolnar early on. Instead, we picked up a symbiotic relationship because our corner was right there, and it was clear that the other 4 players at the board were aligned. Yeah, so it was the only thing to do. So Jolnar can be effective, even when the meta is stacked against it, if you have players that are pliable to allying with it. But I agree. It's hard to come in with Jolnar, especially in a game like this.
Well, it's just nice to see. It's nice to see a bunch of non-meta factions in play and really succeeding. I mean, like when I walked in to see the game in the middle of turn 2, and I saw this extremely interesting board state.
Yeah. Commentary over to me.
When you want to let the stream hear what's going on there, just mention it on mic here, or the setup hears you over the mic.
Okay. So I'll be like, and let's go to the board. Oh my gosh.
It's a good idea.
The problem through the game where Muat won, I was in that game with Mike and Annie. Cool. So it kind of fell to him that game. Mintek was way behind. Yeah, this is true. This is true. But that's what I'm talking about here, Mike, is that if Embers is neglected long enough, then they can get pretty good board position as the other players take on each other and start to make mistakes that Embers isn't making because it's not engaging as frequently.
And a game falling to you in this is also somewhat of a misnomer of a concept.
Sure.
If you win, you win. And
I mean, that's true. That's 100% true. Yeah, scoreboard. Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad used to listen to the Jim Rome show. because my father's a father in the Southeast. And, and whenever people would talk poorly about an athlete who had done well, he would always say scoreboard. Man, I mean, look at the points. It doesn't matter how you get there, you get there. You know what I mean? So, like, if sitting quietly for the whole game and letting other people destroy each other is your process, i.e. Fortnite, that's how I won the 5 games I played in Fortnite, not to brag, then that's it. The win is the win, man.
I think it's an effective way to play.
Yeah.
And I honestly...
It's not exciting.
No, but it's a strategy.
Well, I heard you guys talking about it on the stream on the way over, where you were talking about Twilight Delirium, right?
Uh-huh.
You will wear people out the longer the game goes. People will make mistakes, and if you have a strong presence in a secure area, then there's really it's the best way to play.
Yeah.
I see it. Non-aggressive wins being fairly reliable from a strategy perspective.
Of course, especially when you're playing with advanced players on the board. I've read time and time again on numerous forums that the time to be aggressive when you play is if you're playing with a bunch of players that haven't played before and just assume this is space risk, where it's like you have to ward a win. If you're playing with seasoned players who understand that the goal isn't to win battles but to get points, then delaying when you put that target on your back is an important thing to do. And Twilight Delirium, as you said, so the average time per player, according to something like 1,200 games run, is 1.5 hours. So you can expect this game, based on average, to run roughly 9 hours and 15 minutes or so. Yeah. So there's definitely an opportunity for people to get tired and to make sloppy mistakes. Like I said at the beginning, for example, forgetting to activate Graviton laser system. That is something that I have done numerous times, and it has literally cost me games, and it's frustrating to look back on. But that's just part of it, is how much stuff you're keeping up with.
We got a message under the table.
Oh, message under the table.
It says you ain't my friend.
Muat and Xia traded support.
Oh, Muat and Xia traded for support. That is surprising to me.
I saw that while I was in the room.
That is a surprising play on my end. Because my experience is that the person you trade with is your neighbor that you don't want to fight with.
Right.
But to put it for someone so far away, that says to me that it is, but it says to me that Muat has no illusions about wars to come.
Well, I think that's wise, right? Like if you.
That's true, and if they want planets, they're gonna have to move out. Because look, even around them, they only have 4 planets around them. If they want to get the 6th planet outside their home system, they're gonna have to go to war.
And it's probably going to want to be ghosts, because again, we look at that fortification of Nalu, and we look at ghosts being a little overextended.
You could purge ghosts with the War Suns.
Yeah, and you've got War Suns. It's the whole reason you played the faction.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what his techs are, but if he has gravity drive on him right now, that would be very useful to have.
Right.
Yeah, he's got to move them. That's the problem with War Suns is they don't have a huge amount of movement. But if you can,
typical War Suns are fine. 2 move.
Yeah. There's not a huge amount of movement. You get gravity drive, suddenly you're a more dangerous cat.
Right. Right now, he's going to have to strongly telegraph his intentions in order to carry out the necessary strategy.
It's unclear if Seoul is turtling right now, which is becoming more defensive, or if they're just building up infantry to take with them. But they are definitely sitting on 3, 4, 5 infantry in the home system right now. If they keep them all on planet, that's going to be a hard planet to purge. Which, again, I don't expect to see unless someone is so far behind and realizes they can't win unless that's the only option. But it looks like Emirates is also building right now.
Which is smart. They have a very
nothing.
weak board presence.
Yeah.
Again, like they're able to maintain us, and we also see that
Extra has taken it.
Has
Good. I'm happy to see that. That's what we were talking about. I'm very happy to see that.
Well, that's a very it's bold and honestly borderline curious. I mean, it's
call that the kamikaze play.
Yeah, they're very strong.
Planet tech is being passed. It means Embers has taken 2. Embers has taken 2 more planets.
Yeah.
I would say as a player at the board, seeing Embers with any degree of resources is not something you don't want to see that.
No.
You want to see Embers.
Place to be.
Yeah, you don't want that. You want to keep. You want to do what the universities did, and you want to keep Embers poor until you can commit genocide during scientific exploration. That's what you want to do.
Nice flavor reference.
And by allowing them resources, you're inviting diplomats and war sons to come to your home system and say, remember us, and purge you.
Hey, the ember burns brightly.
Did not go for grab drive.
I mean,
He doesn't want to delay his crawl of the red tree, I guess.
he doesn't. And also, it's Logan, man. Logan knows that the players at the table are going to see the texts that are being done. You put gravity drive on, you put a target on your back. People now know that you have motion.
Right.
I think that if you see gravity drive out of Logan the player and Embers the faction, you'll see it in a couple more rounds.
Which is pace. He needs to keep pace.
That's true.
But this is
Control 6 this round. Because he doesn't
No, he
have-
can't possibly do it.
He can't do it because he doesn't have the moves.
Nope.
He can't. The only thing he can do is the static. And that's why you don't take so much trade. And even then,
Okay, but get it where you can, man.
and we've been talking about this too. The negotiation that you need to make is set yourself up for a Nova and keep your aggro low, which, as War Sons all over the map, is kind of a challenging thing to negotiate. So I don't hate that play. I think it's a
Hybrid crystal fighter.
So Andy's in the room right now. I don't know if anyone can hear him, but Andy believes something will be interesting.
I don't know. I've brain fried here. We can see.
There you go. Come sit with Papa. Actually, you can take the headphones for a minute because I am going to go take a bathroom break. Sorry, everybody in the chat, for letting you know. But I'm a people too, everybody, so that's what's up. Pass off to Andy.
we all bleed. Yeah, exactly. OLR, more poops.
All
right.
So let's just scooch this so that edge is solid. So how you doing, James?
Good. How are you?
How many
Andy?
games of this have you played? I don't think I've ever seen you in
I've
the
played
league.
several games of this. Not
With us?
often because it's hard.
With these kids? With Sean?
I played with Dave. I played with Sean. I played once with Coley, who is coming later, I think. I played like 3 or 4 games cumulatively, so I understand some of what's going on. But I can at least talk enthusiastically about general notions of strategy. I'll leave the specific tech tree information to you.
Let's see what's happening right now. Yeah, let's take a gander. Not much. I kind of want to get out there and ref and like crack a whip, because I'm used to doing that on the TTS games too.
I
Just like
think
pushing
that
it.
is a fine idea.
You know what? I don't want to be here for 9 hours if we can only be here for like 7. Is anybody
here for
going
2,
to go
so
after
then it's,
Mechatol Rex?
I have beer to drink.
Hey Sep, James is apparently doubling up.
Unexpected
I
action.
wonder why. It would be weird for you.
The double build.
It would be weird because you're only talking into one.
Maybe I just need to be quieter.
It is an action. Oh.
Is it because you're doubling into me? That doesn't make any sense because then I would be doubling too. I don't know. It'll be something for Sep to figure out.
Yeah, keep the feedback on the feedback. I'll try to talk softer. Maybe that will help.
Here's the problem. I don't know. It's a house of cards, and Soul is just. I think they have to go for an early elimination of Soul. I think that really is just it. That's the only way to. You take out his home planet, then it doesn't matter. He has Mechatol.
No, I just mean
You honestly occupy his space dock at home. He's done. He don't. He won't. He can. You might be out. Not. You move the War Sun slowly over to Mechatol. Just bombard every round until you can clear out all the infantry, and then eventually commit and take it. And it's a lot of turns, but it's just like.
Well, the board state has really dictated what Soul and what Cruz.
And what Muad can do. If Muad could go uninhibited now it has to take him too much time or risk. And then he has to also walk through his neighbors. And it's like he doesn't want. It's like he needs to hit Nalu, kind of. Oh, what's up? Muad has grab drive. Oh.
Oh shit! Sorry, are we allowed to swear? Muad has grab drive.
You know what?
I just spent a token to get a cruiser.
And are definitely muster actor.
Yeah. Mustering. You've been playing too much Game of Thrones.
Yeah, well. You muster ships. Yeah, it's still a verb.
It's still a verb. Yeah, Seb, I think if If we just update the tech flasher often enough, we'll know when that stuff happens. I did not know they had graph drive. I thought they didn't they have.
Happened.
What's Muat's flagship again? Muat's flagship lets you create a cruiser in its system. I think by spending a command counter, in the same way that the Muat War Sun lets you stall by creating fighters or destroyers at the War Sun.
It's a pretty strong ability.
It's
inefficient,
debatable. It's like you're gonna spend 3 influence to add a cruiser. It's a good stall if you need it, but it's like, yeah, you can start making. I think the better techs are for the War Suns. Yeah, you can just instantly add fighter screens to them. Not instantly, but somewhat flexibly. Let's see what else is happening right now. Looks like Shy, the Soul player, is orbital dropping into. Oh no, he might just be making change with the tokens. Yeah, you sure? Oh yeah, you gonna grab something? All right. No, you're good. I'm fine to stick around here. Let's see. Do.
So I hope this is big enough to turn.
Didonko. Oh, when you gotta go. Gee, is anybody gonna go? That's all I know. I'm Andy. Yeah, War Suns here. That would make War Suns essentially not. That would make the Muat race a lot stronger if War Suns had production 1, because then they could walk, create a dreadnought, create another dreadnought, create a carrier.
Get Fantasy Flight on the horn. That'll probably be good.
Dane, we got some notes.
we have some very.
Let's see, the contrast on this green screen is wacky. There's probably like a contrast slider that lets you keep the chroma setting, and I'm talking to Sep right now. Sorry, streamers.
Fair enough. To professionals.
Because you already gave away your.
I'm here to talk about the grand strategy at play.
Some sort of contrast setup. All right.
See you in a bit.
How does your bombard, it's normal bombard and PDS turns it off, or does that not work on more
So Emirates is making a move.
What's up? Yeah, Emirates is going on at X-Chop, and the worst player to go after, like, mid-game.
So
you know?
Mike and I were discussing this. Like, starting as neighbors between Emirates and Xcha, it's a really complicated relationship because you absolutely don't want to aggress each other. You will just starve each other out of influence, and you'll starve yourself out of resources. But I see why he's sort of been funneled down. There's 2 things you're negotiating, right? Xshot is sitting on a ton of resources. They're sitting on a ton of potential.
It's really those resources. The fact that Xshot will be able to bounce back every turn with production.
And they're getting no pressure from Sol because Sol is being snuffed out early, which again I've mentioned is probably a good idea.
It's good for the table, and it's.
And then again, to the other side, you've got Nalu, who is really entrenched, has great natural barriers.
Yeah, they're sleeping on Nalu. It's got to fall.
Is in a really tough spot.
Muat has to take the Nalu systems. He's got to build up. What he's got to do is he's got to build up some fighters on those War Suns. He's got to get grav drive and swing over there and plant 2 infantry down and just hope he can take out the PDS, and then be the threat, the thorn.
I mean, it is the more direct path. The thing that I am observing, just in general, is the Cruz has a very weak presence right now.
He doesn't have his gravity. He doesn't have any wormholes down, which I'm surprised he did not negotiate. He's got to pay someone to just play his promissory.
Yeah.
I
mean, again, like they've sort of been funneled into choices based on the way.
Because right now, without any wormholes next to him,
he has no competitive advantage.
Yeah, he's just a race that started with grav drive.
Right.
All right, we have a battle happening right now. It is.
Right. Up here,
with the Hakan versus Xcha. You lose something.
Since I'm going out right now anyway, they're going to send like a list of stuff that they want to eat. So they'll pick it up from a Mexican spot.
Yeah.
If you guys want anything,
I'll take just give me a chicken burrito. Whatever happens with that happens.
Whatever happens.
Chicken burrito with the works. Whatever happens.
I'm okay, thank you. I'm gonna go out after this. So what's happening is, it looks like the con...
Oh shit!
Yeah, we haven't seen the rolls yet.
Well,
Oh, he took out the carrier. He did take out the
again,
carrier.
there wasn't much chance of that not happening. We had
objective for it.
Yeah. And it looked. Oh, he took out the carrier. He bombarded and must have taken one planet and one planet only.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
You know, it's
4, 5. He has the 6 for the objective. I bet. I think we didn't hear this discussed. I'm going to assume
maybe this
was negotiated because just one dreadnought I don't think would have been able against the. It would have been a big risk to send just the dreadnought in against X-Shot with PDS and Graviton, because they could have shot him out of the sky, but it doesn't have any hits, which I'm assuming means that it got by. Yeah.
Well, that means if that is...
X-Shot has PDS too, right? They got that. Let's wait for the little thing to cycle. You can see that. Black Ghosts.
And I'm not doing
Neural and Hyper. He's going down. That's a green Ghost.
Cool.
Which I do not think is a
That's
face.
over 3, pass.
Red Ghost is very powerful.
So just refresh me on what these green texts are used.
So Neural Motivator lets you draw an extra action card every status phase. Hyper lets you get an extra command counter every action phase. Or every
and that's always good.
not action phase, every status phase. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are both resource attrition sort of things.
Okay, cool.
They aren't combat or anything. It's just really sort of there's quite a few objectives. It lets you do things. You can't do things without command counters.
And I think having options. So if they're utility abilities,
It's essentially, if you want to think out, it's also essentially just 3 free influence every round that you don't have to pay for. And Neural is also like, you don't have to pay it's like 1.5 command counters to not pay for the secondary of politics, Mechatol, what was that happening just there? 2 trade goods were just swapped. Might have to...
The intrigue is hard to hear what they're saying.
Oh, they're in the status phase now, where they are scoring. So he popped Mechatol for the 8 influence, I think is what he was saying.
James Bond menu music.
Fair enough.
Love menus.
Okay.
So we have still...
I'm gonna score spending.
Going back to that little skirmish, I think it's likely it was negotiated. What's going.
Yeah.
I think it's smart. Solidify your relationship, score the point, and worry about fighting later.
Let me see. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me talk to Seppen real quick. Seppen, I think our priority right now is maybe if we... I don't know, you might have to fuck with the stream too much, but if we can get the audio of the table
The new
separately
Objectivo is
Thank you, Micah.
from...
own 2 technologies
you get what I mean.
in each of 2 colors.
just,
Comment on what's happening.
I guess we can kind of hear him if we just, like, don't say anything for a second. But they are currently in the status phase, scoring a secret. Kratos has scored Spark... oh, he scored that already. He scored that early. Sparking a rebellion. He won a fight against the top player. This room is no longer in followers only mode. Okay. I wonder if we can scooch this this cable any closer. Oh, there's plenty of length on this guy.
You want to check in on what our chatters are saying?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and we also turn off this stuff. I'm not saying much right now. They were pretty chatty before. We got like 30 people in here right now.
Nice.
Yeah, pimped it on the Discord, the Space Cats Discord, the Tabletop Discord, and Reddit. All got a little bit of it.
And then gain.
Well, the production values are sexy and sleek, so I can see why people are watching.
Okay.
So they're cleaning up.
They're cleaning up, gathering
most
shit.
intense
The most,
phase of
yeah.
the
So I
game.
guess we can freely discuss it this way
Yeah,
because there's
taking
no
pieces off the
negotiation.
board.
Oh, but you know what this will be? This will be the first agenda phase going around. Because this is going to be the beginning of This is the end of round 2.
Yes. So now we will be voting on agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good. I remember that on how it goes. But it's always a fun part. It changes the rules of the game.
Especially with Xsha in the game. And especially with Hakan also in the game. You can start trading writers, action cards, vetoes, stuff like that.
This is where those two factions get to shine. They get to influence the board. They get to try to curry favor among other people who are trying to curry favor with them. It's a really strong opportunity to strengthen or put tension on alliances. And also literally change the rules of the game. So that's fun to see when we get there. And again, just looking at the board state at the moment, I am still feeling pretty good about how Nalu's looking. Embers is not in a current stance to threat, but because I believe they have their grab drives, they are able to exert pressure pretty much anywhere. So they're in an interesting spot. They are going to be the deciders of when the Cold War ends.
Sorry. Who are you referring to just now?
Embers right here.
Embers. When you say yeah.
They're going to drive the action. I think that when the first
what was the newest objective that came out was diversify research, 2 text, 2 colors. So that is, I think, an interesting. Because Muat, the problem for Muat right now is there's 2 planet control objectives out, and he qualifies for neither naturally.
Right.
So
the objectives are going to drive his intention as well.
We're in the agenda phase.
It's going to push conflict soon, which makes for a fun game.
Yeah.
Look at this graphic, nice.
Let's see. Let's let this be them exclusive. I think I will go out there and drive the conversation because agenda phases talk way too much. Usually, I find.
Yeah, great.
I think Dave's trying to display something to the table.
Do your thing.
You're gonna be
here, flailing with my mouth.
Awesome Sauce. We're hearing you, Prima. Is that it? I can never tell if he's saying Awesome Sauce is a person or we're hearing you first. Awesome Sauce, we're hearing. I got no idea. Alright. You write for yourself?
Yeah, sure. Alright.
I don't care what they're going. Yeah, I don't care about this. You guys have control.
So bear with me while I see what's going on. It's probably more interesting out there than in here.
We have the control of the music.
Oh. So what are we voting on?
I will find that out in a second. How do I hate these things. Oh, there it is. Audio. This is the thing, but there's an audio button.
Yeah, I mean, so it's most effective on. It could be on.
Alright, let's start with the audio for that.
Yeah, so it has to be on a green board.
So Andy's. What's that? Industrial Planet. Alright. Andy's going to go give us insight onto the negotiations that are happening, and I will follow the graphics and monologue for a little bit. Okay. Elect Industrial Planet for a blue tech specialty.
No writer.
Got it. Alright.
Right, so he goes first. Yeah. Rider, so he's left.
Let's see what's happening.
Maybe not know that. We go around vetoes. Yeah, you're the only boss and it's on 1 veto.
Yeah, the problem is I don't have a lot of insight on what's happening. But that's okay.
Yeah, no one cares. All right, we're voting. Sorry. I understand.
Khan has abstained.
Pass. I put 1 for New Albion.
I'll do 3 for Croissant.
Croissant.
Pass.
Soul abstain.
Okay, Exchange dropped 3 boats to New Albion, which I assume is a friendly planet.
I abstained.
You abstained? Oh, so it's Dave. Dave, you're just gonna buy it?
Alright.
I think your coffee's cold. The one you put in the microwave.
You can tell just by looking at it?
Yeah, it's one of those mugs that changes color when it detects heat.
It does? What has that?
Q U.
Well,
It's a Latin sound.
I will.
I wouldn't worry about it. We're almost done voting.
Yeah.
Dave's just gonna win it right now.
3 to have it be on our.
Or no,
2 abstentions.
to yourself?
Actually, quick question. I would give you my vote in the next round if you let me have
How do we make this binding?
That just makes it so that you can't vote. I don't know if that is worth it to you.
Are we past the point where you're allowed to have transactions?
I would say.
Yeah. Isn't negotiations over?
Negotiations are always.
Yeah, I think we just did that for.
What's that?
I would trade you.
Oh, okay.
I would do
Our technician. What's that? Oh, the information is incorrect. Okay. So the graphic is apparently not displaying correct information. So I think we're either editing it or he is still catching up. When Andy comes back, we will have a verbal recap of everything that's happening. And I am technically improficient, so.
Alright, next one.
Cool, we got him. Alright, the next agenda.
Have that card, bud?
Alright, well, the agenda passed whatever it was. We'll figure out what it was.
Regulation. Law. 4. Each player cannot have more than 4 tokens in his fleet pool. Against, each player places 1 command token from his reinforcements in his fleet pool.
We're going to find out which planet got elected. Andy's out there watching and I assume taking notes. So I can't hear what they're saying either.
Doesn't? I mean,
But we'll know before things start.
on War Suns, they go like one at a time with spiders. That's about all they do.
Yeah, so you're better off with everyone having small fleets.
Wait, I thought against.
Against
Gibbs.
is each player places 1 command token from his reinforcements in his fleet pool.
Mhm.
4, you regulate the fleets, so no one can have more than 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're better off with smaller fleets.
Yeah, but I'm also really low on command tokens, so if I could just get another, that would be awesome. So yeah, I'm doing it.
It's
3-4,
regardless
3
of how
against.
you vote, the command token thing happens.
No, 4 in the game. Like 4 wins.
So yes, fleet regulation. If I understand that correctly, yeah, exactly. If Muat has enough influence to properly influence this, it's going to really shift the power to those who have the most efficient ships and which can negotiate combat better with fewer options. So this should be an interesting thing to vote over.
Yeah. I thought it was the same time.
One says when the intent is revealed,
So.
the other says after the intent is revealed. That's true. So he doesn't process that.
Okay. So
He gets the option.
Flashes? No. Who onto riders? No.
It'd be nice to have someone to speculate with, but I'll speculate with Sloop 90 for now.
I will put a leadership rider.
What do you gain? Tokens? Well, there's no command tokens.
And against is the one where we.
Okay, so you get 4th and 5th.
I think I'm gonna do it.
I'm pretty much fourth.
So should we start voting?
I cannot vote.
So
Alright, looks like Andy.
Oh, another 11 4. That's the
Still
4th
watching.
staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, 11 4th staffing.
So 22.
I will vote 5.
I know, poor guy. He went out to get Mexican food for everybody, so he's okay.
I did again.
He's multitasking. He's alive.
Well, I can't swing it either way, so I'll just abstain.
Cool.
All right.
That law passes.
Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
So they're playing writers right now. So they're playing writers right now for free regulation, I believe.
Which caps the pool,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So, Sep, if you can hear me, I think we need the table feed because we need to see what cards they're playing, not just their faces. Let me see if you can hear me. Yeah, he's added it. There we go. Election does increase table volume during agenda phase, and so right now we can hear their audio at full, so we don't want to jump on them too much.
That would help you get a thing.
Let me read the chat and see what's going up. Other commentator died in toilet. R.I.P. No.
He's okay. He's getting food.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Our other commentator was assigned the food run. Now. Never mind. Max 4 Fleeple. So yeah. There we go. Sepan working overtime here to try to get all of these displays working. It is wild.
No, is this
I think this might be too much micromanagement to be possible.
Perhaps. So what were the outcomes of the agendas?
One. You have 1 and 1 and 1.
Oh.
Damn, you do.
I believe
Then why support for against?
a support was just
The
traded.
limitation is not, the limitation happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the limitation happened. I'm curious why.
No, I'm not right.
Oh.
The fleet regulations did wind up on the board.
I mean, I might have.
So now that 4 happens,
Let's
you guys can't go
let's
to
just
7.
listen to what's going on.
It's to you.
If everybody wanted a token,
I don't know why I leaned into this as if the audio is coming from this. It's coming from the room over there.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, I'll take Imperial actually. I figured we would. I'm gonna take construction.
Imperial strategy.
Sold to construction. Because he needs to build a new space dock somewhere and PDS.
He needs anything.
He needs anything, really, yeah.
I like Imperial Onyx Cha. They're still looking real strong.
Oh yeah, and Smovens, we turn down the table when it's not agenda, just so there's not too much chatter overwriting. So I don't know if anything got traded really during that agenda phase. Didn't seem like it.
Was there a elected industrial planet?
There was, I believe, Lee,
I will take politics.
the Kraus player, traded. Dave, the Nalu player, was about to just sweep it because there was only three votes down on the planet. And Lee offered Dave his political secret in order to get him to abstain. So Lee got that planet with the tech skip, I believe. Is it a tech skip or is it a?
Politics straight.
I can't remember if it's a tech skip or what it was, or if it's just like influence. It might just be resource. It says somewhere.
Politics and then trade again.
Research team propulsion. Okay, yeah. So he elects an industrial plan. He gets a blue skip. That's what's happened.
Okay.
Why did Kraus want a blue skip that badly?
I think
He just doesn't want to waste time on anti-mass, maybe. That probably is it, because he does not have anything else in the blue. So now he can just skip to fleet logistics and lightweight without having to go through anti-mass.
totally.
He starts. So there's a blue tech tree. He starts with the second tier of the blue tech tree.
Right.
But
So
to
he
research the third, he would have to research the first. So now he can skip the first.
We're at initiative 0. We started the thing.
Right.
Or, you know, even, you know what, he might just be skipping the Dreadnoughts require 2 blue technologies, as well as Carrier 2s. There's a few reasons why you could want them.
Buy token.
Right. Scoochy.
Especially if it doesn't cost too much to get, which Ghosts and Soul are in precarious positions, so I think it's not as much
I'm surprised.
options
I'm
as they can get.
surprised Soul has not. Or not Soul. I'm surprised the Ghosts have not done anything with wormholes yet. It's it's really like.
Yeah.
No, let's put the music back for them.
So, we announced, right? We took.
Yes.
Cool. I took a wormhole generator.
Cool.
So it's your faction tech?
You just got attack.
He got the wormhole tech.
You took wormhole generator.
Place the
Dax.
No, the ghosts took wormhole generator. Should I take
place
Dax
wormholes
advantage?
on his own will at the beginning of the status phase.
So it seems like he was listening to us because it's his competitive advantage.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows.
Does he play?
Well, hopefully not listening to us, but just aware of what he needs to do.
Well, right. I didn't literally. I don't think we're being. I think it's pretty obvious if you're the ghost player, you don't have wormholes down. You should get them out.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't just trade somebody for it. He can just pay someone to put the wormholes down faster than the tech, you know. Why is this music not playing? Oh, there we go. This thing is not.
Okay, looks like the action.
Can we keep going?
We're not done.
That's Dave.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to the table's music. Well, I control the table's music, so.
Okay.
Let's maybe I should give control of
It
that
doesn't.
to
But I already invested in that.
Yeah, it's a plan.
Why is this?
It's a plan, I'm sure.
My defense is now drastically more powerful getting Graviton and PDS in one.
He might be trying to also score a different victory point this turn. I'm sure he has 6 planets. Yep.
I already scored it.
You already scored it?
Yeah. But, sometimes you sacrifice one potential victory point to dramatically disincentivize people attacking.
And that's also.
And that combo is like the best
Also,
defensive.
2 and 2
It's not
colors is
connected.
really easy.
I got this.
It's like a good one.
I gotta hand off the music controller.
I wanted the allies, and the fact that your war sons might just have to instantly die if you attack them is pretty good.
You know the worst ones can make destroyers, right?
Okay. That fleet cap is 4.
Good job.
That would be that's an action to do that, so you have to make it.
That's a small action, which is the best action.
That was tech.
That was that.
Either way,
No
you're
worries,
having
no worries.
to
On to one.
play around.
What did everybody choose?
Extremely
Or what did everybody choose for tech? So you chose.
Chose one at a time.
What would you choose for tech, by the way?
PDS2 and Graviton.
You guys choose Graviton. You did not choose tech. You chose for tech.
You took gravity drive.
Gravity drive. You chose.
Sorry.
And would you choose?
I took my second wing with Daxit.
Sounds good.
Also, you sound like you're insisting.
Let's try to see if we can give some insight into what is happening.
They're all making text right now.
This technology got dropped.
When? At any time. I didn't want to be attacked ever for
When do I ever insinuate that?
Just now when you were saying like,
So we've got leadership coming next, and politics. It's not going to trade them.
I got 2. I got Graviton Laser System and PDS 2.
Dave got Graviton and PDS too, so Dave is, this is pretty bad for everybody. He does not have Neuroglaive. Excuse me.
I got gravity drive.
Relatively close to also still pretty bad. He has the ability, because nobody around him has the fleets to support breaking through PDS network with
Are we
Graviton.
ready to keep
Well,
going?
especially since the agenda that was just passed is going to eliminate
Yeah, on to
fleet
one, I believe.
passing.
That's me.
He's going to be.
You need to walk in there with just like cheap destroyers. I mean, here's the thing: Muad can just create destroyers, on the cheap or from his war sons. So it's not terrible. But he has to soak hits. He has to soak a lot of hits.
I mean, PDS is in general just a disincentive to do
The
it.
future
Ideally.
is leader.
Yeah, they're the best investment in the game.
Right. They're
Tomorrow
extremely
there shall be
efficient. So
no leader.
what Dave has right now is a strong disincentive to pay him a visit. And
Once he gets Neuroglaive, it's gonna be double disincentive. Do you remember Neuroglaive?
you can refresh it.
It's a tech that if you activate, not move in, not do anything. If you activate a system where he has ships, you have to immediately lose 1 fleet token.
Nice.
So fleet regulations is incredible for Dave because now everyone's very limited.
Well, it's good for Muad as well.
It's not as good as it is for someone who has Neuroglaive.
Right. Well, we have to look at it from like a higher.
On to 2.
It seems to me
On to 3.
that, again, the way things are kind of shaping up, when you look at the shape of the board and you factor in the technological disincentive to engage Dave, no one's gonna wanna. So I don't think anyone's gonna.
Yeah, I think I can safely. I think I'm gonna double down on Nalu's victory as of starting now.
I mean, they looked good from turn 1. So
they looked good from turn 1. He has influence out the wazoo. Not a lot of resources though, but I think that is why he has had to hedge his bets by building a strong defensive network.
Well, it's just smart.
Yeah, it's just smart. Here's the thing: Muat could walk into his home system with 2 infantry. Well, you know what? Actually, he should just park in the nebula.
Exert pressure without necessarily having to make a move.
I mean, or not necessarily. I don't know. It's hard. He could just go straight for the middle slice and take out those PDS, and that way he doesn't have to worry about them when he has to make his second move in. But they need to tease it.
Exactly.
In a situation where you can into a first aid.
You want to clip them soon, because with the potential of their technology, make it literally unattackable. If not literally, then strongly disincentivized to do so.
Because you attack them once, you're down to 3 fleet supply. Assuming you went in with 4. Most people don't even. I don't even know what the fleet supplies look like.
And unfortunately, in your report too, the only person.
What just happened? Who just moved in on where?
Oh, let's take that.
Yeah, that's not very. That sounds much worse.
Like,
Only to die.
you have. That might have been. I don't think it was combat.
That was also literally just so I can get my hand count low enough that I can pop.
Saw some action on Mechatol, but there is.
I wish you'd waited a turn, or like, because I'm very close to spec ups here, which would have let me reroll for them, but yeah, such on to me. That is me. I'm gonna do the
Plague. It's Plague.
Uprising.
So they're calling.
No, home planet controlled by another thing and take
is
trade goods.
Honestly, the last competitive advantage.
So bad.
Right now.
Who's playing Uprising?
Trade good planet right
That
now.
looks like
Yeah.
Shy is playing Uprising, so he gets to kill, gain trade goods. I believe you just gives you the resource value of one of an enemy's planes. I don't believe it kills infantry.
So yeah, I'm gonna take
There's
that
another
back.
card that does that. Let me see. This is designated from chat.
So I got 3 trade.
Is there any
I don't know how to work this
thing I can do
freaking
to
tab.
maybe not be so bad?
Just be nice.
What do you want to do? Hold on.
What?
In terms of promisers,
So just
They did, yeah.
what are you
follow up on what we were
what are
saying
you offering
before.
right now?
Well,
I mean,
I don't have
also,
support.
Who is
I don't
most
think we were
primed
afraid
to do any shots now
Oh,
is
you're not
Embers.
And he needs he's under equipped to do much now that he has.
You could leave something with me in escrow.
But it has to be made, so I don't see how that is probably.
Yeah, because he had Nalu had
Sorry. Wow. That was really ungraceful.
had Imperium. I do not recall if he double scored on Imperium.
Somebody was making some comment about me.
He, I don't recall.
Let me see.
Is that for serious?
I think he did because I believe he had 0 points at the beginning of last round. Now
No,
he's
that's
at
2
2.
points.
That's
First had 2 points and have this strong presence.
Not refreshing anyone.
What you may see is a con start to try to starve them out a little bit.
You don't have a water trade ceasefires, do you?
Nope. Just in case.
But how?
I'm
Yeah,
not-
Nalu double scored.
Might be getting a medical or something.
I mean, basically, like, I think what you're seeing is
I
if I'm this job, I'm feeling pretty good right now. You have a strong relationship with the con. You have tons of resources. You have a good foothold. You're not really in any danger from Seoul. You're not really in
Well,
any
unless you want to
immediate
play the
danger
secondary.
from ghosts. So it's kind of like you're either on Turtles or you're on Nalu. If you're, they're kind of the 2 superpowers of the board.
Oh, that's get 3 more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Turtles just has such a high resource value and the ability to kick anyone out. Once he gets his flagship up, it's like you're just gonna want to leave. Same with Nalu. Neither of them
I
have
don't think I
people
can buy
want
one.
to attack, and they both have
Oh, I can
the
buy one.
strongest board
I
positions.
don't believe you can show me.
I mean, looking at it from the other factions, who I guess we can start to identify as secondary or tertiary
happy to look
their
at
win
it.
potential,
I don't. That seems pretty tied to me. They all pale in comparison to the green and purple players.
Exactly. So kind of the if you're Hakan, if you're Ghosts, if you're Soul, if you're Embers, right now your way in is to try to be the least concerning or the least vulnerable to either of your purple or green neighbors, and try to weasel your way into influence. So, I mean, this is going to be a game of alliances if any of these guys are going to have a chance.
I mean, thankfully the tech objective came out, which is a good objective for a lot of these players, because then they don't need board position for that. They just need to take tech consistently. Yeah, whether it's going to be in time, whether you can still fall behind in pacing, and then you need to take Imperial to keep up the pace.
I mean, that card.
I'm interested to see how long this alliance between Emirates and Extra actually holds up, because
I think it's definitely over after this turn.
It has to. I mean, there is no logical expansion route for either of them.
The Extra doesn't need expansion.
They don't, but Hakan does.
And there's no way he's going to take it Extra.
Right. So there's a lot of potential in this upper right chunk of the board for interesting negotiations with Hakan being the hinge point. Hakan has the ability to enrich either of them, but Hakan needs growth, so he's going to have to make a choice between the two superpowers.
And it's surprising because Hakan is also a trade master. He shouldn't need
down to 0
growth to maintain competitive advantage, because he has the resources.
I think part of the problem is where he exists.
For
he's existing between two very strong factions. He's going to have to pick one.
What's happening? Imperial is not happening?
Yeah, Imperial is not happening. You just built it. You built somewhere.
That looks to me. You're allowed to.
Okay.
So now it's to 0.
I think I agree. I don't no contest on it.
Want to give me one tree?
I think it's just, to me, it's just like, it seems like it's just they're moot paths.
Well, but right, if you're in the mind of Sean right now, though, you have to be uncomfortable. Obviously, you also have to be trying to train.
I think everyone has to be. Yeah, everyone's got to.
What's my way back into this? What is my path back into this?
He needs. Okay, he's got. Does he have? I'm looking at his planets. Because yellow is nowhere close to the four planet types. He's got the 6, thankfully, because I think X-Jack gave it to him.
I'm putting it in the scoring zone.
Like support just came out. 2 supports just got traded, purple and yellow. Just traded supports. Nalu and
choice I was talking
Nalu and Hakan. Yeah, Hakan is back from Nalu.
I think it's obvious. It was obvious it had to happen. I mean, there's.
Well, Nalu needs at least an ally on one side.
And Hakan's a good one to have, and also Hakan has a beautiful
has that secret objective
at the moment too.
I would have picked.
Just as planned.
Oh, he can't trade Muat because Muat already traded extra. So now all that's left is for Soul and Kratos if they want to keep pace.
I'll leave. Sorry.
Trade with each other, and they're literally occupying each other right now, and that's game over for them.
I think. Well,
I don't think I've seen it.
Honestly, they might just need to decide
tiles that are not being used in this game.
cease their hostilities and band together. It's just it's one of those
Here's the thing. What Kratos. Kratos has come far too late without wormholes.
No, I just traded, and now since that happened,
because now what? Are they gonna pick? Are they gonna pick Muat as their enemy? That's not a winning. That's not a winning proposition.
No.
They need to pick anyone else as their enemy, but to do that they need wormholes.
no.
And they
This
have to
is tough. This is tough. I love this game, but I do think that this one is not going to be a very competitive one, in the sense that it's going to be a race. It's going to be a race between Extra. You're right.
There is so early.
What it needs to be is a proxy war. So essentially of the four lesser
right now.
The 4 lesser races need to basically be like, because Extra and Nalu are in a race.
Yes.
Nalu's winning the race, so Extra needs to give out a lot of help.
Well, extra needs to get someone in this camp, and I think that it has to be
Something like that.
I mean that is, they have traded supports. They do. There's not much else they can do.
Any ship that moves
because they can't trade.
That's +1 to its movement. But for every ship
you have really
And on a 1 to 3, that
two choices, one of which is neither of them. Either make your effort
no, because you resolve capacity at the end.
and suffer the consequences, which will probably be drastic.
Oh, I see. I just noticed that I think there's no alpha involved, which is so the alpha and Barrack
Promise
leader
you like
now.
me
There's no
promise?
second alpha.
Right.
Barrack leader and the other alpha one, I think, wound up in the discard.
Okay. So is he able to generate an alpha?
He can generate either he wants at the beginning of the status phase.
Well, that is
strong. That is what he's.
it's what he can do, and it's a staging point that's going to put pressure on Nalu.
Next track.
So it will be an interesting factor. I don't see it as a potential win condition for Ghosts, but it's going to exert some very, very needed pressure on Nalu. Because they're just running uncontested right now. There is no pressure on them. And we see Nalu's scored another victory.
Are they in status right now? No, there's the politics and imperial still have not been popped. I don't know what's happening right now.
Maybe we.
No, that's
Let's listen.
It skips back.
Wait, where are we?
It's to me.
I guess we're just moving around the table. It's going to
I haven't done anything.
everyone. Extra's
May.
Hakan is activating Soul. Activating Mechatol. He's going to take on 1, 2, 3, approximately 5 Soul infantry with 3 infantry. He's gonna get the air dominance. He's gonna bombard. I don't know if does he have plasma? He does not have plasma, so he'll get to kill one and it has a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, should have some PDS first.
He has a 50-50 chance of killing at least one infantry, but he's not going to be able to take like, no way. Not this turn. I think maybe bombard an extra time or two. So Dan, love it, Clark. In All-Star game, and so we're in the we're all in NYC, and we basically have a league series where basically you have to play at least 3 games throughout the year, and they total your victory points at the end of every game to create a roster, and that roster determines who gets to be in the All-Star game. So it's essentially a championship game. And so it also does provide an incentive in those games to play without kingmaking, because you just need your own victory points. That's really what it is. Get your victory points.
A roll of a 9. You get a roll fall off the dice roll screen.
Oh, 2.
Unless they counted it.
7 and a 2. Yeah, I think they counted. They're just rolling fast.
0 hits.
This is a great setup, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Serious props.
Now, I'll roll 9s first.
I think it's
That's 1 hit.
you know, I just provided a little gear, but 7 has worked some wizardry with all
Ooh,
of this.
sorry. Hold on.
9 and 0. 9 and 10. That's
But I only have 1.
Yeah.
So we'll see when they pick some pieces off the board, but there's some strong rolls happening right now.
Were they both hit?
Things are getting hit.
Not enough.
So we've lost the carrier.
Obviously.
We have definitely lost.
I don't have plasma scoring, sadly.
So I think this is now a bombardment
I'm
roll.
but a humble
It's gonna
cat.
come out.
I have 6. You're gonna do a bombard?
I am indeed going to bombard.
You don't have to.
I don't have to, but I will. That's a miss.
No
No
hits.
critical miss.
So now we'll see whether Hakan is going to commit any infantry.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. You've got 6 and I've got 3? I don't think this
3 versus what?
He passes, yeah. 3 versus 6.
Yeah, you can't do it.
You
Not
can't
right
do
now.
it, but that's quickly going to become 8, let me tell you, and then it'll become 10. Because Soul's secondary, or Soul's one of Soul's faction text, or not faction text, just faction abilities is they just plop down 2 infantry every round for.
Yeah.
This actually works out better for me.
Sure what?
Better protection.
I'm sure what was the hope.
Just to prevent reinforcements.
He has to blow you up.
It's because it's like, even if he bombards every
Unless you skill
round,
retreat, which I guess you could.
he can't do it faster than Soul can just pop down infantry. It's unless he just wants to hold the space until he can. Yes, until he can ferry in more infantry, which he needs to make.
And I would draw cards first, I believe.
It's a. I mean,
And X-Cha is definitely going to look to expand in that. It's going to crush Hakan. We lost our feed for a second. If X-Cha parks his flagship in that space area in between their territories,
Yeah,
absolutely crushed.
What will he do?
Absolutely
Other than
nothing.
Exactly. I
He'll,
mean,
he'll face 4 PDS shots moving anywhere within his own slice.
it was
At a minimum.
I'm really confused by the move to expand on Mechatol when you you are thinning out your defense.
Gotcha.
It's like a move that's exclusively for
Are we done with phase 1?
He's choosing the next.
maybe he'll back up some promise to keep Sean.
Let's see. We got some questions here. How are kingdoms assigned? Okay, so this is interesting. Yeah, normally we do a typical. Everyone gets 3 random or 2 in the speaker token, and then on game day you reveal. But for this, we decided to just give the option. Everyone pick one race that they want to play, and if nobody picks it as well, then you just go with then you have your 6 races. And surprisingly, we managed to do it. I didn't think we would. Everyone picked a unique race, and they got what they wanted. No one had to pick from a random 3, which is ideal, really. They all had to play a gamble of whether they should pick the one that's too strong and risk someone else picking it, because no one picked Jolnar. Shy, I think, was surprised that no one else picked Soul. But yeah, that's how they did it.
Shy has seen the consequence of picking this all right. I mean, he had an unfortunate starting board.
Yeah, he was ganked from the beginning.
I mean, but honestly, to the detriment of his neighbor, right? Like, you've created a situation where you're the most responsible. Never eradicate them. You can just be stuck with them and stuck in a conflict with them indefinitely. And you know, Soul's gonna stick forward. It's what they do.
Okay, Soul has gotten. Okay, tech is flipping Spec Ops 2.
What does Spec Ops 2 do?
Which is
They don't get an ability? Oh, they do.
even worse for Soul. Or not even better for Soul, but worse for everyone else who wants to get rid of Soul.
Right.
Jesus.
So
Maybe Hakan's going for
Honestly,
X89. X89 is the 4th tier green tech that just lets you kill all the infantry on planet.
yeah.
That seems like the only way you're taking Mechatol right now, but it's such a waste for Hakan to do it.
Also, they're not next to it in the tech. They have, I think, they only are sitting on.
They have some incentive to go down the green path because they have production biomes.
My concern is just how quickly they're able to get there.
Not in time to win as while you're doing it at the same time. You can do it for someone else, sure, if you're their vassal at this point.
Well, I think that's what we're looking at. Like, it's,
an action card. Oh, he played what's it called? Some tech thing that lets you pay for trade goods to research a tech. Tech is not
There's a 6, we moved to 7.
Soul just got focused
There's no 7,
research.
we moved to 8.
And yeah. Do you need that paperback set?
He's doing it.
What's up?
wants to tell us something.
Sep, you can just type in the chat. We see it. I've had 2 games where it was loaded and I'm already the opponent took X89 and strike back and force before the opponent did it. Yeah, see, so that's the thing. That's the thing about X89, which is not fun, is that it is a formal action. It's not. So you have to take the airspace.
Nobody does.
And that costs you a tactical action. Then you have to spend X89, which kills all the infantry. But you've already activated Mechatol. You can't
do something
just
in addition.
Yeah,
it is the thing you do.
Yeah, it is the thing you do. So
Oh, shit.
only if you have fleet logistics,
I don't think
it'll help because
Here's
then
the
you
thing.
can
I saw, like,
you can take
a
the
word.
airspace,
I'm gonna know what that is when I
wait
look at
around,
reference on my phone.
then X89 and take the planet
Well,
in
no,
the
here's
same
the thing. The deck is double.
But it's still now you have to get 4 green and 4 blue. Like, come on. Who has time for that unless you're sitting on all the skips? Yeah.
That's where we messed up.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, as someone is mentioning that they've been able to. Someone got X89 before and then just came back in before they could take the planet.
Yeah, because someone else could see it.
It's not
The stream saw it.
its
Like,
own
I just don't.
win condition, and it is a thing you can do, and then someone else will probably take advantage.
Someone else will
of the fact
profit
that
off
you
of
did
that. It's a game that is.
Yeah, it's
is the tragedy of the commons. What Sepp is testing different ways of communicating with us, I think.
I think so too. To the detriment of us being able to see what's going on.
No worries. I think.
Yeah, I'd have to make it quite small.
Or, no, what he's testing is an overlay, I think. He can draw on top of. I've got no idea how this stuff works.
Oh yeah. This is all to the benefit of next year, so we are.
Oh yeah, you know, we should do. Well, I don't know. It's like if we like this setup so much, well, we probably don't find enough effort to do it just for the regular league games.
No, I mean, I think Sean has intentions of casting a few games.
Rules lawyering right now? What's happening?
There is some rules checking occurring, for sure. Let's try to get caught up to where we are right now.
I might go in and be a ref and see what's happening. All right, well, I'll just see what's going on right now.
Yeah, I actually have to take a small bathroom break. I'll try not to die in the bathroom. I'll be back.
All right.
And then maybe I can.
I'm gonna see what's. No one seems to be moving right now, and I hate that. I'm gonna. Speed up.
Also, where's the rest?
Oh, I was just looking up.
It's like, you should have just helped.
We can show him our stuff, right?
Sure.
I won't say.
I mean, we can't hear it, so.
Well, occasionally we can hear a little bit of it.
Yeah,
so
I know. I try to whisper.
Yeah.
I was just looking up. Those
Oh, it is
rules
like
that
golf
just came up
commentating.
For me.
Yeah. Right. So.
Here we see the Nova.
I have mixed feelings about that one, if I'm being frank with you.
You're being frank with everyone.
I won't belabor on stream my criticisms of the overall objective system.
It isn't any better for me right now than like just doing it the other way.
You know what's that? It would be if you are having things you're not doing. You could update something. There's fleet counts. I think fleet counts is the only super.
Construction.
Cool. Sounds good. On to me.
How's the chat? How many people are we at in there?
It's like covering 20, 30.
I'm like sticking and watching it.
Sticking is about 25. I think we've spiked like 32.
That's great.
Does anyone have any questions for us?
What's going on right now?
No, I think there's just plenty of commentary on just the board
It's my turn.
Yeah.
Classes?
Yeah.
That's 1 to 2. There's no 2, 3.
Yes.
Oh, sure. I would use a pint glass with a picture on it, just because it's easier to keep track of if it's yours or not.
That's good. That's a good idea.
Hey, Shy, it's a question.
What's up?
How much do you value your home system?
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Hey, Seth. Yeah. Just turn up their audio while we're not here. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I love.
I mean, I'll deal with it if you do it.
I would do it for a trade agreement. I would not do that.
I want your ceasefire for that.
What? No, I'm threatening you.
No. This is what's happening.
So yeah, so I'm
Yeah, but it's a non-binding agreement.
No, what I would do is I would not activate your system this turn, and then
Next turn, you'll have to pay another trade agreement.
I mean, yeah, I would activate this system and just take this planet and move these guys out of your way. If you just give me a trade agreement, and that is binding.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not binding.
no, that-
It's not binding.
Yeah, it is binding.
It can be resolved in this turn, like this action, so. But it rules that it's binding. It's basically.
Wait, sorry. Just to be clear, you said you'd move these ones out.
Lee, did you take the speaker token or did you sell it to Dave?
I know the volume's up, but they're hostily negotiating a trade agreement.
I believe you did not do that when you activated the strategy.
Between Soul and Ghosts. It's kind of
Oh,
hilarious.
it has to
They're
be.
It must
yeah,
not be.
they find it mutually beneficial.
Back to me now.
Well, you can't just.
Stepping away.
Awesome. So back to
Back to 4.
4. Sorry.
How you doing?
I just wanted to comment on what I was observing. Making me laugh.
Did you just get that I was just blackmailed into giving up my trade agreement?
Kind of.
But we have had thoughts about your relationship before. I'm not going to share them. But
I'm really curious to go watch this stream now.
Back in season 1, you guys are like best friends.
Alright, let's get back to
season 3. This is wild.
You guys having fun?
It's good to have another person in here to like this.
Good.
Alright, I'm gonna flip construction.
Oh, I love
I said before, what I just saw that was so hilarious to me is Soul and Ghost, Ghost just blackmailed Soul into giving a trade agreement.
This
but they
is definitely happening.
Ghost was threatening Soul's home planet, and in order to get a trade agreement, so he was threatening to get into a mutually beneficial agreement that they kind of have to work together right now. And his tactic toward getting that agreement in play was to threaten. it was a completely counterintuitive way to get what he wanted. It worked. But it was blackmail.
Something very funny because Soul's trying to stay in the game and Soul showed me his
I feel like putting this on Mechatol is kind of redundant. Because it can just make infantry.
Yeah.
My orbital stuff is cheaper.
I mean,
yeah, he does, and you know,
PDSs.
and he has the ability to stick.
I feel like
There's a difference.
I just
hate to be helping the man that's already on that but
can you
I don't know, I think board position wise though I'm like the weakest link
With
right
speaker
now.
token here, you're probably not getting Imperials.
I just found it funny. I think like because they have two ways to.
You guys were really fucked up. You let me get
I think as I kind of overheard it, Kraves was threatening to pressure or even straight up attack the home system. I think it was literally just by putting a wormhole there. Yeah, or just maybe connect the alpha so anyone could occupy or put pressure there. And it was in order to get a trade agreement, and they're the last two people who can trade together.
And here's the green thing.
purple. Yeah, it was like.
I'm muted. Let's see.
Can we hear Andy?
I don't know. They'll tell us in a second.
Okay.
I'm sure Seth can figure it out. Seth can hear one thing.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is they had a choice in how they exist against each other, and they're both in very fraught and very they're in very terrible positions. Exactly, and and everyone else is just stepping on them while they're drowning in mud, locked at each other's throat. There's no reason for them to continue the aggression. I know that
it might
this is just
be,
a game of
sunk cost
fallacy. Exactly, they have committed to strangling each other, and they're gonna fucking do it. Sorry again to swear. I need to work on that. I don't know if this is a PG-13 stream.
It has to be
Twitch can bleep me later. Probably, probably not. I don't know. So yeah, if it's me, this is the other thing that's really hard about this game, right? Like the thing that that Soul will remember about Ghost is that they essentially snuffed out their win condition. So by just ganking them in the beginning. So their incentive to work together is quite low, or at least from an emotional standpoint. But to win at this game, you have to have a short memory, because if you hold on to that betrayal the whole game,
sure.
What's your chance of coming back?
Yeah, like I said, what are they saying? Yeah, I mean there aren't enough planets and planet control objectives to come out, which does put a pin. You know, it does really stick to all of these.
I do see the point that there's not enough planets in the area for them to not strangle each other, but at this point, if it's a no-win proposition,
planets in a slice are Nalu and Xshot, and that's also the only thing that gets them close to the control for planet types. That's I think what really sucks is the double whammy of control. If it was just control 6, they might have been able to work it out.
They could have an alternate way out.
Control 6 and control 4 of a type.
They have very.
Oh, okay, we got. we got an update from our control room. In the top left corner, we'll have the... I don't think you need to worry about the strategy tokens as much. That's too much to constantly. If you say so.
Okay.
But our magician in the control booth is now updating the command counter rules in the top left corner. I believe it's 1, 2, and 1 for Khan right now.
I don't mean to harp too much on the soul ghost dynamic. The thing that is the only point I'm really trying to make is from one of common sense, which is, sure, they are not in a position where they can control enough stuff to score any of these objectives. That said, they're also not in a place where, by continuing conflict with each other, they're going to get any of those objectives either. They're just going to slowly lose while everyone else wins. So, in order to keep their paths of victory open, they need to figure out another option, which is probably cooperation. Because there is no other outcome that will yield them a victory. There's maybe a 1% chance that cooperation will yield them some progress, but otherwise they're just not going to make any progress. They will just lose. Especially because of how sticky Soul is just by existing. You will not be able to stomp them out.
Now that he's got Spec Ops 2, literally every round you don't kill Soul, half of his infantry come back. So even if you land troops, even if you try to fight him, even if you bombard, if it gets to his turn again, half of those troops are coming back.
Yeah.
The upgraded infantry get a dice roll every time they die.
So let's pause on this this interesting drama to the south of the board, and let's see what's happening elsewhere. Embers is starting to fortify their planets. Which
got some heavy hitters, but no. Well, here's the thing. Actually, the dreads are an interest. I think the dreads are a smart choice. Because if he has to move on Nalu, they can soak the graviton hits.
Yes.
That's what he needs. I'm of two minds. I guess I would have gone for maybe cheap things to take hits, but if you go for dreads, are they're investments that pay off. They soak hits without dying themselves.
Well, he's got some fighters to soak as well, which is not...
Well, that's graviton you cannot soak. Yeah.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Guts going on. Jet Cruise hasn't used their wormhole. Embers has been... I don't know. I think the fact that Embers has not been able to score either control objectives either kind of sucks.
Well, this board is just asymmetric and horrible to the lower left part of the the hemisphere that is on a diagonal. The lower part of that is just brutal.
What I was saying earlier about the planet control things, though, is that
there are no backup plans.
If there was just one of them, it's fine. But yeah, that's the thing. Usually you have two objectives that come out at the beginning. You can skip one. You can skip one for the whole game.
Yeah.
Now there's.
But skipping both.
You can't skip both.
Right.
You can't skip both unless
you're able to
really take some stage 2 objectives when they come out, etc. So we've mostly passed all around. They have to be the ones to go after. They. I think we can say conclusively they are the ones who have to go after Nalu because Nalu and Khan have the agreements.
Yeah.
Nalu is still leaving itself wide open. It's like Dave is a smart player. He's not gonna assume that that's not the way things have to go. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah. So I don't see why he hasn't even fortified that middle slice.
Why he has not?
Yeah, why he hasn't.
It may be just from the perspective of he wants to look weak on the board, and he's honestly painful to aggress upon even at this weak of a.
He can. Well, I'm trying to think what can move 2 dreads and a war sun, and that would take it because he's got 4 PDS shots. With graviton, that would just kill the two dreads, and then he would still have a war sun.
The question is, I think that unless he can do something this turn, I'm not sure where we are in the order for Embers, but if Dave has a turn to reinforce. And Embers has chosen to not make an aggressive move this turn, I think the window's closed. I think that Embers made the choice to put chips on the board, and now he's going to have an opportunity to fortify that middle slice, and then it's going to be a lot harder to take him. I mean, I think we've been sort of softly advocating for.
Yeah, what's up, baby?
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. There's your name on
Do you want?
Or today.
I think they're about to. They're getting close to going to an agenda phase. You wanna switch out? Yeah.
I think it's Pollo.
yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Pollo, little donkey.
But then the word pollo was written nowhere. And I kinda wrote it in how do you say beans in Spanish? Frijoles.
It is.
But then they wrote hongo.
Well, maybe that's a specific kind of bean.
Well, maybe.
Maybe,
And this is the stream for Twilight.
And things are happening on Mechatol Rex while we ponder burrito parlance.
I forgot to get food. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? You're just gonna starve. So,
It's me, Micah, back at it.
welcome back, Micah. Just to catch you up, a lot has
Soul
happened.
lost Mechatol.
Saul is still on Mechatol. Saul
they
just
have the infantry, classic Soul.
classic. They just added some
Parasites.
more. They just reinforced Mechatol, and so we're speculating whether X89 is going to see play and who is going to get it.
Oh, X89 is the one that just clears the ground.
Yeah, correct. It's going to have to. But the question and the problem with X89 that Andy and I were talking about, when you do it, unless you have the ability to follow up immediately after, you're doing it for someone else.
You need fleet logistics, right, for that to mean anything.
Yeah, and that's a ton of research, and no one is in a position to have
is that necessary, though? Like, can't you just play Keep Away with Imperial from Soul for the time, or just nobody's interested in that?
I'm not sure. I think that Soul's going to be there a long time until someone figures a way to purge them.
Which is not super hype. I would say if they were getting closer. I know in games that I've played personally, when I start to get around 5 or 6 points, I'll just start to take Imperial anyway, just because I know my own kind of like urges as a player,
right?
Which is like if I have resources, I'm inclined to spend them to build up my fleet or to buy stuff. So I'm like, well, look, if there's a spend 8 resources, I need to do it at the outset, so I'm not tempted to like make up for losses later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And also, does everyone? What's the secret objective situation? Is everybody already sitting on 3, or?
I am unclear on that too.
Because those have also, I mean, I could say for days how many, like, Achilles heels I've had in games, but neglecting secret objectives has definitely done me in too many times to count.
I don't think there's been a ton of them scored, but...
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, there might be good reason to want to take Imperial without necessarily having Mechatol.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know. So maybe it's worth purging Soul off of Mechatol, but I think there's lots of ways to finish the game without necessarily
having to do that. It's a lot to invest in. I guess that I mean,
also see that Muat is looking stronger by the day.
They are looking stronger.
Flagship is out, 2 Dreadnoughts, 2 War Suns, although they're relegated, so it's
exactly.
fine, but they're stuck in their corner of the earth. I imagine, have you already like kind of talked through this?
We've been talking through how it's looking, but I'd love to continue to talk about how it's looking because it is very interesting.
Nalu has neither gained nor lost port position, so that's unfortunate to see Nalu not making any moves. But has Nalu scored more? Oh yeah.
Nalu's sitting on 3 victory points.
I think 4.
4 now?
Did they trade? Did they trade for? Has anybody else traded support other than Extra and who? Who went Hakan?
Nalu and Hakan are.
Oh, okay.
supporting.
So that's where the 4 came from. So that means that the only people left to trade are Ghost and Soul.
And they were, and we were just discussing this. They had a negotiation for a trade agreement that was essentially just threat. They were saying, "I will not kill you, or I will not continue to strangle you if I blackmail you for the trade agreement," which they also had to do anyway. So I'm not trying to harp on it too much because I had a good amount with Andy, but they're in a position where they kind of need to stop fighting.
Who's it 2? Soul and somebody. We've got, who is this?
Extra is green,
and Nalu at 4. So then Ghost and Soul at, and somebody else. Has there been a? So I'm seeing 5 here on the track. 5 markers. Is somebody at 0 victory points right now?
1, 2. I think one might be sitting on 1.
Oh, I see. So Ghosts are. Well, we got Ghost, Hakan, and Soul are all at 3 points.
Yes.
Extra, Nalu at 4, Embers at 2.
And that's a tough spot to be in.
Well, I guess. I mean, everybody's kind of bunched together. So.
Yeah.
I would love to see Embers go nuclear. I'd give it a few more rounds if they're still sitting on 2.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen when Logan played Necro. So I played with Logan at a table once. Logan is, for all watching, Logan is who is currently playing Embers. He's the player behind Embers right now. I've seen him play Necro. I've seen him get behind. And then I've seen him flip the script and launch Flagship and Fleets to clear Mechatol. And when he did it...
We're going to transition to agenda pretty soon, so it's like there'll be full audio with you guys.
So we'll shut up in a little bit.
Try
to
not trample.
I see. But I've seen him clear Fed. See him clear Soul just with Necro.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
he's in a position where,
but I can see him making some kind of dire move if he needs to.
Well, I think, and we talked about it a little bit while you were here. They're going to drive the conflict. I mean, there's no way they won't. And Andy and I were talking about this too, because the 2 public objectives are both control. No one has a backup here. There is no secondary strategy. They, whatever your secret objectives are, sure, but okay.
Okay. So welcome to the tweener, everybody. So while they're, do you want to go?
I'm not gonna eat. I'm leaving in a half hour to drink beer and enjoy the rest of my day.
As opposed to me, who will be here sad forever. No,
yeah, enjoying your day also. But
okay, so while they're doing that, and there's absolutely no conflict. I'm looking here. I guess I'm a little bit behind. So I'm looking at Hakan. So I guess what I'm saying is who has scored what objective, right? That's what I'm curious about, is what objectives are left for people like Rip.
Well, you can feel free to head out, have a look, ask, and let us know too, because it'll be useful for everybody to be caught up on who's got what.
I see that at least one person in chat, Sloop 90, SLOUP. Slow up? Maybe it's slow up. Oh, it's slow up 90. That's definitely what it is.
Yeah.
It's thinking Moat might come in it this next round.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, looking...
Has Moat picked up Gravity Drive yet?
They have Gravity Drive. The thing that he's making point of is that Nalu has Graviton, which is going to make them tricky to engage.
Fighter ship. Gotta be taking Graviton.
Right. He doesn't have a lot of smaller ships in general.
Yeah, that's true. It's too bad he can't. If he could build a cruiser and send a cruiser in with the War Sun, he could purge the Nalu planet. What? He could purge the Nalu planet immediately too.
Andy, when you're back out there, could you see who scored what?
Yeah, I will.
We're still only on phase 1 objectives, right? We don't
Yeah.
have phase 2 objectives. Yeah. We're done. All the phase 1 objectives have been shown.
And
Oh, wait a minute. I think
victory
Stefan is marking it up here. I think I'm... Because in a minute it's going to flash. Because those haven't been done.
Uh-huh.
The tech planets and the planet trades. Those are going to be tricky. They're going to be war... Yeah, it's being shown.
Okay.
I got you. 6 planets in non-home system. So Emirates does have that. I wasn't sure.
I guess that motivated...
So there's a lot to be done still.
Yes.
That was for the win.
Is one of them.
I believe that was made by
Metal
one of the people
cast.
that
God, it's made of
Should be
pure
plug.
platinum.
Cursed Jewel. Funny thing about Cursed Jewel is one of their websites is that's a spicy biz, which feels a little non sequitur, but like who am I?
Who am I to say?
I don't know.
It's not my
The rest of
business.
them are- Let's have a look. So Andy's showing us the prize. In this interim.
Don't read the chat.
Oh, they were. I went to the bodega.
Don't look at any information. Even accidentally briefly, don't do it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What's up? Oh, so there were no hands or whatever. All right. So anyway, so let me. I want to keep talking to you, but since we're in this interim, I'm just gonna plug everything that there's to plug.
Sounds
Is that
good.
cool?
Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to the outlet where we plug everything.
It's plugging outlet.
You get it? That's the bit I'm doing. So here's the stuff that we all might want to know. You trying to get in?
Yeah, you guys want to interview a player?
I can in a minute.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
All right. So,
Should I let them
so
do
we
the
got the
plugs?
Invisible Man coming through here. So here's the things we're gonna plug, everybody. So you can visit. Just for just a second, just so everybody knows. You can visit. Books in the background. You can visit ti4.nyc to view the 2019 game schedule and sign up for a league or exhibition game. You win enough league games, you get to come to the All-Star game that you're watching right now, which is super duper cool. The league is a year-long tournament that culminates in the annual championship. Annual might be a little bit forward-looking.
Well, it's going to be December 12th, so
Yes.
technically we'll have
Ideally, there will be another game in a year. So right now we have the one. 2019 league game dates are February 2, April 6, June 8, August 3, October 5, December 12. You can find all this on the website, obviously. Exhibition matches, or where we do some weird stuff. For example, an all-window game. Maybe do some other weird stuff. Maybe put six-window game. Maybe put all the hazards right around Mechatol. See what happens with that. Some weird games like that. See how the party looks. Let's see. The prize that Andy just showed is provided by Cursed Jewels. Bad name. When I first read that, I thought it was an app, but obviously I was mistaken. Cursed Jewels is a one.
You take that back.
They give us that.
Bad name.
They give us that for free.
Cursed Jewels is a one-woman operation.
It's a wonderful name.
That's the website we just plugged.
Yeah, which is pretty rad. Julia, that's the person who is the one woman. Although a one-woman operation only implies that there's one woman. Who knows what else is going on over there? I don't know. She got dogs, horses, tigers, maybe several men.
And they can delay.
But probably not. It feels like it's only Julia. Julia is interested in creating jewelry which mixes humor and sentimentality. I think that's something we all want. She believes jewelry should be personal and have a personality. Talk about driving home a theme. For more, visit cursejewels.com, cursejewels on Instagram, or here's the curveball. That's a spicy meatball. Meatball. I'm sorry. That's a spicy meatball.biz. So MEATABALL. I know what you're thinking. That's a spicy meatball. Doesn't seem to fit with Cursed Jewels, but you know what? You take what you can get when it comes to domain names, and that's kind of what's up. So those are all our sponsors. Those are our ads.
Sweet.
Yeah, we've got a player with us.
Yeah.
Do you want to rip this?
I can hear you guys.
Well, you can hear us, but can they hear you?
But can they hear you?
Set to like go through or?
Yeah.
If you run me a napkin or a paper towel.
Sure.
We're gonna pass over to Shy.
Yeah, no leading questions.
So yes or no? Are you happy? No, open it. So we're gonna pass over to Shy, who is playing Federation of Soul right now. We only have James for so long, so I'm gonna pass it on to you to do.
Yeah, we'll talk.
You've also been here for longer.
Yeah.
With this last part going into break.
You guys want to fix the camera?
Yeah, I can put it back.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
Oh. So, no leading questions is the idea.
So I'm playing Soul, not well. But
I'm gonna. Well, how important have you found this opening board to have been for how this has gone?
This opening board has been really rough.
I mean,
very rough.
It's pretty obvious. It's interesting because it's not a criticism. So what's cool about this game is, yeah, it's bad, but I've seen people come back from worse.
I don't think I am dead. Like, I don't think I'm gonna win, but I don't think like I'm out.
I wouldn't.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, you're sitting
Like,
on 4 victory points, so you're in an okay position.
Yeah, I've been trying to play objectives, and luckily the objectives that are coming up have been achievable. But
With the exception of being able to dominate the entire galaxy and hold lots of planets.
So the combat-heavy objectives, like controlling planets, are a little rough. The 4 cultural planets is really rough, just given that
Well,
sitting on top of industrials.
It's been an unfortunate draw for very specific players of the board state to have such combat heavy and control heavy objectives.
The thing that I am scared about the most is the agenda card where you destroy all the infantry on Mechatol Rex. But now that I have Spec Ops 2, I kind of mitigate that just a little bit.
And fortunately,
There's no objective. Destroy. I don't think you can pick Mechatol as destroy line.
No, there's an agenda that's specifically Mechatol related, isn't there?
There's one that's kill everything.
Yeah, that's the one I'm scared about.
well, what's nice about it is, the controller of Mechatol gets to have a very strong say in how that goes.
Yeah. I don't have I guess I have the 6 influence of Mechatol, but otherwise I think I'm sitting on like 9 or 11 influence total. So I think, I might be up there in terms of influence, but I don't think I'm like destroying it. And I guess I'm looking at the Mechatol influence as my like orbital drop fund.
Yeah.
So.
the issue. I mean, I don't want to be strategizing for you, but how are you feeling about your relationship to your neighbors? How are you feeling about your
I think I have a great relationship with anyone, not just my neighbors.
Are you interested in trying to fix that?
Absolutely, but I don't think my neighbors are really interested in that either. So,
it's tough, man. It's a tough position to be in trying to figure out how to negotiate your way out of what is essentially a really unfortunate draw.
Yeah, I could have played that map build a little smarter. I don't think I was remembering the rules of how that worked, and I think I screwed myself over.
Well, a fun lesson for those of us who play TI competitively, when you are creating the board and you're doing it in a draft system, you see the consequences of drafting incorrectly or passively.
Yeah, so normally we're the championship game, we're being a lot more rules particular, but a lot of the times we kind of house rule games to be collaborative drafts instead of competitive drafts. So I think this was actually the first competitive draft that I played in all season.
I mean, it's a big swing, right?
So,
like it's I mean, you see how it swung the game. Those who drafted well, on top of the draw of control-based objectives, you have a very, very tough and very narrow path in this context. You have to basically, the game's driving your action right now, which is never really a place you want to be.
Yeah.
You want to be driving your own action.
I mean, I think I'm definitely clear in at least getting 1, maybe 2 victory points a turn. The thing I need to really start working towards is actually getting that Imperial card so I can start scoring mecha.
I mean,
there's no point holding it if I'm not scoring it.
Right.
But I also need to get it reinforced enough to the point where I can keep it, and so it's like this kind of dual thing right now.
Yeah.
I've got 8 or 9 infantry on there and a PDS, so I think
you're sticky. You'll stick. The issue is, again, you want to. I think that part of what is so cool about this game, and part of where the drama comes from, is when you run out of choices, you must act desperately, and I'm seeing a lot of desperation starting to accumulate on this board. Who else do you think is nearing that point of conflict?
Of being desperate, or like?
Yeah, I mean, there's some desperation in play. So it's going to breed chaos because as win conditions are getting narrower, people are going to start to take risks, which is going to be interesting to see. Is there? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think so let's take a look at that victory point tracker. We've got. Well, Muat is behind with the 2. Although I feel like they have one of the strongest board positions on the game. Maybe I'm just overselling.
No, I think that it's valid.
If he decides to go through that wormhole, the gravity rift, and that's the thing that I'm most scared about right now. That's the thing I feel like is most likely to dislodge me, is Muat.
Fair.
And he's also only 1 player away from me. I don't know. I just don't like Warsaw.
I think that you are in a large community of non-Muat players who don't like War Suns.
I'm honestly impressed that Sean hasn't flipped that promissory note so he gets War Suns yet, because he's been sitting on that since basically the start of the game.
Yeah, I am interested to see the players who are slow playing their objectives and who are slow playing their influence and their honest military strength. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, how do you?
Hold on, give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to get interviewed as well?
Yeah.
Chat with the stream. All right, I'm gonna sub me out.
All right, nice chatting with you.
Well.
Good luck.
I'm excited to see what the chat says after this.
Yeah, I'm sure they're typing. I'm sure. Don't. It's so early. No one should be feeling like they're out because you're not.
No, I'm with you, but I definitely feel like I.
You don't have to have a big army to win the game. All right, and we got the ghosts coming here. What's your name?
Lee.
Lee. I'm James. Nice
Hello.
to meet you.
So
we've maybe I have spent a lot of time lamenting the initial board state on the lower hemisphere of this board, and how it's really funneled the action for you. How are you going to create more options for yourself? I mean, it looks like you need more. Like both you and Soul require more choices right now.
I mean, I don't know if I can just say this on the stream, but sorry. Kind of my Soul kind of got really rammed with like the board selection and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, we've all observed it. I think it's definitely true.
I made mild overtures to him in the beginning of the game to try and get him to like maybe work with me. Maybe we can work at something out. Maybe we can push out other ways. But Shy wasn't really wanting to talk about it, so I just kind of have been doing some like slow bullying on him, kind of a little bit.
And then an outright gank, right? Like, I mean, there was you did attack.
I did attack. I attacked him like I think second turn of the game.
Yeah.
Just to get it was for a victory point, so no aggro or whatever. But I mean, I was like he was like the easy target. And
Yeah.
He was easy to bully on, and then later on this most recent round, I wanted to get out of it because I don't really want to get involved in that because like. Fighting a land battle against Soul is kind of foolish.
But then in the negotiation phase, you did leverage aggression as a way of making a trade pact.
Yeah, so basically what I did with him is that I had enough ships to make it so that like if he lost, like if I could blockade his home system, and then he'd have literally no place to produce, and he could only like orbital drop, and so he basically is game for the entire game effectively and can do anything. And he couldn't take that chance, so basically at first I was like, give me a ceasefire. He's like, no. I was like, okay, I'll take a trade agreement. And he was like, oh, I don't know, but he had to do it because like if I attack him there, he literally is out.
Do you see a way of getting that tension alleviated, or are you concerned that this is going to persist?
I'm not concerned. It's just that like weak players like. I don't believe in elimination because I believe in a weak player as a resource.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point.
And I think that so like in a game like this, you want to play it so that like if there's somebody to your ally who's like really kind of had the rough end of whatever, you want to kind of somewhat abuse them, but somewhat threaten them, somewhat kind of be friends with them.
So it's a very abusive relationship.
You want to establish an abusive relationship.
You want to break them down.
Yeah, I want to break them down.
And then you want to mold them to your will.
Yeah, you just want to continuously extract things from them because even like people might not have ships or fleets or whatever, but they have promissory notes, they have trade goods, they have votes in the Galactic Senate. So you can kind of bully them and kind of continuously kind of use them as a mild resource. I think I've done an okay job this game of doing that.
So you don't believe in alliances, you believe in vassals.
I do believe in alliances. I'm kind of in a pseudo, I'm in a pseudo, so the biggest people I'm scared about right now is definitely the Embers right next to me.
I think everyone who is not Muad is scared of Muad at the moment.
It's scary. It's funny because Muad's in last because they've been building basically the whole turn, but everybody like hates shits on Muad all the time, and they're like, oh, they're crap race, whatever. But like, I've seen too many games where Muad like somewhat stays in the pack and then has huge explosive swings because they have like absurd amounts of War Suns and there's nothing anybody
They
can
just
do
will
about
melt
it.
you, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, they'll melt you, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. So I'm really trying right now, and I guess my goal for this turn is to try and like formalize the alliance with Muad.
Okay.
Me and him have been trading the entire game, basically. Been doing 4-for-4s, trade packs, the whole thing. It's been nice. It's been good, but I really want to ceasefire for him.
I don't know Logan, and I don't really know many people at the board except for Sean and Dave, but are you sort of counting on tendencies of Logan's past where he is really firm to his word when he gives it? Are you hoping that there is an honorable bent to him? Because what I see, sorry to cut off the question I just asked, what I see is that even if unless you get it formalized with a contract, there's not much to stop him from walking either way he walks. You just kind of want him to choose the one that's not you.
So I kind of have two plans for that. There's like two plans. One is to try and get the ceasefire from him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his support for throne anymore, so I can't really do that. But ceasefire is goal number one. Goal number two is that the War Suns are very vulnerable to some of my own defensive abilities.
Okay.
So, for example, I set up an alpha wormhole in the main place you'd attack. You'd also have to move through my destroyer to get there. He might have an action card that could do that, which would suck, but hopefully not.
So you're hoping that is going to be a productive buffer.
Yeah, productive buffer. Just and I find that destroyer that's the best use of the destroyers you get when you start with ghosts is to just put them as a buffer between people and stuff like that for trading, and then eventually I'm going to drop one probably in my Delta wormhole just to protect my home world.
Okay.
But
smart.
The key element is I'm probably going to try and get Dimensional Splicer this turn, and even though it doesn't quite work where you can Dimensional Splicer and then direct hit, you can't do that. But if he comes into my home, if he comes to attack, for example, Dalbutha and whatever, he immediately takes a hit, which I'm going to immediately assign to his War Son, and then basically the fight becomes much scarier because he can't absorb any hits on that. And
so that's a matter of dice roll, very high risk.
Dice roll, so it becomes a higher risk scenario. So
right.
That's kind of my defensive plan, is that he can't really wage a full campaign against me because.
So sorry to interrupt you. It sounds like you need if that's not all, you're going to need to explain that to him probably, because I think what's obvious is if he walks toward Nalu, they have Graviton and therefore are a dangerous walk anyway. If you haven't formalized and explained your intentions to be tricky to walk on, he might just do it without knowing that it's going to be bad for him.
Yeah, so
it's going to be bad for you either way,
yeah,
but
it's going to be bad for him. It's basically I want to kind of impress upon him when the alliance breaks down. Hopefully it doesn't, but when it does, because it's Twilight Imperium,
they all break down.
They all break down. I want to impress upon him it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory at best, because basically here's how it work out. He'd attack here. He'd take one direct hit. He'd take one Dimensional Splicer hit on his War Son. Probably annihilate my fleet afterwards. And then I could move this fleet right here, and then Dimensional Splicer him again to just eliminate his War Son. And then his fleet's nothing. So
well, it's good to have that in your pocket. It is, in a way, mutually assured destruction should it happen.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like
the challenge, right?
Some other way.
I mean, an obvious other way. I mean, part of what is clear to me, it's kind of nice that you're all in essentially a cluster of victory points because it helps.
I think everyone's done with lunch.
Okay,
so
cool.
You're ready.
Well, good luck.
No worries.
We'll see how your negotiating goes.
Yep.
Get out there and slay. All right. I hope that was interesting and offered you some interesting feedback. I hope everyone heard. Hope we have sound now. If he was mute the whole time, that would be hilarious.
You're just hanging out with yourself now?
Yeah, it looks like it. I was seeing if they heard our interviews. I hope they did.
I mean, surely, right? They've been picking up everything else.
Yeah.
Baby shark.
So what I...
So Steps is going to test this stuff and see if he can get, we put a mic in there, and whether that mic can feed you what the table talk is.
Oh, cool. I mean, that would be useful for us.
Yeah, so.
Even though I'm leaving in 9 minutes.
Who has to have all that power?
So yeah, the what?
Nothing.
I don't know. Well, yeah.
Oh, we got it.
Oh yeah, we can hear. Yeah, we hear. So I'm gonna have to be one ear out, right?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Anyway, so what are you guys talking about?
So I interviewed Soul and Ghosts, and was kind of Soul was sort of lamenting the board state and feeling very unsafe based on the starting position, which we have harped on to no end, that it was really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Ghosts is feeling a little more confident, which I was interested to hear. That Ghosts feels like they have sort of subjugated Soul into being an ally that can be bullied into compliance.
Mm-hmm.
And
classic. That's like a barony move to do.
Right, but
you're doing with Ghosts.
Right, well, you don't really have the firepower to back it up.
Yeah. I think the relationship should be the opposite.
Exactly. Well, I think that his intention is to, and again, he explained he's staggering destroyers to make aggression slower, to make it be a two-turn move rather than a one-turn move.
Does anybody have lightweight deflectors yet? Do you know?
I am not sure. I mean, we can check.
Oh, we can see it in a minute when it comes out. Okay.
So the negotiation hinge that's going to happen right now. Yeah,
we
can. It's mostly distracting.
It's a little bit distracting because it's very loud in the headspace. Like of my. Yeah, I mean, you have to do it with one off because it's like it's your thoughts.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, the negotiation hinge. Yeah, I'm gonna mute that because.
Okay, I guess it's just a volume thing.
No, that's good. So if we need to listen during game, that's all good.
Yeah, I think they're about to do it.
Okay. So anyway, the negotiation you're talking about.
The negotiation hinge that Ghosts is going to be focusing on is trying to swing Ember's aggression. He's going to try to convince him that it's going to be the hardest loss to move south, and it will be easier to move north into Nalu, which is going to be a tough sell. And that's kind of what my concern was. I think that it's obvious why Nalu is going to be unfortunate to walk through. He's going to really have to sell Embers for why it's going to be unfortunate to walk south. Because either way, he's walking somewhere this turn.
He has to.
So there's going to be a desperate negotiation between Nalu and Ghosts to try to swing him one way or the other. And honestly, he may have already made up his mind where he's going.
Sure.
So it's
so just then during lunch when they were doing a little bit of crosstalk, Logan, the player, was playing Embers.
Yeah.
I think that he's going to be inclined to trust Gross over Nalu because he was kind of half joking. He would say, "Well, what is Ghost player talking about in here? Is he talking about betraying me?" So the implication of that is kind of like Embers doesn't necessarily intend to cross Ghost unless Ghost cross him. So I don't think it will be that hard of a sell to convince Embers to march north.
If he is feeling that way,
because Embers is kind of feeling close to Ghost at this point. They're feeling kind of like
they have been slowly building that trust with each other.
Is it agenda phase?
I think we are in the agenda phase.
I don't know. Didn't they say they were going to kick over to them during agenda? I don't know what's going on. To be honest.
Well, you'll have time to get acclimated again.
SM Ovens said nice interview.
Oh, thanks.
So that's pretty good.
Glad to hear it, guys. I'm doing my best.
But anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be a matter of trying. If that is true, and it's not going to take any extra persuasion, then Ghost is probably feeling pretty good this turn. And you really heard it in the interview. He feels confident. He feels like he has options. He feels like if he can secure that non-aggression pact or whatever you call it, the ceasefire, if he can negotiate a formal agreement of non-aggression between Embers and himself, then he's in okay shape to be accumulating objectives right now. Soul is Soul's tied down. Xcha is turtling because it's what they do. Hakan doesn't have a ton of board influence.
Anything going on? I don't know. So the thing is, I wouldn't write Sean, the Hakan player, out. He does a lot of this kind of like.
It is a classic Sean play.
It really is. Looking simply at board position right now, arguably Hakan is in the weakest space. I know they're hovering over Mechatol, but I would say that they're like spread very, very thin. If Nalu or Zixia could reinforce themselves, they could just go through the planets Hakan is currently holding. They're not going to, but Hakan is defending nothing that they have effectively.
No, Hakan is existing under a promise of no one will attack me because then they don't get to have me.
Exactly. It seems to be working, which is fine.
As long as it's working, it's working. But
and then Nalu's PDS is doing the intended thing, which is discouraging Embers specifically from taking that two-planet system that's immediately to the south of their home system.
I am not convinced that Ghost is going to negotiate that as easily as he thinks, because I mean, if he, it's just a more obvious threat. It's a more obvious problem to go north.
So let's switch over. Let's just have them talk for a minute because it is agenda phase.
Okay.
Do you think is that like worthwhile doing?
Well, we can try it. See what.
I don't know if they're like.
I think they like to hear
what the agendas are. Yeah, because we don't have access to that, so we don't really know what they're doing this weekend.
Well, we can turn it up, can't we?
Oh yeah, we can now, but I mean.
Now we can.
Yeah, so I can.
He's thinking.
Yeah, I can't hear.
What was he against?
Against each player loses one action card randomly.
Crazy.
Okay. I'm not gonna quash this unless someone
What's
wants me to quash it. I'm definitely open to.
That's such a good play. That's what
So,
I was actually.
writers?
It's always
I start with writers.
Speakers right now.
I mean,
And I will put a
It's
writer.
like what you do.
it's what they
I'm
can
gonna put
do.
a trade writer.
It's your whole shtick, like never not being bribed.
Well,
Against.
you have the ability to influence it to your own gain, and then
So
you have the
trade writers
ability
you
to
get
extract
five.
resources by doing it for someone else's. I mean, it's just the most efficient way to do it.
No writers.
Writers, Dave.
Now, if we do it against, if we do 4,
You get to choose.
there's a cap of
We have to discard down to 3.
down to 3.
It just goes to show you, this is a game about strategy, but it's also a game about relationships and the ability to build them and keep them as long as possible.
I'll put a technology rider against.
That is why.
No rider.
No rider.
You have another rider?
No, that's it.
It's like pretty.
You have Sean, you have another rider?
No.
Alright.
So what's
Right. I'll be spending 5 on 4.
Immediately to the southwest.
Right.
And this is our second agenda.
That's
So
the
we could spend
final
all.
one.
Or
That
no,
is
that
all.
was all. Gotcha.
Yeah, those are
So yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 4.
4.
4 so far. Sean?
Like,
I have a rider.
Ben?
Embers might be on a front.
12.
2 riders against.
2 riders against.
I think that Embers might present a front. Like,
Also, you hit both of them in the hand.
I like there might be something traded. But I
Yeah,
would
I
be
think
surprised
he does. Does
if
he have
Embers
overseas?
tries to take part in all the territory.
I wouldn't either, just because, again, like, it's gonna swing the game really strong if they go to
Or takes it.
It's gonna be a
Excellent.
huge thing.
If they try to
That
take
is.
those,
That's a
and
double-edged
then
sword if I've ever seen
sold to have a comeback.
No.
You guys understand? I had to because I
No,
just
none of the
discarded
writers
5.
passed.
Getting Embers on his
So,
back.
is this random?
Sold is on his
No,
back.
if you just argue at the
Everything
pick,
decides to
yeah.
do is going to
But
have
you
a
can
ripple
have-
effect.
And
Also
all of
have-
it favors its child.
It really does.
Any move that is
Are
made,
you saying that now? It puts actually in a good
Alright,
position.
we are
Like,
out of the
see where
agenda
it is.
phase, back to status.
they're
Or
Strategy.
strategy. So start the strategy phase.
Like he is discarding.
Discard.
So everyone's
Wow, leave it on.
They did have 6.
Because it's too much for the chat. So we'll just have to wait.
yeah, just tell us what you think, guys.
That's intense.
Always holler back.
I
Rest of the game, low action
it's
card.
just in a position right now where they don't have
That's
to
also
do
the
anything.
what's the
And they
faction that
yield
has like
all
no
the benefit of whatever
Yes, that's the defeat Yisara
because
round.
Paris is not a threat right now.
Yeah,
in my
it
game.
can't be limited. It can't be
My
limited.
game
Alliance
effect.
kept
I
alive
love it when it
by
says
that
by game
planet
effect.
half.
Because it implies like, what if someone like
And
threatens?
this is a real threat.
Any more discards?
Didn't want to be anything, and Soul, because of the early game, is kind of quiet too. Not that they won't
Means
have
getting
some,
spicy in the
some
galaxy.
presence this turn because they have to. But
And he's having conscious
they're
discard?
essentially they just have to focus
That'd
to
be
the
so
bottom
funny.
part of the board.
All 4 are
You know,
discarded.
Yeah, I discarded 4 savage. I have all 4 of them. Sorry, guys.
That's it. We don't have to worry about them now. That's great.
I mean, I discarded 1 card. I discarded.
I
Everyone's
want,
done discarding?
I
I
think
want one of
that
those motivational posters
they,
like dance like no one is watching. Sing like no one is
to be in
listening.
position to be picking up.
Play like no one has
It's the
a
only way he
sound.
can stack points. It's the only
Why-
way
why
he
not?
can Hotel Rex right now. He needs to position himself to get it at least.
This is a trade
once or
agreement that
twice.
you just handed me. I don't know why you handed it to me.
I can do that.
I won't be surprised if he has one of the positions just passing.
Okay, so what is-
I will take trades.
That you've played.
No, you don't want to accrue victory points
Yeah, I've
early
seen that people
because
just
people
don't
get mad
pick
at you.
When I
Yeah. What else am I gonna buy?
I'm sitting on that
Leadership.
I'm picking Imperial every single.
And you should because
Even if it puts like a slight target on your back, it's about the point.
it's about winning.
It doesn't matter what the
You're
rest of this
totally
does.
right. I mean, if you have Mechatol, you're not picking up
Yeah, I was
Imperial.
really thinking I would get
You're doing.
so close.
The other thing is no one on the board is going to blame you for it. It's not, no one's going to get mad at you about it. It's because like, well, game recognizes game. You made the early play for it. You're getting the points for it. It's what you should do.
No, for sure. I remember reading when I read through the instructions the first time, 4th edition. At first, I was kind of worried about it. I've seen it now, in fact, several times, so I'm less worried about it than I was. But when I first read the rules, I was like, oh, Twilight has shifted to just like the name of the game is get back and hold it. That's not exactly what ends up happening, but it could be. Like, there's no reason to not.
The rule change, I think, was to create more pressure around Mechatol, which is obviously brilliant. It's a hexagon
Travel or so I'm not that
symmetrical board.
dangerous.
Battle Sap and first more
They don't have
diplomacy.
a-
And it makes the Imperial card
Every other spaceship.
less and less versatile,
They couldn't
and it
fit
makes
it.
it
It was
more
too heavy.
more situational. And you know, but
No,
when you're in a
it's
position where
all
you are
yours.
fulfilling that requirement, you just got to do it, man. And Shaw recognizes
Well,
that.
it's
He
for
talked
us,
about
so
it in the
we can see
interview.
here
He knows that he
is the
needs to get that
reference
card. He needs to hold it because he's going to have a really hard time scoring any other points throughout the rest of the game.
SM Ovens, what was it? So
Which
SM
we
Ovens,
have
you were
to
right.
put it up
Now it
there.
does have 4, and Soul has 3 on the.
Does it have anything else to
on the
mount
victory
with?
part.
It's the
Okay.
bigger.
There was just
Now?
some question in the chat, I suppose.
Like
I
the,
see.
Like,
So that's what's
Camera map
Yeah.
is like
It's
set now.
it's tight. And I was trying to stress this to Shai as well, not to count himself out, because once this swing happens, whichever way Embers goes, and he will go somewhere, when that swing happens, it's going to open up new opportunities for these factions that are in a rougher spot.
I won't know.
Unless he swings towards Ghosts, in which case it's going to open up.
People don't
an
randomly buzz me.
opportunity for
I,
Rich here.
for the most part, I think
honestly,
it'll be
the
people for us.
most game-changing move that Embers can do is go to Ghost. Truthfully, because I think you go to Ghost,
Well, then-
Ghosts have to respond,
And then
which frees
Saul gets to flourish,
Soul
which
can do whatever it likes at that point. I'm looking at Ghost position. Ghost position.
there's a-
but it is spread.
Interesting.
It spreads
No
so
tech.
well, it's spread because he wants to disincentivize Soul toward doing it, because it's going to. Not that he can't, but that it will happen slowly.
What's up, Tyler? How you doing?
What was
Hey,
the
Tyler, nice to see you.
Seriously.
My time has come
Signing out.
to tag out. It's been so much fun, guys, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And it's a really interesting board right now. I'm interested to see how it all plays out. Good luck to everyone. It was a pleasure hanging with you, talking with you.
James.
And I'm going to hand it over to Tyler here, who's just checking in. He's a lot of fun.
I think I have to say politics.
What if I gave you a trade good?
Break everything in the process.
One trade good. That's all I have.
All right.
Wow.
What's up, Tyler?
Here we are, Micah.
How you doing, man? That's a fly shirt.
Thanks
dude.
so much, man. Sponsored by Double R Double L. Just found out about Ralph Lauren's new shirts. Love these things. How are we doing?
Shirts with friends.
So, how are we going to orchestrate this? Are you going to update me on where we've been so far, and I'll weigh in where we are?
Yeah, so we've got a few things that we can see. I don't know if you've been watching any of it on the Twitch stream or not. Haven't as good as I took a break and didn't do any of it. So what we got is the upper right-hand corner of your screen. We're showing objectives, public and secret, that have been shown and how they're scored. So for example, you see spend 80 influences here. So that's how it's scored that.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's pretty wild that that's up here. Up on top, we're showing the strategy cards and who is sitting on what. So we see Muat is taking leadership and Ghost is taking trade. We also see that Warfare has 2 trade goods sitting on it right now, and Diplomacy has 1. So Warfare's been passed a couple times. Up in the left-hand corner, we see the colors associated with each faction. We're also seeing the tech trees kind of shuffle through, and the support for the thrones that have been traded, and to whom.
Excellent.
It's kind of a lot, but effectively what you have is I know you all can't see what I'm pointing at, but Muat and Ziksha have traded support for the throne, which I thought was a wild move because they're not neighbors. But
And tell me how early that happened in the game.
that happened. I think beginning of the second round, maybe.
See, that's always when I think that should happen. And
Yeah.
my strategy has always been, once it does start, because I think you and I traded when we played once, but once that first domino falls, you really want to follow suit and pick an ally really quickly. So the fact that there are 2 guys who have done it and the remaining 4 haven't,
Yeah.
I think that's a huge miss on strategy.
So they did it pretty early, and he did it with this kind of play of Ghost Ship, popping one here and then trading it right away.
Okay.
We also have Nalu and Emirates have traded support for the throne as well.
Got it.
The only 2 that haven't are Ghost and Soul. Ghost and Soul have had this kind of contentious relationship. Ghosts at this moment have kind of corralled Soul into this corner. Because you can see Soul is only sitting on 2 systems. Their home system and the system to the immediate west of that system. They also have infantry stacked on Mechatol. So they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Excellent.
You see, Emirates controls the space, but short of getting the X-89 blaster or whatever, the infantry will stay there.
An embargo.
Now, Soul hasn't been able to pick up Imperial, making any use of that. Which I missed an hour, so it's unclear why that was. I have a feeling that it was just like a shy hand, because that happens over and over and over in these kind of games.
Sure.
What else do we have showing? So anyway, we have board position. So to the west, green is Ziksha, or to the east, I'm sorry, green is Ziksha. And then moving clockwise, blue is Soul, black is Ghost, red is Embers, purple is Nalu, and yellow is Emirates.
Gotcha.
We can see that like Emirates is spread pretty thin. They don't really have, I mean, they have planets, but it seems like something that they could easily lose. Their luck with them is that they have Ziksha as one neighbor, which is disinclined from going to war, and Nalu, who's also spread pretty thin, as you can see in purple, so they're not coming for you either.
Yeah, this Nalu setup is actually very interesting, and we know that the Nalu really fail unless they have Mechatol Rex, so I'm assuming that the Nalu is pretty far behind here at the moment.
Well, it's all about chasing the points, man. I mean, I've said time and time again. I know that I believe you feel that way too. It's like the goal is to get a point every time.
Score every round
every
if you
single
can.
Time.
You want to get at least a secret and a public every round.
Yeah, these players at the board are slow burners, all of them.
All of them.
They all like it to move at a slow pace. Andy referred to it as Twilight Delirium at the opening of this stream.
Ooh.
And it's attrition. All of these players are attrition players, except Lee, who is the ghost player. Lee likes to move fast, and we saw that in the opening round. At the end of the first round and at the beginning of the second round, he had already expanded as far to the northeast as he could to get right up on Mechatol, and then did a swing to effectively purge Sol of its home adjacent system, and now look at it. Now Sol has been clipped, and Ghosts are kind of in charge of Sol. The interesting play that we're kind of looking for, so to get you all the way caught up now, I think the play that is of interest right now, other than, of course, a surprise play that could happen at any minute, is what Embers does. Because Embers has been stuck in its branch, but you can see it has gravity drive.
Sure.
So Embers is within striking distance of both Nalu or Ghost. And whichever way they choose to go, I think is going to have a pretty significant ripple on the rest of the board. Because if Embers goes against Ghost, Ghost will have to respond, which in turn could free up Sol. Left a bit. Yeah. Because if Embers goes after Ghost and Ghost respond, Sol will be free to move again. If Embers goes after Nalu and Nalu has to respond to that, I think it gives. Well, I don't exactly know what that gives actually. I think Nalu is a safer bet, but Ghost is a more interesting play, and I never read off Logan to make an interesting play. So anyway.
I think we have some really interesting choices in terms of factions for the start here. So, I mean, Muat and Nalu are really aggressive, very specific choices that you could make for this game, and there's really kind of one way for you to win. And I think we've seen Nalu win in our collective group once, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you are correct.
It's very rare, and again, there's really one way to do it.
True.
Right now, I'm feeling not very good about Nalu at all. These are the.
Yeah. So right now, I guess you say. So right now, Ziksha and Nalu are both at 4.
4.
So, yeah, they're both up. Then we have Ghost, Sol, and Emirates at 3, and Embers are at 2. So it's all pretty grouped together. Right?
Gotcha. I would, if I'm going to anticipate where this is going to net out, especially looking at Nalu's position right now with them being very thin and having 2 different parties that are on Mechatol Rex, it's going to be really hard for them to come back. I think probably what we'll see here at this mid-range point structure is a bit of a slingshot. So we'll see the players who were neglected and forgotten about. So it's Embers that has 2 points here. Yeah, so we're going to see them just get a little bit more breathing room. And it looks like as far as fleet positioning goes, Embers in a really strong place. Maybe the strongest on the board.
Yeah, Embers has 2 War Suns, 2 Dreadnoughts,
Yeah,
and their flagship.
that's a very, very strong setup. I can't remember exactly what Ember's flagship ability is, but I think it's not as good as the others just because of the War Sun faction technology.
The thing about Embers, what I was saying, I think earlier, is that Embers is one of these factions that people write off right away. So they ignore it.
Agreed.
And then they let Embers do it. Logan has won with Embers before in League. So he's bringing.
This is his second play of Embers.
Yeah,
that's very
League,
interesting.
And he won it before. Also, Shy, who is playing as Sol, has also won in League with Sol.
So I'm assuming Sean is the Emirates of Hakan here.
Yes, he
yeah,
is.
It's a classic Sean pick, actually.
It's so true, man.
Sean will try and be, the arbiter of trade, and he wants to play as many angles as he can.
Exactly what
he loves to play the
everybody's
table.
ally.
I think that this is an interesting setup that we have. Is we can't hear too much of the table talk.
So if you want to, I'll tell you about it. If you want to, you can turn up the volume. You can hear like
Ooh.
hardcore, but if you do that, it's going to be in your head.
Gotcha.
So it's turn down a little bit.
Okay, to hear the space music going on back there too. Yeah. Well, I just want to shout out the ambiance we have set up here. What an incredible setup we have.
We also have a makeshift green screen behind us. You can see in our little background there.
Wow, this is my first time on a green screen.
Is there anywhere I can read the rules of the league? Yes, I believe so. Dodonko assuming nobody responded to you, if you go to ti4.nyc, that might have league rules on it. I haven't been on there, but that is the website, ti4.nyc. While you're there, sign up for a league game or an exhibition game and see the full schedule of games that come in the year 2019. The first one being February 2nd is going to be our first league game for the year.
Really friendly group here at Dodonko. We got some of the best players I think around. Just to mention what the stakes are of this game, it's been built up to all year. We have the best of the best sitting at the table here. Sans me, of course.
I know. I can't believe you weren't in
that
there.
was a fluke.
Yeah, regatta rules. His boat beat your boat in a race, and then you don't get to be on there.
Pretty much, but we're not too miffed about it over here. We're watching a great game. We're watching some great players. Again, I think that from the players that I've interacted with at the table today, not a lot of above board players. These are mostly guys who are playing on board, and then in a politics scenario they will interact. But for the most part, things are happening with your neighbor, or the person that you're in combat with or contact with. We're not playing a lot of head games here. I totally understand the Twilight Delirium strategy they mentioned before. Could definitely see that happening, but no real instigators at this table.
I completely agree, which I was actually happy to see.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of this kind of like, it's a valid strategy. This kind of like self-victimization strategy, but we're not seeing it played out here right now. I think that you have.
Okay, we're seeing the secondary of diplomacy settled here. People are taking another secret objective.
That's secondary of Imperial.
You're right.
I knew that was going to happen. Ooh, I knew that was going to happen. So.
Are we seeing in the corner of our screen people's secret objectives here, or ones that have been
It
won
will
already?
pop up the red ones. So you can see that Embers is going to try to pass through the gravity rift. Either that or they're just parking in the gravity rift right now. Which I don't think. Is there a tech for that? Because you see the Dreadnought in the rift right now.
Gravity Rift rules, I believe, are pretty consistent. It's a 50-50 roll to survive.
I think it's actually a 70-30. That's the beauty about it.
We'll have to check the errata.
Well, I think that's like the thing about it is that if you roll a 0, 1, or 2, you're out. But if you roll anything above that, you're good to go. So actually the risk is relatively minimized. But I'm not sure what's going on right now.
That also sounds correct to me.
He's just parked in there, so I guess that I'm mistaken.
It is leaving where you take the risk, but again, with Embers having as much fleet power as he has right now, I'd love to.
Matu just sitting with the largest fusion. I think Mott's going to strike this round. 70-30 is right. Yeah, that's what I thought. 70-30.
Okay, great.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Thank you, Dodonko. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 is what you lose on. 0 is 10. So.
Excellent. Thanks to the
yeah,
fans.
So 70-30 is good.
That is pretty good, and again, not a big risk when you have a flagship and 2 War Suns at your back.
I'm still unclear as to how exactly Embers is parked in the rift. I guess you can just do that. It's just when you choose to leave. I think you don't have to pass through it.
No, you're correct. It's when you leave, you have to roll for the survival of your ships.
I think you're right.
What direction do we think Embers are going with this ship? Are they actually going to the right here? They don't have anyone on board that Dreadnought. It really looks like it's just sitting.
That's why I don't know what's going on.
We could be looking at a secret objective or a public objective of controlling planets adjacent to or spaces adjacent to Mechatol Rex.
I don't think he lost anything going in.
There are no planets there, obviously, but I know that there is a secret objective and there is a public, actually, of controlling planets in adjacent to Mechatol Rex systems.
I don't think it's been shown.
No, I can't see it there.
There's one of them. We've got 3 have already spent it.
Very expensive early on objective, definitely.
On 2 techs in each of 2 colors, nobody has that yet.
Also difficult to get this early in the game.
Yeah. I don't know what round we're on. We're going to be around 4. I think it could have been done.
Planet of the same trait,
that's the
very
hardest one.
difficult.
Control 4 planets of the same.
Very
especially
difficult.
in this setup. I know it's hard to see now looking at it, but they're there. They are on the board.
They are.
But they are so hard to get because of the way.
Sometimes you'll never see anyone score on that, and
Yeah,
honestly,
no
it's a way to antagonize neighbors. I think in my last game that we played, you were not in this game, but we did have a little bit of a trade-off. So what you could do is, if you have a great relationship with your neighbor, is have that planet for 1 turn so you could get the point, vacate so that they can get the planet and they get the point. So if it is as spread out as you say, maybe that's not possible here.
Okay, so check this out. Sol has the techs on 2 techs and 2 of each color.
Okay.
Which says to me that he's choosing not to score it right now.
Great.
Right? He's gonna wait to pull that trigger.
Gotcha.
Which might be the thing to do.
Interesting choice for Nalu to have the PDS 2 this early in the game.
Yeah, well, I think what he
just
wanted
playing
to
a very
do-
defense-driven strategy here. Yeah.
Well, you see, he's kind of moved forward toward Mechatol, and he doesn't have many ships in his home system. He's got fighters and a PDS down there, and he's got. So I mean, I think he is looking. It's relatively expansionist, but with like a decent defense behind him.
Okay, that's 30.
Actually, so it looks like the Ixja actually are the ones who have controlled the 6 planets and not home systems.
Yes.
I'm not seeing too much potential for that for anyone else, though.
So they have that one already.
They are the only one, though.
No, Zixia has the 6 planets.
Right.
Emirates and Nalu. Those are the 3.
Gotcha.
Nobody else has that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You know what?
Sounds like there's a very funny joke. Very funny joke was just told at the table.
Extra.
Okay.
And he was like, everybody says that.
He said extra. I heard you saying. You were saying Zixia.
I always say Zixia, but I think I'm an idiot.
That's a noise that my mouth doesn't want to make as an American.
Zixia. I teach Chinese kids for a profession.
I recall.
I hear the zh sound all the time. People are like, my name is Zhang Zhezhen, or whatever the name is.
Just want to congratulate our socks really quick. I love your socks. I love my socks.
I got these socks at
just get
my
these in the
brother's
picture.
wedding. He works in nuclear weaponry, so he got me those socks.
Very cool.
As his best man.
Yeah, because you were the best man. You gave a great speech, I'm sure. I'd love to hear that speech.
It was a rocking speech. Although I had to give 2 best man speeches back to back.
That same day?
Like almost. My best friend got married, and then the very next week, my brother got married, and I was best man at both weddings. So it was a little intense.
Okay, it looks like Andy, the cameraman, is trying to show us the fleet supply. This is Andy's control over here on the left, I'm assuming.
Up in the top here?
Yeah, he was showing
that's
us.
just shuffling.
Okay, well, it looks like we were seeing the distribution of some of these
it looks like a number
markers.
of people have these 2 of each. I just don't think they're pursuing it right
I think we're all in spitting range of that 2 technologies of 2 colors, because when you get the tech,
to be first to 5.
Again, I think leader bashing is a serious fear here. Can you tell me about this note card, the 2 up here on the leader track, the leaderboard?
Yeah, it's like, so the 2 is just their strategy number.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because we are having a hard time seeing them. So you can see, obviously Nalu is 0 in initiative, but had Imperial. Emirates is sitting on 6. We've got Exia on 2.
Gotcha.
And then we can't see the other ones. Who are you favoring right now? You came in with new eyes. So I've been watching it from the beginning. You came in with relatively new eyes. Who looks good to you on the board right now, knowing what you know?
I'm almost totally discounting Nalu at this point.
Okay.
I've always thought that the Nalu strategy is incredibly risky, super transparent, and moot after maybe the 3rd game round.
Okay, that's very intriguing. Nalu is my favorite faction.
Really?
And that's who I thought was going to pull it out.
Really?
Because never underestimate the power of always being 0 in initiative order.
That's well said. That's well said. The negatives against Nalu are just so overwhelming. They cannot fight. And even with this strong defense, these PDS2s...
We've got war coming on, just by the way. So I'm interested in what you're saying, but we've got Hakan and Ghost.
Let's hear it.
So that's very intriguing. That's not what I thought was going to happen this go. That's a surprise to me. And I think... I don't know if Emirates realizes it or not, but they are, I think, in a position to free Soul now from the bindings of Ghosts.
Interesting.
Which might be a negative, but who knows? They might have a secret objective to win a space battle or something like that.
Right.
Oh, okay. You never know.
What are we seeing here?
Shields holding.
Shields holding.
So cancel up to 2 hits.
Okay, great.
So, Dreadnought?
Nope, that's going to be a miss.
2 9s.
I'm on the edge of my seat watching this.
Okay, looks like we got a hit there.
Ghosts have been playing risky all game, man. It's like classic.
Okay, 7, that's probably a hit.
Lee, the player, is a very expansionist player. He likes to spread quick and fast and put up this front of like, don't come at me because I'm willing to do this. But I think we're seeing the price that comes with expansionism right now.
Oh, that's blue-green.
Although Emirates have paid no price for their expansionist tendencies. Except they left Mechatol for some reason.
This is
Maybe they're moving for another.
Very risky place for Emirates to be on the other side of the board.
So Emirates and Nalu have traded game with Throne. Ready support for the Throne?
Right.
So maybe Emirates is straight up clearing Mechatol for Nalu.
I do think that's a very strong play for Nalu to trade with a neighbor like that.
There's another 9. Somebody's hitting surely.
Oh no, there have been quite a few exchanges
look
here.
At that. Ghost is up. Ghost just took out the Dreadnought.
Now, am I seeing ground forces in a vacant space behind? Are we to assume that those are on the carrier in this combat?
Oh, I think that they are on the carrier.
Okay, they're being moved to clarify.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, there's just too much space there.
Right, much too much space.
Oh no, wait, he brought the Dreadnought back?
I mean, they're either exceptional or amazing.
Okay, so here's what he's decided to do is scuttle the carrier and take the hit for the Dread.
Okay, that's a hit.
Just a smart move. Although you're gonna have to lose some of the
very strong rolls right now.
So that's it. So Ghost keeps it, but Ghost is depleted of the space vehicles they had up there.
Now, Ghosts are always one of the more frustrating factions for me to play with when I'm in game, just because they are so unpredictable, and their reach across the board, it's going to just kind of throw a monkey wrench into everything. To be aggressive against them is a very interesting enemy to pick. I would not recommend it myself, especially when you have the trade ability that Hakan has, though maybe they are kind of natural enemies between the two, but still very risky, and that should keep Sean on edge and thereby kind of protect that support the throne that Nalu has, Nalu and Hakan.
I was complaining over here.
All right, so slow up 90. I believe that it is spend a total of 3 tokens from your tactic and or strategy pools, or it's the control. Let's see here. The fourth one is. Yeah, I think it's the fourth one is the one lead from the front. So you have to spend strategy tokens. That's the first public objective. It's probably why you're not seeing it. Command tokens are the nastiest part of this game to me. Getting command tokens.
Very frustrating. You want to get that hyper metabolism gets you an extra one.
Yeah, you definitely want that.
So it looks like Ixja already has hyper metabolism, which I mean, if you're scoring points and you could pick that up, that's you getting an extra turn. That's everything.
Yeah. Control 4. So it kind of looks like maybe what's happening is that it's just not updating on our screen, but it looks like the only 2 public 1 objectives that haven't been scored on by anyone are control 4 planets with the same planet trait, and spend a total of 3 command tokens from either your strategy or tactic pool, I think is what it goes. So, I mean, those are rough.
They're tough.
The command token ones are good late game, but by the time you get to late game, you're spending your command tokens all the time, unless you're Necro. But there is no Necro at this time.
Actually, we're seeing a lot of factions that really complicate the game and add a total new layer to it that aren't in on this one. We're not seeing Surreal Tribes. We don't have Necro here. We're not seeing Federation of Soul, which a lot of people would
Soul
say.
is here, but Soul just isn't asserting itself.
I'm sorry. You're right. You're absolutely right. So let's talk about the Soul player here and what's going wrong. He seems to be really thin.
I know.
He has Mechatol.
Part of it was just bad board position from the get-go.
Let's look
You
at
can
his
see
tech
it's
development
empty
so
spots.
far, too.
You see Asteroid Belt. Its neighbor was a Beatty wormhole only. So it didn't have a lot of access to planets. Soul didn't from the get-go. You see the only planets that were immediately adjacent to Soul were to the west of its home system. It had the 2-planet system, and it took it.
Force of 1.
And then its next
You need to control 6 planets?
I need the control 4 planets of the same
trait.
Yeah. So one thing I could give you, aside from the fact that like it's just for a round, it's a moderate hit, not a severe hit, right? It's not somewhere you've invested PDS or something in. I can give you a veto card.
I would prefer you blockade this with 4 fighters.
A friendly exchange. This is
That's
actually
not
subjective.
But then I don't get an objective at the end of the round.
What I'm saying is, if you were to do that, then...
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is I can take Theba, but if I also do that,
If you do that first.
do that first.
He's going to
blockade that with 4 fighters. I can blockade that with 4 fighters.
And we talked about this exchange before. This is something.
And then you will let me keep Theba through the end of the round and score that objective, and then next round I'll pull out or you'll take it or something, whatever's convenient to you. So give me that support for throwing back when that happens.
Totally.
All right. So this is a thing that happens over the course of multiple actions, so it can't be binding. What level of like shall we handshake in front of all on this deal? Is this so that it will affect your trust for the rest of this All-Star game by anyone else who makes a deal with you if you refuse to go against it? Because it can't be binding.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's all I'm saying.
You're proposing extremely steep.
I know, and I'm saying like I agree to your terms.
Okay.
For that move and that move. Handshake?
All right. It is a binding deal that happened.
So,
Dave was able to
first things first, I'll let you bring.
And he's gonna get this victory point that, as I said before,
Blockade him.
I don't think anyone else has the ability to get.
Do you have a rule against me sending him more than 4 fighters?
Not at all. Is also advantageous spot.
You have 2. Do you both have 2? Oh, you both have 2. That's cool. You're not being transferred. I do have the logistics.
Do you have
Reach
fighter
half. I have fighter 2, yeah. So, and they're each 1, 2. So I can send a third. I can send 1 more ship.
What's your fleet supply right now? So you need something to carry those right now?
No.
They count for half.
Because his counter has to play. Because they're the null. They're telepathic, which makes sense. It makes sense.
Probably took it down the table.
Hey, just go.
So what does it look like he did instead? So what is
music is wild. Just make it lower, that's all.
All right. That was my tactical action.
That's happening north of the wormhole race.
Yes, I will be going in. Spending 6 to build a dreadnought, 2 ground forces, and 2 fighters. And here is my token.
There's no button to the side. Anyways, there you go.
Okay, so anyway, so what is this play going on? This point north of the
I
wormhole
believe,
race? Next to the supernova.
That's funny. He didn't bring any infantry. He just brought fighters. I thought Hakan needed to blockade the space dock, but now it seems like Nalu might need to blockade the
Do you think
space dock.
secret objective for wormholes?
Cool. 1, 2, 3.
There's no way he's getting. There's no way he's getting to the beta.
Sean, yeah, if you can give me any sort of delay thing, I will give you a trade good, and it'll make things a lot easier for me following through on.
How you doing, man?
Really good. Just trying to catch up here. Looking at this Soul player and just trying to figure out what the strategy is and exactly what's happened.
Well, I mean, strategy flies out the window when the board dogpiles you. So the very beginning, at the very, I think second round, he got onto Soul, or onto Mechatol.
Right.
And then immediately his neighbors both squished in on him.
Saw that. Are we seeing him go for the Imperial card at all and try and get that free point every turn? Or
You can try. He's just, like, this is the first round he got politics. So, well, I think he started, I think his first round pick was politics, but he was not able to, he had to take leadership to get Mechatol.
Right.
And he hasn't had a chance. Imperial has been taken every time it's come to him. So now he's finally gotten politics. So
great. So he'll get it the next turn, finally. And then maybe start getting some points.
Yeah,
just a very thin fleet. Honestly, if I was adjacent to him, I would try and cut him out of the game. And I know we always talk about how ruthless that is.
It's not. I think it's like, I think anybody would, but no, you can't beat a pile of Spec Ops 2 without like X89 or like Harrow or something like that. He's got Spec Ops. Every time you don't kill him, all the infantry you killed that round, half of them come back. So it's just constant.
I think if I was Ghosts, or if I had the fleet strength that Ixchai has right now, I would be drooling over those Soul planets.
Sure.
And just let someone else wipe his Mechatol off the map later.
Infantry have a cost, and Spec Ops 2 are just...
It's expensive. I'd be researching bombardment. I would be getting dreadnoughts that can do it. I would get over there ASAP.
The only thing that would be enough is X89, I'm pretty sure. And that requires too much time spent on the green tree to just do that, to spend time doing the rest of the table of service.
I mean, fingers crossed that we get a... what's that Messiah card that lets you...
It already got played.
Oh, really?
Excellent. It got sabotaged.
Oh, god damn. Love...
Nalu, Dave, the purple player, played it. The Muat played Lee a single trade good to sabotage it. I think Lee wanted to sabotage it, but was just itching to get, because one trade good obviously is not worth it for a sabotage.
There's really nothing more heartbreaking
You want to
than
get
a
a squeeze in the middle
sabotage.
of this? We can push this camera back, and you can talk between them. Hold on.
I'm running out of command counters.
You're hanging out, being good buds.
I need to stall.
I'm not gonna squeeze any cables in. Huh? I don't know, because we're fucking idiots.
Because I still have to make my turn.
So, Stepan, that's a support for the throne for 6 trade goods.
Wants that green screen. There we go.
Okay, we just saw a support for the throne exchange at the cost of 6 trade goods. It's across the table between.
Ghost and Soul finally traded, yeah.
Right.
All the supports are out.
That's great, which, again, the first thing I said when I got here to Micah was, you see 2 get traded, you want to follow suit.
Yeah.
And in the last game that I played about a month ago, I mean, what a total miss. We had 4 players that had exchanged, and 2 that just didn't do it. And they weren't at all
do it in time,
fighting.
You fall behind.
This is it, but I mean, this is what Micah and I are talking about. You have to score every round. You gotta score. If you're not scoring, you gave up the game. The game happens in these first few rounds.
You have to maintain tempo as well as get Imperial at least.
Absolutely.
Take the points as you can.
Definitely.
Between us, then I think they can't hear you otherwise.
That's good. Because in the last couple hours you're playing,
right,
you're gonna be fighting for 1 point.
Right.
For hours. It's going to be exhausting.
Right, and
that's when you start to see the delirium effect kick in.
I think that's also when you start to see these public objectives that are difficult or unachievable for most become incredibly valuable. So having those 4 planets of similar traits, that's going to be the winning move. Honestly, I think that puts Dave in really strong position. Remind me who Dave is playing as again, sorry?
Nalu.
So Dave is the Nalu. So now you're starting to sway me on the whole Nalu strategy here. He's looking very confident. He's got his hands on his waist. He's looking like he's got the game in the bag, not threatened at all.
The reason is because he's gotten the chance to take Imperial twice. I'm surprised they let that happen. He has never had Mechatol, but it means he's got to draw in secrets for free, and he's got to double his pace. He's got to improve his pace by 2 compared to everyone else.
Yeah. Is he gonna score over and over?
I'm pretty sure he double scored the first round. I don't know if he was going to double score this round. I think he's really trying to make it happen, which I think is coming down.
Well,
I
mean,
it seems like he did not make that deal work with Khan because it would have been a net 0. He would have gotten a point, but then he would have lost the point. And if he can't get it back, then there's no point in doing it.
Another hit.
So
All right, these all hit on 7.
I think more table volume is better overall.
That's
Probably
2
we're at
hits.
the point where everybody's negotiating everything. It seems.
All right.
Imagery is the best. Yada yada.
They had Khan back off Rex where they destroyed.
They had left Rex.
They left Rex. I don't know why they left Rex.
I'm
Cleared out to attack.
Oh,
I
have one guy.
Cool, so Dreadnought.
I don't know why Nalu then went
And
for that
Destroyer.
as well without any infantry.
Fighter. Hit.
I have no sense what any of that was.
Dreadnought.
To Nalu to Ghost
Fighter.
now, and they're all fighting over a seemingly innocuous system beside a
Cool.
super.
And I am going to build.
Like, what are they fighting for?
Oh, right.
Hard to say at this point.
Yeah, no infantry was taken, so it's not like he was gripping.
Sorry guys, I just have to think for a
I think the
second.
most frustrating thing here is that it looks like whatever they are fighting for is not going to be won, and we won't find out what it was over.
And I'm so glad that I have.
Just like,
I wish we had like the poker setup with the little cameras under the cards.
Makes
so we
sense.
could
I'm just going to tune in a little bit to the table talk.
For the whole game. Well, maybe if you let me get trade, I'll be able to afford to use it.
I didn't take it this time. I didn't take it.
That's fair.
it's like a way to clear it in order.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that you haven't gotten trade at all this game.
Oh, is it?
Hey, you passed once.
Oh, how cool and fun.
Last round you passed on it.
I did.
Cool.
'Cause I had
I'm going
no
to
tokens.
build 2 Dreadnoughts.
So
Okay, very aggressive build.
non-player or Kraves player is now building 2 dreadnoughts in that.
Okay,
space
we're
dock
starting
he
to see
just
this
took
fleet arrive.
Craze is like never again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a space that will be
Located.
retained, which we still do not understand the value of. I mean, it is the only gate of entry
That's
to
a 6, that's me.
the ghosts.
Yeah.
With that supernova right there, no one's passing through that. You basically have.
I'll remove this one.
They have the racial tag.
Yeah, Embers can walk through the supernova.
Wow.
They can do that.
Absolutely correct, boys.
Embers can
Love
absolutely
that.
walk.
This is why you want commentators who play.
Working as insane.
This is truly the most exciting way to watch TI is
The thing
with
is,
a bunch
like,
of
slow
dudes.
up 90, I hear you, but like, Muat needs to make that move soon.
Muat, I mean, Muat's, yeah.
I wish I had
he's
an action card
got
that
the
makes
fleet to
people
do
fast.
whatever he wants at this point. I think the only problem is just tempo. It's like we're at a point where it's like
Yes.
once
yes,
the
yes.
stage 2 objectives come out, it's like you can make a swing. How many how many moves does Muat have left to do anything?
Building, but
They
like,
keep building, but they're not mobile. Well,
No, but I
hold on,
need the
then again, I
laser
don't know
sword
if he's anywhere
It's an
close to
action.
prototype.
Oh, it is an action. I would
We'll
prefer
see
that.
once the tech things rotate.
Okay, we're trading action cards
There
here.
it is.
Nalu and Hakan.
With the promissory
A
act.
happy
Is that his thing?
truce here.
It's a secret.
What's happening?
Yeah, it must be.
After 6, it's 7, and there's no tech, so it's 0. Everybody reconciled the secondary warfare?
Okay, we're doing the secondary warfare right now.
Okay.
Can I get the infantry cup?
Actually,
Even
like
0.
1 unit, or can you? What can you?
You can produce using one space dock. Right.
I mean, a contour position.
No, it's terrible.
Objective measure. He's now been relegated.
I'm actually
corner.
surprised
Play
Extra hasn't just.
Fires of the
walked
Gosh
in there.
Live.
I think it's probably just a
Move
meta.
one
He doesn't
token
want to
from
draw
the
fire
player's
because he
control
already has
whether
a good
it's
slice. If he was seen
Okay.
if he was seen
Identity
greedy,
War Sun unit upgrade
here's
technology.
the thing, he can leave. Extra can leave just fine.
Can I return this
There will
to
be
you?
no problem.
Alrighty.
On to 1.
You could purge that token. No, that's right.
On to 1. Gotcha.
It's only one resource.
Also just
They should probably know that.
and he already
This
has
just happened.
to. That would be his third red planet.
Yes.
One good.
Yeah, you do.
He might be. I don't think anybody's scored that. I don't think anyone's trying. I think everyone's just.
Was it
There's
pretty
just
built
enough other
trades?
things to score.
Okay, they're showing us the fires of
Yeah, 'cause that was
Gashlin
really
here.
weird.
A little trade off of a promissory note.
Calm down for a second. Gotcha. So,
Oh yeah, that is the Muat
So you gain the
promissory.
Hooray!
yep, I'm
Very aggressive, friendly trade there. I'm actually going to argue in favor of
Here's the
Hakan's
thing,
board
Nalu
position
can't
too.
afford
Any
it.
pocket leadership?
Yes.
Nalu, unless he has a trade goods. Nalu does not.
Leadership, I
Oh
love
yeah, I
that.
should.
He was like, yeah, you have to
There we go.
check that.
Right.
I mean, hypothetically,
No one just gets a war son,
bad
except
because
for
it's really bad
Embers.
because to give it to Nalu, because at any first of all, Nalu could get if Muat ever makes a move,
Right, so I get 6.
that reduces his fleet supply instantly.
Right.
That's how bad you are to give it.
That should be a clear signal then to Ghost.
No.
Oh,
I
you're using
cannot.
leadership. Just
Yeah.
getting on. Gotcha.
Felt very rash to me.
Looking for.
I think that was a very rash exchange.
Also, Andy, what is happening with this dreadnought on the right?
Honestly,
Parking.
I have just board positioning.
You can park it,
You
yeah.
can park.
the grab rift roll is only when the pegs hit.
Just to prevent other people.
With no one riding
They can't
inside.
see mine, so I just hold
It's
it
just
out.
gonna be to prevent other people.
Very
from getting
strange. Yeah.
Or prevent someone else from blockading him.
I like the idea.
I'll be 3 on tactic, 3 on
I
strategy.
love
We're
that.
totally done.
Because
Everyone's
then not only
pop.
do you have to survive the
Everyone's
fight,
pops?
you also
Okay,
survive bleeding.
there's a spend. Okay, someone.
The pigs try to get. How many?
Feel the sick
Put on a big mohawk. Put on a big mohawk.
Yeah, I'm doing 2 on tactic, 4 on
I really
strategy.
feel like I'm like out on the NFL field right now. This is like listening for the play.
Honestly, always have watched those guys. Wondered how they got the expertise.
It carries a lot of fighters.
Oh man, Seb.
Okay.
Does that?
Okay, so Seb has just told us that Nalu does have the war
Where
son
did, Seb, where
tag.
did you get a mic, Seb?
3. No, 2. Diplomacy is actually
Oh, he's talking. Oh.
Welcome back to the
boy,
Clown
they-
Town Boys. We're talking about clowns, towns, and novels.
Yeah, that is a fairly big fleet.
Hi, Matt.
So,
It's it's history.
yes, I know, but what's later on? Some support for
So you did take that off.
You did take one off.
We can do it next round.
Trying to catch up.
Is that an intention to?
Well, I have nothing that could survive.
Where are you going with
barrage.
this guy? That's kind of what I figured.
He is there, so we.
No, it's just too far.
Trade.
Can you move them somewhere else?
It's just like.
I only had 2 down, and the other one was.
Wait, should we plug our sponsor?
Do it, man.
I can just
Okay.
go.
Oh, he has to plug some
You're passing?
sponsors
No,
here.
am I?
Plug them in.
Okay, again, guys.
Ghosts?
Yes.
What's up? You're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
This carrier here? You said that was like a fun.
I
got
got
the
extras
point.
looking like he's talking about purging that carrier in front of his system.
Apparently, Ghost said that was a fun point, and that's why it's there. Some innocuous bullshit negotiating to have a force on a planet.
The command thing is down. It's back up. It's down. It's up.
Ooh.
What's being traded? Anything?
I mean, I prefer a turn to pull it out, but like I understand if you give me that turn.
Look for Ghosts to make a trade here. They can't really afford to lose any of their ships.
Nope. Activating it.
Okay,
So,
system
quick question.
activated. We're seeing a
Take it, man.
little scrimmage
Grabbing
here.
the dice.
This will be 3 red.
You could use that right now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
say it.
he
I'm
has-
just trying to see if he,
I didn't mean to say
if
it.
his spider, if his fire spells. It does, I believe. I'm not moving.
No, not with.
Truly don't.
No, you activate the system and you're adjacent, so you can
Excellent.
fire.
I would
I'm not
love to
moving
see
anything.
how many command counters
So this is
Okay.
three on a
that
5
extra player currently has, if he has the bandwidth
It's
to
in
do
the
it.
top left corner of
Blow that up.
screen. Shows their I don't know if he's updating it. I
Ooh.
don't know
It
how.
does
Ooh,
use
excellent.
space cannon to
Actively,
destroy
yes.
the last of the player's ship in their system.
That's awesome.
I like this. Like coming out.
Fucking extra right here.
032. Excellent.
Leadership's already
Bad
moved, right?
news. We have a new leader.
So-
Extra on the lead is really, really bad news.
Wait, what just happened? He just
Trying to stop
blew shit out of the
see how
sky
that
to
works.
score turn their fleets to
We're
secret object, PDS secret object. Just great for extra.
You have
That is my turn.
wait. You have PDS too?
No,
His
it's
flagship.
Your flagship.
Well, the good news is you can put the B wormhole wherever you want.
Surprisingly enough.
Yeah, I can put the B-hole wherever.
wormhole.
No, I actually can't. I can put it in things that he can.
But you don't need. He
That's
doesn't
really
need to put the
good
B1
PS
all in.
machine.
He uses them interchangeably.
It's fun.
That's what
I mean, what an incredible amount of fleets
I
right
was
there.
thinking like maybe you
Speed
could
away.
There's no 4 to 5.
Only if you're Mulat. I believe Soul
Did you pass?
I haven't passed
Oh,
yet.
Praise have traded supports. Mulat
How
also
do you feel
gets
about
that.
this one? I would like to keep it, but I'm not super hugely invested in it. You're gonna shoot me if I take it? I mean, I might. Probably. I might attack you if you take it, yeah. Oh gosh.
And then I hope that was the same thing as you putting your ship there. That was not a aggressive thing.
Yeah, I wish I had light rolls or something.
Why does not like force attack? Fires of Gashlight?
Yes, the fires of Gashlight were traded for Nalu.
For what? What did Nalu give?
We are not totally sure.
I'm gonna orbital
I
drop
think
on
it
Mech's
might-
already.
What did Nalu
Put
give?
off
Yeah,
this
that's
decision.
what you do.
I'm gonna put off this decision another turn.
Are they holding
No,
cards
to
at
4.
zeros?
Oh, I have them.
Something's happening. Just
No, he's just orbital dropping.
Okay.
I can tell.
That's why break that makes 89.
Here, I guess
Like, that's what I said.
You're so smug.
Even the War Sons, it's like the pace at which they
There
can
is
become
guys
hard
there.
is not enough.
Cool. On to
It's raining men
War Sons.
from a drop pod. It's
Or
raining
a,
So that
men.
was
A
The
virus
human-
action card. What is that called again?
X89.
It's
Bacterial
plague.
Bacterial
Yeah,
weapons.
bacterial
Yeah,
weapon, yeah.
excellent.
Like somebody's got a secret objective.
Right, you have to roll for every person on the
That's
planet.
plague.
Plague. Thanks so much. Plague is the action.
X89 is the action that you have to research. That
And have we
kills
seen
them.
Plague yet?
Yes, we have. Plague was played early on Mechatol.
Excellent. Wow.
I believe it did nearly nothing.
Always keeping it relevant. Mike on the mic. Okay, my quick plugs here again. Visit TI4.NYC to view the 2019 game schedule. And come on, sign up for our next league games. If you're in New York, you gotta play this game. You're only as good as the people you play with, and if you haven't played with us, you're not very good. Okay? This is a year-long league tournament. What we're seeing right now is the culmination of an annual tournament
You're reading a speech
that
right now? What
I
is
got
happening?
7th place in, and I would have been here and not commentating, and I would have been on that table. and just add a little bit of flavor.
What happened with that? It was just like a.
Oh, it was
a diplomatic. Oh, it was.
regatta rules.
One more.
Because I had only won one time. I only got 0.5. Yeah. Okay, so other plugs. We do have entry-level exhibition games where you can learn how to play for the first time. Again, Twilight Imperium is the most complicated game ever made. If you're playing anything else, you're just trying to be like us. You're not playing this. You're not playing board games. But enjoy Monopoly, guys. Okay, exhibition match dates are March 2nd, May 4th, September 7th, and November 12th. Again, these players are playing for more than just badges and pride, okay? The prize today is provided by Cursed Jewels. Cursed Jewels is a one-woman operation. Julia is interested in creating jewelry which mixes humor and sentimentality. She believes jewelry should be personal and have a personality. Agreed. Julia, thank you. For more, visit cursedjewels.com, Cursed Jewels on Instagram, or that's a spicymeatball.biz.
Right. Now I roll dice.
Okay, and we also just want to shout out to Space Cats and Peace Turtles. It's their universe. We're just playing it. Okay, guys, back to game narration. Okay, we're getting some more political jargon and jokes. Love that.
You made Saddam jokes.
Saddam jokes.
All right,
Everybody's in it now.
acceptable.
All right.
We got Morocco.
With that,
What has happened?
Alright. So, it's my turn.
Favorite faction to play?
Good question.
I like Arborek. I think it's fun to just be able to produce anywhere you have infantry.
Pretty dope.
Necro's fun too, though, because
we
you
can
just
have
get
a-
every tech. If you just get so many techs right away.
When did you put the head knot in the gravity rail?
Like first round. Did that screw something else?
No, that in fact
Wait, sorry.
There are also arcasts that
Really?
There's no dates in
On to
I think he was a cat sitting for a little bit. But sorry. How bad is it?
I'll survive.
You need a Benadryl or something? I'm sure you could ask.
No, I'll be okay. Pass. Okay, we gotta pass our first pass out.
Yeah, first pass. It looks like Hakana or Soul has passed because he can't do shit. Going.
Oh, wait. The Campaign for North Africa is a board game.
Okay, listen, we haven't heard of the campaign for North Africa, but if it takes place in North Africa, it's not as good as
I
space.
guess it must be the more complicated game.
1,000 hour estimate.
Don't do that.
Don't do 600 hours was it?
Your action cards
What?
interact with that.
How?
They're debating
Okay.
that a game is good if you run real long
Guys, I think the actual campaign for North Africa lasts about the same amount of time. Hilarious joke if you're making a joke, very funny joke. However, again, as far as game mechanics go, and the best game to play, it is Twilight Imperium. Twilight Imperium is the best game. If you're here, you're tuning in, then you're obviously very, very envious.
Oh man.
No, this is real.
Not even playing, hitting that.
Guys would
Twilight
love to banter with the people in the chat. Obviously, I do have the high ground with my microphone. Please come for me. Happy to be. I mean, I'm here till 5:30, guys.
So right. I think it's probably. I think the exposure changed when I pushed to the camera back.
It still doesn't benefit from capacity.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense.
I'm building.
I'm dying.
I like the space.
one. So you're building, right? Or did you pass? You're building.
So someone's building a home. Khan's building a home. Let's see, going around the table. There's no tech. I think back to Alu. What coming on Alu? Now that is a War Sun, a Destroyer.
Then PDS.
And Nalu has Graviton.
No,
Nalu has Graviton.
Andy, this was something that I was debating before.
It's not enough. It's a big risk.
Yeah.
3 shots coming out. 1 kills a destroyer. With plasma scoring. He's got 3 shots from those 2 PDS adjacent.
Okay, so we got a hit in there.
If he gets a hit, He gets a second
So we
hit.
saw one hit.
He has a direct hit. It's just he's going to lose that war son.
That's what that was for. Yep. So,
He gambled, I think.
Do you
Maybe
want
he
to
had
shoot
maneuvering
your
checks.
PDS?
I don't have PDS too.
Okay, so yeah, he's going to nuke that destroyer.
Yes, I do want to shoot the
He
war
has a
son.
direct
I
hit.
just
He
can't.
throws a 9.
So-
That's a 20% chance.
Didn't they?
A 9 or a 10?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay, I forget what I told it. So yeah, war son. I see 2 hits, and then.
Well, it
Those
probably
are for all
struggles to
misses.
focus.
What's that?
Those are all
What's
hits
that?
for the
3
war
hits.
son.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, 3 and 3.
Wow,
Destroyer,
excellent.
one
Oh,
hit
wow,
as
there's a
well.
hit.
I don't want to risk.
He's got a maneuvering jet. He's got a shields holding. No, shields holding.
I'm gonna do shields holding.
Shields holding. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
If I
Did he do shields holding? Or what did he do?
He didn't. He didn't.
Does he have fighters in there?
Just because he fought me and he looted when I tried not to.
Action cards are just
Dave,
table here.
do you have direct hit?
no.
I don't know. Oh no, he's just
jump in and
he's
help
just
you out
placing
there.
them.
He
He was
did.
just
You can with your ships.
Not sabotage.
So if I get those.
that gives him, I believe,
I can't direct hit.
6 planetaries.
Can't sabotage the sabotage.
That is true.
Unless you're the
I
extra.
forget what the one he's sitting on is, but I don't think it's a red, so I think it's only.
Do you have that yet, by the way?
You actually can sabotage whatever you want.
It's
The racial collapse can cancel an action.
You don't want to try taking it down?
it costs a strategy token and it's a.
Alright, that's move.
But it's like once per turn.
With those fighters?
It's the move to make. Muhat's only chance to win is to do that. Is to carve.
No, not on the board yet. Keep your eye.
I don't know why he's there. I don't know why he's there with no infantry. That's what I don't understand.
Go somewhere.
Maybe he's doing it. Oh, he's doing it because Kraus is parked on that alpha wormhole,
4
and it's
fighters.
trying to. And he's afraid of the swing back.
9.
He's afraid of the punch. That's what it seems like to me.
John, you look like you're having a fun time.
What's that?
You don't look like you're having a fun time.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
You don't
Alright,
look
so
like
it
you're
looks like
I'm.
Nalu
Deep in
is
thought about
building a
strategy, I
home.
imagine.
Yeah,
Now, having done that,
the world is much smaller than it used to be.
I'm getting better.
There was a lot of
Pass and use
there's a lot of devastating fights this turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just still smarting from the catastrophe at the ghosts.
I would like to call attention to Muat's war sons rampaging across the galaxy, initiating wars.
I'm aware of them.
Okay.
But if
I can't do anything about it, but I am aware of them.
Okay. Dave is actually
That's one.
threatening
Two
Muat.
pass.
No,
He actually,
He said he's going to use
or
the
he's
pass.
trying to talk
Passed.
about
You passed, that's on
throwing
me.
him out under the bus.
He's trying to leader bash Muat.
He can't.
Still in last, though, to be
He's
clear.
just position. I think Nalu was my bet early game. He's trying to has it.
this is a weird game.
Turtle
Look at that
hard.
free.
This game
Also,
is,
stage 2 objectives are about to be revealed.
yeah.
Still has his flagship.
And hypermetabolism, also Mike and I were pointing out.
What do you think the odds
just
are
such a
that
great early development.
if you had another
It's gonna
round
put
of
you in
PDF,
a
you'd
leader
take it down?
position.
You really need hypermetabolism. As a
War son, I mean,
response.
if both
Right,
hits
right.
hit, he just used a defendo cost.
I mean, I'm happy to,
So he's
if
unlikely
he
to have
has
to-
another shield thing, I'm happy to blow it out.
Problem
If-
with it.
All right.
just getting rid of
Right, because I could activate your system.
If shields only happened, he played that. He
actually,
has
that
one,
would be.
he has one action
That's
cost.
that might be a
3
rules
points behind
question about how that works.
What do you mean?
I
Next
don't
round.
know.
Oh, because it has to be the active player.
Yeah, I think that's the active player.
This sounds like an indie thing. Can they hear us?
Yeah.
No,
That's
I'm
fine.
I'm
I think we
pretty-
resolved it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the active player.
Ask if we could hear them.
Unfortunately.
What's up? I didn't.
So that would be fun to activate that.
Do you guys want me to
I'm
put
not-
food in the fridge, or it's kind of just sitting out? It's kind of gross.
You're kind of gross. I'm sorry, I didn't.
I'm honestly not concerned that it blows up. It got me the point.
These.
Do you get your point?
It's going to.
Fridge.
I guess they could come up
Oh,
with
you
me
should
if
put-
they
you
really
should put
care.
You denied me a point.
Put your things here.
Yeah.
Just close it in there.
Yeah, that too. It also denied him.
Probably crazy though.
Just
Not
as
probably.
before,
I'll leave it.
I really like
pass.
the Brotherhood. Grignard Brotherhood. Just love playing a terrorist. Just love the threat. I don't think that you could win with a Yin Brotherhood.
They're strong. They're strong
Next week?
rankings. I think.
I'm the last one.
They have
Then
strong
I can pass.
rankings.
You need to say
They
my
have
first.
indoctrinate,
Who
which
knows
means like
Yeah,
you can't
who
send one
knows?
infantry against one
Speaking of
infantry.
what's coming
Just
next.
convert
Right.
and talk him into not
So also another problem is like you have to be able to detach yourself from the things that you paid so much for. You have to be ready to fight. You have to be ready to sacrifice. And like the game's so long, it's impossible to part with stuff like that.
Not score any objectives.
Friction, really, because it's like you pay a destroyer to kill.
Okay.
Yes, I will be scoring.
Which 1 second?
What do I want?
There's two I have available. So I will score the 4. I've got 4 reds. For war, industrial, hazardous. Correct?
Okay.
So I'll grab you that, and I also have a secret objective. Can I score that now too?
Yes.
Okay, so have 1 or more ships in 6 systems.
If you need to breathe, man, I don't care.
Okay. Here you are.
And
I move up 2.
Hi, it's Micah back again. Slim Shady Aftermath.
Me, I'm going to score 6 and
Don't count out Logan, man. Logan knows his stuff.
4 cultural and 1, 2,
Logan
3,
is a great player to play with because he's not overly emotional, but he will always get you if you sleep on him. That's the Embers player for people who haven't caught on to the naming mechanism.
Spend 3 for
Extra's up at
tactics
6.
and strategy.
I'm like an extra.
Spending lead from the front.
Oh, I did that, but I never got a token on it. Spend 3 thing. That was my Imperial thing then.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Bringing Soul to 4 points.
Soul's been sitting on 4. Haven't they? Oh my gosh. Soul is so nerfed in this game.
Early game shenanigans, yes.
Do you remember in the group there was a time where they were like, should we just ban Soul? And I think your vote was for like, just get good. And everybody did. And we're seeing that in the All-Star game right now.
It's a highly asymmetrical game.
I have 2 tech and 2 color.
That's the game.
And I also have a secret objective. 5
Exactly. I couldn't agree more.
Who knew?
Surprises.
Soul, the thing is that like the meta against Soul was so low.
So I guess you didn't buy my block.
Got a 5 dreadnoughts. Kratos got 5 dreadnoughts. Their secret. Bringing them to
Oh, that explains why they have those 3 dreadies over
That's
there.
very actually surprising because like Kratos is right behind.
2 techs and 2 colors?
Yeah, well, Kratos and Extra were tied for first for like a solid 2 rounds.
Who's next?
Lay it down. What's this 2
Oh, 2 pointers coming out.
If you want, I can.
Oh, hold on, I
put that
didn't-
on
I
the
didn't-
Mechatrol.
we
I'm not going to be able to
skipped me.
take it,
Oh,
so I
sorry.
can bombard.
Oh,
Yeah. Finish up. Now I have scoring. I score.
Actually,
I'm really not concerned with the 0-4.
Will
Zimmer's
you
also
remove
scoring.
the
I think he
ground
is.
forces?
Yeah.
Spending something?
Will that be your first or second action?
Let me know when you're ready
Probably
to go,
second.
Sean.
I also
Depending on what strategy so
I have to place
I'll
my
know if I can
score
get
point.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At the beginning of the status phase.
Oh shit.
Feels like it takes you back to you.
Yeah, I missed it. It's fine.
Kratos is placing down their second space objective. Or their,
Oh,
I
they're like not letting them do it.
spend 3 for my strategy.
Khan is spending 3 tokens for lead from
And I have a secret of
And a secret.
Where did Kratos?
Cannot sleep on Sean as a player, dude. This is classic Sean.
Most of them are good. Who's currently behind?
Whole inefficient deal with Sean.
Nalu is in the back now.
I'm learning the
Nalu's
secrets
at
of the
3.
cosmos.
Wow. I thought Nalu had so many opportunities.
Have 1 or
Did
more
they
ships
lose
in
their
systems that are
support?
each adjacent to an anomaly.
Maybe that's what happened. They lost. They might have.
Because they were on 4, I thought.
There are supports.
No. They've been on 3. Because there was a time when it was Embers at 2, Nalu was tied with a bunch of other people at
Space
3.
Turtles.
Then you had Zixia, Exia, and Kratos at 4.
Khan and Extra
Okay,
at
cool.
6.
Man,
That was a swing.
that is
around.
some classic Sean, dude.
That's
Cool. What is?
what happened. Soul
You remember
and
he did
Ghost.
that same shit when he was playing Yisrael?
Didn't Soul
Mr.
and Ghost
Speaker?
create this-
This is a good one.
Was that wrong?
Have 3
I thought they did.
upgrade technologies.
Somebody said, oh shit, it's something.
All right, and the
I think
next
that was
one
Logan.
is
See, like I've been getting in this
forget what it
game,
says.
I've been doing.
It's a
So
shark.
there have been games where I was like, I felt I was outplaying everyone, and then like, I never no stage 2 objectives went my way. This time I was getting outplayed, and then the stage 2 objective that I literally already meet came up. So I'm like still in it.
Trade goods.
It's ridiculous.
Did you
lots of
Yeah,
feed second hand.
I can go out there and check really quick.
Yeah, but it's yeah.
I'm not. This ain't no Euro game, bro.
What's the objective?
This is Ameritrash.
Yeah, Ameritrash
Well, we
to
just
the
look at
max.
it.
But no,
Dead Soul's the
There's a lot of
that's
big plastic.
exciting because that's a moment of like, oh shit, like I was like getting trashed on, and now I have a chance.
Yes, what's the first
That's
public?
a
But
good
now if
example.
I win,
Draw
it
action
feel
cards.
like, oh, you didn't get that lucky
Where's
stage
that?
I mean,
2.
you made plays and stuff like that.
3 unit?
Action card.
Is anybody sitting
Action
on it?
card.
Yes.
Draw action cards. Take my best.
And remember to
Two
discard
unit
it.
upgrades did not come out, which
I've proposed a lot of
makes that one
unusually
just
weird.
like a real.
Yeah.
They can
Oh,
just
it
get
makes it a layup.
trade.
But there's no reason.
An
Most of them
alley-oop.
have
Yeah.
worked.
Now-
Not all of them.
You know what? The way the light is playing, it looks like you have a sleeve tattoo.
I'm concerned about how solid.
Which now I know you look really cool with. So.
Yeah. I'm not.
It looks like
definitely not worried
you're
about
static
my
shock.
No.
Um,
I would not.
Yeah. Because these are cruisers.
Unless Sean gets really pissed at you, it's not happening.
The thing is,
But remember, I had to give
I really don't know. I just feel like I've changed over and
SLS.
over. I never bet against Sean. I should have known.
Here's the thing. I think if you take tech
Get rid of
once,
signal jamming.
and you can, actually, Muat qualifies for it. That means Muat has a guaranteed 2 points.
How do you know they qualify? Did you see it?
Cultural.
They have 3 unit upgrades right now. Better too.
Boxes on the ground. So
PDS too.
So when I vacate this, you
Whoa! Wow! Holy cow! Man, don't.
Who has politics?
Oi, oi, oi.
They need to get Imperium, then they can catch up the pace. Because they're behind.
B minus also says that Nalu has 3. Does Nalu have 3 unit upgrades?
I didn't see.
Okay.
I keep wanting to say she because I know they're snake ladies.
I mean, I just refer to them by species.
And then.
No, they have PDS2 and War Sun and Fighter 2. But is War Sun isn't an upgrade, is it?
Yeah, we
But
drew
is
action
War
cards
Sun
to
a
remove command
upgrade?
tokens.
Or do you have to buy the War Sun and then upgrade it?
Don't forget the one people pay out for diplomacy.
So Nalu has all 3.
Yeah.
Nalu has 3, Hakan has 1.
But
My friends,
Nalu, for some reason, is in the back of the pack
Gross
right
has
now.
0.
Even
Man, that is classic how Dave plays though. Dave plays from the back.
middle of the pack and then swing at the end, but not.
Soul only has infantry 2.
Right.
Extras is Zippo.
Surprisingly, does not have.
They haven't needed it.
I guess their flagship is insufficient.
Shy is
Nalu is the one that has all 3.
Ready cards, repair
So they have
units, and
2.
return strategies.
Hold on.
I haven't seen Embers up there yet.
I think hey Steph, I think Muat is not rotating.
Give me 2 jumps.
Yeah, it's not.
The Gendos.
Oh, thanks. Baby
Agenda.
shark. doo doo
What's
doo
my
doo.
name?
Wait, is that wrong? Is that copyrighted? Am I going to jail?
Just don't do it too good.
Baby shark.
Listen to
So I was watching Big Fat Quiz Show.
politics.
War Sun is an upgrade. That's why Nalu took it.
What else do you have?
Whoa! All right, yes.
How do we know that Nalu could not have? Nalu might have just foresighted into what.
No, they didn't, man. Nalu just doesn't want to get got.
I'm gonna draw
Where
1.
is their War Sun? Is it in their
You
home
already?
system?
Ready.
They don't have one. They
So the
just
first
own
thing
the tech.
is
So then what do they
elect a
do?
hazardous planet.
You can
you-
research the tech.
You basically get to text it on a hazardous planet.
Oh
Red-
yeah, man.
red text it.
It's been a
It's a
minute,
research-
dude. It's
it's
been
a
a
research
minute
engine.
since I played.
Wow.
That's awesome then.
I don't care.
I guess you're right. It's
Veto?
counterintuitive because it's like if I had an upgraded tech, I would just play it. But you're right.
Quash. These research teams are usually not very exciting. A red prerequisite. Well, I already got War Suns. What the fuck else?
Let's see the Ixion artifact.
What am I gonna do?
Everybody's favorite.
Oh, you
That would
research
clear
it?
Mechadol.
You did give him that for the stage 2 objective. Yeah. Okay.
Honestly, having
It's fine.
a neutered player it's not bad for everyone else. It's not they don't have to worry about someone else taking their Soul's just gonna keep it in no position to do
You
it.
can't do
He's
anything.
currently last.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is
He's
that.
still ahead enough.
Knowledge of the fires and no one saw as to why it was totally random at the time.
You did
Yeah,
that,
absolutely. I mean, I don't
I
think that
understand you're trying to.
I don't think you can assume
empathy
that-
after- No, I really did not realize
that the
I've
Nalu
enough
player
games where this
had the
is-
foresight.
No, I really thought you were a little
Yeah, that's not why.
condescending
I
to
think
things like,
the
oh,
thing you
like,
need
oh,
to
this was
understand
this
about the
was
Nalu
this.
player
No, I
is
really
that
thought you were like
the
in
player
first.
Dave likes to
Like,
hedge his bets all the time. So it's not that he was assuming that it would come up. It's just in case of.
Like it was already clear.
You know, because I've seen him play a bunch of different factions and invest entirely in their setup. So I know I played with him once where he was Embers, and he kept getting trade good after trade good, assuming that trade good objectives would pop up, and they never did. So I think
Trade goods are good to have in general.
yeah, in general, but he came to the bottom of the pack with the Embers. With the Embers.
It would be cool, but I don't need it. I already have Red Sox. Abstain.
We're in the agenda phase, so we should try to keep it down.
Yeah, I mean,
This
is a hazardous planet. I will. God knows what the next thing is going to be. I abstain.
That is like classic.
I know.
Dave play.
Oh, you do know. Yes, you are God.
You put this thing on
Ah,
top.
man.
Really?
Playing Don, that is
mostly am just
how
trying to avoid
the
the
Nala
one
player
that kills
does it.
Mechatol.
Time and time again. It's how he
And
gets the
those
swings.
were neither of them.
You're
were
not
the thing.
cycling anything but that.
Yeah.
I understand.
I too shall abstain.
Just knowing that's in there.
Because that one fucks me.
Yeah.
So we know that's
Oh,
not-
really?
Awful.
This is gonna be fun. If I abstain, you have to pick someone else's plan because you don't have a hazardous plan.
I mean, I don't think anyone's too concerned.
No, but I
You can
just
pick
like
tech
that
run.
idea.
That'd be fun and cool.
So I just figured I'd say that to the table as I abstain.
So it's literally I'm time breaking this.
Give it to Sean.
Yeah.
No, wait, Sean's
Total momentum
Does anyone
shift in
wanna buy it?
Turtles'
Tied
favor.
for the lead.
Yep. Turtles
No.
are just hanging out.
Sorry.
Which agenda is
One
that?
trade good?
Scoring.
No.
Yeah, Turtles are hanging out.
Sean, one trade good?
Peace cats and peace turtles.
I don't need it.
Who would win?
Actually, I do want to
We're
know
finding
how
out.
many secrets
Do it for
has
your
Turtles
former-
scored. How
so
many
bad.
publics have
Well,
they
I don't
scored?
think-
Because if they can't,
I don't want
Yeah,
to
because
they
like
can't
it's the
score
closest
stage
one you can
2.
see from your play.
I mean, do they have
Two
they have
different
goods
places.
and stuff? They can
the
start
one thing
investing.
they can, the one public they can
Neuter it. Put it on the horizontal.
leave from the front that gives.
It's
gives
already
initiative.
attacked at risk.
Right.
But if they've
Yeah,
scored-
fuck it. Come on, Mayharzol.
if
All right.
they've scored one sequence,
I hope you remember
they still
this
got
act
pace.
of.
You can do it.
Really?
Have they scored
It's a
every?
double
They
red
haven't scored
ticket.
every
No,
public
It's still,
stage one.
it's still one.
Is it really?
You can either use
Yeah,
the
but it's
first
the only way they
or
have
the
left to do is to spend a
I
command
just
token.
apparently
So
have
they
a
do
lot
that.
of research teams.
Especially if they're not
Next
moving
one.
and they have hypermetabolism.
This one is also
Turtle
just okay.
and,
Enforced travel
no
ban. Alpha and beta wormholes are have no effect during movement, which I don't actually think affects
not
you.
What does it say?
You are immune from it.
It doesn't.
Alpha and Beta.
It
what?
shuts off wormholes, and I am.
I tried. You've played
Against
Krayos before.
destroy a PDS adjacent to a wormhole.
I see you've played Krayos in League. You've
Every
probably played them
PDS
all.
or a
haven't you?
PDS?
Oh, when did you put your? Did you put your?
Could you read it?
beta
Could you
down?
read what it says
Yeah.
on the card?
No.
So
I know that
enforced travel
Nalu isn't
ban.
looking
4
great right now, but
alpha
I
and
like
beta
Nalu.
wormholes
Man, it's
have
that
no
0
effect during
token. I've said it
movement.
before.
Against destroy each PDS in or adjacent to each system that contains a wormhole.
I am quashing this.
It's been quashed.
Oh, I wanted that.
Yeah, I really wanted that.
Do we vote on something else?
We do.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
That sucks. That would have
So
been
right now
awesome.
they're voting
Decisive
on
vote.
the ending of all wormholes, which
Minister
affect everyone
of
except
Commerce.
for the ghosts of Krayos.
The elected player gains this card. After the owner of this card replenishes
The
commodities, he
alternative
gains
being
one
that-
trade good for each player that is his
They got
neighbor.
quashed. Or vetoed. Because they're doing
It's
something
like
else now.
whatever.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about
I'm
it.
fine with whatever.
Yeah.
I'm in last place. It should be me.
Yeah, I'm happy to
Force
take
Trump
it.
ban go through.
I'm in last
They're
place.
not
It
voting
should
for
be
that.
me. Elect me.
What if we give it to me?
You should
You're
give
in
it to
first
someone
place.
that's never gonna get it.
Veto.
I think it should be
This
me.
one's fine.
Quash. Okay. Writers.
Writers.
Rider, no ride me.
What are everybody's influence totals?
11.
I have
12.
9.
6,
9.
7, 8,
9.
11, 14.
11.
So we're all in it.
Someone should vote for me. Otherwise, everyone's just gonna vote for themselves. But
so
I'm
our
in
audio
last,
is
so
muted.
I'm good. You can be.
Not
be my-
muted, we're still live.
Who's the least
So
likely to
if we
think
chat
that?
over.
Honestly, yeah.
It is also me. Also me.
That is so you.
Yeah.
I'd rather give it to
Yeah, we
Amor.
gotta take those off.
Yeah.
Squash them.
Who are the delinquents?
1 minute.
Chat
The orange
pointed
one.
it out.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chad.
What? That we didn't take it.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, mon chat.
No, I say everybody vote for themselves.
Chat.
I bet.
So I start, right?
Anyone want to buy my 11?
Chad Thunder.
Anybody want to buy my 14?
I
I
got 2
mean,
trade
I have nothing to offer you. How about when I refresh my trade goods, I give you 1. I mean, what else are you? You know, people are gonna vote for themselves.
Wait, hold on. So, just to clarify, so let's say you have this. If you just get 2 trade goods because you have 2 neighbors,
We
or you
haven't
have to
voted yet.
refresh both
Correct.
him and me.
So we did
to get
check.
them.
No, he'll just get
We
them.
checked
Or
for
in your
quashing
case, you'll get one
defense.
from everyone, I
We're,
think.
in terms
No,
of
he
order
would-
of actions.
Oh, physical neighbor, right?
Yes,
I have neighbors.
I'm thinking
You're
neighbors
still
in a
at
different
after
sense.
the-
I would, so for example, I
So
have neighbors with
technically,
everybody.
I made a call for
What house is he?
writers, but
We
I
haven't
don't
started.
think it was very.
We haven't started.
I thought
Yeah, I thought it was clear, but we also haven't started voting yet. So
Yeah. I'm just saying in terms of like order of operations, are we still in after?
But veto happens before.
So last chance on vetoes.
Last chance on vetoes. Per neighbor.
Okay, last chance on writers.
Nope. After
I need a real mallet.
Squeaky one.
Game, you don't get as many benefits.
Who wants us the most, and like what are you willing
trade?
Like,
Come
really
around.
get for?
I want it because I'm poor as
Once, maybe
fuck.
twice.
But in first place.
But if you get trade, that just makes trade even better for you.
Yeah.
So no, you're not getting it.
But I haven't gotten trade this entire game.
I would vote for someone
Yeah.
over you getting this one.
I am in last
I want
place.
him to get it.
Don't have much of an incentive to take trade.
Because either Dave or
The turtles are tied for first, and I'm in last.
Yeah.
I think I am the clear choice.
How many votes?
It's not
I
when you
have
take
11.
trade, it's
You
when
said
you
11.
refresh commodity.
I have
And I
enough
refresh
that
commodities,
like
yeah.
if everyone votes for themselves, I can.
But also,
push
I
it
don't have a
over.
lot of tokens.
Dave obviously is
Yeah.
dead last right now. With
The
3
ability to
victory
always take
points.
the secondary is
Has
questionable.
made a lot of
Minus your-
declarations.
I haven't done that yet. What, doesn't that not happen yet?
No,
That
has
happened.
happened?
Yeah.
That always happens. Status phase.
Status phase?
Yeah, status.
Okay.
You
I'm
take
just,
your
I always
tokens.
miss all those calls.
You take your tokens off.
Can we go ahead and
I guess that's
just call voting then? To order?
Dave playing as Nalu, this was
Banging the gavel.
Micah's early pick, and things have really turned in my favor in terms of the call. Nalu without Mechatol is not Nalu.
I mean, X-Chess, it's bless you. It's definitely X-Chess. X-Chess
I
also
will
gonna
give you 7 votes
first
for
is
trade.
gonna gank. First
What if you
trade.
give me 14?
Oh, it is very
One
strong.
trade good?
Extra board
You guys are
position, extra
You're not
psychotic.
gonna use
everything is there.
anything
It's his to lose right now.
So vulnerable.
I mean, I would
Extra
use it
defense.
for
It's
you
just-
particularly,
it's
but
just-
yeah,
I don't
I
know.
could
Just
not
take
waste my votes.
Yeah.
Or I could just like throw votes to other people, I guess. But I would probably need more if I was to throw all everything.
You look at Hakan, who's also in a very strong
To be fair,
leadership
I also
position
have
with
11,
6 points.
and you can buy me later. So you
now,
might as well just
I would argue weak board position, but has
I will vote.
scored less of the public objectives. Now the new public objective that's out is having
I'm gonna vote 14 for Soul.
3 unit upgrades. I do not.
I'm gonna
believe
vote
that has
11
3
for
unit
Ghost.
upgrades. Really?
Everyone, you're right.
Just everyone vote for other random instead of like everybody votes for themselves. Everybody votes for
I'm going to
Economy
vote.
takes technology. Looks like ghosts are
Right now I have
nowhere
14
near
for me.
actually.
But
No unit upgrades for ghosts.
God needs to take
11.
Take
But I
Same
have
for soul.
So 14 for
2-point swing.
humans and then 11 for ghosts.
3-point swing. It's like this game
9
is at most
for
last
the
2 rounds.
knowledge.
I agree. We are probably ahead.
In 4 hours.
Odd man out over here.
I will vote 9.
Here's the thing. Usually the game
the
lasts
knowledge.
real long with Hakan because they get to target every single point.
For the knowledge.
Trade
Yeah.
action.
Finally made friends with
It
Sean.
hasn't
It's
happened
up to you two.
at all.
Barely taking trade.
At this
11,
because
15.
the board position, Akani has not been able to fill that diplomatic space because he's had to fight for his life.
Well, I'm getting trade.
Yeah,
Yeah, a competitive build is just more
Inclined
interesting.
to,
we're natural allies. Look at this position.
If you think about it for Soul though, like he's effectively going to be at 5 at the end of this turn, at the end of this phase anyways.
The end of the
Well, hit, no, hit.
I'm going to be at
He is
5? How am I going to be at
full
5?
of
Because
secrets.
you're going to score the objective. Oh, you.
What objective?
They're saying that Soul will be at 5 points at the end of this
You
next
already has it.
turn.
You already has it.
That's
You
what's-
are? I am actually pretty over Soul.
By the end of the next, you mean at the end of the entire next round?
Yes.
I will get.
Well,
I will get
he's
at least one
literally
objective.
guaranteed not going to take trade
Unless
next
they
round.
do,
He's
they
gonna
might
take
let him
Imperial,
get
because that's the
late
whole point
game
why he
just
did
so
it.
someone else
Yeah.
doesn't get it.
Also,
Again,
if he
gentlemen,
takes tech, he can also
technology
get that.
is.
Like
what
I'm
we
just
want
saying,
in this round.
the swinginess of the situation that we're in right now is.
No, I'll vote for you if you give me your political secret.
Not his to give.
What's double
I can
excellent
give
about this
you, ceasefire.
objective is that it's going to
too bad.
strengthen a lot of our
We
fronts
vote,
right now. We're going to see quite a bit more war, just antagonized by the fact that the ships will be stronger. And I'm sure everyone will get that PDS too, just because it's so invaluable. That's the only way that you can actually play defense in
Hooray.
Twilight
Not-
Imperium.
I'm literally never going to use this.
Dreadnought 2s, Cruiser 2, one of my
Did you catch that?
favorite
Is that
upgrades
fun?
in the game.
Minister of Commerce went to Soul.
Cruiser 2 is such a very strong.
Seoul is now Minister of Commerce.
Want to show it in the middle of the thing?
Oh, we should just be like,
I've been ignorant of Mike being there that whole time.
I know.
It looks like Nalu is not
Awesome.
able to
That's
let
huge.
Like, they all turn. I wish there was a camera.
They only said it at that point.
But like over the mic, as we say it. So
Nalu at this point.
Start us off.
Me? I'm going to start by playing an action card. At the start of the strategy phase, gain 2 command tokens.
Nice.
Not too shabby.
Anyone going to sabotage that? Please don't.
Sabotage.
Like, what are you gonna do with that? Like, put more units on Mechatol, I guess?
I don't think there are enough. Do you?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's a lot in the PDX.
I'm
My
just
god,
counting
deck here is
my gold
recommended
bar.
that the
I'm joking.
So I think I'm going to take trade.
Homes
I'm
is
just kidding. I'm going to take Imperium.
I
Go
do
figure.
think that if we
I'm
were
gonna take
to game round and people didn't have 6 victory points, a swing could still be in motion. Right now, the only person I see able to
So-
manifest a swing is
Who wants to pay me to go to Mechatol?
excuse me, the Embers of Mulan.
Keep in mind, I'm having to go
Very strong
with
fleets
a Dreadnought
and good board
and a
position.
War Sun
And they're about in the
through
middle
the
of
Gravity Drive.
I'd actually.
Go.
I will pay you to stay home.
What will you pay me?
What do you want?
What do I want?
Actually, I'll pay you to show up with 2 War Suns and no infantry. I'll pay you to come, but I want you to leave all of the infantry at home.
What?
That's my offer. You can come, but you're not allowed to bring infantry.
What?
I will pay you for
That
that.
doesn't accomplish anything.
That's my offer.
you have to bring.
That is my offer. 2 War Suns and no
Some sort of
infantry.
it's a deal for
I mean,
approaching
I could, but
Soul
does this
from
affect the
Muat's
strategy
Army.
card?
He's gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
I can't see any other place
He's
where
gonna do it regardless.
Yeah.
Like, it would be
I
dumb
mean,
for him
I
not
want
to.
I want to see it happen.
Don't
but
give him any money.
I don't have any.
Don't make it
triggers.
easier for him
If
to do
you-
this. He's just gonna do it.
If you have, can you take trade? I don't have any commodities or anything,
Oh, why do you need to take trade?
so I can pay you to do it.
So right now we have
I'm just, I don't know how serious I'm being.
That will work.
I'm not too inclined actually.
Okay, and
I'm
can you
just
confirm
having fun.
purple
He's just shitting.
only has 2?
Sorry. Gotcha.
Yes, War Sun.
The ring doesn't count as the trade.
Fighter
I'm gonna
jet.
take leadership so you guys can think about
My
it.
wedding
and I will,
counts as one
if you,
trade.
when it gets around to my round,
I'm sure
if
your
you guys
wife
want me to do that,
or
I will do it
is really
very
excited
first
about
turn. I will go to Mechatol with everything.
Partner, the better word.
3.
Again, I'm happy to pay you to bring all of your spaceships and none of your infantry. That's
Oh, because then I'd
throw
be
millions
your,
on the table.
I'd be like your bodyguard.
Yeah.
I got it.
You could just keep bombarding.
Player actually does have
I promise I won't fire a PDS if you don't bring any infantry and you don't bombard me.
PDS2 and War Suns. Okay, so
That's
at the
committed.
end of this round, so long as it's surviving,
Except
which is
protect
If
you.
someone gives me a support for the throne, I would give it to you
points,
for that.
put him at 4.
Well, I took my leadership.
I can't give you my support for the throne for
He's at
that.
3. He'll
You
put
You could
5,
start
but
attacking
also
the ghost.
negotiated getting back the promise.
They have a ceasefire.
He's going to vacate that
Sure, so
system.
you can
He's
start
in
attacking
front
them.
of Mechatol.
I would pay you. I mean, like, we'll get to your turn when it comes,
Mm-hmm.
but I'd be down to pay you to attack.
To our viewers at home, the man
No!
behind the microwave there on the
I guess I can be there. That would be the Dreadnought only. That's the only thing I can do. I don't have level 3 blue yet.
I mean,
I don't have a blue.
As long as you're attacking one of these other people, I would be willing to pay a very sexy promise that I still have, and I'm pretty sure you'll.
I just asked him to be a little louder.
You did say it was sexy, so just go
It was pretty sexy.
Have you seen the ghosts with their armor on?
Let's have a shot.
Like spirits and stuff. You can touch everything.
So Ghost is trying to
Okay, I'll stop.
It's kind of dirty.
It is
It'd be like-
intentionally dirty. Intentionally very dirty.
It'd be like that scene from The Watch.
But onto you, right?
Yeah, it's not to me.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
I think he's been thinking while we've been talking. I don't think he cares about our conversation. I think his focus is on getting those planets back and maybe retributing against us.
Right, that Imperial.
I guess like I hate when XR gets in the lead. It's like, oh god. It's like how do you even?
When anyone that isn't you gets in the lead, it's like that.
No, it's just extra. It's like impossible to like interrupt. Like I can't do shit to them basically. So it's like.
What do you mean?
I would say that in terms of who we should
Okay.
be watching out for.
So you send 3 dreadnoughts in
Ghosts
and
have
sustain
5
up to
victory
3
points
hits?
right now. They're not the leader, so they're not going to get that attention. They're also not in a threatening board position. These are the guys who are forgotten about, and most
Cannot do anything.
Cannot do anything. That's the truth.
He can score lead from
I'm
us.
thinking.
Was I supposed to draw 2 action cards at some point?
Zero.
Draw 2 at the end.
Do you have the green?
Yeah, the end of the last.
Zero motivator.
During the last.
Yeah, again, I feel
We
like
passed it around.
Yeah.
We did.
wasn't passed to me physically. I didn't hold it. Can I draw 2 action cards? There's no decisions involved in that, so it's not like I'm mulligan
No,
or
actually,
something.
really only lead
Literally,
from
I
us.
just need to draw.
Spend 3.
If anything, they may have affected that last phase out.
Did you notice if he did or didn't draw?
I
action
didn't.
cards?
I definitely
He's got
didn't.
it.
I have
Okay.
one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
Quite a
Yeah,
few
well-
hypotheticals at that
Yeah,
one. I'm just
there's-
not seeing him in the position
hypotheticals for
to
everyone.
run away with
That
this
was
game.
missed.
I think right now we're playing between 4 players right now, and that's when I exclude Nalu.
So,
I think that it's
for example, if like next
force
turn,
race right
like we go to score objectives and I
And
forgot the
extra is
timing
the
of
lead.
like the thing, can I get a mulligan on that?
Probably
Next
the
turn.
extra
I
is
guess.
looking very
I mean,
transparent.
so here's the thing: if it literally couldn't have
Scored
affected,
so many
if it could only have affected your decisions
already
not at
won
all or
secrets
negatively,
that we're
then
gonna know
like
exactly
it's
what
not.
it's gonna be.
You're not getting
Either
some
that
bonus.
2
I mean, they're long
three
games,
tech
so remember?
upgrades,
It's a good game, but
Yeah,
or
I
what lead from the
I
front.
lost cumulatively
Yeah.
6 or 8 resources.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally do.
I told you.
He can pass.
Yeah, I did do it last
And you don't see me complaining.
Right.
Are you saying that I should put those 2 action cards back?
I don't see why he would.
I think
If one of them had been
No,
there's
there's
some
a lot-
strategy phase.
it's a relatively seamless solution. So it's pretty cool.
He doesn't take attack this round.
How many upgrades do you
Won't
have?
be able to score that.
No. So what we're gonna need him to do actually, right?
2 rounds.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that's probably Extra's game. What's gonna happen is he's gonna spend those 3 command counters, score a secret objective, or draw another
0
one.
secret objective?
And then just hope for a
What
profit.
do you have?
Either do his first unit upgrade
Unit
attack right now and
upgrade.
get it
Oh yeah, I have 0.
or when the next public
Not
objective
expect
for 2
that.
points comes, he'll just have it because he's in great position.
So I think tech will be a pretty hot
His
pick.
last game right now, so he's not getting attack.
He's definitely not in that
think I'm
advantageous
just-
position
Fair
on
shot.
the board.
Still picking his draft card.
Nalu playing a very antagonistic kind of besmirched game right now, which I
Not
love.
antagonistic, he's not that.
Hands up in a defensive, I'm not a threat kind of way.
He's really like that.
He loves playing that strategy. He loves playing the martyr. Yeah.
Aside from scoring a point for Mechatol?
Just quite the martyr
You
indeed.
alright, bud?
He's gonna
You
go
okay?
for that.
Tyler's allergic to cats, so I'm just not hanging out there because I'm a pub or a cat.
I mean, this apartment is
Problem,
covered
he
in
got 2
cats.
prototypes.
Yeah, it's the apartment.
Sean, what's
There were 2 cats in here.
I'm sorry.
You want an ibuprofen, or sorry,
No,
Advil?
he says alright.
And this
And he asked
is
him to do a Benadryl, and he was like, no, it's good.
Can't reach him.
Just quite a bit of firepower that's going to be too
I
far
don't
away.
want to
You don't have to
Saying
go
earlier,
back.
I
What
was
do you
like,
want to talk about?
I don't know. I mean, if there's some cookies on pick, not long pick.
Or like the Cody Dev?
It's up to you. I'm just
Well,
saying.
it'd be great.
the door's open.
It'd be great if the speaker token came
Just
this
like
way.
convince you to do it? Yeah.
You and I both.
That'd be
agree.
awesome.
Man, I doubt there'll be a lot of
There's like a
silence
bunch of
or,
bodegas around.
not
There's
silence of
one-
space. What's
You
the
go left and left.
extra flank
It's
speed?
like 2 or 3
I'm
blocks.
sure we've seen that played
And
a
there's the
bunch
food
of
was on the
times.
right, and it's like Jack grocery
yeah,
store.
flank speed doesn't come out, neither is silence of space.
Silence of space with flank speed, my favorite tactical move. Just running through people to fuck over the person you like the
So
least.
vulnerable to sabotage.
Get the Cody Dev and I'll read one.
And we have how many?
Take instruction.
4 sabotages in the deck. 1 is
Really?
out.
Do me a favor.
So I think
Yeah,
we see a
salt
lot of
is
things
amazing.
stepped out of this last round. Tails, dicks, whatever you're rocking. Looks like
Any secrets of use?
Diplomacy was given out.
When did
Politics was taken. Politics was taken by Hakan.
Can you score how many
no,
secrets?
Khan
Two?
took extraction.
Only one?
Brian, you get you something too?
Khan took extraction. And
Or took Pulver
his
as well.
politics. Extra's next pick is definitely
I wish I had
or
Technology
Take it
can
this
win.
round.
Because they do the secondary for technology now, get 1 unit upgrade. In the
You need
next
a break?
round, they get first,
No, no.
they get 2,
Sorry.
and the game.
Well, hold on.
I mean, I already picked my strategy, so.
They get.
All right, we're done picking strategy.
Okay.
I guess they can do it if they have.
That was quick.
What went where?
as well.
Quite a few options actually for this job, but I do think it's their game.
Just
Right
laid
now.
out before the.
They need to score
I'm glad you
one
took
secret.
politics.
Yeah.
I think we're not hearing it in the tabletop,
Okay, Sean, good.
but I would expect a lot of unity leader bashing.
Would you put goods on this?
Yeah, if I could. Oh, I'm trying to.
Get.
Oh yeah.
Cool. 0.
Do it 0.
Hey everybody, it's me, Zero.
Sep, are we hot right now? Are we live? It's people asking for the commentators back.
I will be moving them at the phone. Oh no.
Turn off.
No, no,
So
no. I
you
just wanted to know.
don't want your support. You don't want my support.
Just keep us up. Honestly, we can probably keep both of us up at this point because there's probably going to be a lot of table talk.
Let's talk promissory notes, Andy.
Yeah.
No,
Am I
it's
confused?
exchange.
I guess I could do something.
I could have sworn I heard Nalu say he was getting
Moving
promissory
to Becca
note
Hall?
support to throw back.
Great. I will do industrial initiative. Gain 1 trade good for each industrial plant you control. I could save it till after he vacates, but just in case he doesn't, it's good to delay anyway. So 3 trades.
So do you have it?
This is on. We have the homeowner and
Host.
host.
Alright, that was my action.
Bring it to.
On to 1.
Like you off?
No, because I'm.
Yeah, if you would like to live in this.
So on a roll of 3 or higher, they blow up.
What's the give us a
No,
pitch? What's
1 to 3.
East Williamsburg.
Sorry, 3 or lower.
Yeah.
Much is
4,
it?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We're off the Lorimer JMZ style. It's $13.50 a month, guys. Lots of board games here.
I
I'm
mean,
looking
it-
around.
save something.
I'm seeing the comic book
Something's
collection.
gonna happen. Something's gonna blow up if you do it. Something's gotta give it.
Yes. I didn't know. I didn't know you were coming in to help me. He's also an accommodating friend.
What's the see, please? What's he up to in there?
What's he up to?
What's he up to? Start. No, I'm just talking the past. Yeah, Sol had a rough start in the beginning of the game. The meta turned against him harsh in the competitive.
Doing it faster doesn't make it like a more of a surprise attack.
Yeah, as soon as someone
you don't need to bring him back until I
empty
take care
space
of
in
it.
front of him.
Alright, what's going on?
I need to roll for the gravity drive.
They
So,
give the asteroid
for the
field.
drive.
They're like, just hell no.
Yes, right. Yes. Gravity red. A lot of excitement right now.
What went through the red?
My dreadnought.
Sorry, can you guys catch me up? What I missed?
Okay, I did not go for you.
All this went to you.
And you're 1? You're a leader?
Okay, yes.
So we're still on turn 1?
Yeah, he played an action card.
Yep.
Mine, some initiative, I think.
Okay, so this is for Dreadnought, Gravity
You're
Red.
running into this
Oops,
one.
sorry.
Huh?
That is not in the
Little
box.
miss there.
I think we're.
Yeah, it's
all
not in
agreed
the
that
box.
that's-
Yeah, it's not
Get
in
him in
the
the
box.
box.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
You said earlier you had never
That's gotta be a hit.
gone back.
I did not actually. I did not make a promise.
Hey, buddy.
Watt was making
What was that?
fully.
Love
number?
that.
8.
Just trying to cut him off.
Okay, PDS. So you
Yes, yes,
need
there are 3 shots.
3. You are, sir.
He has all his forces
5.
Hey,
What an incredibly aggressive play here.
Okay, the Dreadnought will sustain it.
silver key is outside.
Well, I'm gonna. Are you gonna activate?
What, just finding his
Please.
way to get back with the
Because
leaders.
that might matter
right
to
now.
your neighbors.
He's going for the weakest
I
link to
don't
do
know.
it.
He had 1, 2. He had the 6 planets.
No, I had to do it before I.
Okay. Okay.
I think this is a great dash for Muad. Love seeing this.
Okay.
I'm sure he's looking at his war
So I'll
sons.
start.
That
Can I
fleet
get?
we talked about, just thinking I gotta use this.
I'll start with War Sons.
There's no fighting.
Oh, right. Okay. So I'll start with Bombardment.
Red sliding.
There's no bombardment. You just take the planets. They don't have units.
Yeah,
on
the
them.
PDSs get to shoot as you come down, but like.
Gotcha.
I know you're excited to roll.
Yeah, so there's-
Sorry.
Here, you can put the dice in.
So just decide your distribution because they get 1 round of shooting as you come down.
Okay.
And then you
Yeah, I will.
Would love
So
to see flank
let's
speed
do
right
2
now.
for 2.
Which
Can't really.
So
which
you
strategy
roll your
card
PDS?
did Muad take?
All right.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I put that.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Muad, yeah. Because if we took Warfare,
No.
This might be a
now
little
it's
out of order.
Warfare,
I
right?
just got this flagship, and so I forgot about
I mean-
it. But at the end of a status phase, I get to put an infantry.
Right, so they do
Is that
both
okay
hit,
if I
so-
do that?
Skate with me, ask the table.
So these are
I don't know
kills.
about, I don't know
You do
about
take
that
the
one.
planets.
I don't know about that one, honestly.
On the flagship?
Does that
Destroyed because
confirm
we're not
which
the-
strategy card Muad
I
has?
barely
mean,
started.
then.
So we
It's like an end
didn't
of
we
status.
didn't let him place the second wormhole during the status phase.
And I literally people scored objectives, and then I was like, oh.
Okay. Well, that the wormhole I totally get, but
it's fine. It's fine.
Is it the guys off?
Let's simmer down right after this. After this, people remember their triggers.
So Brawl
I just got the fact
I did not say that.
It's not like
a lot of standing around the table right now.
Yep, it's that point.
Yeah, people want to simmer down
Brawl
and
and some
remember their triggers.
I'm sure Dave is impressed.
Yeah,
I'll say that too.
his face is just out of view here, but he is getting cut off.
I'm fine with it.
His home was pre-shot before.
I don't know
Again,
if
all
there's
he needs
anyone
is his
besides
home
me.
system retained to get those 2 public objective victory
And
points
I
from
missed
the
one
tech
of
upgrades
flags,
for
so I
his
just moved
units.
something, but I'm good, I'm just placing flags, that is my turn.
Seb, can you turn the contrast down on
I took it.
our little screen? I work in video production, so.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, I am not this pale and red. It's just that we chose red shirts. Bad move by me.
Mechatrol, but the risk just didn't seem
stand out against the green.
worth the reward.
The green screen
No,
is...
no, I understand.
What a professional looking green screen, too. Like, you can't even tell.
Logan,
Looks like
you're
we're
a
in
terrible
Hawaii.
person. I want
No, he's trying to win. Other players,
I'm joking.
I cannot single-handedly take responsibility for stopping him from winning. But I think that a lot of people in this game are used
You
to
take it. You take it.
Non-aggressive play.
non-aggressive
I think we're
play
getting close.
and have
That's
never
a good
seen
question.
like
What if I
multiple
get
players
to-
eliminated or something like that. We've seen like one
have a
couple times.
Well,
But Sean, I would emphasize like this is what is happening. He will smile every turn, but this is what is happening.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
see what's
The
happening.
thing
Yes.
I would say to you is, when do you think the game is going to end? If you think the game is going to end next turn, you should take it. If you think the game is going to end the turn after, you should give it to Sean.
Ooh. End gaming.
Because at the end of the day, really what it is do you think you can win the game next round with Imperial? Or do you think you're going to win the round after that
Absolutely
with
don't
Imperial?
sell this
So you're basically giving yourself Imperial next turn.
I
or the
love
turn
that
after.
should
Ishtar
also,
is the
if
one
you're gonna
giving
give
this
Sean,
advice right now, too.
extract something.
Or no, Soul is giving the advice to X-Jet.
You hear that, Sean?
Sounds like I don't need to now.
I don't know if I was ready to.
If any of that makes sense. So.
I think generally
Yeah.
giving yourself speaker is the best thing.
Somebody has public space in there.
I actually disagree with that. Sure.
Because that means he can't be
Public
speaker.
display.
Public disgrace
Right.
means,
So I think what's more important
But
is
then
being.
You get to take it back, put a different one. Right. Okay.
You like I think
No,
some.
no.
bone.
I guess you guarantee politics. That makes sense.
Unless
I understand. What
Now,
you're
now,
Yeah,
why
it's
would
really, you
someone
want the
play
speaker
that
token to
against
come to you the
X-Jar
turn
now?
before you
Because
the
they've
game
taken
ends.
it.
Sean.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, again,
so I
as I
prefer
mentioned
that.
before, I think having that card gives him the utmost ability to win.
Actually, that's
my turn.
Are people going to be drawing action cards?
So you then draw 2 action cards and then you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Exhausted.
no one
Right.
This day, exhausted after the day.
your hand a little early.
I think, well, what's really interesting about this
Secondary
game is
politics
that
for politics.
playing.
Secondary
But you
politics.
also want to know how this round plays out.
Sure.
You can
I
do
will
that
do
in the
that.
target after.
I feel like I'm disagreeing a little bit. This is one of the only games I've seen where having Imperial late in the game
Secondary
is not a
politics.
way to end
That's
the game,
action card?
especially with that
How many do I
2
draw?
victory point public
2?
objective that's
No,
out
I
right
have
now.
I have 2
It's
currently,
difficult.
so
You
draw one.
know who's about
You'd
to
have
get
to,
it.
Draw
no,
two
you would
to
draw
start.
2 to start with.
Quiz.
Looking at the agenda.
Secret objectives are being scored like crazy,
better
and
hold
I'm
off.
seeing
I
a
need
lot
to
more
make sure.
open hands than most games right now.
Or
Can I do my thing?
before.
So draw one, then discard, draw one.
Initiative.
If you have 3.
That mean-
I'd
that
also
means
like
you're
to
kind
say
of-
to I'm not saying this to the turtles,
hypothetical
but
way for
to
Chuck Wayne is by text next round.
Right.
the
Right.
And that puts him at
the
initiative 7.
Kratos
Alex,
and
initiative
the
0.
Soul Federation.
Took Imperial.
I don't think that the Death Ball is going to go through the turtles. I think it's going to just go across the galaxy to you guys.
I think it's gonna head south.
Which way is north?
I think
No,
there's
because
a
Hakan is going to have a full
possibility of that
round,
happening.
maybe a round and a half to prepare. So I think that
I
because Hakan will
absolutely
get
agree.
a round
Yeah.
or
No,
round
it's
and a
not
half
only
to prepare, you guys should be on the lookout.
Which is a
Def-
writer for
Yeah, but
speaker.
I think
Correct. Wow,
Hakan
absolutely correct.
or extra is gonna
So
win the
many
game.
things that could happen.
Imperial writer
In
we haven't
the
seen.
best game ever made. Really, such an unpredictable,
What?
beautiful game.
I love this
We're
game.
seeing it played by, again,
what's
the best of the best here.
How many secret objectives do you have?
0.
0 in play right now. Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Again, we're seeing Nalu play the Martyr.
Yeah, the one problem with gamers, one big problem people don't talk about with gamers in a lot is they're super token greedy, especially the first 3 rounds.
Dude, you played a phenomenal
Everyone's
Muat
playing
game.
Martyr.
Like, I think that's easily the best Muat game I've ever seen.
Yeah, we're hearing
Like the fact that he's
Ghost
got a
play the
second door sign out in the
Martyr,
second
friendly
round
game
is-
being
or the
played
first
so
turn,
far, pointing at their,
So
their
good.
position here. Really interesting.
Can you put this in the
Big
discard?
fumble.
I think as far as first round plays go, that is probably the strongest first round Muat play that I've seen.
Save it for the stream.
Yeah.
Save it for the streams. Streams.
Save it for the
Oh
stream.
no, I don't
Double Warsaw. He
like
got
complimenting
second Warsaw.
publicly like that. That's just between me and you.
I need to be in a loop.
I will keep it
Is there
private.
anything that you?
I won't tell.
I don't want you to go around
I
telling
think
people
you
that
want
Chai
to.
is the kind of guy that compliments everyone.
Especially not fire people.
Since his Warsons cost 12.
Have you tried fighting fire with
It was
fire?
the second
I'm
round.
on a watch.
It works. It
second
gets
round.
rid of all the what's it called?
It also gets you on a watch list.
Thing is, I need all my money to defend myself.
That's what I figured. Sure. Cool. Let's do that.
No, that's good. You want to fight fire with fire because it helps you get rid of all of the rush.
What's happening right now? I think they just.
No, it's
Oh,
called.
you have a whole book on it?
Politics. I think
So
is
he has given.
Philostagican.
So the speaker token has gone to
It's what
Hakan
people thought.
for the cost of one promissory note.
Yes, one promissory note.
Consumed by fire.
Wow.
Hey, Shai,
And so the
you
more
want to sit back there?
Why?
And then we go to
3.
so
No, 3 to 4.
To 4.
To 4.
Wow.
Well.
I don't see why.
I wonder what
There's
the
the
stream
second player next to you.
I'm talking about how sexy I am. Sorry.
To win.
What a bizarre deal.
I mean, that sounds valid.
I mean, have you seen a Brian Keyboard stream? That's pretty much 80% of it.
Oh yeah, just like
Unless
there's
it's
that famous play mat where he's just like laying on the
He
floor.
takes Imperial. He takes attack.
Yes, I play that.
No, but for like 1,000 years, people legitimately thought fire or flammable objects had a substance that just burned.
Construction.
Stun.
Instructions
Yeah,
being
yeah.
clapped.
I play construction.
Cool.
Fine.
Cool. You want one, sir?
Defend the gates.
Specifically, is it activate the system?
I
Yes.
need Imperial.
See if I can build PDS. Feels kind of
I have to
futile.
activate to use it.
So the secondary is place one token from your strategy pool in any system. You may place either one Space Docker or one PDS.
Okay, secondary of construction is a space dock PDS, and the owner gets
To activate the system.
Activate.
right, limiting your mobility.
Yes. Unless you're, yeah. It's a great first round pick for Star. Because it counts as another carrier, pretty much.
It's tempting. But I can't.
Good deal for you.
Yeah, I feel good.
I'm still surprised you haven't got PDS2 yet.
Yeah,
It's coming.
It's coming.
comment saying
Sorry
Soul's in a
to get the-
good position here, and it is true. He has somehow
Cool,
managed to
onto-
stay
Cool.
in this
On to
game.
6.
He's not cashed in
There's
a
no
single
6, 7.
Imperial yet, but he will get to now. And if he can score, he can double score. So let me see. He has, interestingly enough, I don't believe Soul can score either. I don't believe Soul can score any of the publics that are available for him right now.
We do see
It's
3
not.
secret objectives in front of him.
See, but as far as what good Imperial does for you, it's
What type do you have?
it's he
Me?
can't
I have
get
gravity
another
drive,
secret
MS,
to
server
exchange.
room.
He
No,
can't
I'm
score.
gonna
He
do
controls 6 planets. He can't control 4 of a planet type. He can't control 3 unit upgrades. So
really
Soul is literally preventing other people from getting. He gets a point for mech control. That's really it. He gets a point for mech. Sorry, he can't exchange a secret. He just get a point for mech control. That's it. And maybe
Potentially score a secret, we don't know
Yeah.
for sure.
he has. Actually,
Okay.
I have
I'm
seen
going
his-
to activate tech.
his secret
Huzzah!
Technologic.
is a tech.
Oh, great.
So
Um,
it's 2 points. That's not
Nowhere
pace,
near
that's not
enough.
pace enough to
Does not
the
have
fact
a tempo to win.
the fact that he can't score a single public objective right now. So it's useless.
Dire straits for Soul here.
I do have a skip.
Nalu looking no better.
What celebrities do you get?
My lookalikes?
Because there's a comment.
I don't know. Get it.
Young Brendan Fraser.
Oh my gosh! Wow, what an absolutely flattering. My God.
I don't know. You should talk to you know Sean's friend Bella. This girl loves Brendan Fraser.
Wow.
Dies for
Brendan Fraser, such a sidebar here, but like, what a sad and I read this interview where he talks about like why he disappeared and stuff.
He like had a great career. And
He was sexually assaulted by like a very powerful movie producer, and it like destroyed him, absolutely destroyed him. But what a beautiful piece of meat in his early days. Like, thank you, very very flattered by that comment.
George of the Jungle.
This guy was shirtless in most of his movies, for a reason.
Someone is clarifying. Yes, the secondary of construction does activate the system.
Right.
So it
you
is
will not be able
very
to move.
powerful to use as the primary,
Right.
because you can build before you produce, or et cetera, et cetera. But as a secondary, it is
Not quite.
Nope.
tedious if it's played before you have the chance to anyway.
Now, which strategy token allows you to build in your home system as a secondary?
Instinct training?
Which strategy token allows you to build in your home system as a
I can
secondary?
exhaust this card and spend one
Is
token
that
for
more
strategy
fair?
pool.
thing.
Another
Yeah,
player,
spend a
when
strategy
another
token,
player plays an
you
action
can
card, cancel that action card.
Second year warfare.
Right, so now
Countertage.
if your home system's activated, that won't matter. So for players who have activated
It
their home
doesn't say
system
you
to
can't
build
sabotage that.
GDS, they could still use that.
Same with second year of construction.
So did you catch that,
Already
Stefan?
activated the system.
No problem at all. Right.
We're researching
But also,
tech.
yeah, the second year warfare does not activate your home system, and that is its advantage. Is that
Right.
you can wait for warfare to happen, you'll get new units to
It's that kind of chess playing and thinking 4 moves ahead that's going to win you
him.
the game like this, and you have to
Someone wants to
anticipate.
put it on the stream.
Okay, cool. So
Tech
I'm
is
going to
being
get
played.
infantry 2, and I am going to get
the crazed players getting
carrier
too.
2.
I think everyone's going to go for unit upgrades.
Definitely.
Nothing super interesting,
Uh,
although they will make a big difference. You know?
Now, how many people have scored 2 upgrades of 2 colors for
That's
tech?
not in the game right now.
Really?
It's not one of the points. Let's see.
Actually, no. I'm not going to get carrier 2. I'm going to get fighter 2.
He's also scoring. He is also getting fighter 2. It's great.
Okay, excellent, excellent.
Yeah. Oh, he
Okay.
actually is not
Secondary.
here
Tech.
and fighter. Just fighter.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 4.
Okay, so Craze
Alright,
now
spend
has
token.
2
I'm gonna
unit
get
upgrades.
Destroyer
And then the next
Destroyer
game round,
two?
he'll get his 3rd.
Muad getting destroyer 2.
I
already did it.
What did you get?
Gravity
Just
drive.
gonna do that probably.
Now he gets gravity drive.
Effects.
Nalu probably foregoing this round of development.
Hakan gets transit diodes.
I'm getting transit diodes. Not a unit.
Instinct training.
Actually, getting instinct training.
Yeah.
Doesn't qualify any of them.
Andy, I do own 2 technologies in each of 2 colors. Again, that is one of the public objectives for one. It just passed me.
And that's that. So to me,
To 8. Look at you.
Maybe you're
I'm gonna
right.
flip
Maybe I just don't see it.
Imperial.
Okay.
I
Might be
can't
right.
score any
Maybe
public
you're
objectives.
right.
I don't believe that any of them are that close to that, though, but maybe just neglecting to care, going for something
And then I get 1 victory point for Mechatol.
Do you have a blue step? Is that over
Yep. Diba.
Oh, okay.
So it was
And then if you want to spend a secondary to get the
I
secret.
see, look, see, we have Hakan going for the 2 of each now.
So if I could get a secret objective.
Well, so it starts with here, and we're going to go with it.
I don't know.
not doing it.
Because we got to do the weird shuffle thing.
I think I'll go for the unit upgrades.
That's
But
what
I
I
guess
get.
they have to depend.
if
They're
you discard,
right.
give it to Sean
Require them
now.
to depend on getting tech mix right.
And
I mean, Hakan's
again,
the speaker. He can guarantee himself tech, so I don't see why he wouldn't.
strange play.
Discard.
Strange play again. Maybe he made a deal to not take tech.
If you are worried about,
Okay, Imperial being played.
yeah, it's being played right now. Imperial's being played, so people are going in for
Do you
second.
need to discard?
No, this is my second one.
No, I'm not doing it.
Okay. I shall do it.
Hakan.
Oh.
46 here. How many games you played?
I have played 6 games. 1-2 games. 5 games. 1-2. How about yourself?
I don't know how many
You
games
doing
on team. I have about 200 hours on tabletop simulation.
Now
Right.
I'm guessing that this is actually
That was-
based
that's
off
it.
of
That's it.
that.
I mean,
What
to
we're
zero.
looking at
I
now
don't
is
do anything
kind of
else.
To
like a
zero.
simulator, or not at all.
Obviously, at this point, I have only
seen it?
one real
No,
option.
Never seen it.
Oh, it's like it's not. It doesn't look like this at all.
All right.
It's essentially just a physics simulator of a 3D board game. you're just an eye in space. You can move
do
around.
this because I'll only be at
The pieces all
3.5
just
total
move
cap
up,
after
drop.
accounting.
There's no like.
All right, no, I'll be at just 3 after accounting.
Built in is
This guy's
just
there.
like the shapes of the
So,
pieces.
Sean, I
You still
am
have to follow the rules and
I'm abandoning T-Bot,
once you pick things,
so if I could have your promissory note.
your eye in the sky.
Wow.
It's very fun. It's very streamlined. It's also, it makes things like this so much quicker because
And take your
everything's
dice.
organized. You can
Thank
click
you
a
very
button
much.
and deal cards out.
How would you say the
Start with
playtime
this PDF.
for one game is? Tabletop Simulator.
Much fun. Hour player.
So Sipan,
Really?
You could
Nalu just got the Hakan
yeah,
support for the throne.
regularly you can switch out a game in 6 hours on Tabletop Simulator.
It was just
I
one
still
way.
have. He still has
Player
mine from
game.
before.
Did you end up dropping yourself when you did that?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can go up
That's
much
7
slower now. Go
No,
down.
no,
I
that's
believe that Nalu just pointed out that Hakan does have his.
Back and forth, baby. So
along
the
with
actual
just wanted
fighting
to
is
point out that
occurred now.
some of these victory
So
points
first,
are
I
now
opt
are
to
for the
to
support.
PDS and use graviton laser. So this
What are the
one
odds that
PDS
they
hit
take it
hits,
back?
it will go to a
So-
ship.
Concept can take
Not
much
that
more
it's a big
sense.
difference in
No,
this case.
I'm thinking
To defend out.
But,
who is supporting
here's the one
Exhaust?
PDS. Bloop, and it does hit.
Is that Soul?
Gotcha. The Dreadnought
Soul
shall
and Craves, I
stay.
believe.
Cool.
There's
Cool.
the supports.
I do not have
I
direct
see.
hit, just to confirm once and for all.
That's the bluff.
Yeah, that's the
Waiting for
the
the
quadruple bluff, right? I wait until he damages the war sign for entire round. So now we're doing actual combat. I will roll. Let's see my.
Which of these fighters are committed? So I can be clear.
Nalu and Souls.
Why don't we just go put them on this tile just for visibility's sake?
Yeah, I think it's clear. That's
Nalu
Well, it might not be
is
super
making
clear
his
then.
on War Suns.
Love that.
War Suns go next.
Yeah, I'll leave a single
Flagship.
fighter behind.
What is the ability of Nalu's flagship?
Pertinent for this very much, but his fighters can all attack.
Okay, so
Participate in the
first things first, I'll eat your brain. All right, first things first. I will
Hugest issue.
What a
do
massive fight. Almost
a
feels.
little bit
He's got coming in with
Oh,
his
and no
two
retreat.
carriers.
yeah, I will retreat. I'm using the
A fighter?
carriers
Two
hit on a 9. That is a 1 hit from the carriers.
He's one hit
The
there.
mothership, I should have rolled that too. It hits on a 9. That is 1 hit from the mothership. The fighters, of which there are 8, hit on a 7.
Gotcha.
So here's the first 4. 1.
Now, Andy, is this
Just
attack
one.
purely out of spite, or is there a
And-
strategic gain here?
No additional hits. All right, I'm out of the game.
So that is 3.
That's 3 total hits.
3 total hits.
I will roll for mine, and then, or do you want to go ahead and
making his War Sun.
do mine?
Pardon?
Do you want me to go ahead? Just
Roll your stuff.
Okay, I'll go and make it
has
clear.
already won a game
Well,
as
that's how this is going to roll
rare,
when I'm
rare
done.
occurrence. Is that correct?
So,
Yep.
Say it again.
okay.
Man, I only
Logan
needed
playing
one
as
more
Mulat
hit
for the second time.
As he is.
2 more hits. It would have been great.
So,
You rarely see that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
In this league,
War
especially,
Suns?
we have not seen that before.
Hit on 3.
Logan took it home.
Yep.
1. All hit.
Wow.
6 hits.
Wow.
Hits from the War Sun.
What an
And,
overwhelming roll.
Dreadnought.
Roll for
Hit
the
on
fighter
5.
and the dreads.
If the home system was not open
Hit.
before
And
for
fighter
Nalu,
hit on 9.
Mulat is going to just run in there now.
No.
So,
So, 7
from
hits.
the red player
Gotcha.
against the Nalu.
And I lose a fighter. And everything has sustained damage.
Move up to 4.
So the carrier is removed. That will
And,
take one of the hits,
wow.
and now I have 6 more
Nalu
to
had
resolve.
3 hits. Ed lost a fighter and he sustained.
If he
everything.
loses capacity during, do they die then? or
No
is he
direct
carried
hits.
in?
Capacity's
But
result
here's
in
the
the end
thing.
combat.
That's why he doesn't have to be afraid.
That fighter is still fighting
He
the
had
battle.
that law against. There's a law out that says
Wars
everyone has
change.
maximum of 3 action cards in their hand.
Really?
I will.
Wow.
It's going to discard their direct hits. There's so many ways.
I think it's
Wow.
War doesn't change.
Mercenaries.
Oh no, that's
Fighting a
Fallout.
series of endless proxy battles.
And I will also lose the other carrier.
Oh, it's such a good series.
And I will
It's
lose-
so bullshit.
Any other laws
you
that we should
able
be
to
aware of,
res-
actually?
attack
I know that there was a
I would
attack
never-
assignment.
I never attack, so.
Nothing dramatic besides that.
He's
It's actually
actually
quite
The
lit,
two
though.
big ones are 3 action
So
card max and 4
I
fleet
lose
points.
5, and then this
Wow.
replace this with a.
So you really want those unit upgrades so that that limited fleet supply can be as strong as possible.
So I lose 5.
I think. I mean, it's really
I
maximize the value of
So there
your
was
get
7.
rid of this.
7 hits.
This.
He lost 2
What?
carriers.
This is
Also,
Oh, he lost
more of a
piece of
tactical
carrier.
game.
It's
less of
very
a-
unfortunate for Dave. He was.
Great.
Dave,
All right. So we're going round 2.
Still going. Still going.
All right. I am rolling
this is a man
for
on
something.
fire.
I need dice. Here are some. So this will be just a mothership, which hits on a 9, which is 1 hit, and then the remaining 3 fighters, which hit on a 7, and that is 1 hit.
Okay.
So
I'm still here.
2 hits. All right.
I don't know if you need these dice.
No, I will be good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, War Sons.
A lot of dice
Hitting on 3.
rolled.
Yep.
That's 6 hit. 5 hits.
Yep.
Jesus
And then
Christ.
Dreadnought. Hitting on 5. No. So 5 hits.
That's enough.
All right, and I will lose a War Sun and a Dreadnought.
Okay.
Hooray! Sorry.
You're good.
I like War Sun's dice.
It'll be back.
I hope not. Not quickly.
A lot of careful table talk. I don't know if you heard the hooray and then quick apology.
No, it's Deuce's day, David.
Yeah, but think about like these are like if I ever have little kids, I don't know if I could play this game. Like this.
It's not just on the
instant
side
death.
of the galaxy.
I don't like it.
I'm just.
You're awfully close to mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were so
points.
unused to playing with
All 4
Mubot,
of
we
my
just gave
points.
them actually an ideal start, not like preventative of anything start.
I was also kind of feeding you a lot of that.
Yeah.
So that
What's interesting is why
I assume
now
you're
is
authentically
back for
trying to
him.
win the game,
He's
so.
now absolutely crippled.
I think all of us are doing that.
No,
I'm having fun.
Yeah.
You're just having fun.
He doesn't have much of a
Like,
game
yeah.
left of that.
Oh, cool. That was.
It may have been because he was worried about
on to back to
Jesus Christ, the move.
Oh no,
the
0.
card-
My bad. 0.
Second move.
1.
Card, action
Gotcha.
card gives you one more move. That Imperial kind of thing.
But Nalu has one.
There is Warfare.
Right.
There is.
He is Warfare.
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, now totally useless as well.
Just in
The
case you
warfare
get
card.
hungry.
I think we're good.
Yeah, we're good. We can hear it all from us.
Yeah, we're.
I like that you've got like a
You
little
don't
radio
have
thing going.
Okay.
Can they hear us well through that, or is it mainly
Only the host can hear you from.
Zap, you could tell them that they are way too quiet, by the way.
Yeah, it's just from
And they can flip it on
I'm a
this
little
if they
limited,
want.
actually.
No, they can't.
Well, those don't have. Wait. These have.
I thought you said you could flip it onto the stream if you wanted.
Oh, I could, yes.
Have you done that at all? Or
And that's my turn?
not in a while.
That's 1. There's no 2. Move to 3.
Oh boy.
People asking about the TTS games. Yeah, I've played with Dito. Sometimes we get like 4 to 5 hour game, 6-player games. They tried this mod with an 8-player game.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
It took like 9 hours. I wasn't there. I wish I could have.
Not interested.
And Sloop, there's a TDS Discord for Space Cats as well as just one dedicated to TDS, where you can usually find at least a game going on anytime of the day.
Never again. Someone
Weekends,
says I love that.
2 to 3.
You are very good as a player at managing poor boards.
I believe that a lot
Every
of the
game,
players that
it
we
feels
have now
like
actually
you are
found us
poor,
through
but you still
the
manage
TI subreddit.
most of the game.
It's like a New York subreddit, maybe?
There's a subreddit. There's a.
I need to
there's a
stay.
general TI
I need to
subreddit.
stay
I don't
in
know
the
if there's a
lead
New
until
York
the end of
subreddit.
it.
We have a TI New York Facebook.
Right, our
subreddit.
Facebook is excellent.
If anybody is super into learning this game or getting in on the action for this year's league,
I'm going
it's
to-
now 2019. Check out the Facebook. I think it is private invite only, but I'm
I
sure.
think there are about 100 people actually in the Facebook group,
It's
so
100. I think we had like a league game like every once a month or every 2 months. And there's 3 games.
Yeah,
It's
the other
about
side is
18.
To be clear, if you
people,
do
I think,
move here, from
active
here, you have to
spin-hours.
specify if you walked or if you went through the wormhole. It's very important.
No, that is important, and that's true, and I do appreciate that distinction. I think I'm going to move here, and I think
There's also Space Cats
Opposing
Eastern
player
tournament.
uses a
It's
wormhole.
fantastic
Wreck
place
their
on
ship.
TTS because obviously.
Sure.
and
It's fun. Let me see if I can show you what TTS looks like.
Look out, that's a destroyer too now.
Okay.
I'm glad I did not bring a
I'm
fire.
glad you're there protecting me.
Oh, true.
Yeah, me.
Well, if you trade.
Yeah, you're gonna be killed by all my infantry in space. They're never gonna land. I'm gonna play an action card. It's
Why would you play an action card?
wait, it's not my turn. I'm
Love
gonna
that.
play it.
So it's 3, it's to 4. Yeah, Sean. deserves that.
I'm really tired.
Soul players playing action card. What is
It's
it?
only 3 o'clock. Oh, it's 4 o'clock.
4. Nice.
Not yet.
The stream deserves the best.
Yes, they do deserve the best.
Okay. Oh man.
Shout out to the fans
No, I
for the
didn't.
table players.
You did not.
I went out of order.
Oh.
And the table appropriately chastised me.
Logan, it turns out that you've been sitting on an unstable
Oh. Unstable planet has been played on the what? Oh,
You know what
killing
this game is like. At the
nearly
end,
all
near
of
the
his
end of
other
it, it's just
infantry.
like
Oh no.
your brain is just like running through all the combinations.
I hate to break it to you, but we're not quite here yet.
Exhausting the
I
Herzl.
think we've got 2 turns left.
And destroying up to 3 infantry.
So we've got about 3 hours to go.
That's played on Ghost, Andy.
And
Unstable Planet was played on the Ghost right there in front of
There's no
Extra.
roll.
the others.
For he has infantry too.
Oh, his guys. His
I
guy.
think
Yep,
it goes
there's the
here.
Unstable
and then
Planet,
I
now
would do the roll
vacated.
now.
So that was an unstable planet on the Herzl, clearing the way for my glorious return.
Ooh.
Roll to decide if it goes there.
On the Ghost, right in front of Ixjob, by Hakan.
Oh man, this is great. I can use my
Taking
PS
another
infantry
planet.
fire
Yeah.
technology.
6 or higher.
It feels like a con is just being just fast.
4.
Okay.
I mean,
That would be a
I
cool
think
thing.
if I were to make a pretty bold statement here, I would say Sean, who is actually the creator of the group here, what he does very well is he plays the game as kind of the second place guy so well. He'll play with everyone, and he will ride the coattails of the leader
Until he gets
to get second place.
He's not even coattails right now. He's in the lead. He's tied for the lead.
I think he's happily in rhythm to take second place again. He does not realize how close he is to winning. And he just loves playing so much. That's his biggest flaw. And you have to be able to cut throats to win this game. And betraying your biggest ally in the last game round, a lot of ways, is the only way to do it.
You have 3 PDSs on your own world. That's something.
I do.
I'm gonna do action cripple defenses.
Kratos is playing crippled defenses on.
Action cripple
Let's just put
defenses.
Ooh.
On X-Shad's little. On X-Shad's PDS.
Bizarre play. Is Kratos in spitting distance of that system?
Say it again.
Is Kratos able to get to that system via a wormhole?
I don't know.
Maybe that one that.
It's not like it matters. He has 3 other PDS there naturally.
You had an action card played against that PDS.
Oh yeah?
I'm just gonna sabotage it.
By whom? Well, I can't, so I don't have any.
Takes just sabotage it?
But you're not a nice person.
Alright, it's to me. I'm gonna play an action card. Am I actually allowed to do this?
Is it your turn?
I think so. I'm double checking.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. So do you know how I have orbital drop? This is like that, but better, because I don't have to pay a strategy card, and I get to put 3 infantry down.
It's like you click the button.
Anyone want to sabotage
Made
that?
that.
I guess it's just like a
It's
physics
just 3
engine.
more.
Well,
It's like a real physics engine or something like that.
There we go. So you can keep it. Okay. Can I get the infantry cup? Yes.
That is the frontline deployment on Megatal Rex.
So Soul's
Cool.
front.
Megatal Rex.
Soul doing it.
Does anyone other than me have 3 unit upgrades?
I have 2.
I don't think anyone actually has it in the bank like you.
Oh, that's fine.
And I guess we already did tech, so.
Yeah.
I'm working towards it.
I think Soul's just gonna hang on.
Alright, I think I can
I don't
probably
think
focus
it's
on
going
other
anywhere.
things now.
Kind of simplifies
Who's
things.
gonna pay for
Ooh,
it?
chat.
No one's gonna
Things
be
are gonna get
go out of
easier.
their way to do it.
Ooh, chat. Things will
The
get
only
brighter.
good
0.
had heroically because they're already down.
I activate warfare.
About it.
Definitely gonna get that
I
secret
do
objective
this.
for having 14 infantry on the
A little joke there about Megatal Rex population.
I have 14 infantry on that.
You all know that secret objective.
Oh, of course, of course.
Warfare. I'm not doing the
I may
secondary.
rearrange
Secondary
this, but I don't see why.
Shot secondary
I'm
warfare.
gonna take it.
Secondary.
maybe.
Lead. Logan. Secondary warfare.
What's that?
So Shai's building. Outside of that, Logan, you're on deck.
You wanna dip in for a
Oh,
bit?
me, right.
Wanna swap out for a bit? How you
I don't have the fleet supply. All I can build is
Yeah.
infantry.
I'm not worried about
The table.
I'm gonna build. Where's my planet? Oh, here they are. They're already pretty exhausted. Funny. So, nope, not that one. Yeah, spending 12 for a horse.
Sabotage. I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. I was looking at it. It works like that.
Second war
What's
song.
looking like? Hold on.
Onwards
Tell
to-
Dave that he's got there's a comment. Dave has a beautiful voice.
He did Warfare.
Oh, yeah, Warfare. And then,
I pass.
Hey, Tyler, tell him. Someone says Dave.
There's a comment that you have a beautiful voice.
I say he just got reported.
Thank you. Is it from someone?
In the stream.
What's the handle of the person who made that comment?
Technically, I shouldn't know this because it has increased my
Vin
morale.
Pez. Vin Pez says that Dave has a beautiful
From
voice.
President Barack
V-I-N-P-E-Z.
It's J/Ian.
First
You guys didn't know President Barack Obama's a huge
Super
What's up, everybody? It's me,
He runs
your
the
boy,
DC.
back in
It's
it.
part of yeah.
I've been trying to get them into.
Let's have a look. So
Is there a DC league?
Extra is cemented as
I
fourth
think he's
position, it looks like.
He's probably in Chicago.
It's not going anywhere, huh?
So you passed. Now it's on to me.
Yeah, I know, but it's really.
No,
it
Logan.
looks like Hakan is reinforcing its area. Not a
Chicago.
lot,
Oh,
but
okay.
Logan,
you know, at least it's like
I can
compacted
destroy
now.
your
Back to an
Yeah,
area.
he
Is everybody
got
kind
some
of?
PDS and build and stuff
Looks like
like that.
Nalu has been.
Ship in every system.
I can't.
Nalu has just been crushed.
Sure, whatever you send,
Got
will probably get
smashed
blown
by
to the
Is-
top.
War Sons.
Are Embers about to go wipe it out?
It'll
Probably
open you
not.
up to other people
Not the
who
players
are
of this
also-
board.
They've admitted that they are.
This is a maybe.
Is it hard maybe? How far away is it?
Maybe War
So
Sun
that really
or
sure.
Muad is
I won't
is
if you
bets
give me your
for
Fires of
Conquer the
Gushlight
Week
again.
coming up, which is the stage.
Could be.
It's not even
Logan has played a lot of TI.
Do it.
what.
Do
I know,
it.
but I'm saying he's played a lot, so he's
What force will you be sending there?
so he'll be aware, same
need
as
to tell
you,
you that.
of the
No?
of the way
I will
the
either kill it or
objectives
you will
break
give me
down.
the Fires of Gushlight.
It looks like Kratos is just like back to where it was at the beginning, where it's got
I
this
know.
handful
you have
of
so much resource right now. Just rebuild it.
systems
Just rebuild it
to the
again.
immediate kind of like northeast of
Go
the
down
wormhole
fighting. Come on.
and
Don't let these
southwest
cats
of
talk to you like
Mekasal,
that.
and then
Talking like
the.
affirmatives are happening.
I
You know
mean,
what is my guess?
So it's just
think
Soul
it'll
is
be
really
fine.
the worst board position
So-
forever, other than Nalu, I guess. Nalu has taken that title from me.
He's got a bad one. Kratos has mobility now that it's the wormhole, so.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a good play by everybody at the board. For people who've been watching the whole time, you might remember that I was
Fires of
saying
the Gushlight.
that Nalu and Soul are the
One
only
market
top
slot.
6
Hakan-
factions at the
Hakan
board.
Like
got
it.
fires of the Gaslight.
Wolf.
They just traded again for what?
There you go.
How many
Game.
unit upgrades do you have?
No, I have 2.
Okay. Well, at least you
Trade
trade
builds maybe?
victory point.
Not
That would be
easy.
did you have 5 things?
I have 4.
What the other
When
one?
you- The other one
Deception.
is when you play Warfare, you return a token.
You return it.
And
Yeah.
then they rearrange
You-
as you see fit.
I never.
What did Hakan just trade for the Fires of Gushlight?
Hakan get fires of
Hakan now has War Sons.
What did you trade for that?
Oh,
I didn't destroy this.
You traded
Oh,
it.
I
Right.
see. I got you. Yeah, so Hakan had threatened to destroy the War Sun that's on the system
Yeah.
to the
That's 4.
southeast
There is
of
no
the
5.
Nalu home system.
There is no 6, 7.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. Do you want your second wormhole out?
Is that
Your second
I mean, that's a
wormhole?
great.
it's a good
That's
play?
a great emissary note to get when.
I want to know where you want to put it. I'm offering to put it out for
Important.
you.
Yeah,
It's
I think
it's a faster research.
Yeah, but
But
I
what
can
is
do
it
it.
free
I
upgrade?
can do it.
Is
as
that
an
War
action,
Sun
so you
sustaining
can use
damage?
it.
That
In
War
worst
Sun
case, you can
currently
just move it if you
still
don't like
safe.
where I put it.
Okay. So it might
But
have been a good play
I want
then.
to put it somewhere.
I wasn't so sure
I'm offering to
because
put it
he's
somewhere
effectively
for you.
like helping. Did Hakan
What
take
would
the
you
tech?
do? Would you like go into it? Would you just occupy it, or are you trying to get that like the one that's
No, he
what
took
is it?
construction.
The 2-in-1.
He has
Yeah,
the
the
speed.
gatekeeper or whatever.
But now he
and
can take tech
gatekeeper.
I
next
mean,
round,
I
get the
can't
2
prove
unit
it to you,
upgrades,
but no, I'm
have
not
all
looking
3.
for that one.
Because he'll have War Sun in 2
He's
units.
gonna get.
I'm looking to mix it up. So personally, right now, I feel like I don't have a ton of options.
Yeah.
Short
If
of
Hakan
like,
gets a secret.
like I'd love to jump right there.
Yeah. And I mean, again, that's
and then
classic
he is-
Sean,
You see the
dude.
fleet
Classic
around
Sean.
it?
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
But
He is.
You see
Okay.
how many infantry? Got it.
Yeah.
I'm
The
not.
problem is
Okay.
that what I would need to do is like we
Because I
kind
don't
of
see
have
why
to do a
else he
series of
would
like
sell.
non-bindings.
Yeah, and I'm happy to
Speed
like
token to hack.
do a handshake on that.
Public disgrace starting what?
And
It lets
so,
you,
or like give you a ceasefire
Forces
or
a person to pick
something.
a different strategy.
Okay. Okay.
Because
Like I'm
he has
offering
public
it to you
disgrace.
as an additional
Public disgrace and
vehicle
disgrace.
of something you could do.
Okay.
And if someone else has a
So
sabotage,
because where
it's
I
a train
personally like
Public disgrace,
my
that's
like
not
the
the,
other two things
does
that I
that
can
the same
do
with the agenda?
is like I can start coming
One
after
doesn't
you.
know you vote on
I really
something.
don't want to because you've got 5 dreadnoughts basically in my neighborhood.
Okay.
Or I could go after him which is fruitless because he has a billion PDS.
Do you want to move the table
I
back?
don't want to go after the billion PDS because they will shoot me.
I'm down to chat about it, definitely.
You will lose a peaceful neighbor.
Oh, I think what it was
Like,
that
you and I
I
haven't
moved
really. I mean,
up
we've
and
had
moved
our
back.
what?
Whenever I transition from
Fuck
further
around?
back, the lighting takes a second to adjust.
Had those classic fuck around.
We haven't really gone super into.
See, now wait, move your hand.
You
Remember
took
when we
this.
were remember
Yes,
when I did all
when it
that stuff to lose
transitions
a peaceful
from
neighbor?
close to far.
Oh,
You
wait.
just need to take the exposure
I
down
didn't.
on the webcam.
He just attacked me. When
I'm mostly like just putting it out there as a like. Do you want a second beta wormhole somewhere?
No, it's never.
If it's interesting for me, I'm
How
happy
old
to
were
do
you?
it.
I
It is
was,
interesting. So
I don't know,
it
like
wasn't a betrayal.
I think they're also bunched together.
It was more.
I might be
Where
wrong
you were
with
alone.
my analysis
like
of the
when
game right now.
I don't know. I think
two
it's
nations
in my
share
head,
a
I'm like,
border,
why
one
is
of
Soul
them just
still
invade
trying
the
to
other
win?
because they
Soul
want
still
this.
has a fighting chance.
yeah, this is
Two
okay.
space
Not
sides,
a
a
betrayal.
bunch of infantry.
Is
It's
I
got
would
ships.
place
If
the
it would just build
wormhole,
ships, it could fight its way out of that corner. Why do you
wherever
think it's
you
not?
want. Like,
Why do you think Soul isn't
where you
trying to
want
fight
it,
its way out of
what
the
you
corner?
pointed to me.
Yeah.
And then the next time he comes to you, you would place the wormhole.
he
I don't
doesn't
know.
He's like
So
too fearful.
You give me the
Yeah,
promise
That's
right
gotta be
now,
it. There's
and I would
no
do it
reason.
immediately
He has
on my turn.
all the money
It's
all the
peaceful
time.
language. It's not an action.
It's not an action.
That's true, but
He doesn't
then
have
I
any
would
money.
just do it right
If
away,
a resource,
and then I do
if
an action
more
on that.
resources.
I guess what I'd actually want to do is the reverse order. Is I go where
That's true.
I
But
want
if
to
he
go
picked up
first,
warfare,
and then you go where you
right?
want to go.
He could build a
I'm
ship.
willing to do
He could
that.
Where do
probably
you wanna
take
go?
that planet
I would want the
immediately
wormhole
to
first.
like.
He doesn't have an air game right now.
He's
The
got a
beta or
cruiser.
the alpha? I guess
Where is
it's
he gonna
the
fight?
cruiser.
Yeah, but he could get a.
I'm totally fine putting the beta right there. I can actually work with that as well. I'm totally fine doing that.
For the status phase.
Because that's when he has to put the wormhole down, and he missed it
So
a
I'll
couple
start
turns
with
ago.
turn to you.
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
So,
I mean, I can put it. Oh, yeah. 'cause you
Lee, the
wouldn't be able
ghost
to put it
player,
down on your
missed
turn.
the opportunity to place a wormhole a couple rounds ago.
That's on him because he
I would
did
give you the
remember
ceasefire
the
for
first
trade
round.
good.
Of course,
at
of course,
that
yeah, it
point.
is on him. But now he's trying to talk about it now to kind of remind
He's
himself.
trying to
No, he's not trying to redo it now. He's saying that like
The ceasefire, I'm like not so.
he for one trade good, or is he?
So
No, I'm not gonna do
No,
the
he's not.
ceasefire. I will do the. I will put it there for you, and I'm happy to
there
handshake
is
on
a
that. Okay. If you.
resource on the field.
Sounds good.
So has everybody
Um,
now? No, they haven't. But
that case,
all the public objectives have been claimed by at least one person. So that's good.
Going
We're still on that first round public 2, which is the 3-unit upgrade. Still, Nalu is the only one that has that. Anyway,
Be a way to turn the exposure down.
I mean, I think it looks good right now, but I guess I don't know.
Like how red.
What?
Next, I just close. That's it. So,
We
promissory
do
note.
not trust this. He was doing a classic, just activate somewhere to delay move, and he decided that that asteroid field
So you're placing it there, right?
the
Yes.
place that had pissed him off the
I'm
most.
gonna play this
that-
Preyas IFF right now to do that.
Wait, who put the?
To do what? Oh, to make a.
Oh,
To make the
so
wormhole.
Kraves
Right there.
burned a turn by putting
Just see
by
it.
activating the
Yep.
system next
Cool.
in the
This is
asteroid field
interesting.
I
next
can
to
go
the
there now.
Con home system.
My
Kraves.
And then
Stalled.
I'm going to
Yeah.
activate.
Maybe they have
This
something,
system.
an action card up their sleeve they're trying to use, or
Activating.
Because I gotta blow it up to go through.
have they already
I don't know,
activated
like,
it?
I mean, it's fair. I'm not going to retreat with it because I can't. I
So,
literally can't retreat with it.
Liz is watching it. She says it looks fine.
Okay. Don't.
She says
I
you don't
advise
have
not
to
to
keep-
fighters.
That's
I mean, if you're gonna wait a turn,
Now it looks
I
like
don't
it
have to
was
move it
Yeah,
somewhere.
No, look at it.
So-
Now we're back.
Well,
What I gotta do? I gotta back up.
I
Wait
wait
two
2
turns.
turns.
I don't have any
It's an orbital
tactics.
drop
No,
twice. That's no big deal.
It's a,
So it's good a
Most
minute
of those
ago.
are going to go on strategy.
Anyway,
Yeah, that's reasonable.
I mean,
so
I'm
board
just
position
saying-
right now,
put them
looking
all
at
in
it,
tactics
who do you
and
think has
and
it?
then move them
Who
later.
in your
Well,
mind right
I'm
now
just
is
saying that, like,
best suited to
I
win
can't-
at this
Like, I
point?
don't know why you would put them on strategy at this point.
I don't care.
Obviously,
if
I'm asking you to
blow
make a
it up.
permanent
I'm just saying
prediction.
I can't do
Looking
anything
at it
to
right now.
make
Extra?
it. If I roll
Is there
really well for
anybody
some reason,
close second in your
I
mind,
can't avoid
or is it extra? It's just
I mean, I'm
far
just
away.
gonna do it with
it's
that.
simple based on.
Okay.
Where the victory points are.
Okay.
But you don't think
I
Luat
think-
can
It
swing
might
it?
blow up in my face, but it also might not.
7 or 8
So,
that Soul and Crews might get to 7 or 8. Like both of them are last.
What's going on?
9. The
Buns?
con X shot in terms of ticket. It's gonna decide.
yeah,
That's
so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna activate this wormhole.
We haven't seen Imperial.
You can't
come
shoot
out,
me, I don't
Imperial
think.
Rider come out. We haven't seen Pollux
Or
Rider.
really cares to
The
shoot
one
me.
thing we can
Under
count on-
riders, you were
So
saying.
I'm gonna
the one thing we
bring
can count on is that no one's getting up.
cruiser and
Yeah, it does seem like. Okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. It's not really worth it.
Fight's
There's
happening.
no planet to be gained.
gain.
And
Unless you
every
just
fight this round. Check this out.
Yeah, I wish I could
where did
help
the
you
beta get
retreat.
placed?
Oh, it's fine. I'm not concerned. That thing was to get me
It's right over
a secret
here.
victory point.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Soul and
So,
extra
oh,
buds.
Priority. Sorry.
Do you think extra is making a play to get Soul to clean up Hakan?
7. This is the
But
7.
that'd be a waste of time.
And this
If
is
extra
the
wants it,
9.
just go take it itself.
Both miss.
Both miss.
Okay. So I've got 1-8 because it's a destroyer too.
Well, I don't foresee this destroyer lasting very long.
Nope.
7.
Nope.
Nothing.
9.
Double nothing.
Okay,
Let's see it again. Come on, little destroyer.
Nope.
Show us your heart.
7. 9.
All right, the destroyer's still in it.
Nope.
Oh man, this little baby is shooting like pew, pew,
Epic
pew, 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 pew,
battle.
pew.
7.
Nope.
It's an underdog story.
9.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh shit. No, you
Okay, everybody okay?
This was bound to
Alright, I'll
happen.
do it.
Okay.
What happened?
Is that no? That you rolled
He was
first,
too
right?
excited.
No, you roll first.
It's gonna happen again.
Well,
Nope. Okay.
it was a good effort.
Sorry.
But
That was
the destroyer is
my
done.
fault.
Did we
So
break
that
it?
does it for
We all
the
adjusted.
ghost ship.
Sorry, I was very excited, but I
Which is
didn't know
funny
what you did.
that it was called that, given that the ghosts are at the table. So you would think that the ghosts.
So back to 0.
But anyway, so we got the beta over there.
It starts with
Between
0.
Zixa,
Building
or
on that.
Xcha, as I've been told many times, and the Emirates.
I could activate this just to
So it
attack
does
with the
sort
one
of feel
fighter.
like
could.
Soul
If only they had capacity.
might be looking to make a play to get
Sure, I
over
could
to that
PDS. I have
area. It's not
and
a
the
bad
PDS
play.
could only
I think
destroy
if
a
you
war sun.
look at the bird away
That'd be kind of fun.
beta wormhole that's near Hakan's space.
You do
You
have
can see
to
that
pop leadership.
3 planets immediately adjacent to it have no infantry on it, and there's no
could also
fleet in space around it.
It's tempting. It only gets the one shot.
So,
Meh, it's
if
50-50. 50-50 finish it off.
Soul
I mean, I
can
know you're
pass
not gonna
through
take
it,
so
they
you
can
make a
land,
deal.
get some new resources. Right now,
Well, we gotta
as
build
Andy was
something.
saying a moment ago, Federation of Souls resource poor.
So building
There's not a
happens?
lot
happening.
that they can build.
Level 2 Orpits. Type like
So
for
if
my
they can
friends.
catch these other planets, that'd be something that'd definitely
Yeah.
be worthwhile.
Popping leadership.
Poppin' leadership.
And in fact,
Leaders
2
in the
planet
club.
system to the
Spending 6 for 2
northwest of
additional.
Mechatol is
So
also
I'll get
good.
5.
3.
So there's a potential for a kind of satellite system, if you will. So
Oh, right. I should
see what we got.
show them.
Spending 9.
okay, leadership is being
My goodness.
activated.
Oh, my damn. Oh, my
Command
goodness.
counters coming through. It looks like
This is how bacon is meant to be.
3
The lies that end so perfectly.
factions have claimed the victory point to spend 3 command tokens. This might be something worthwhile to invest in. It was unclear with this part, as you have probably guessed watching. This
So
is
that's
a little
leadership?
kind of fast
Everybody
and
leadership?
loose with the
So
kind
now
of
on
rules
to-
Great.
of in
You passed,
initiative
now it's on to
order,
me.
kind of doing the secondaries.
If I park a ship here, it's in both of our interests.
So it looks like Hakan is considering blocking Soul's
would you
move
destroy
into
it?
that space.
No. No,
What? Don't do that. I was gonna take these 2 empty planets that you don't own. Don't do
So
that.
it's not exactly going to
I'm so
stop
mad.
Soul from getting into that
So sad.
space, but now if Soul moves in,
There's
they'll
no
have to
there is no 5
stop
or 6,
there,
so we move to 7.
destroy the cruiser. And even if the cruiser
It is but by
is
your
destroyed
grace.
without taking any Soul vehicles, there's still potential that
I deem it
it
appropriate.
leaves them open for attack. I think that Soul still should commit to this move. They should still move over into that space.
Sorry,
Because
not
they're
sorry.
really kind of playing with one hand tied behind their back.
How many PDS shots are gonna
Soul
fire
does
if I
seem to
try
be a
and
little bit
enter that
fearful,
space?
following their purge from.
No, I'm just asking.
Do you have plasma squad?
Me?
no, actually, not.
So just be 3.
It would be the 3 for the flagship.
And I have anti-pass.
It'd be
It's
3.
not gonna help me that much.
It'd be 3 very sexy shots.
They would go down 5.
How do you feel about me moving that wormhole again?
Where would you want to
So
move?
it looks like.
Anywhere else?
It looks like Soul is
what do
trying
you-
to
what do you
convince
want?
Ghost to move
If he places it
the
near me, you lose a
wormhole that
friendly neighbor with a flagship,
Hakan just
2
moved
dreadnoughts,
into.
and a war
For those
sun.
just joining us,
Well, you've seen
Hakan
how
are the yellow
cheaply he regards
ships,
his war sons.
and Soul are the blue ships.
Throw away
So I
war
say that
sons. Yeah, but at this point, does he get any victory points for
Hakan
going
is
at
blocking
you and being
Soul.
vengeful?
What I'm
Like,
saying is
I
that the blue
understand
ships
being
can't
vengeful,
move
but,
in
like,
to where those
getting
yellow
any
ships
victory
are
points?
Those
in the
2
upper
planets are key
kind
to
of
me.
right
I need
center
those
of the
to fund my war
board.
sons.
You break them from being able to afford War Suns. You should
definitely take those 100%.
You should definitely let me move them.
And then the War Suns are on your back door.
So see, Ember's doing what Embers should be doing, which is using the War
They
Sun.
aren't key. Like, I can still build them without it, but they make it very affordable.
War Suns, of course.
Given he's out of trade goods, he definitely couldn't immediately. He couldn't replace this one.
It's not like I just gained 4 planets.
So we see that there's a lot of crossing on the table about the best way to eliminate
There's 4 planets have a total of 3
War Suns.
resources.
Embers, of course, are the red here.
Yeah. You can't replace this one if you blow it up.
Nalu is trying his
Put this
hardest
portal there, blow this
to
up with
commit
PDS.
someone to clear the Embers out of
I
their
think
way. If
we
you
really
look
should
up
take
in the
advantage of
top
your
left
story
corner,
more.
you'll see that Nalu is effectively
Yeah, it's Dave. Dave will do it
blockaded
now.
unless it wants to take those 2
It's his
planets
turn.
that Hakan is currently
You haven't
holding.
gone yet.
So it sounds like the Nalu is trying to convince someone to clear the War Suns out of their way.
Yeah,
It's
no.
I just went. It's your
You can create one unupgraded cruiser per action that does that, and it costs you a strategy token.
I don't know why you say it costs an action as a bad thing. That is the best thing you can do in the game is waste an
We hear the Embers
So
players
It's all
sounding a little
circumstantial.
bit
Every element of this
frustrated
game is circumstantial.
that the other players
No. I
aren't
mean, like,
determining
using a
what
turn
they should
mid-round
do.
to
I
bust
think
or
that
something.
Embers is trying to
Always
rush
the
the other
best.
players to the decision
Always
to
good.
decrease the
Making
odds.
a
that
sweeping
someone takes
statement
out
like
the War
that is
Sun.
just you trying to
No.
use ambiguity to make
There
your
is a
position
reason-
sound more strong so that
I feel like
someone
the
doesn't
chat
have to
was
guess.
very-
Now we're seeing some of
There's
that
a reason
aggressive
I-
friendliness that I think Tyler's talking
There's a
about,
reason-
where the other players are trying to help
they
each
making
other
fun of us?
in a very aggressive
No, it
manner,
doesn't.
kind of suggesting strongly what they should be doing.
How much? I said thanks, Chad. And I was like, who's Chad?
How much has the chat been making fun of our decisions, out of curiosity?
It looks like there's some meta talk
like,
with the
these are
chat.
like
You guys are the real stars.
Have they been sending that
Interesting
to
how
You guys have been pretty cool.
45 people, but
Have they been doing a little? Is there a little grayscale man next to the chat when you say that?
Just want us to feel good about
Oh, was it in alternating caps and not caps next to a SpongeBob meme where his lips are like what?
Yes, and it was
I know we were talking about factions
that
that
was
they
really
play
called
earlier.
X nervous girl. X
And I do have a soft spot for
Seems
Sardak.
legit.
I know Sardak is the
And
worst
again, I
faction,
am still in
statistically
last
speaking,
place,
out of
so you
712
guys are
games in a
talking
6-player
about
game.
gaming
But I have a soft
while
spot for
these
them
two remain in
because
peaceful territory.
they steer
Board
themselves.
state.
Sardak is the most cruise control faction
You're
you
like
can
a
play.
scoreboard.
You just chase the points.
You have PS2.
You don't
Like
chase
2
tech.
unit upgrades are
You don't
Dreadnought
build
2
up
and
big
Warsaw.
fleets.
I mean, sometimes
You don't. Yeah, but if you do that, then you do that. You just start taking tech every round.
The fact
You do
that
whatever
after
it
I made
takes.
my point, you're
That's
still
the thing
doing
about
it, so
Sardak.
it shows
Sardak
I'm
is
nervous
down the
about them
line.
following through on that.
We'll do
Point of
whatever.
information.
I can take those
Yes,
planets
whose
back.
turn is it? Okay.
It's
your turn again.
He's
Yes,
calculating.
in another game of
Yeah.
Final
So we can
Fantasy.
tell again by the kind of smiles and kind of forced laughter that the players are starting to get pretty frustrated with their
run over
board
there.
positions. This is what you were talking about when we first started
You
talking
need
Twilight Delirium.
The only way for
Starting
you
to
to
kick
get
in a little
points
bit.
is to
People are starting to smile when they shouldn't be
put
smiling,
activate
laughing when they shouldn't be
whatever you
laughing. There's a lot of this kind of, a lot of frustration is starting to kick in with these players.
I don't know.
is to just face down.
Wait,
Wanting
what are you
to talk
looking
over
for
each
to
other
get
more.
points? What do you need?
Yeah, we're at that part of the game, everybody. Get ready to see some very weird plays in the next couple rounds.
Just like I have the secret objective to have 14 infantry.
But this right now, this is exactly why
Listen, we're all destined to do what the game
Ben,
has chosen.
the extra player, is coming
I have a
with
secret
those
objective
points.
to control no
He's the only one that's not participating in this insane
Eventually.
revelry. He's
That's
sitting there
great.
quietly,
Yeah, I saw I have
watching.
3. I saw actually doing 4.
All right, that one.
Here's an important thing.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't know if we need to.
You're allowed to oh no, you're not allowed to exceed fleet supply. Okay, never mind.
This extra doesn't.
Probably should have fucked with this.
Well, they don't need to, but Ben also. I've only played one with Ben. My experience is Ben stays level-headed.
I feel.
He doesn't raise his voice. He just sits.
When we get to that roll.
Here's the thing.
Ben manages to remain objective.
Wasn't that an incredible board?
My life is okay.
He doesn't need to bargain.
Thanks for asking.
If he was dry on resources, then maybe he'd be trading a lot more and having to make a lot more deals. But he just has natural riches.
I mean, we're kind of seeing the benefit then of picking a mid-tier faction at
Oh
a table.
shit, did he get... He did get...
It's like it's not really a benefit. It's just saying that.
We're just.
So we played in.
I mean, it's a benefit.
Whose turn is it? Where's
Sure, but I mean,
Please-
you look
please
at
still
Soul.
calculating.
They specifically built it
His
to where
master
Soul
stroke.
couldn't get much. Now,
You're
non
saying because the meta did not.
I had done this slightly
yeah,
different.
well,
than this
Extra
one.
is a mid-tier faction.
I did not.
They kind of messed with Embers a little bit, but the reason that Embers, I think, has a poor board position is because Logan is one with them. So these people know that. They don't want to
That's
give
what I
it.
gotta do.
It's happening.
People don't like the ghosts for whatever reason. And the ghosts are coming to war with extra now.
360 is pretty close to 4. It's almost exactly.
Wait, ghosts coming to war with extra?
That's what it is. Going through that wormhole.
Favorite chance?
So I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about extra war capabilities, but I do see 3 dreadnoughts.
Quick thing.
I'm the worst. We played together before.
I guess he did.
What does extra have that can
I will give you my
battle?
support. He's got a different PDS fire.
Oh.
And they have a flagship that does 3 PDS.
So the
Their
person
flagship is in the system.
I don't even know if he has a PDS too, which is a weird play for that don't usually make sense for.
So do you think that it would be worthwhile here to retreat the dreadnought into the
There's
system of the
scissors.
flagship and on your next go come back and take
scissors.
Oh, he's got a
put a
bombard
command counter in there.
Yeah. You're
What would you do right here? Keep the dreadnought in or retreat?
support for the throne. And
Okay. Why?
He's got a secret objective that is have your ships in 2 different.
Where would you retreat to? Which one of these 3 systems? Home?
I assume?
The system with the
No,
most
'cause then
stuff in
you
there, or
could
the
just-
one with the cruiser and the carrier?
You're support for the
Maybe he didn't want to piss him off.
Oh, he's already activated.
And
I think he's got to bombard the last unit.
Yeah, because it's just real. No, that's smart.
Or-
Good.
Okay, well,
Good.
support for the throne.
We
See,
I wasn't
activated-
offered any action.
Actually, we can't trade
that's smart.
multiple.
That's a smart play.
Isn't it one transaction?
what's
It's
going
like
on?
one transaction that can that can be any amount of
This guy on
trade.
I don't think in the same trade window, I don't think you're allowed to trade multiple.
Is that true?
I'm pretty sure in the same trade window, you're not allowed to trade multiple promissory notes.
Wait,
Now
here
we
with
need
the-
2 promissory.
Can you how many promissory notes can you trade in a transaction?
One.
That is.
And 1 transaction per
Up to
turn.
One transaction with one each player per turn.
Okay, I would.
So you can do it on the next turn if you would like, but then it's not binding.
I would give you. I mean, like that. So yeah, I can't do that. I would do the ceasefire trade. In addition, the one.
Are you landing with that guy too?
I plan on it. Yeah.
What's up, New York City? And people watching around the
You
wherever.
need the culture.
I actually want to see
I
this
need to
go
go
down.
down.
I think you can take him just in PDS. Raw PDS output.
Raw.
Raw.
Against sloppy.
That's the turtles.
Sloppy
Did you-
behavior at the table.
Or you don't have 2 yet, sorry. No. If you had 2, you could totally do it.
So,
So what I would want then in this
I don't actually
you
enjoy
would retreat, and then I would take that.
Talking over
But
each
you would
other.
leave that guy.
It would take you
tired.
multiple actions to do it, and unless you have an objective that rewards you, I don't think you want to.
That's for
Anyway.
that.
yeah, I think
I don't think it's out of the kindness of your heart. I'm saying I think
Because
it's
it's
just
like
apply players here.
unless you grant that secret objective, and it is in your best interest.
no, I don't. And even then,
Will
like,
you make a promise?
I know
What
this
you
is
want about
not
totally?
binding,
I want
but so
objective.
this is the PDS round. When we get to the start of combat,
I'm willing
I
to
will
move that war zone where
It's
it's
one transaction per turn.
Is it one? I don't think it's per turn. I think it's per transactional window.
And
But you can only have one transaction per player per.
I mean,
I'm not super interested. I got 3 tokens. I need
You know, I thought you could do multiple transactions.
With different
I can't take any of it back this round.
What?
We can have one transaction.
He confirmed when he came in that you can have 1 transaction with 1 player with each player.
So again,
So you can only do 1
I
transaction
mentioned it, but
with each
Andy's
player
the
per
resident
turn.
who is expert.
One transaction per player per.
I've
It's
done
true, it
that.
did insure you 6. Well, unless both
So
of
wait,
those
is
got
it
retaken.
per?
Oh, sorry, per
time?
year go.
Likely.
So you can do a trade
And then it comes
with
in.
him, and then he can do a trade.
So what you're saying right now isn't very meaningful.
Okay,
To
so
me, the
for
way
example, let's say,
your actions will
so
speak.
is this in the
for you.
trend,
Whose turn is it now?
is this window timing? Because so for example, we're in the PDS part of it.
I'll believe your
it's
actions.
it's one transaction per your
Whose turn is
entire
it?
action. Then it goes. It's his turn. He's attacking and negotiating.
Gotcha.
So then it would go, that's not, I don't want that's 7. It goes 8, 0, 1,
If I send it to Mexico
3.
next
Then
round,
we can
I'm
trade.
tired.
I
I'm
just
not
don't
even
want
playing.
Just
I
that.
can imagine.
You can have
I
your
mean, I
one
have no
transaction
other way to
with
get any
trade
other
to
ship
one
there.
promissory.
I don't have your nuts to.
And then it'll come back to him, and you can do another.
My
trade.
worst
Yeah, send it to Mechatol.
Okay, we'll do.
So I
What about
want.
one trade? Good.
So I get. You're saying you want me to pass. Right? That's what you're saying. And you,
Do you have to pass if you don't do that?
I don't know what else I'll do if it's not activating that. Right? If this system's activated, and I have no other things. Hold on.
Yeah, there are other places on the board.
Yeah. When you say next round, do you mean like?
Now the players stood
I can
up.
do it, like,
Obviously,
my
started
first
to feel a
turn.
little intense again.
I don't know what order I'll be in.
But you wouldn't go now because it might get blown up.
I mean,
I
I think
can't
they're
go
all
down
feeling
to
it
the
a little
token.
bit. I mean, you can
Yeah,
keep
it's just
hearing.
like
Oh, okay.
I would.
Way to get it back.
The
But I won't bet
line
you
on the
can
flash
back.
instead of getting that.
I don't
You-
think I don't
is
think
that
there's a way
a
that I can
promise?
kind of 10
That is
without
a promise. Yes,
Letting
sir.
him score.
relying on you.
Okay. Are you going to play any
You know
league
what I mean?
games in this
Yeah,
next
like,
league year?
I
Or just
understand
go back
your
and
position.
promise?
Yeah, I don't
I can
Not allowed
allow
to.
this.
Okay.
I know it's a point, man.
Alright. Yeah, what's up?
That's all.
You can just do the microwave.
Okay.
I don't know if the oven's done though.
If that's the case, it's like
I mean, I can give you some insight into my strategy.
PDS job.
Why I
Yeah, man, don't just let them have it.
Specific case.
It's like in that Parks and Recs episode, it's like, it's all about the cones. It's all about the points, man. Don't give in the points.
Yeah, he gets the
Now it's the whole.
PDS shots right up.
Yeah, use it.
Don't move
I
my.
think he gets 40. Start with Mesmer scoring.
I guess then I could just suicide.
No, they only start with gravity.
Start with Graviton.
Yeah, if you, they might have purpose right now.
Yeah, me and the Cats can't.
At least 3
Unless
shots.
we want to lose a
Turns
point.
on Graviton.
Wait, but then if I'm not going to win the game, maybe I don't give a fuck.
That's
So
not
if you can't get it my way, I'll suicide. And if otherwise,
Really throwing you off, huh?
No,
I'll,
I'll
dreadnoughts, so
Mark of the
6
Throne.
hits.
I won't PDS fire you.
kill the turtles.
No PDS2, no plasma scoring. This is kind of a shock to you, huh?
My go around, if you're a man of your word, or I guess your next go around.
Oh,
Your
dude,
man
the
of
turtles
your
are going to
We
win.
will trade.
You're giving them support for the throne?
You retreat.
Whoa,
You retreat and we'll chase this
What? Well, none
I
of this
can't retreat the same round.
Yeah.
So
Or
now
yeah, we'll do like
those
a
are
ceasefire.
retreating?
Okay, so
Turtles have the speaker
In
token,
exchange
right?
for what?
They're letting
You do. Still, turtles are one after the speaker token.
ceasefire.
So
That's so stupid. What? Use the PDS fight.
No, it's not. You shouldn't let him do it.
No.
Nuke him out of the sky.
there you go.
Like in their
Be friendly.
Sip on.
That's it, man. It's
Extra
all about
just
the
got
points, and
support
they're not
for the
thinking
throne
about it,
for
man. The only person thinking about points right now is Lee. He's trying to get that point, and Extra's just like, here you go.
We're
Have
not
it.
hiring PDS.
I'm your good friend.
Okay, cool.
100 points, just leave my system.
I declare retreat.
But you will
Yeah, dude,
do
that's
this.
what,
You gotta make it
literally,
work for these-
unless you have an objective.
I can't take
No,
it.
you gotta work for the points, man.
That's what you. No,
Why are
you
your
just want
PDS
plan.
knocked out of the sky?
I want the bombardment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
your
you
six
want that
planets,
down
you
here?
denied me ever getting
You're
your
gonna
announce
winning
the trade
picture,
first off the
so
bias, no
I don't know what else you have to
Yes, I'm gonna retreat.
But, okay.
It's funny because they're just
They're
the next
not-
one. It makes you want to go in there and shout at them like, God damn it.
Now, actually, you know what?
But if
Let me
Craze can
think
make a
about
point.
that. Let me think about it. Here's the thing. They're gonna get the point probably.
Uh-huh. No matter
I don't know,
what.
they might lose
I'm gonna roll
maybe
mine.
even 2. And that might reduce their chances. I guess it is a matter of odds, but I think they're winning this fight.
This fight's happening right now.
Here's your 3.
Alright, time for your 1 dreadnought, so hold off 3 dreadnoughts.
Whoa.
Not looking like it.
2 hits.
For who?
So he killed this dreadnought.
1.
How many dreadnoughts?
And then 3 bombardment on the planet.
Well, I thought you had 2 hits. Or did 2 sustain damage?
2. I score
Example of the
secret
world.
objective. Make an example of the world. Use the bombardment. And then I
To do
take
what?
Quan.
Wait, hold up. What did he use bombardment to do? Clear infantry?
Yeah,
Or clear
so,
PDS?
that's how you win the
So
secret
you
objective.
make an example of the world.
Make an example of the world.
Yeah. But I guess from this angle, it's hard to differentiate between the infantry
On
and
one
the
hand, it's
PDS.
like
Can get a flag.
he doesn't have PDS2, so he doesn't have like half of the shots he could.
Yeah, it's a shame.
If he did, I would blow him out the sky. But if he guaranteed
Quan.
to lose the system, maybe it is worth the strain.
So what does that put Ghost at? Ghost is at 6 now?
Now he's in victory range.
Well, I guess it's
Yeah,
time for
I
you.
mean, Extra is at 7. The reality is they should
Cool,
start
so my
looking for
turn?
Extra because Extra is
Did
up
Extra
there.
get to 7?
If that's the end of 7, yeah.
Yeah, the 7? Do you want me to move that
I
wormhole?
think he
We'll see it in a
I
minute.
think he just got support.
If you give me a ceasefire,
Another
I'll-
support though.
I'll-
He already had support for it. We'll see
Is
in just a
that,
second.
am I
Can I
correct?
do that then? Since I have advanced carriers, I can move 3. 1,
That
2,
makes more
3.
sense if he's gonna
I could also I guess you guys.
So Ghost
we
also.
talk.
So he has 2
I mean,
supports.
I would do the wormhole
Man,
for you if
that's,
you.
well, I mean, he gets a point for a point, but now he can't take that system back.
So we did have this explicit conversation
talked
earlier.
about
where we
giving
said
the
it's
system
okay.
back.
Sorry, bud. Okay.
But they didn't.
I guess just from a logistical
Man,
perspective, I
this
need to
is
walk
so.
Or retreat
One,
action.
So now,
2,
what
3. So
what
I'm
Extra
passing
has
through
done
and I can
here
pick stuff up.
On my
is
turn.
they've taken it, which is cool.
That's
They're
okay.
taking support. They got the
So you
points.
have
So it was
2.
I have 2 and then I have
clearly
gravity drive.
telegraphed
Okay, so
one
only,
of
yeah,
the
you
secret
no,
objectives,
that makes
so
sense.
And I can just take it.
choice
'cause
to
it's-
Yep.
the support exchange.
But now if they want to, Ghost can just march now through their system, and unless they want to give up the VP, they're just gonna have to take it. It makes sense to do that trade early, but where they're at right now,
I don't know.
that might have been a
It's
mistake.
hard.
We'll see what happens.
I don't
I can
think
move
I
up
would
to
have given
6.
it Grace. I don't think
Yeah.
given it to
But like you said, though,
because
he could have won anyway. So you actually think the mistake was made on
debatable.
Kratos?
It's debatable. If he took 3 PDS shots, he could spread them out amongst every dreadnought.
Okay, but here's the
and-
thing.
And kill the other dreadnought, which he did.
Yeah, but
And he would have 2 to 3 dreadnought rolls, and he could have gotten the point anyway. I guess it's about whether he wants to take the hits, but
yeah, but here's the thing. All right. So yes,
fight him for it.
he
That might
traded.
be the thing.
Well, yeah. So he traded the support for the throne. I can't want to say Game of Thrones. Support for the throne, in exchange for his secret, right? But not only, but he gave him the VP.
Soul just activated Kraves Alpha.
And took it, right? That's what you get for leaving, man.
Sorry about that.
That was gonna happen, man. As soon as Ghost cleared, you had to know that Soul's gonna start attacking.
Soul still needs the 6.
These passes?
They have to 5. Well, they also need the resources. So we've got a pass from.
Yes, so Dave passes. I'm spinning a stranded token, Battle Cruiser.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that Ghost gave up a VP.
You passed. That's not me.
But they've also bought security because now Extra can't come back
Now I
at
can
them.
save the world.
So they can seriously, they can just march through Extra if they
Well,
want, and they're in a position to do that. I think it is. I don't think it's a good play on the end of Extra.
You can do it.
It's
But-
unfortunate that
Hey,
Extra
you can do
didn't
What are you doing?
They were ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, I think that
They were
it's a
not.
poor play on Extra, and that Graves
They
capitalized.
were empty.
You're getting.
Which is
you're
good.
3.
That's how you should do
They
it.
were.
I'm at 2. You're 2. Oh, I thought you were at 3. Why did I do that? Then? I thought you were going to be at 9 points.
No, I was at 2.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
so
yeah,
sorry.
okay.
I thought you were going to be at 9.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy it during the voting phase.
Is your target.
It is a whopping 4.
Yeah, but I mean, he still has them also.
He wouldn't have had.
Cool. There is no
He could've
5.
just
There is
burned.
no
Yep.
6.
He could have
7.
absolutely taken it. But you notice that pity factor, man.
You don't need to pity him. He's that far behind X John's.
It's not about
Now the game has changed because now X
Yeah.
John's now it's
serious
that
threat.
close. It's literally like if he scores if he scores 2 objectives, if he scores public conceding, then 9. It's a 9. And then it's like, well,
Extra.
you get Imperium. If he gets Imperium,
Do you want to
I
trade?
think that Extra is seriously threatened, and I
Right.
think that this play by the Ghost of Kratos, I mean, it's made me reassess if Extra can. Because he's not going to get the unit upgrades. He doesn't have any unit upgrades.
Yeah, it's like,
More like a man of his turd. He got him.
yes.
Yes!
He did indeed move him away. So
Is it-
I will be
I guess
sabotaging.
you can't place things
So,
So,
what was the word? Suicide?
That works.
Kamikaze?
Yep.
Ghost and Extra trade.
Ghost and Extra trade to ceasefires. So that's
Ghost
good.
and Extra have traded
That's a
their
good play
ceasefires.
for Extra, but a waste of a play for the Ghost. They already can't
I'm
fight you,
just
man.
looking at victory paths.
That is a
These people, I
man,
guess
Ghost, what are
everybody
you
is
doing?
confident in their own ability to like
Stick
total
his
swear.
word, I guess.
No.
No, you're not.
I think
Well,
that
then
would
what's
have been
happening?
a
I think I might get third place.
not honoring.
I'm not going to win. There's no way.
Well, I know I'll get 2 more points, and that's it. The end. Because I don't know what fucking what objective exists that I'll be able to get next round. Because I'll only be able to move out to like I'll only be able to move out to 1 to retake 1 system.
Another tech one?
How about like occupy 3 systems around Mechatron?
Nah,
You don't have
I can get
Because
I
he
can
could
get the
do
tier
that.
1 tech one
If he moves
pretty
the
easily,
Dreadnought and the Cruiser.
and that's it. So 7 points is the most I can
Orbital
realistically get
drone,
to,
like,
unless I have
three
a,
systems
unless I'm
around
like have a really
passed.
valuable secret
Public
objective I'm
objective.
lying about. But even then,
Is that tier
most of
1 or
those
tier
you look them
Tier
up.
1 objective.
Oh, so it's not even
Yeah.
up.
Oh, dice don't fail me.
Oh, there
I
is.
just don't think we're
there
getting
is a
past
ground
next
force in
round.
here. I can't see.
Unless
it.
people's home systems start getting
Ground
taken.
Force where?
It's just yellow.
Oh, why?
Here we go. Embers and
Okay,
Soul.
any PDS?
Wow.
I don't have I don't
The
have
Ghost didn't do it, so Embers will
okay.
take care of it.
So, any retreats?
Little foray.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite parts about Logan as a player.
To space
He
combat.
will play.
So,
He's not looking to be
box
but
and dice.
Strike.
yeah.
Actually,
Yes, sir?
oh, I can't even retreat even if I wanted
What is
to.
he about
true.
to get? Do you think this is just to do?
So no
Real
tactical
flagship.
retreats then?
He's,
No,
that's why
I
he
can-
picked
okay, thank
just
you, sir.
flagship.
I'll start.
Unless you want to trade one through a con to me.
What is it?
I actually
like? You
do
have
these.
to win a fight.
No,
Weird
these
fight
I
is
didn't
involved.
upgrade it. Stay on 7. Flagship. 2 that hit on 5. 2 hits. And I'll go ahead just in case you have a thing.
I don't have anything.
Not a hit. Alright, go.
I hit on a
It's funny
9.
because we're hearing what happens
1,
before we see the
9.
numbers.
A little bit, yeah.
Come on.
Nope. 7.
Nope. 7.
Okay.
Okay,
And I'll be committing both to this one.
This is gonna fight the imagery. All right.
Just a reminder that they are fancy.
Yes, sir.
And there's.
I don't have any bombards, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to
There's
Not
no
even
way
on your
infantry
phone.
win this.
No, you figure.
Solar about to
Muat's
wipe
not
out
very
these
well
Envoys.
designed. Yes. So
Why is it us?
We need more bombardment.
Just ignoring and fail, but
More bombardment.
I hit on 8s.
I hit on 5s. Or sorry, 6s.
show it yet.
Okay.
I hit on 6s. I revive on 5s.
Any action cards at the start? Okay. So.
Do you have any?
No, sir. I got
2 hits.
2 hits.
He just forgot altogether.
I hit another one.
Also 2 hits from
So these are on
Wait,
6s.
sold it twice?
1.
One hit. So the Ember stays.
So you lose
1v1.
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 That's got a favorite soul.
Do I do my revive roll now or later?
You put them on the tech card?
I have to roll for them.
Your promise holds even if, like, the
We'll deal with them afterwards.
public
I guess.
objective, I control a planet in someone's home system, comes out. You made a promise.
Is that one?
Promise.
That is one of them.
Yeah, it'll
This thing that
hold.
Dave is
I'm
doing
here
is
for fun.
fine, but a non-binding
Okay. Come
agreement
on, hits on
is
an
not
8.
Nope.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If you're gonna
Yes, sir.
if you're gonna bank on a non-binding
6.
agreement, that's what you're gonna get. I'm just saying. Logan's not gonna play
Nope.
this when we go back on it, but he could.
I don't know.
Please, 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 please.
Show me that 9.
Worked
Show me
out
that
for
9.
X and Kratos, didn't it?
Yes.
8 didn't do
On
anything.
6.
No.
It made a hit.
Yes. I take the planet.
Wow. Logan took
You
it.
win?
He did.
Whoa! I can't believe that. That was crazy.
There must be. This is the
What
Bermuda
a
Triangle.
win.
People
gotta feel good about that.
Pretend we're just like murder around.
Yeah. You created a portal.
Yeah, you gotta feel good about that.
This is for the revival.
Right
That's
next
the
to
kind
the
of
sun.
moment that you like keep going. That makes you feel like you can win any
Doom 2
fight
is
after
So I
you
get
do
2
that.
back. Now I get good rolls. Thanks.
So don't
I
be
get to
surprised
do
if Ember says something else crazy. So they're about to ride that high.
Those are at the start of the next turn. Oh, so I get them now.
Yeah.
Next, well, then
So
next
he
turn,
didn't flip
that says
anything.
next your turn.
No unveil flagship.
The next turn or your next turn?
Your next turn. But
Okay. So
it's
So
your
you
turn.
get them after me. Would you?
So did he just do that to do that? He said I didn't flip unveil flagship. So he doesn't have
That's
it.
really annoying.
He just
That's
got
the
that
one
fight.
I need.
Does he have
that's the one I needed. And thank you for clearing the man who had a ceasefire off of it.
Or 7. So back to you now. Now you get them.
Now I get them.
I mean, I don't understand.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well,
What is
there
their
isn't much point
flagship
in
do? The Embers.
I think it hits like a
Oh,
typical
that's really
flagship,
annoying.
but it
great play. Really good
spend
play.
a strategy token you get.
Oh, did I get the planet here?
You did not. I didn't give
It's
it
got
to
a
you.
salt
It's
tag.
Oh, because they can build
there
on
we
the
go.
fly.
Thank you.
Because they're tech junkies. Because they were the slaves of the universities of
What am I
Jolnar,
gonna do
everybody.
now?
In case you didn't know,
What am I gonna do?
that's why they have war sons, because they
4.
developed the war sons as Jolnar slaves,
2.
and were almost eliminated. But eventually they rose up and kicked
Blue.
Jolnar out.
Can I get 3 blues? Probably not.
But they kept the plans for the war son.
Right.
Should have orbital dropped there. What was I thinking? I know what I was thinking. I was thinking I would pick it up.
I don't think you had a turn to. I did it.
I did.
Did?
Yeah, you
Oh.
did an orbital drop somewhere else.
I orbital dropped here because I was going to pick up and then go there, but now there's no point going here. Where's your other green? Right there. Can I get there to stop you?
That's quite a ways away.
I am mad now.
I guess extra could start.
I don't think you can.
Extra. Why isn't extra
Originally I was
taking
going
this
to go for
planet?
these ones, but
That's right next to Mechatol. That has the red. That's hazardous. What do you think? It's right there.
for the
Just have it.
Well, it actually didn't matter.
Oh, actually, you know what I could do? I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 2-planet system?
Let's see. What's about to happen? Soul trying to consider a move. I for one am. I don't really mind what happens to Soul. I think that they've overextended their hand and have not played as well
He's
as
going to do something about turtles.
I'll do.
and that's paying the price. If you play with fear in your heart, this shows. You know, and that's what he did. He thought he had it in the bag because he picked up Soul. Then as soon as he got
You
shut
could
down
attack them if
once,
you go through the gravity
he
ring.
cowered into his corner.
Over here.
And now
Where?
he's.
Oh, and into the ash. I see.
I think he's
I mean, I also
pretending
have
he
a-
might
I only
attack
have
that
not
section
one.
fleet.
No, I do
Extra.
have my flagship and I have a
I doubt it.
But he's
I just
got
don't
nothing.
think I have the
What does his flagship do?
ability
Unless
to
fighters act as
survive
infantry.
slash win that
Who's
space.
flagship?
Yeah, that's a rough race for you to fight.
I don't even think we would get to the initial fight.
Not a lot, besides
Unfortunately.
it has.
I was just saying, if I go here, I could get to 6 planets, but I don't think
that's
I
an
have,
insane amount,
I
man.
think you'll
It
kill
gets
me
to
before we
generate
can
an
get to ground
infantry
combat. I
every
think I would win ground combat, but
Oh my gosh.
Are you gonna pass then? Or are you gonna go
really
for the green wall? You might as well.
I mean,
Oh yeah. So that works
He's got
as
two
both the
dreadnoughts
defensive
right
mechanism
there,
and
and they're
offensive. So
gonna be coming out
if you could
next
fly
turn,
that
so-
wherever you want, you
They
can
might
just
go
populate.
You could fly 12
yeah,
fighters.
that's true.
Usually
Also might
12.
go for me.
You can mix and match. 6 fighters and 6. You can replace
8 and 4.
You can replace 3 basic carriers.
11 and 1.
That's pretty much the.
Next turn, I want to score.
Does it cost the same as 3 carriers?
2-point objective though.
No.
It
So
costs
it's a real.
1 point objective.
It's a bargain
So,
basement.
I've gotta
Heck
hold
of a
it for
deal.
bunch of rounds.
Yeah, you're right.
If I were you, I'd get me a ding flagship, fly that right to the sun, or Megatar, whatever. Put all my little
Yeah.
kiddos there.
I think you just took the game away from me. Or
Sorry,
just
here's
knocked
the
me
thing.
out of the
It's
running.
like when
No,
Ian's
that's
on the
totally
table,
fine.
Ian's
That's
like,
how you
everyone
should
to
play.
ranks and one fast.
Let's see.
Yeah, but Ian's not on the table.
I know. That's what I mean. I'm just thinking about it.
I've played Ian before.
I need a victory.
I think they're
It's
fine.
alright.
Once you have Bruiser twos,
It's alright.
they are alright because yes, you do have to. It's a war of attrition. You probably win it because you only have to pay like 1 to 2 resources to kill.
You're gonna
ship.
fire 3 PS.
That costs more than that.
It costs more than that
And I
usually,
have
but
2 ships.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna fire
just you're still out of ship.
twice.
That's true. Again, ti4.nyc for all information.
Are we waiting on something?
Have we seen one sabotage or
We
two
waiting on
sabotages
something?
played?
Only one, I believe.
Yeah.
Someone at the table has talked about one.
Yeah, there's similar strategy. It's Soul, I think. Because they last I saw,
It
is
action
it still
card has
Soul?
not been recycled yet.
What's it gonna be,
Yeah,
Shaq?
last I saw on screen is Soul was
Me.
counting
Anyone
tiles,
have any
pretending they're
ideas,
gonna
or-
attack extra.
We also
should
have
pass.
seen direct hits.
You should probably pass.
Yeah, we
Can I
have
have
not seen a lot.
Can I buy that promissory note?
I mean, part of it
I'm
is
sure
also
they
That
did.
card.
I will
You
look
know
at
what?
it.
Have
Thank
you
you so
shut
much.
down something in Soul's
Yeah, they're sitting on the
machination?
sabotage.
I know Soul is
It gives me
really
the victory
counting.
point, which
I
you
don't
don't want
foresee
to do
Soul
that.
sacrificing another, even one ship at this point.
I'll remember what you did, Paul.
Soul he wanted 4 planet types of that.
Yeah.
That dog was a saint.
Let me just put it there.
Never
Right now,
done
what
bit
Soul is
nobody
doing
who
is trying to
didn't
convince
deserve
Kratos
I'll
it.
give you
to put
what
a
you want. I'll
wormhole
give you something for it.
wherever he wants
Use
to.
support for the throne or somewhere else.
Kratos should
I've
milk
been
Soul
promised to
for
another.
every cent.
And they never done bit
I
nobody.
give you orbital drop.
That's what I think. If Kratos is going to kowtow to this,
Pass.
they should
Orbital drop's
convince
a weird thing to do once.
Yeah,
Soul
right.
to give
That's me,
every.
'cause you take a strategy command.
If Soul is in no position to barter,
Actual upset.
You gave him more some. Oh, you give him more some.
they shouldn't do this at all. Kratos shouldn't do
But
anything.
separate
What's the
is
Soul
better
have
when
to
there's
offer?
feelings involved.
What's their promissory? Anything?
No,
get
the
a-
promissory
is
is
what they say.
Subtract one
you
from
can-
the fight or something?
Here,
The promissory is you get to
or,
put down
well,
2
not there. I promise I won't put it there.
If you put it next
What
to
is
my
that, man?
world, you have just bought an angry
That
neighbor.
is that's not a good promissory relative to the
It's
shit you
actually,
fight.
I mean, it's
Why?
It's
How
actually
many?
good.
Wait, am I gonna get PDFs?
Who's
of
trying to
that?
win
I will do
now?
it there. I just want to double check.
Yeah,
There's one PDF.
Oh yeah, I'll totally do it there.
Pay for it.
Yeah,
Absolutely, I
I'll
can
tell
do
you
that for you. We'll take it.
Let me tell
You
you
have
something I don't like
the
that's gonna
adjacent to
start
someone's
happening.
home system.
It's my least favorite part of the game.
You have to end around with that.
So when you
need
get
two
to the
planets.
end of the
I
game,
don't care what 2 planets.
Nothing
I
out
need
of
2
it.
I was
planets.
at 6.
yeah, this whole
Oh,
Kingmaker
and
argument,
you
it
might also
frustrates
be
me
going
to no
for
end
industrial.
because
I can do this immediately, right?
what
Because it's
the
at
thing is
start of
that
this whole player
every
turn.
player
This is still the start of this whole
is
player
trying to
Yeah,
kingmake.
you're
They're
right
trying to
now.
kingmake
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah.
So
But
if
when
they
you
accuse
can't
you,
do that, like, what should you do?
yeah, if they accuse you
Well,
of
that
kingmaking,
is
what they're
up to
really
me.
saying
We
is
can-
don't
but
make
yeah, I
that
will do
person
that.
king, make me
So you're
a
gonna
king.
use it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because they're
There's
like,
your
don't
strategy
help
box.
Kraus
Well, I think
because
it's
I,
just-
Hakan,
mean,
want to
the-
win. Is it
the
good?
Space Cats
Is that an
episode
action?
about this.
not
But
an
it's like
action.
it just goes into ethics of like
Because I started
what is
full
the
player.
ethical thing to do in
I'm
playing
gonna
game?
get
Like
this
what
back,
sportsmanship?
and I'm gonna move the
You
Beta
know, like
wormhole.
if you can't win, what is it?
Sportsmanship is a play all the way through.
Get that back.
Huh?
Remove the
I
Beta
think sportsmanship
wormhole
is a
right
play
there.
all the way through. Play as if you can win, whatever
you
it
announce
takes.
what just
Win all the
happened?
way through.
So,
but,
we
yeah,
trade
but,
here.
but you know, I mean,
Collusion.
The Soul player traded military support with the Ghosts of Krios for their Krios IFF. Both players then immediately activated those. So Krios put
yes.
2 infantry down on their.
We got it.
And
Wait, did they
got it.
hear
They
it?
got it?
Does chat hear it?
Chat does not hear that. Chat does not hear what's coming into our ears.
Okay.
I'm gonna move the
So,
table
yeah,
and then I'm going to activate that
so
system.
as you predicted exactly what happens, that Soul gave a swapped promise
Making a
race.
wormhole doesn't cost an
Soul
action.
played
That
it
feels like a
immediately
pretty
to
major
put down
event.
a beta
And honestly,
wormhole.
I did
Where is
think
it?
it would
Oh, it's right next to the
them
novel.
as well, like a strategy.
Kratos played military
Yeah.
immediately to gain 2 infantry
So,
subsystem.
1,
That,
2.
I think, was a very bad play by Kratos.
Sorry about that.
They have 2 infantry on their home
Ring
system.
of Fire.
Guess what? No one is going to the Kratos home system today. So, I think that was a bad play.
Yeah,
Now
he
they're
could
just
have charged much more.
Yeah, they are giving.
But here's the thing: what does Soul have to give?
So don't give him.
Gateway
So I'm
support.
saying, so don't give him anything. Just say no, thank you
That's
for the
why.
trade and move on.
I think it would have been
This
smarter
is
for me
war.
to take
Does he
from
have
the
his trading
Hakan,
equipment?
being brutally honest.
You know what?
But
You know what, everybody?
What are you
Here's the
taking from
thing. Twilight Imperium is a war game, which means you don't have to be good buds all the time. So like, I think
What was it? But so going back to what you're talking about, the
I'm there
sportsmanship
for
of it.
the
No, you obviously have to plan what to do. But if you,
What did
to
he
the
say
best
he was
of your
taking away
knowledge,
from the Hakan plan?
cannot.
No, I was just
Don't
saying,
want to stall
I'm
for
saying
it,
I
just pass.
as part of the trade, I let him pick where I put the wormhole.
What's the ethical?
I think it probably would have made more
I don't
sense
think
to
it's
put it
so.
The
here.
sportsmanship, like
And
So to me, the
rather than-
That would have
sportsmanship,
been fine too.
the
Oh,
sportsmanship
you're okay with
like
that?
thing to do.
I
No,
mean,
not relevant, but the
we're a little
sportsmanship
late
thing
into it.
Yeah,
to
already
do
moving
it's already
in.
is to
happening.
assume that you can
I'm
win.
gonna do. Well,
So I guess
I'm
if you're like,
I guess
these
you
are-
pursue
these
whatever,
are coming with
even if
them.
it's
So
an
there's
odd, like
4
close to 0.
on the
yeah.
line.
So
but you
assume
gotta
that
shoot
like the
your
person in
pieces
first will get
before I
stopped.
do ground combat.
So like,
no, I mean that's no.
so if I was at 2 and someone was at 9, I wouldn't be
No,
like,
no,
here,
you
let me give
don't
you a
have
point.
a
What I would do
point.
is I would start targeting home
Where are the
systems.
dice?
I'd be like, I'm gonna wreck your home
I'm
system. It's the
committing,
only way I
I'm
can win.
4 as part of this, so
You know what I
if
mean?
my carrier
If
blows up.
I'm at 8 and someone else is at 9, and there's a 2-point swing I can get, but I can trade them for a 1 point,
and then
I might do it because
I'm doing 2 and
on the
2.
assumption that then the other players at the board will have to choose who to block from winning, and then my bet is to hope they get the other person. You get what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, and I understand that people at the board hate this whole king-making mechanism, but every game gets to this point. Every single game that I've ever played in.
Because it's always played by nerds who like to math out the trajectory.
Sakulog and Lazar?
Nalu is down to 2 home planets
Nalu's-
only.
No other.
Nalu is out
Back to
of
you.
planets.
No other
Because
no other
Soul
system.
has cornered them.
Passed.
Soul moves his flagship out.
Yep. Soul is. I bet you Soul is going to strip that home system in a second.
Gonna
He's
make
going to
2
strip down
fighters
for
here.
points.
What home system? His own?
And
Yeah,
after that, I
no,
will be passive.
he's got that 12 capacity ship, right? So go take the home system.
Show me that pass.
Show your pass.
He's got enough fighters.
Nah,
to
you're
beat his
right.
face.
He's got. Well, how many fighters
Alright,
he
that's a
got?
pass.
He's got like 5 or 6 in there.
No, he's got 1 fighter.
Oh, that was gross. That was so gross.
He has 1 fighter and he has 4 infantry. He doesn't have a lot, so I guess it's not.
Dito, what's so true?
Cool. So the score objective.
Okay, score
That
objectives.
is so true.
Does anyone have anything that happens at the start of this phase?
Yes, I do. I have a second.
I score the 2-point public objective.
Is it Reyes now moving one of his?
Like, if anyone has
Oh
infantry
my
too,
god, he
or-
stranded his flagship.
Which is a smart move, I guess, for
He just
Atreus.
stranded his flagships on the other side of the board.
Very good to put it somewhere else.
But look at the player. The player doesn't seem to care.
Great, I can't take it home.
And
I guess-
but next to the extra home system.
Yeah, but now look at this. I don't know. I think everything Chris is doing right now
Yeah.
is just like throwing me off.
Grabbing that stuff as well.
Maybe it's gonna work out, but it
Oh,
feels
wait,
like
score
he's
objectives.
helping.
Oh,
Score
So
objectives.
Starting
Because
with
no one else can
Ozzy.
use.
This isn't the end of the set. I have to wait until the end of the status phase.
Soul.
Reyes and Soul.
That's what it
yeah,
says.
so it just feels like he's giving a hand to Soul. I just don't know how useless.
And
this
briefly,
is.
I was
But what I
tied for
mean is-
second place.
Leave it right there
But it's
to
not a
remind
hand against
myself.
him.
Now there's going
So,
to.
1.
Secrets?
Gotcha.
We can't
Yes.
really
Oh,
see
wait,
the
public
slider
first,
anymore.
correct?
Public first.
Let's do the 6 planets. That's a really easy one for me.
Let's listen to
Alright.
the scoring.
Yes. And I'm also getting a secret. So, yes. And a secret objective.
Members get 6
Control
points
4
and
industrial
4
planets.
planets.
Boom.
Wow, he took a huge risk for that.
Doom,
that
doom,
objective. I'm
doom,
surprised.
and doom. Thank you for not taking that. So here's.
So what is he at now? Is he at 7?
He's at
Or is
6.
he at 6? Embers, man. You can't count out Logan the player. You might count out Embers.
It's
Don't
not
count
going to
the
be
player.
pace for. Well, let's see who scores next.
Has Extra already tried to score?
No,
Or
but leadership just scored.
This second one.
Great. Politics also needs to score.
1, 2,
Politics.
3.
You moved him up on the track.
Yeah.
Okay.
3. These guys.
Does he have a secret? He doesn't need it anymore. He could score it too. He could score it two.
Yeah, maybe next round he still doesn't have any unit upgrade.
My God.
Okay, so extra just scored by spending those tokens.
I-
At 8 is within 2 now.
Diversify research.
2 and 2.
2 on at 7.
And
is about to score something else.
that was all.
So
2 techs for a con.
6.
7.
A 3-point swing is possible.
I am just going to score the public objective.
I've seen a 6-point swing, man. It was wild. A Megatol point, a secret, and 2 2-pointers.
Alright, Ghost is
I
also...
gave it to like, who should get Imperial? None of you guys should get Imperial. Because everyone else was like 7 or 8
1,
points.
2,
They're
3,
like, alright, we
4,
select 4-point player.
5, 6.
He swung it. He
And
swung
then
it.
I also have a
Oh,
secret
it
objective
might have been 2 secrets.
have
It
one
might
or
have
more
been an
ships
action phase,
adjacent
like,
to
in a
a
battle,
home planet.
which makes it really easy with a bigger point
Soul
swing.
just picked up another point.
So
1 or more planets adjacent to a home system, that's why it took the one.
And now everyone's achieved that, so...
And Kraves just gave it to them. I mean, I can't get over how bad Kraves played that last round. To me, I think Kraves played that last round pretty poorly. But it's
the expanded board. Everyone has it
I think
now.
Soul played it very well. So not to...
I don't know, the fact that Soul literally cannot bring his flagship back home is kind of...
I mean, I guess. I don't know. Cool. I mean, right now it's all or nothing, right? I mean, it's like...
You could
Soul is getting 3 points.
Really?
Yeah. Take the whole Soul home.
Not me. What? You literally look through the list of all objectives and tell me what combination of objectives I can...
All right, all objectives.
I'm sorry, you were correct.
Friendliness.
You were correct.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
All right, let's do the agendas.
Has everyone taken their thing?
So we have...
Not yet.
For the agendas.
Sorry, I'm too
Galvanize
excited.
the people. Spend a total of 6 tokens from your tactics and/or strategy pools.
That's extra, dude.
This will be a very
Pick up leadership. Extra speaker.
Not getting to me.
Strategy and tactics. For 2.
Extra
I do want
is
to give it
no
extra.
extra speaker. But
So
that's why
they have to take leadership.
I feel...
Soul. Yeah, we're in the end game.
Extra's about to take it.
I couldn't have predicted how
Here's the thing. It's possible
Or
that
that's
Soul might have 2 avenues.
Sounds very
If
weird
we
because it happened
don't
after
do
a ton of other
It's going to come down to initiative order. Like it always... Because
I don't know, that-
don't be surprised if Sean has a 3-point swing up his sleeve. Do not be
Whoever
surprised.
takes leadership is going to take.
Oh, yeah.
So now we have this. You sports for the thrones. You had
Imperial.
just because I want to make sure the tokens don't go flying everywhere.
Oh, hell yeah.
2 or 3.
You have purple and blue.
You just turtle and wait for leadership to
All
play.
right.
Yes, because I sold you mine for 6. And
That's the way to do it.
David,
The thing
you
is
have
that
the
if extra
mutual
picks up
thing.
Imperial,
There's a lot of ways to go about it, I think. So that's why I think
It's in
the
my
only
space.
reason extra would have sold tokens because he has
Because
Who?
you had 2 here.
Who?
he doesn't
Spend a
then
total of 3
why give
tokens.
out counter?
Who can win? Who can win right now? Actually, can definitely. So no one acknowledges
Someone did that.
based on one of our resident experts.
What did I do?
See what it is.
Some stuff.
So Tyler, who you may have met earlier.
I'll actually, if you have the notes.
Oh yeah, we've been in here talking about.
Yeah, do you know
point
who's
swings.
close what? Because...
Oh yeah, Dita. I played a lot with this guy. He's this Bulgarian guy on GTS. I think he's.
Man, secret objectives always, they do me in
No, nobody
every
has more
game.
than. Nobody can have more than 3 secrets.
And this is double that.
Not all 3?
I believe we can see on.
Somebody
the
has
board
at least one
which
secret
secrets.
up their sleeve.
Here we go.
Yeah, you've been
I'm just
doing
like,
a good job.
do not be
You've been our man on
surprised.
the ground.
Do not be surprised if Sean pulls this out, because I've seen him do this time and time again.
I think here, unless
Who
you
do you
have to
think is
see
the
what
best
happens.
chances
You have
right
to see
now?
what happens in
Turn the
this
tide.
agenda phase. Because if
Wait,
Imperial
cancel me?
point comes out, or if Imperial Rider comes out, or Politics Rider comes out, these are big deals. But barring those, Exak can quash anything that he doesn't.
Sure.
He can instinct training anything he doesn't.
Boom.
Now is it? Gotta
What
check my
is this?
Imager albums. Sorry, guys.
Cancel a card.
I don't have any
Sabotage.
Is that racial tech?
That's a faction tech, yeah.
Tight. Okay.
Yes,
So,
spend strategy
so
counters.
he's in.
To you.
Look, okay.
But who doesn't have those
Support for the
out?
throne is owned by the
They're all
ghost
out.
or soul. They do not have.
But all of them for the 1 second card.
That looks okay.
Everybody else has traded, but Ghost and Soul haven't traded support.
Double check that. I just want to make sure when it comes to actual point scoring that we were.
I see so
They could
many
exchange
scenarios for
right now and both be at 8.
I think they've given theirs away.
Probably. This is
I thought Ghost gave it to Extra.
Tyler, they gave it away.
Unless there's like some weird multiple
Nalu,
home
you
system
are-
loss
you are
situation.
You guys just handed out.
Except we lost our feed. I don't know.
You did it for literally
We
nothing.
traded the first.
Yeah, you were the first one to do it, and you literally did it for straight nothing.
Yeah, that was irrational.
No, 1 victory point for 1 victory point. That's something.
We
You
got
said
an
you
out.
need
It was,
one
it
for
was a
six.
second ago.
That's what
That
the
was
sales
down
for
to
so far.
Yeah, that was.
Like,
I mean, it was actually.
When I heard you guys were doing that, I
thought
was
you-
like,
and then you got
It turned
one,
into a
so
shark.
I guess, yes.
I mean,
mine was also
It's a weird thing, but
yeah, I mean,
that was a more
And
complicated.
I lose nothing because it's on the side of the game.
Are we all settled up?
I did it
Here's
too.
the thing.
Okay.
Based on
We
speed
feel
order,
good
it's
about
like
this?
it's neither icon
Triple
or it's
check
just game.
before.
Assuming
It looks good to me. I haven't been
like
playing enough.
Secret so far.
Also, the cookies are very good. if anyone
It's
wants
gonna
cookies.
mess me up.
I'm gonna hold off on cookies until after.
It's gonna be a
Did
5:30.
we-
This would be such a short game.
Okay,
If they finish
so now we
Oh,
have
I love it. I love
Reveal
it.
public objectives. and
They started at like
then
10:30,
strategy.
11.
I've never
Stuff
been
is
that
gonna
quick
go
before.
quick.
Am I counting myself?
All right, Dave. Don't forget we're drawing.
Obviously, based on average time only, you would expect this
If it
to
gets past to me, I
happen.
won't forget.
Here's the
Draw
thing.
one, look at
Instinct
it,
training
and
can't
then
be canceled.
discard.
So you're saying that no matter what,
no matter what
I just
X is
have
getting,
one in my hand right
whatever
now, so I just
his,
draw two.
his
Great.
So I
current
draw
in
one,
terms of picks,
and then I draw the
only
Agenda phase is
thing
already
is
done.
that-
Great.
The only thing is that
I draw 2, and then I look at these. Did we take these tokens back from the board yet?
Not yet. We don't. Not yet.
the only thing
Oh,
is
they
that-
must have passed a law.
Yeah, they did. Towards the beginning.
Yep, so
Three
everybody
action
can only
card
get
limit,
3 action
which
cards.
is really limiting because then you throw away so many good action cards
Some
because
are-
you have to keep the right,
This is
keep public disgrace, you keep sabotage.
The problem is, how do you know what the right ones are?
You don't know what the right ones are.
You just have to
by
hedge
that
your
point.
bets a
Yeah, sabotage is usually good. See, here's the problem: sabotage always bones someone else's game.
Oh, heck
it
yeah.
never helps.
No, it's not. This is fun.
It of course helps yours, but
But the main goal is
never like gets you a victory.
It's like it's a negative ad, not a positive ad.
Yeah.
I got you.
Hakan
Maybe they don't have to
is
announce it, but they could just show it to Tyler.
discarding Lost Star Chart.
And then Tyler could tell us.
Lost Star Chart
rid of
being
my-
discarded.
What was the last one? Star something?
Lost Star Trek.
And parlay.
Whoa. What do
Did
you
you catch that?
Discarding a parlay.
Blank
Parlay
speed
discard.
and parlay? I like blank
Nalu
speed.
discards veto.
A Veto dumped?
Veto. Yeah, you don't need a
You don't
veto
need
at
a
this
veto's
point.
nothing.
Unless you're
Unless you're gonna have to go
Nalu's
several
gonna
rounds.
need a veto because he's got
And
another
Nalu's veto is barely
then-
alive.
Yeah, he's
They're on life
depressed.
support.
I can see it.
And redistribute?
And then gain.
Do they do agenda in just a minute? Yeah.
We-
I hear you. You whispering boy. That's my boy.
Soothing soft voice line. That's kind of awesome.
They got, when you turn them like that, they turn off.
Oh, like this?
Yes.
That's
Nobody has the 3 except for Nalu. I'm looking, still nobody has 3 unit upgrades.
No, Sennheiser?
They don't need them.
I
The
really want to
6.
get the MX3s.
Yep.
I just
Whoa.
Gainers, you're ready cards.
Nalu not, but Nalu scored.
pair of ships.
Yeah, but it wasn't enough.
Ready and repair.
Repair units.
If Nalu
And finally,
score a secret,
return strategy cards.
Is he within 3? Oh yeah, they're all within 3 except Embers. Okay, everybody, so check it.
so we need to see this agenda.
Extras at 8.
A strategy card?
Extras at 8. Embers is at 6. Everybody else is at 7. So there's a lot of potential for swing here. It's really anybody's game.
Yes.
I don't know what Ember could do, but
Can I get your index cards?
you got anything good?
They're just chatting about some.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I am so hungry I could die.
These objectives are a little disappointing. A little peaceful.
Disappointing, he says. All right, that is the end of the status phase.
Coming
The
into the
end
agenda,
of the
everybody.
status phase.
The stakes are too
Great.
Whoa.
And everybody got action cards, everybody got command
space
tokens.
Brilliant.
Everybody did everything they needed to do.
Great.
Last call. No mulligans.
Refresh planets. Remember to do that shit.
An excess of caution coming into this final agenda phase.
Okay, here we go into the agenda phase.
Let's do it.
So yeah, if Nalu can take.
Agenda's coming up.
Mutiny.
Oh no.
Each
Oh,
player, 4.
no.
Each player that voted for gains 1 victory point. Against. Each player that voted for loses 1 victory point.
So it feels like everyone's gonna vote against, huh?
Mutiny has come out.
Gotcha.
This is gonna fucking.
Safest bet, everybody votes
Vetoes or
against.
quashes.
Please veto this.
That's what I think.
You don't have to vote at all. Nothing will happen.
Yeah, but if everyone votes against it, safest bet either against or abstain.
What's your influence bet?
Nobody's
What if I
gonna
give
vote
you
for.
3 support?
Let's tally up our influence real quick.
Right back.
4.
The second point objective is galvanize them. We'll spend
Well, I
6.
spent that 8 early in the game. Jesus Christ.
I have 11.
I have 6.
I have 13.
I have 10.
15.
Alright, are we playing Riders?
So, hold
So
up.
we already did
Quash
veto.
veto first.
Okay, Quash.
I have 13.
I'm thinking about this.
He's considering.
So you have 15.
I have 10.
I'll take it.
What are the current votes?
No votes.
There are no votes. We're just tallying.
Didn't you?
Now you get
sorry.
to even quash.
Did you suppress the 2 other cards?
4.
4.
Did you suppress the 2 other
No,
cards?
it's his choice.
I didn't.
Oh, I was just curious if you. Oh, he gets.
I didn't play politics.
Did you look at those, or did you suppress them? So you knew that.
That'd be fun.
I'm surprised you made someone else the speaker.
It was a bit of a
Extra was
mistake.
new as
In
hell.
retrospect.
It was I did that before I looked at the I looked at the cards.
So he's not gonna quash
So 15, you just said 10.
Yes.
13.
They're not gonna vote for it. They
4,
can't possibly
15,
do it.
Or
13.
13, sorry.
How much do you have, by the way?
I have 11.
Although I like,
Give anybody a point right
I like the idea
all
of the person
just
with the
get a
most
victory
influence being like, I'm
point.
definitely gonna vote for,
We
and
could
then letting
all
everyone vote
just
for
vote
them,
for
and then just doing against.
I'll say this to the table.
Obviously.
I feel like
So it's unanimously against. Right now, it's the field of the table.
Well, if you
No
vote
way
for,
they
we
pass
have to
it.
vote against, and if you vote against, then we have to vote.
How many?
I have your
13.
11.
11. 15.
10.
We're not
But Shy really got you good.
Big tap.
Shy got you good. Though. Now you have to vote first too.
They're not
No,
gonna
he's
pass.
right.
Shy got you good with all those tricksy moves.
That wasn't
Huh?
tricky.
playing-
I would be better off with him being the speaker.
Who's playing 10D chess?
No, yeah, I
So
mean,
you think
he
an
was
Imperial
very
Rider on
confusing.
against would sway things? I don't think so. I think they'll just give it to whoever puts the Imperial Rider on. They're not gonna give 4.
I honestly think the most important thing about this game is getting politics.
Then
the
that
round
doesn't
before
put actually any closer or further.
Well, the
Putting him at
most
9.
important part of this game is
Yeah,
getting
but they can get the 2 points next to him.
Important part is having fun.
But
Because if they just have to screw that.
I think it's also an element of just being a speaker during the agenda phase.
The most important part of the game is picking up excuses for why you lost.
Yes.
Because during
I
our
think it would
time,
be. I think it would be worth just letting extra have 9.
yeah, and they're mostly due to mistakes that you yourself made. I don't think that's an excuse. That's an
Actually, I'm
acceptance.
about to do that.
There's no. The only things on the table are.
I managed some things well.
I say let it roll because it's
flags,
interesting.
only lot flagships.
That's
Yeah, then
honestly
they're nowhere
what I'm
close to
leaning
this.
towards.
I'm about to do that.
No other secrets you can sort
Yeah, let's do
Although
it.
they do have access to the beta one.
Now I'm going to decide if you get to vote or play cards. That's because that's political secret. Does anyone have any thoughts on feelings?
I'm like,
I feel like if there's a
I'll be
tie,
happy if
it's
extra
not.
wins. I'll be honest with you. They play
Well,
smart.
this or the next vote.
I'll be happy if anybody.
I feel like this is as good as this.
What's your attitude towards this? Do you think you're...
I want to know what you
No
think
doubt.
next. If you knew that this
They're
was
talking about
coming,
extra, I think.
Get a victory
Yeah, it's
point
extras to
off of
lose. There's
people,
no
I'd
doubt
be
about it at this
happier
point.
than giving victory points to people.
Like, I don't know.
I'm gonna.
I don't know. What am I even
I'm
talking
gonna
about?
Okay.
play
There's
your
so many within a
political
3 point
I'm
swing.
unable to vote.
secret, or play cards, or
you can just tie break.
I cannot vote, play action cards, or use faction abilities until after this agenda has been resolved.
But you
So-
can tie break.
I can tie break.
Cool. And so then,
It's
now
very
we do now we do riders, right?
or in,
So extra play
unless
political
someone- you
secret
just gotta be
to
those.
prevent
Those.
Hakan from voting.
No, I can't. Riders?
No riders.
Riders.
No riders.
Riders?
Hakan is still speaker, so
I'm
tie
going
breaking can
to-
occur through him, but he
Right,
can't
that's probably
vote.
for a rider.
I'm going to
We can't.
play a rider.
No voting at all.
It is an Imperial Rider.
An Imperial Riders come out.
And I am going
Just let him
to-
have it.
That's amazing.
That's so
good.
Let him have it.
Literally the most
Great.
important part of the game.
Someone has to
That's how you
sabotage
want it to go.
That's so good.
Imperial Rider.
But it's actually not a 100... In terms of game theory, this isn't an easy choice between what I
Here
hear.
comes Dave, acting
Especially
as if
because
it's
the
not a really
speaker's
good
been
play.
taking care of it.
Hold on, let's math this out.
So I would
you're 11.
be the last vote if it was really close.
So the thing is, the novel player knows it's a good play.
26.
He's trying to convince people around
You're
the
at
table
how
that it
many?
isn't.
I'm at 10.
There's
You're
no
at
way
10,
that that's
so
going to
you're
do
at
that.
10.
I'm at 13.
So
I'm at 4, so my vote isn't very
You guys
impactful.
can't.
two of us did this.
If he
We were-
votes yes, you can't vote to give him a 9th point.
No, I can vote to give
Sean
me
is trying to convince them not to take
An
a 9th
eighth
point.
point.
Really, the 9th point is
The-
irrelevant
the-
for
The
action.
two of us actually can get this just with the two of us, if my math is right there.
Remember, he can choose a strategy card before you, and thus ensure that he scores tiebreaker, he scores in order at the end of the round before you.
I mean, fundamentally, I think this game is going to whoever gets the Imperial card.
Okay.
Yeah, if this passes getting the Imperial
That
card,
doesn't mean that you should throw it away.
No, the frustration coming out of the soul player.
I'm leaning towards
you
doing
score
this.
before anybody does.
I'm
What if it
I'm
makes
going
it
to
then?
say
This is great.
in favor. That way I'm not
That's
punished
what
with a
makes
negative
sense.
victory
It's not
points
the
if against actually ends up winning.
That's why
You wouldn't be
Nalu.
No, if I voted for it. I'm saying if,
No,
I,
you're
didn't use it, if I didn't use
Look,
a
I think I
rider,
should win, but again,
and instead
said many
voted
times,
for
that
it,
was my
I
favorite
would
faction in the game.
expose myself.
If they manage to swing it,
you
we'll
won't
all
have
see
it in the
why.
last
You
two
would be
versus
the
the deciding
deciding
last
factor
person.
at that point.
That's true. That's true because you're taken out of it. Sorry, that was my theory before you got taken out.
Then I get what you mean.
Can someone explain Nalu was at 6? They're not at 6.
There
Here
was a
it
miscount.
is.
I did a thing I hadn't done before, which is I
this isn't anything.
miscounted my victory points negatively, but also some stuff got mixed around because I'm not used to it being arranged like this.
Yeah. It's a little tough to have. The promissory note.
Oh,
sometimes
so
is one
Nalu
thing.
effectively bluffed everyone.
That way you looked. I'm like, oh, no, there it is.
You think that was a miscount? I don't know.
Which is actually useful.
I bet
why
he
we
noticed the
have
miscount earlier and just didn't tell
We
anybody.
should probably just have these 6 monitors at all times in every single league game, right, Sean?
But we should just be in.
Andy disagrees with that assessment. I'm gonna.
Dave,
Oh my gosh.
There's some. Dave, he's a good sport. I'm giving the conspiracy. He's a very good sportsman.
When you want to play
He probably
again, you just,
didn't,
press reset
but it does
and
add to Palace intrigue. I think he did. That's my one.
It's on again.
Yeah. You're
Look,
Okay, so chat, so
that's my bias towards intrigue. He probably didn't
so
notice.
I think this recent round, Nalu's
But it is
scores
it's a
are
suspicious time to notice.
No,
underrepresented by 1 point.
It's a suspicious time to notice. That's all I'm trying to say.
I know. I've known Dave for a while. He is.
Yeah,
He's one of those.
He is. He's an honest guy.
Very straight shooter type.
He is.
He would.
He is. Again, that's just my bias toward intrigue. I'm sure that the Nalu player sincerely didn't
That is
notice,
one of them.
and this was an accident.
Heroes? How's he heroes?
Hey Tyler, do you have headphones? Do you have the headset on?
He has said.
I mean,
You know
I'm
everything
sure
we
it's
say.
going to be some elect.
It's a good thing we stopped talking so bad about Tyler before he jumped
I
in.
actually don't think so. I think he purposely plays this. I mean, it depends on how he votes.
Okay,
right now.
okay,
He
okay.
votes all
So
in.
Tyler, it
He
wasn't.
might not
He
play
played
for
it
the
against,
vote.
right? That's the smart.
I think you said you
Imperial
saw him.
Alliance.
One on top, on the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. So he doesn't know what's
Riders
coming.
played against the vote passing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I would be willing to bet that Nalu's about to pick up this point.
This is really tough.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Yeah, can you?
Imperial Rider gives
Who's
you
right?
extra
Who
points
are there
when
any
you
other
play
riders to play
card.
right now?
Chat. If that's your real name.
Just give it to
chat.
him.
You.
I actually think that it would be better.
You've been watching some Hungary guy? Well, that's just like
Here's the thing. How many command tokens does Nalu have? He might not
I
have
do
enough.
For extra?
I do it a little too much.
He's got enough influence to
Oh,
buy
no,
him with
I don't
leadership
I don't know if I
pods.
got it from anywhere, but he probably got it from me.
He might have enough.
What? But he's sitting on so many planets. Surely he does.
Talk about Nalu.
Oh, no way, dude. Nalu absolutely does not have enough influence to buy galvanized people. No way. Unless they've just been saving trade goods all game.
Unless those command counter counts are not.
There's no way.
Would you vote for? He doesn't vote. Still
It's a tough call.
You two can't stop us. Yeah, we both vote together, you can't stop us.
Nalu's sitting on 4 command counters right now.
It's three influence per. He doesn't have any other.
But does he have any influence at all between his 2 home planets?
About to be handed a tie for third place.
He's got 1 on 1 and 2 on the other. He has exactly 3 influence.
He still owns. He still owns those neighboring. He still owns those neighboring.
No, he doesn't. They landed.
They landed. Oh,
Yeah, they just never took it away.
Those command.
Hey, can you get the control tokens off of the planets that the Soul flagship is over?
He can stop it. He just has to take Imperial, and he stops
It's
there.
the planet immediately to the east
Really,
of the
actually.
Nalu home system.
So he's
Between
at
the
8
Nalu
right
home
now?
system and the asteroid belt.
And you're
Clear move that.
I'm at 7.
Souls.
I'm gonna do 11 for.
Souls a command counter.
No, it's not that. It's the Nalu command counters on the planets. It makes it look like Nalu is owning the planets.
Oh, and then
Yeah,
you
that's it.
15?
So we have you beat.
So let's hear their table.
He gets
Wait,
second choice of strategy.
15 plus 11.
Oh, that's 11.
So it's 26. You have 10 and 13. So 23. Correct?
I have 10, yes.
Yeah, and you have 13.
Who's playing
Who
extra?
has
What do you mean?
trade goods?
I have 2 trade goods.
What are you trying to do?
You can't use trade goods on votes.
Unless you're private.
I can.
Extra and Soul are talking about voting for.
But
Extra
that's not
is,
enough. I would
Ben,
need
who is green.
one more and then Sean would decide.
and then we can tie.
You need one more. I have 2.
Action.
So if I could get 3 traitors, I can use a certain action card.
Yeah.
That will let me vote with traitors.
Cool. So that's good to know.
You're not in speaker.
How many seekers do you have on Crash? He's only scored 1.
Maybe you should give the action. Oh no, he can't play it. He could give you.
I can transact.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, so you have 2 support to the turn.
I mean, Shai, you can't give him an
I
action.
have straight 0.
If we give Turtle a point, you're
action,
throwing the game.
not all of the action phase.
Well, because he's. I'm just saying in terms of like strategically, he picks right after the speaker. So he, yeah.
In fact, what is the last one?
They definitely have enough influence to buy 2 more.
What's there are 4 action phases. Right?
How many instinct training do you use?
I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. So there's 1 left. You're saying?
Do we have?
Man, can you tell me
There are
what
3
is
out.
instant training? I gotta read it.
Instinct training lets you spend a strategy token to cancel
Well,
a card.
so
Unveil flashback.
You can do it
Those for guys.
Of course, he
Yeah.
has.
Yeah.
Of course, he has.
I think it is one.
But that's the
That'd
one
be
for
such a
beating.
waste.
somebody.
That's the one for destroying.
I have a
Flash,
ceasefire.
I think is the one that's on. So instinct training lets him cancel a card.
I have
Well,
a ceasefire
it's
and
really
card.
Yeah.
Do that.
You just have to win in your flagship.
So it's too late to quash this.
Well,
I don't know why he
here's
doesn't
the other
Imperial.
thing here. Your speaker.
he's
So
trying to hold
hypothetically, you
on to
take
it, so you get
Imperial
2 points.
because you should to prevent everyone else from taking
He does want
Imperial.
Most people
Absolutely should do.
think about your own interest unless you're absolutely sure that you won't.
Assume you score 3.
This is about you not getting them a point.
You get to 10.
Here's the thing.
Or sorry, you would get to 9. Then it would go into.
Extra has every single
that happens.
Any
that.
any
There's no
instant
more
secret
1
thing
point
that's in the
public
game,
objective
and
for
also he can have a
The
high
only
initiative
action
card.
paid secret
I
objective
think he's gonna
is
win
gonna
the
be a war
game.
one, and they're
I
not
think it's
gonna
either
play.
Sean. We're gonna give the game
So,
to
Why does this
you
matter for
right
why does this
now?
matter for extra? Because they
No.
need the 2
Let's
points.
Let's not talk about getting the games.
So I guess
No,
I'm
this
saying, like, why is
affects
extra
this
so
affects my
massive?
math.
This is not gonna.
Just to
no.
prevent.
No, but fundamentally, what is about to happen is
I'm sorry. No.
Sean's going to take Imperial. Hypothetically, best case scenario, Sean gets 2 points on a public.
What do you think I have?
I don't know. Let's say magically he manages to take Mechatol.
If I had unveiled flagship,
This might be a real.
and I had one
Should we share this?
that was that, then I may have been in a position to win the game. Is that what you're thinking of?
No. I think fundamentally, right now, you are the person most likely to win the game.
With
Tell me how.
with
Please tell me how.
Hey, Shai,
I don't
this one-
care that I
Shai,
sound
hey,
this way.
Shai.
I really want
Ignoring
to.
that.
Here's the thing. No, I mean,
Hear me out.
listen.
Hear me out.
He's right because
No,
leadership comes around.
How is a card
So
going to
here's what's going to happen
You're
when
gonna
this
get-
round wraps.
you're
Sean
gonna
is
get
going to
the
pick
back
Imperial.
Trying to stop Nalu from
Best
getting
case
that.
scenario, Sean
Which is a
scores a
fair
2-pointer. I'm talking in a perfectly magical world where you have action cards that
But he doesn't.
allow
He
you to
doesn't
do
even
whatever
have
you
one to
need,
be
right?
able
Like
to
optimal path.
perfectly optimal magical.
Every tier
Sean's
one.
going to get Imperial.
Sure.
Sean's going to score 2 points.
Yeah.
If Sean can take Mechatol, which I think the only way that can happen is if the Mechatol, kill everything on
What you
Mechatol
really
card
don't
comes
want, what you
out.
see
Again, perfectly magical world.
you really
Sean could
don't
theoretically win
want
it with
Dave
3.
to get to 8.
I don't think that's going to happen.
So if that means that
because
everything
I don't
else
think the
gets
magical
one
Mechatol card
you
is
need to
going to
let
come
that
out.
happen.
Or he just takes
really,
1.
really
and
don't
then
want
he
the
still
Nalu
goes
player
around to
to
score.
get within 2 points.
Right, but at that
because
point he's
Dave
going to lose.
will strike.
Right, because
Yeah.
he would be the last person to score in scoring order.
So I can neither gain nor lose any points
Here's
in
the
this
thing.
scenario.
If we vote against,
Which means it comes to you.
Okay, we've been talking a
So
lot
you're
about
going to
this.
be the person who...
It kind of feels like it's gonna be
against wins.
Let's listen.
Nalu gets a point.
a lose-lose
So really,
situation for somebody.
you can't win.
If-
you can't
if
win,
Nalu
and
gets
then
a
he's gonna
point-
win regardless.
There's
Well,
a
I
very
can't
easy method of stopping Nalu from winning.
Right.
So
There's-
far.
I mean,
There are 2 players who
That's
each could
true.
do it.
No,
But that relies on them doing it. Is all I'm saying.
It does
I'm
rely
just,
on them
I'm just throwing it out there as a theory.
But your
in order of people
your
winning the
cohort
game
is
right
half
now,
of the people who can.
regardless of what I do,
I know that's.
you could theoretically win
I'm
the
here
game
for fun.
first. You're going to win the game second, and you're going to win the game
I know I'm being a
first.
little dramatic.
Because you would take leadership.
I don't think Soul
It
realizes
doesn't matter what
I reserve the right to complain when bad happens to me.
You done got butt done, so yeah.
I'd be happy to play with everybody
Can we
again.
clarify
Here's
what
the
done
point.
with the
I
right
would
phase?
do is if and then you guys don't have.
I think that these guys have been weirdly like
Correct, no more
each other in a sort of
Yeah.
like tit
They're
for
in
tat.
hot
We're going to be one
pursuit
person
of
second place
somebody
thing.
to win
And now
this piece.
they're maybe even intuitively and not without any backroom dealing. I'm not implying guys with secret text or anything. It's
That
just
kind of
like
feels like
intuitive,
get rid of that
create this,
veto
like,
wasn't so hot.
Sort of conceptual high roll. Dave has exact
I
perfect.
wish you had
secret
that now.
cards, And then he could hypothetically win in one case. When really, if you just look at the information publicly available on the board and make a normal, conservative, strategic estimate of what's going to happen, it puts me at like middle of the pack.
I think we all know that Chaos
like
is
that's
raining hard.
Not the.
It's like
This-
the.
oh,
Yep, he's doing the same thing he's doing.
Yeah.
He always like,
How many-
he does this thing where he's like,
No.
I'm not good enough to
Totally
win,
win
but
the
always.
No. What?
No, you don't. I mean,
For people watching at home, you can't
we just,
trust
like,
Dave in this
move on with
moment.
the fact that
'Cause he's going to
anybody
play you
has
like a chump. He's a
potential to win
very
the
good
game.
player. He's very strategic, very smart.
Sorry, no, it's okay. I flubbed around.
Everybody has a path to victory.
Yes.
But you.
So the Gon player was almost entirely honest just
In
then.
the game doesn't play this round thing, you do.
If you vote together as a
Yes,
block,
it's like someone does.
Well, so the two of them will come along if we vote as a block. So it's 4 people getting points at that point.
Not necessarily. If he sticks his neck out and you vote him down, then.
Hakan
No, that's
is correct
that's
that
it,
everyone
right?
has a
Like,
path
I'm
to
voting
victory.
for
Oh, you do have to trust him. That is true.
As much as I've been pontificating.
Well, no, it's my vote
it
right
depends
now.
on
Like
who's
straight
got
up,
the
if I
bonus
vote
race.
Have you
for
voted?
no,
What did you vote for?
First
You
pick.
did.
You voted in favor.
And
Yeah,
second,
you voted all
second,
right.
second,
My
that's
turn.
it.
Part of this vote
It's
is to do
my
the
vote
total
right
score
now.
at 8 points goes immediately to 9 points.
Why?
Okay, let me ask you this. So Zix
we're not theory
actually just said they already voted, which means the vote has already happened.
Okay.
So
And I'm
are
talking
they
it out
still?
loud.
So they're
The
still
total's at
discussing
8 points and we go to
mid-vote
9
right
points with this
Yeah, you
board
discussed
present.
it.
I'm at 7 points and we go to 8 points with this board
Okay.
present. This is an incomparable choice.
Like a
That's the
house
last
rule
thing.
once.
So we could expedite it.
So someone thought you can't.
That's true.
just so you know.
Vote in chat.
That's a fact.
This is what we know. We are close to the end though, because people are just saying insane claims about like,
Nalu player just
thing
summed it
that
up.
can happen
This
or
he
not.
summed up everything I've been feeling over here. Everything. Nalu player is right on
You know
that
you're in the game
assessment.
when people start making insane accusations and justifications.
Another way that you won't win the game is if you give him
The danger of kingmaking,
puts him on
man.
a track.
I get an 8 point.
They're
I mean, so
really,
these
really
two are-
overestimating the value of the single
So
point
do you-
to extra.
But we're not
They're
playing
really
for
overestimating
point.
it.
This is the
It does not matter. It's extra percentage.
After this, all the points are gone.
Yeah.
Reset.
Yeah. That spreadsheet is deleted.
Yeah, that spreadsheet.
Tyler.
I kill anybody who's ever seen
the
it.
extra.
Tyler, I want Tyler's back. He took a phone
Okay,
call.
so
I really hope we're the ones on the street right now. So they
Extra.
All four?
Yeah. All
if you're
four.
our bullshit. Jack's probably having a lot
Because he
of
wants
fun
that
right
point.
now. Yeah.
Even though he should just.
Need that
Oh,
point. He
fuck
wants
it.
needs.
But here's the thing. What I'm saying is that he's voting for so that way Nalu can't get one more. Because if Nalu gets the point, he'll be 2 points away.
Jesus Christ.
You know what I'm saying?
Nalu just four.
No, Nalu has no votes because the Imperial Rider that he put forward to do against.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
You
right.
see? And Nalu is zero order
can't-
initiative. So if Nalu gets
Nalu can't get a point.
exactly, so if Nalu gets the 6 influence, then Nalu wins before extra
And then
does.
Hakan also gets in the position to get the 2-pointer before extra does. That makes me think.
But that's what I'm saying about kingmaking right now.
Extra has bonus race. Extra has bonus
So that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
I'm voting it
That's
down.
when you
I'm
sell
sorry,
the
but
speaker.
like,
Around
I
before
think
last round.
you
I'll
want
be
the
honest
most
with you, I
likely
don't
person
have
to win
near enough familiarity with that.
compared to Dave. So I think I need
Bonus
to
race
help
means you can't
Dave.
pick
So
your
how many votes against?
So if you're the
Do
speaker,
it
you
11.
get
I'm
one, but
gonna.
if you give
I'm just gonna.
this guy the speaker, he's also tied for. He's gonna take it from you on this.
Well, as our man on the ground, Tyler
You guys can
said,
jump in and take this
a lot
one.
of very good action cards were discarded, which means some
I'm gonna
very good
abstain.
ones. So remain, and public space is very
I'm
good.
out of this. I'm
Some abstained.
abstaining.
What?
You two need to deal with this.
Interesting.
How much was yours?
11.
Soul abstains.
That's because they're just assuming that,
He thinks that the other players are gonna gank them with the against.
which is gonna,
Well, here's the other
which they
problem.
couldn't
I
have
don't
done if
know.
Soul had gone all in. Soul is trying to cripple extra to put himself in position to get up.
Like I'm abstaining, so I'm removing from myself from the running. You two can still come.
Welcome
in
to
and deal.
non-binding
You know,
agreements,
fucking
everyone.
rules.
The next one will only be important if it's like it screws someone's board state immediately.
But you can't vote in favor for
If
the
it's like
same
a
reason
long-term
you
thing,
do
it
for
won't
the
matter.
You can't give the front runner.
That said,
A
we
ninth
have gone
point.
through most to feel like.
Okay, so here's a hard position now that their last two
Yes.
players are in.
Yeah.
What they're
Like, there's
well,
a
now,
bunch of ministry ones that will matter.
Soul
at this
definitely
point.
needs it, but they specifically don't want extra to be up. Here's the deal. If
Soul needs
it's
to be up.
Soul is just like everybody else. They're overestimating the
Do you want
value of that
turtles to
single
go to
point.
So here's my concern.
They are
And I'll
thinking
let's go for
that
first
extra
person.
has a
I know
secret
that we've
objective.
talked
They
this
get an
about
action
this
phase,
and
get the
not
one
this. I mean, this is important. I think
which we know that he doesn't.
Until everyone's
So I think-
comfortable.
Oh, yeah,
If
we know.
nobody's able,
But they
so
don't
like,
know that.
if we get the, if we do like a win.
The thing is that
like
now
next-
what's going to happen is that if they vote
But if
against,
we
they're
do,
effectively going to flip to where Nalu will now
if we
be
go to next round
and
and he's
extra
on the
drop
point,
back.
he
So
goes
they're
to
actually in a pretty weird
And
position.
then we go
These
all the
last
way
two
through,
players.
and there's two things that have to
You know what I'm
happen
saying?
basically.
Because now you can make the argument that these last two players are in fact kingmaking. They're about to pick who wins, but I don't think that that's like a fair thing to accuse them of doing. They're just playing to play.
Actually, this is his situation.
Guess what happens if I'm the new front runner?
He needs
I
to-
get eliminated.
He needs to
Right.
get.
If that, I'm saying that has to happen.
He needs to get 2 command tokens because if we go to the scoring round,
I think that it's valid though. It's part of the game. If it's a game mechanic and you choose to use it, use it.
It's determined. It's like the things that happen before determine what happens next.
leadership.
And just because you have to decide last.
If he gets gets
Actually,
enough
the thing
command
about
counters.
here's the thing.
And
Here's the thing that always gets
Sean
me about
has to not
King
Imperial,
is
and
people
Dave has
blame
to not
the
win.
most
And then
recent
he wins,
action,
regardless of
but
what
you
we
could
do.
blame
Okay,
any
cool.
single
So I'm
action
gonna-
that
I
happens
say we
in
should
this
vote
game
down.
as
vote
the
down.
action has
Because
shifted.
it's just like. If
Yeah,
he
at the
goes
time,
up,
exactly.
then,
But
I mean, I
if you want to
don't
keep
see
tracing it
him
back, it's
having a
like,
super likely
did the
chance, or
last
he
did the
currently have
penultimate
influence
dominant
against
knock over the
six.
last one or the first one? You know what I'm saying?
That's the choke point.
He's
Yeah.
first, you know.
So I don't know what cards he has. He
whatever.
could get to the influence level, and maybe he could
Would you
fight that way,
flip
but
the
he has nowhere to
scores?
go.
Would you give
so
it
I'd
to
say
Nalu, or would you
voting
give
down
it
is
to
what I would be
extra?
into right now. But what
Not
do you think?
knowing
Me.
what we know that extra
Sure.
secret objectives are gone.
But I want you to do the majority.
I think that I would give it. I think I would vote against.
Okay, so how many
Because
votes are
Nalu
for right
seems
now?
the
11.
weakest.
11.
Extra seems stronger.
Okay, and how many do you have?
I would vote against Sophie.
I
Not
have
knowing
seven.
what we know about the secret
Voting
objectives.
against just
If I do,
I can't.
you break ties.
I do break ties.
Okay, cool. Can I vote 5 and then, or can I vote 6 and you vote 5 and he'll break the tie?
And if I can get the
Knowing
two
what we
free
know,
goods,
I would say vote
because I can
4
use
because
my
now
rank.
if they voted 4, Embers would get one.
I feel like handing the
He's
game
gonna
away
get one,
is gonna that's
and they don't realize that that would be much more powerful than playing against.
I think we know it's
And I've only scored 2 secret objectives.
Oh, do you have the card for longest road in there?
Okay,
But
here's
the
what
thing
I'm
is,
saying.
If you had the
For
I've
Ghost
had
more
the
than
flagship
Embers,
secret objective,
I think it's very
they're-
important for them to vote
your
4.
private ones.
But
I
they
don't
don't realize
I don't
secret
have
objectives
have
for
one.
extra
You
at
have
that.
9 in your hand.
Yes, sir.
Incredible.
And you have 14.
That's so real. W lost 001 is absolutely correct.
13 votes.
don't
So
make
if I can
any
get
of those.
those.
Yeah, that's such a good
I
call.
mean, you could just show it to the
Because
camera.
that could easily happen.
Definitely not.
Wait.
Definitely couldn't be.
I'm
Embers
not going to
and-
give you trade.
Well, none of
If
us
I
are
decided to move
getting
on it, they can
communication.
Let's not
Sean,
let's not
Yeah.
tempt
voting
fate.
I don't want to hear from that room, like,
Yes.
Why?
we being too loud?
No, you're good. We have no idea what you're saying.
No.
We've been gasping. I
Because,
think we've been
like,
playing
I
it pretty
think it's in your
straight.
best interest to vote against anyways, and
I don't care if I win. I like having fun.
I'm excited for what you want to
I
know.
don't think
Hold on.
you
Hold
can't
the phone. No,
trick
really.
me with nihilism.
It's one thing to
so-
say I play for fun. It's another thing to say I don't care if I win in the All-Star game. I think that would be in bad faith.
That is
But
We are
like,
all here to like
I
try
also-
to win
I also
this
think it's a-
All-Star game.
I think it's a bit.
I'm here to make
a
interesting
seriously
plays.
fun game.
I think he's.
Hold on.
It's not interesting if you
Hand it away to the
Hand it
Turkish.
away.
Also,
Yeah.
this is
Red
important
Horse,
because
I'm
they're taking.
definitely
I would
be able
like some
to
very good.
take it.
I understand that you would like some trade defense.
To me, the social
Don't say
contract of
definitely
this game
because
is that we are all
there's a random element with the
seriously
rolling.
enough to really try to.
Then
Hold on, how many?
go full 10.
20 shots.
Go full 10.
Yeah, and then I will.
Of course, I
make
can
it
volatile.
Yeah, it's
12, and then we'll be good because we don't want to leave it up to Sean just in case.
Can
I don't
we-
know what's in
I
Sean's.
have
Really,
it
like,
every
it's the
time.
key.
Every time
Sean has come up
It
pretty
drives me up.
publicly.
I've said it so many
Not
times. It
letting
drives me
this
up.
happen.
What
Always
does that
play
give
your
you?
game. If it happens to do that, accept
Is this
it.
on the
But
stream?
play your game.
No, it's still all them.
Well, the thing is, even Sean like pivoting to like actually being four, he literally can't participate now because he can't put down votes. Tie breaking doesn't count.
I just like to play.
I wouldn't get a point. I would
I like
just
Yeah.
give away a point.
Embers in the Watt said, hey, I like
I mean,
I'd still play 12. I
Just
don't
trying to find-
have. Well, I do have 12. It's fine.
I would can we just split it? You can't just split it. I'll give 6, you give 5, and then he breaks it.
Own a cell phone.
I would like to be empowering it, though.
You understand?
Okay, because I'm about to extinct.
you seen
I'm
the-
legit about to
player
extinct, and
bio,
it's gonna be
so
all
it's
of
great.
you.
You want to trade
Do
good?
you want to leave it up to me?
You want to trade good to make sure that this goes against?
Sure, I'll take a trade then.
To vote against on
Is
this
that a
agenda.
problem?
He does
To
win.
vote
He
against,
wins.
if he does the original 6 that he
He
said
knows
he
what he's
would.
doing, and basically Dave and Sean,
Can you vote the original 6 that you said you would?
Kind of 5, and you vote 6 now, then there's a trade
Nalu
involved.
and the Hakan
It's just
player.
one trade on the last round to get
Did one win.
This is actually pretty realistic, I guess.
How many action cards do you have? No.
These are.
It's very, very above table right now.
I have
I
my-
love that. I love that, but it wasn't
I don't have
the,
much
the,
to
the
trade.
remainder
I'm
of
just
the
saying, I
game.
have that.
Unless you
It's-
had your
it's basically like
big
we're playing a
trade.
whole
You have
first
my-
round of getting to know each other
True,
for who we actually
but-
are at the table.
Okay, here's the deal. If you give me back my support for the throne,
I don't think you
I
actually
will.
trade it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
It's not-
because
I have to
like,
take that back to
it
the
corresponds.
system or something.
No, I think you can trade. Can you?
It's no longer one of your components. It goes face up.
Yeah.
Rule of judge call?
I traded. I got back my own.
Become a judge.
Yeah.
Can you trade? Can I get back my own support for the throne?
right?
Yes.
So an extra point doesn't do anything.
Can I get back my
Well, support for the throne is played on the board,
So what
which
they
means
all
that you
should do
cannot.
legitimate.
It's not in your
They have
hand.
the
You can only trade things hidden in your hand.
But like, can he give it back to me? Is it his? It's not his. It's not his.
It's part of the game now.
Right.
I could.
So they think they're key.
So you guys are seriously considering now voting to give Ben an extra.
I'm probably. It was the case that I could get my own point.
We need to vote.
They're probably going against, but each trying to
I
get
have
a
a
little
promise,
bit of
I
a
have a
margin.
promise right now. If someone puts all their votes for me, they get it, and the next votes somehow, you know,
Here's the thing.
it does quash. You can quash an extra.
That's not
This is an insane. Yeah, the fringe of that actually helping them is so
I'm just
small.
saying, that's what I have, so I have
So that
to.
shows that he knows that this is a path, a victory for him.
Right now,
I'm gonna start with 5. I'm gonna go 5 again. So 5 again.
He probably won't win the game, but that's because
If you
of the way
trade
he
good,
chose to play in
Yeah,
the
to
past.
get 6 against.
Welcome to War of Attrition, everybody.
Let's not let this prisoner's dilemma destroy the universe. It's for
Okay,
such a
Andy's
small
become
margin.
our on-site correspondent. Andy, has the vote begun yet?
What does he have?
So
He's
Government
voted
is still
all.
shut
No, I mean, like,
down
trade goods or
in
anything.
space.
That's why I was offering my promise here, that's really all I was
it's not
offering.
just saying what we understand.
Fine. One trade good for 6.
All right.
Hakan and Oliver
I
are using
Lewis?
You break ties, right?
Against.
So it's
Oh my god.
I've been a turtle all along. Space
Kind of
cats
tiebreaker.
are peace turtles.
After much careful deliberation, we've decided to kill this measure. This mutiny has been
I'll
quelled.
let you do the honors.
Okay, voting against, and
Swap the
everyone
two
will move down
tokens.
1 point in the victory track.
Oh, cool. Extra has been.
So what?
This is.
Put this somewhere there's room.
You're angry at me now.
No, I'm just saying,
So 2 people go.
you two, I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
We took this away from you.
No, you have a duty now to stop.
Jesus
If you
Christ.
guys-
Stop the Nalu
I'm
juggernaut.
just saying,
This
because I've been in games where
king-making fresh.
I'm alone at number one.
I think
Can I take a picture of this?
Sure.
Because I think you're gonna take
Closest to my god.
Sometimes you win
We'll
with
see how
nothing. That's the greatest thing
Joyce,
about
the
Twilight.
I think the
Nalu
decision
players
that
right now,
will-
he-
I'm not gonna
he
win,
plays
but it's just hilarious that this
shut
even
his
happened.
guilt
Right
trip.
now is acting
The
as
comeback
if
king.
this didn't allow him to win. But he is a 0 token.
Alright, what's
He's
the next
already
one?
taken a photograph of the leader track. This absolutely
Did you know-
devastates the 2
you see this?
who were the best players in the game.
The Crown of Empydia.
No, it's a great play.
Player, the
As
elected
the
player
major
gains this
losers
card
on
and
the
one
board, they
victory
played
point.
that right.
That
A player gains this card and
It's
one
an
victory
all-star
point.
move.
If
Anyone's
gains
game
control of
again.
the planet
That's why
in
they're in the
home
all-star
system of
game.
this card zone.
No,
what did he
Then the
Andy
previous owner of this card loses 1 victory point. So, it is a victory point that you lose if you lose a planet in your home system.
Does anyone? Oh God! Look at this game.
What is happening?
Vetoes, clashes.
Okay, wait. Let's check something. I
Okay,
don't
so
know
there's
if
a
you
victory
know.
point
Um,
general.
so-
If you
But
win
hold on,
this,
hold on.
you
You
get a
have
victory
vetoes
point.
and questions.
And if you want to get it, you take a home system.
does anyone want me to
I got rid of my veto before, man. That's why I discarded. Fuck.
So
I don't really want to cross.
Do you have a question that's related to the
Yes,
negotiation?
which
or-
part of this is how many secret objectives does each person have?
I have scored 2 and have none.
And have none. You have
Scored all.
So you
Scored all
clarify,
3.
I have 2
The
left.
Emperor
left,
Zordon
one scored
player,
one.
for some reason, has no
Secret
secret
I have
objectives
2
on
left,
deck.
or 2 and I've scored.
He has none in his hand.
I have 2 left in the
Also,
turn.
I was able
Okay.
to see the Hakan's secret objectives.
So, in terms of that
The
swing,
Hakan's very achievable.
that's
secret
a thing
objectives.
I wanted to note before we proceed, in terms of what is in play.
Okay.
And there's some that have been accounted for that are the easy ones.
4 PDF.
No, before, when you said there was literally like one scenario
Construction,
of
you
both
get 2.
action
Yep.
and these cards, because I couldn't, because of what secret objectives exist, I couldn't
Right,
score
and the
most
other
of them
element
from
is
this
to
position.
I don't think you-
I would need to have an exact combination of circumstances to
Action.
inspire it to let me do it.
One or 2 of those, couldn't remember.
And I invite anybody to look through the
Very
list if you think I'm bullshit. No, I don't think it's a list of secret objectives. So, that's where we're at. Anyway, proceeding. No quash or veto.
Exactly what he does so
Focus on something.
Any riders? Any riders?
He's
like
he's
making
buffering on
it
the
seem
quash.
like
Can I see these?
Marty's
people,
Just
absolutely.
make
he's
it
in the lead currently, and he's making it seem like
I mean, we give it to me.
He has 8
I can
points,
protect
correct?
it,
Yeah.
and I'm not going
It's-
anywhere.
he is so
I mean, I'm not gonna win.
digitally.
The
Honestly,
only
I'm
thing
not
I
gonna win
would
this
point
round.
out to you here, Micah, is
Honestly,
that
I support
I do.
giving it to you. I have
the
4
amount of
votes.
resentment that he's building
About
toward
13.
himself right now, and the fact that he has
Action.
literally the worst board position
Yes.
you could possibly have. He's surrounded by 2 players who are drooling over his loss in his territory.
Let's see if it happens. I mean, what it is that one of those 2 players is going to have to be the first to sacrifice their fleets to get in.
Andy, can you confirm the vote has not begun yet here?
You go.
Okay, so between the red and the purple players on the board here, what you're seeing, both of these guys are going to want it to pass, and they're going to want to give it to the Nalu player so
It's
they can
happening, it's not
immediately
quashed.
take it from him
Unless
and
someone
take it from
wants
each
to
other.
offer something up.
I'll be honest,
Votes
it breaks
0.
that
You
extra
still not
layer.
here?
Couldn't pull it out.
I'm upset about that. So he's a great player.
I
A lot
have
of
no
class.
red.
It will not be quashed.
Okay, and the vote will go through, so Ixchel will
Riders?
not
No.
veto this with
Riders?
his powers.
Red.
But again, I can't search this enough. It says I'm
No riders.
Okay.
Very good play.
No riders.
So the vote technically can start. Extra has no votes. Soul, do you have votes?
Yeah, I have 15.
15 votes from Soul.
You want to buy them?
Soul Brother.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I have for you.
I think your winning strat is position to win next round.
I have one
Right,
trade,
like the
good.
most realistic.
I don't have a way.
I can-
I have no easy path to either of the
How many
two
tech?
paths.
How many unit upgrades do you have?
Just 1, and it's just destroyer to
So you need to get tech.
And I don't have a yellow, I don't have a green, all I have is 1 red and 2 blue, which opens me up to nothing.
How much influence do you have?
I already scored that.
No, I'm asking just in general. How much influence do you
Oh,
have?
like votes left? Is that what you
No,
want?
total.
Okay.
Divided by
13.
So 4. You could theoretically get 4, and you could take that one.
Is that influence?
Yeah, it's 6 tokens.
Tactics.
You have 4 tokens. So
Oh,
another
but it's,
4.
yeah, I picked way last though. I don't think I'll get leadership.
No, I don't think you'll get leadership either.
But the
But
thing
if
is
you
you
did the
don't need
leadership
leadership.
secondary, you know, you're
Leadership secondary.
still in the running. Like I don't think
Again,
you're,
for next
That's a whole
round.
round.
I actually think everyone right now is. I don't want to give this to you.
Right, everyone still is in the round.
I don't want to give it to anyone. I
Anybody's
don't want to give it
Sure, it's no doubt.
to me
Has to go
because
to
this is
someone.
going to make me a target.
It's gotta go to someone.
Great.
So close together, these is very, very pathetic.
Let's not give it to the man with 8.
Who's the?
I still don't think he can win, but that will make it much more likely.
I want to give it.
Yeah,
to
no,
Dave.
don't. I'm not. Really?
You wanna give it to who?
Oh, so that you can take it.
Oh, so that you can attack my home system. Oh, duh. God, Christ, guys. Way to telegraph it.
I mean, if I vote for myself, I'm not going first. You're going. Well, you're not going to be able to get there. He can get there and take it in the first
Debating
turn.
whose home
Yeah.
system will
Why set it up for the turtles to take?
Like I can't defend it.
How
I
could
would
he-
vote for myself.
Don't give
but
it
I-
to me.
How
It's
could he get there in the
ridiculous.
first
has
turn?
to come out to be Nalu's.
How much travel do you?
You give it to me.
They're turtles, my man.
You're either hot potatoing it to
Does
a
not
random
want
other
this for
person,
himself.
or I successfully tank up and win the game. One of those two things happens, right? Because then I only have to score 1 thing. Then it's way more possible for you to win. Don't do that.
That's what he's claiming.
It's a lose-lose.
Because he's the 0.
I'm not going to
If
put
you
this
had
in
all
like
the
that.
resources.
No one, does anyone have
That's an
lightweight?
objective that can happen
Yeah.
outside
No one has
of
I was just trying to figure out if
that
anyone has a
phase.
way to get to my home system on the first turn.
I think that it's the only way to do it.
I don't know. That's 0 token.
Give it, take it, destroy it. But remove from the game.
Fuck it, I'm gonna risk it. 15 for myself.
Soul has put
15
in
for
15
Soul
first.
to be on his
And what
own
did you vote for?
He doesn't have any votes.
Who doesn't
I
have
know
any
votes.
votes?
You have votes left?
A lot
It's
of votes
safest
were
with
spent
me.
in the last phase too.
That's true.
Yeah, I think they'll.
I only have 4 votes, but I'm probably voting for you.
I'm protected by a gravity rift, a nebula, a sun. I have a war sun on my home planet.
How many votes do you have again?
I currently have 7.
You have how many?
It's 15 to Soul right now.
How many do you have?
I have 13.
Okay, Khan was actually barred from voting in the last round. He has 13 to spend in this round.
I can use those trade goods to get votes also.
You have the action card?
Can I get your ceasefire? I'll vote for you.
I want your ceasefire as well.
No. I already gave my ceasefire away. Gone. Yeah. Give you my political secret. I can't.
I want your Prius IFF. And I'll give you my ceasefire.
Give me the
I
device.
just want to bring my troops out. All of them.
How about for you for just for your
Also, all the sabotages are going out this round. For sure. We still only had one sabotage.
Yes, I'm like
not enough to win.
Sure.
And he has talked about
Sure.
sabotage.
Yeah.
Whoa, what do you do?
How many votes do you have? 5. No, just spend them. Okay, I'm gonna put them to the lot.
Gotcha. I'm gonna do 2. Let's make sure I got this 5. Yeah. So 7 to myself. So that is 12.
Where did you put the other one on?
12 to 14.
Mutiny?
15. Yeah.
15.
Oh, I guess.
And conserving it, even though this is the second
no,
vote,
it's a
no
direct
more votes.
vote.
40.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
but it's, leave it out
Just
here for
like a negative point, I guess.
Towards 16.
if we fuck up the table.
And did you
Sean?
Rider thing yet?
Yeah.
It's right over
Okay.
here.
Oh, you're
Okay, Sean?
Yeah.
So it's 15 to 16. 15, 16.
Members of what? Right.
Oh, I see.
I will
Right.
vote for myself with 13.
Not effectively abstained by voting for himself.
Interesting play.
All right. Any additional action cards?
This is the end.
That's it.
Done.
Okay. So I get the card, and I'll get a little token for the victory point. Move me up one.
Muat.
The crown
is
of
tough.
Nvidia.
Everyone else
Move me up.
except for Nahus is 8.
So another
Five-way tie.
Just to burn me down.
Talk about somebody being in the lead.
This is actually a very impressive all-star game.
So now everyone.
I am happy that by hook or by crook, everybody made it to at least 7.
I made it 2-7 in the back.
Okay.
You've gotten to 7 twice.
That is the
I don't want to brag.
I think that's impressive. I think we should get a special.
Refresh
for
cards.
that.
Yeah.
Wrap up the dip after seeing that.
End of the agenda phase. We are entering the strategy phase. I propose a urination break.
Will's Palace.
Urination time.
I don't
Come
think we need
on.
to use those words. All right.
It's a urination.
Okay, I guess we are using those words.
Do you want to go in the stream room while we?
Interesting game.
Huh?
Do you want everyone to go in the stream room?
Can I have a cookie?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I think that's
I'll
what
about to please eat them.
So, why don't we have, if anyone wants to go,
Thank you.
maybe on the screen. You know what?
I think you should go.
Yeah, let's get extra in there.
Okay.
Let's get extra on the
Do
screen.
you want to wear the hoodie that makes you magical?
No, I want to. I'm here.
Alright.
You want to have like a turtleback, like Dragon Ball thing to wear?
I have a Power Ranger helmet, which does get picked up by the green screen. Oh, is there a green? Oh, I'm like really into the green Power Ranger, I guess, because I have a green Power Ranger hoodie and a green Power Ranger helmet.
Yeah.
I bought the hoodie for Comic-Con ages ago, and then there was a deal on the official helmet for because normally it's $120. I got it for like 60.
Yeah,
And so it was like, well, I have the hoodie. I might as well get the helmet.
Yeah.
Bio break, I think, is the.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for coming. It's good seeing you, bud.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hosting.
Might be alright. Is there like a main function?
Heck of a good game, dude. It lets me sleep in longer.
Sure, we're boss.
That was a good idea.
Does the chat approve of us? Does the chat think we're
The chat is just like, are they showing up? I don't know. No, they're not really talking about any specific player.
Here we
We're
are.
just like
Okay.
talking about.
We should be more quiet.
Mostly is what they're talking about.
Everyone
I
has.
don't
How many
know.
people now? 10?
I think last Andy was saying it was 45,
You guys,
Yeah.
so my Google trending news, it tracks what I like. The first thing is our live stream.
Something
It's supposed to
happened.
It knows you would like it.
Can I open it? Sure.
I think one of them, because I knew that was on the top of the deck, and I knew I could have quashed it. So like going in, I wasn't, even when it got pulled, I wasn't sure what the play was gonna be. And I'll admit, I feel like fell to the whim of like, I had Shy next to me, like, oh, if we go in, we'll double. And I definitely, my game plan kind of was to do against, just to have, which is ultimately what I should have done. Got a little excited, I guess, but the idea should have been to do against, have them all or abstain, have them all figure it out, try to almost get myself away from the lead, and
Sweep it up later.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that you'd actually seen those cards before.
That one on top, not the second one.
You kept it there. Was that a mistake?
The mistake was trading Speaker away.
Why did you do that?
Because I did. It had to do what Shy had said when I was doing that trade, where he's like,
Shy is the soul player.
Yes, the soul player. What he had said when I was doing that trade, which is the idea I kind of had, was if I put myself in second, I can I don't risk as much if politics gets taken away, if it's going to go to like another round kind of thing. I'm gonna say, I don't know if they can hear me. I'm gonna say this is not like there's a plan after this.
We absolutely believe that.
So
you did let me be privy to your secret objectives.
Yep.
I did tell the chat room, so we kind of know what position you're in there.
Cool.
I think you've been playing a great game again. Really good fleet position right now in the game too. I'll tell you that the commentators have definitely respected your game.
No, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for being a part of it, and congratulations on making it this far.
Yeah, no, this has been fun. It's a good group too, and
Definitely.
you can tell just by like what the
it is an all-star game.
The rankings have been, and it's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, no, great to see you again.
Yeah,
I wish I could have been a part of this.
Yeah, no, I looked close on this. You were like tied right up there.
A point of contention for me for sure.
Yeah,
but I'm here. I'm a good sport.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited. I think. Yeah, I have a plan, but it's a little nerve-wracking
right now.
Yeah, which is definitely exciting. So I have a theory, I have an idea, game plan. I'm going to see if it pans out or not.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you play.
Yeah,
thanks for being in.
Yeah, thank you.
Good
Thank you
luck.
for having me.
All right, everyone, that was our X-Job player, just kind of shedding some light on his strategy so far. Oh, I should have looked for questions. I'm sorry, guys. It's my first time hosting a show. We are on a little break from the team, a little bathroom break from everybody, but no big deal. We're going to be back in action any second here. It's looking like we might be in our final game phase. So with everyone at 7 points and only the nominal player at 8. Okay, ooh, and we have another interview in here. Okay, Shy, it's your house.
You're hiding the chat for me again?
Right, so only one thing is going to be off the table here, and that's the chat.
Have you plugged the website recently, or?
Yeah, we are at ty4nyc.com. It's our website that we're on. Please join our league if you're in New York City. You're not playing unless you're playing with the best.
I would argue that's probably not us after today's game.
This game the stakes are best in the world. Whoever wins is the best in the world. And I've been saying
because there aren't other cities in the world. There's only one city, and that's New York.
I don't know how many languages TI has been translated into. But
It's in German now.
I will gladly take on the Führer at the TI board game. I'll bring them all down. It's not a big deal.
We're doing this? All right, I'm getting summoned. All right.
Best of luck.
See you guys in 2 hours.
All right. So I wasn't here. I wasn't here for any of those interviews. Anything we discover? Anything?
Xtra did confirm that he does have an endgame strategy. He was apparently trying to take himself out of the crosshairs of that target of being.
Did Mutiny go where he wanted it to go? It seems like no. He obviously wasted his votes one way or another, unless that was all.
It felt like he didn't have the grasp on that
feint.
Card or the vote that he wanted to have. He admitted that he'd seen it before and he wasn't sure.
Were the mechanics of the card something he didn't understand?
I don't believe the mechanics were misunderstood.
Let me see.
I do think that it occurring might have been a regret for him. You can see him rubbing his face now. Big look of regret on that X-Job player's face. Wondering how he's going to get this one out.
Oh wait, I need to turn that mic in there back on.
Step and turn it on.
I mean, so at this point, it's like, why bargain? Just pick the card you want and see if a public disgrace comes out.
Okay, there they are bringing up the public disgrace. That is the card that forces a player to
Pick a different card.
The strategy card down.
Yeah.
And pick a different one.
It can be sabotaged. It can also be instinct trained. Seppen, I don't think we still Unless it might just be dialed down. The mic in the room. The mic that's in the room. Maybe it just can't hear anything.
Does that mean they would like to hear the table sound a little bit better? I think the mic might be further away than it was before. Thank you. That's looks a bit better. They're saying that the mic is off. The game mic is off. Yeah, turn that on, please.
Who has 6cc available? I don't think anyone has 6, but a lot of people have 4. 4 or 3. That range.
Win without you.
Other one. 3.
Human. Creus. We are the humans.
Oh, I think the camera.
God, that would be so weird if we met the first alien race we meet also goes by humans.
This is a really easy thing
one of
for
those has to
Overlord
change.
to pronounce. So what's interesting is
What do you guys think I should pick?
Imperial or leadership.
Imperial and leadership are in high demand. Do you need technology? I mean, you could guarantee technology. We might have another weird. Here's the thing. Someone's going to pick technology to go for the end of round.
Are you trying to win or
Someone's
trying
gonna
Unit
pick
upgrade.
Are you trying to win or trying to spoil?
Someone's gonna pick technology.
Someone's going to pick Imperial.
I don't think anyone.
Are you trying to win or trying to spoil?
Keith.
That's kind of what you should do, think about.
I'm assuming it's people for us. That's good. Just open the door.
But honestly, the paths kind of converge in the similar way. Because you're trying because if you're trying to spoil, you're trying to take away what
It's
other
under
people
the
use to win.
TV.
And if you're trying to win, you're trying
Also
to
left my
use the stuff that other people I assume would use to win.
What would you do if you were Khan in this situation?
So then I think it's probably between leadership or Imperial.
Hi, baby.
You're trying to go to scoring or trying to go to Imperial. Nobody's taking action.
Someone's.
What would you do if you were Khan in this situation?
None of the interesting pivot cards will make it.
Oh, there. Perfect.
And then it'll be like, I could do construction.
Yeah.
Which would be terrible defensively.
That's fascinating.
Someone.
Can you just take construction?
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Sean has
I literally do not understand what you're
He has to
saying.
have all your PDS on board secret objective, but wait, he only has 3 on board. He can't get to 6. Is it 4?
It's 4.
What are you
It's 4.
doing?
Okay. So he's just making
Imagine
sure
if
it gets
it's
picked and then he doesn't have to pay up. And he's low on tokens.
So
I
Extra's
guess
gonna
that's the combination of things that's happening here. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm very
That's Sean's
confused
play.
right now.
Extra does not have any.
No, that's a coherent play.
Is it?
If he wants to stay
Extra
out
doesn't have
of
any
the
proper
crossfire, is to do
secrets.
the get his
Imperial
secret
can help
PDS
get the
objective.
2-pointer, but that's it.
This is fascinating.
Unless he can't take the crown of Nvidia.
Y'all ready for this?
So,
No Bob is out there.
can you win this round? Or can you not?
They're not going to king make it this
That's the choice I
They're
see
gonna
for
give
you.
it.
But maybe you see something.
Get on the banana boat.
Soul
If this
Craze.
isn't the last round, it'll be
No, Soul
fucking.
Craze. Oh wait, no, Soul gave out his
So quick thing,
his
guys.
support to Hakan, I believe. Right there, Hakan has Nalu and Souls.
He has the capture. Swap. I mean, if they take certain cards,
Well, they can't just switch them voluntarily if they've given them out.
you stop like certain objectives.
Yeah, I mean, I could maybe spoil some stuff, but I want to
no,
make
it
sure
looks
it's
like all 6 are
absolutely
out.
necessary because I have
2 just didn't get them.
Oh, mistake. Terrible.
What I want to know is if someone has the
Yeah,
action
I
card
wonder what
to
kind of shenanigans had to happen.
prevent
for that.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, no one did, or I mean, we're about to find out public disgrace or
I can
not.
answer any questions you have about my current
Public
board
disgrace.
state.
There's
I
only
have
one
0
public
secret
disgrace, right?
objectives.
I think everything is either 4 level 1.
I have 3 action cards. Gravity drive and
Where are your
Anti-Mass
secret
Plasma
objectives?
Score.
'Cause those are
I'm looking at They're over here. I have no action cards.
How far can your
Those are
thingy go?
Those are action cards. You mean secret objectives.
Secret.
You have no secret objectives.
Wait, did you have?
I scored 2.
Oh, you scored 2, but you don't have
Yes.
an initial one. Okay. Under.
That's part of why it was okay to give him that floating victory
Yeah.
point.
Julio.
Hey, Sep, I don't think I'm getting
And I can
the Getty.
fighters and destroyers into that.
Thing is,
to
whoever
protect.
gets Imperial might get a mid-round 2-unit upgrade.
I only have
Because some
one
people have two.
upgrade.
You only have one.
Yes, sir.
But you
And
could
I
have,
don't.
there is one action card that gives you
He already used
to research something.
He used that.
You
yes.
used the research action card. Okay, and action cards haven't been cycled yet.
Oh wait,
Yes.
I just had to turn it on.
And in addition, I don't have the necessary recs for any other thing. So if you're worried about getting
With one tech, you could get one victory point from the 2 and 2 one.
Chat.
Yeah.
But I have easier ways to
That'll
get
put you at 8, and if you also got Imperial, could you do the other thing? You can do that. If you, then you, from executing the secondary of leadership, that could be your combo to win. Yeah, you would win at the end of the round because those are both public objectives.
Yeah.
So you would have to actually do it at the end of the round. Yeah. But you could win this, but that is a path,
And it's
right?
super optimal path at that.
Yes.
I mean, it's. Do you think you can win now, or do you think you have to win during status phase? That's the
That is
decision.
a question.
And I believe the only person capable of getting to me is this guy through some wormhole thing somewhere that I can't see.
I can also give people access to his home if we need to. You know?
And he can get warfare.
What do you want me to do about it?
I guess the lions also could, but I don't see any fleet near me that threatens my war son.
Sorry, apparently my mic is echoing.
See
but
the
I
my
don't
face.
know how to fix it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you score public objectives off of Imperial if you don't own your home system?
No. You do not score publics if you do not own your home system.
What does that mean?
He's gonna attack me. First turn. I'm gonna take Imperial.
How can he get to you?
Who just took Imperial?
Reasons?
Wait, what did Extra take? Seven.
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Okay.
Public service.
Oh, you prick!
Ooh, there it was.
No, wait, hold on.
Do you
I
have
can
a
deal with
Shy
it.
got
I can
hit
deal
by
with
public
this.
disgrace.
Nope.
Are you sure?
I've been
Shy
holding
just
on
got
to this
public
for the
disgrace.
entire game.
I cancel yours.
You canceled my sabotage!
Instinct training the sabotage.
Oh shit! Oh!
I love this
So
game.
basically, for the viewers, if we can do this, he picked Imperial, public disgrace. He sabotaged the public disgrace, and then he used the extras racial tech to
Cancel the
sabotage.
sabotage.
Instinct training.
It's a sabotage.
That's
That's the only way to
sabotage.
sabotage.
It's a very, very technical
Oh
round.
shit!
Because Imperial would have won it for him.
That was
Also,
super
what it
bad.
needed to do was
Now
hold on to
Imperial's
it,
getting through here.
pay for the command
I don't
counters,
know if I'm picking it actually.
and then
And now you have
just
to pick a different. Goddamn.
flip
Oh, you
Imperial.
pick it.
Yes. We do that first.
Yeah.
Why are you giving that back?
Sorry. I'm just too excited right now. My blood's pumping.
Politics?
What's he taking instead?
For next round.
That kind of shuts him out though.
I mean,
Who had that
I kinda
public
think you
disgrace,
have to
Seven?
take diplomacy then, because I'm basically operating in a world where
No,
Nalu
who
doesn't
used
win,
it against him?
You don't win, and it gets to me, which means
I think we might be going another round.
I don't think
No,
we're
'cause
going
so-
another round. I think we're
I
done.
used it on him picking Imperial.
Of course. I called it. I was like, there's no way Extra would have,
Take this.
Public disgrace.
well, given the speaker away without having a public disgrace in his hand.
So, right now my concern is
Yeah.
basically your numero uno, right? Because
I think he's gonna win now.
well, this is actually once again funny. Somebody needs to. So, right now my the threats I see as the biggest threats to scoring, besides Sean. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what you're doing, Sean. Is I assume there's some secret objective he can score or needs to score or something like that. So he needs to probably do something. Seems like it because he's probably not sitting on it. But then, anyways, he just pops leadership and just chills basically. But the whole thing is, or has to do one thing. But then you can also you don't have it for that.
Yep.
Does he have? Do you have three?
He is.
Yeah. So you don't have it. So you're just not.
I'm gonna say you can only get one.
We are not. We are already not. as
Well
good as
done.
this round.
Really well
Unless
done.
there's some sort of
Six command counters.
Look at the list. That's my response. To all.
I'm sorry.
If you find something that would allow me to win,
I will hand it.
Yes,
yeah,
a
maybe
ton.
tell me about it.
Something that helps him. He's just got to hope that he'll qualify for the public in this round, and then he'll qualify for 3 unit upgrades, And then he's just hoping to get the construction secondary, or the construction PS.
What if no one takes Imperium?
That'd be funny.
That'd be a poetic ending.
I mean, to be fair,
The chat would freak out.
Yeah.
I actually don't think it's like that. I mean, it's really just a two public objective there.
Sure.
But I don't think it's enough to cross you over the finish line. Whereas for me, it's enough to cross me because of Makatal. In which case, it's more of a
W loss is predicting that.
Depending on the objective that was scoreable, though, a mid-round objective.
I
mean,
think
it's useful because if someone has an
you
action
definitely
faces a
will.
secret and can score a 2-pointer.
Here's the problem. Nalu goes first, no matter what. He can immediately reinforce.
You're investing in it going another round. Hey man, Logan gets Imperium. You.
Muat has Imperium.
He has like maybe 3.
What are you taking, Dave?
Muat takes Imperium.
Ghost of Politics.
Are you looking more at trade or tech, Sean?
Muat.
I have already spoken.
Oh, this is the last pick. Yeah. Right. Sorry, public disgrace fucking me up, fan.
What?
So tech might not have play. I never did get that 2 and 2.
I mean, that's fine, right? Because you prevent anyone else from getting the 3 units.
Oh, no one took tech. No one took it.
Have I forgotten something?
Except Nalu's still deciding.
2.
He's not. I don't know. It's like you move in. You know,
You take my
I wonder if there's a skilled retreat out there because it's like I think the Warson can go in there. What else is still left? Oh yeah, trade is useless.
No one's
Well, the second time I did.
Yeah,
When did I take it? Why did I use it, you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean, which time?
The second time.
I took it the second time so I could...
It was a sweet stall. Basically.
Oh, but that's the thing, Nalu needs to pay for those 6 million
You
dollars.
did get the unit upgrade, so you're in position to do that.
That's what he needs, so he needs trade.
Lee Silver approves of the way that Sean did it.
He doesn't need tech because he has already got the 3 unit upgrades.
It was impressive.
It was fun to hold you over a barrel.
I also did not have. I would never have had the self-control that you had in that moment. So I'm
Hold on, I don't remember his home systems working.
Not just get a war son. I would. It would be so
one of
tough
them's
for me
3
to
and 1.
watch.
Well, one of them's 3 and 1. He has a few planets that are just resources.
Yes, whoop, there it is.
2 fighters, alright. Sarween, if he has it, is another 2 fighters, so he can build. He can double the amount of fighters he has there.
I'm taking a moment. Other people have taken
sorry.
substantial time on this last
Yeah, no worries.
choice around here.
Feel free to ask any questions in the chat.
Is there any way we can have a poll in the chat?
Who do you think is going to win?
Could we poll the chat?
Don't tell us the results.
Don't tell
What are we
us.
polling?
I think it'd be
We are
fun.
curious.
What's the question? Oh, cool. Yeah, they've already made their predictions. Don't worry.
We've already weighed in.
Any other predictions in the chat?
I see.
But they're
How many
the
people are in
table
the
is
chat?
asking who's going to win.
42.
42.
Yeah, watching the stream. 42. Nice. That's pretty exciting. Good job, everybody. Thank you to our beautiful production team.
Yeah. Hands up.
Did Nalu
Cat's off.
pick yet?
Wait, no.
Cat's on.
No, I think
Cat's
Nalu's
off.
still picking.
The catter.
Yeah. So far we've got mostly votes from. But Nalu's not going to keep his home system, guys. I don't think so. I think even if he reinforces, the Warson's going to come in. It's going to whittle things down enough that maybe
If you were in
the
my
Genesis
position.
can get in there.
I have a theory.
And even maybe if
I don't know if people
maybe
are
you know what?
involved with you, so I don't know if that's
Maybe the Krays do each other a solid. The Krays do somebody solid and
To be
sets
funny
up a
if he
wormhole
did.
to go right.
Man, I really want the expansion for this. I hope it comes out this year.
Maybe. I have a feeling it's going to
There's
come
still
out.
some.
And then either enables the Muat to
I just
bring
want,
back
like, what I want,
or something.
one
He has
race
the
added.
backup
Just
currently
one
time.
race.
Right.
So that we can just
well, it's
do,
on
so when
top
you
of
can,
an
you don't have to like
alpha
have the 2 things and distribute 3 to everybody. It's like, it's killing me. Every single time we come to these league games, I'm just like, 3 to everybody, 3 to everybody. In my personal.
It kind of works. So we just give the speaker to the
It does. It's not like oh my god, this game's unplayable, but like it would be so.
Has Dave
smooth, it would be
picked?
so
That's
smooth.
not the most balanced way to do it, but it is the simplest.
Yeah, it's the simplest, and that's the thing too. Is I'd love to do that, and
Still
then
deciding.
make my game simpler,
He
make
has his
everybody's
head
game
as the
simpler,
chopping
and like honestly, like how many more like sci-fi archetypes are there? Like I can't imagine them like adding 3 races or something like that. Because there's like how many like concepts.
That's a really pessimistic view.
Yeah, I think they could figure that out. I mean, honestly, they just do like some rebellion soul.
Oh, you can make an official
something.
poll.
I
Or like
think
they just start doing Echo Fighter.
the mechanical design space is probably a larger limitation than.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because like what like so you have races that interact with hazards and the Krius and the SAR. You have races that like it's like almost, I'm trying to think of game mechanics that are interacted with at this point.
I'm taking Warfare.
Warfare.
Malu is taking
Blizzard's in
Warfare.
I'm sorry, L1, X1 or whatever.
Yeah, Blizzard.
And Baron and Letno, they have some.
Warfare is usually the
Today-
best pick when
guess
you
there's no
are on
destroyer
the
race.
when you
Alright,
are
it's in
home
your
systems,
report.
but
It is to me.
most people think it's diplomacy, but if other people move first,
I obviously do
it
this
doesn't work. But you move
to
first, so he
cement
doesn't need to
my
worry about it. But
defenses.
it's the fact that you
I'd
can
be
move
crazy
away.
not to.
You really needed technology. It wasn't. You won away from the trade. You didn't upgrade. It wasn't.
Why didn't
we can't score secret and the public for 2?
If he owns his home
No, you
system,
can do galvanize. 6 command troops.
he's probably got this actually.
I think I'm curious about it.
You don't think he
No.
can? He can afford it.
Because I can use
You
it.
can afford it. He's a strong player. He could probably build a lot.
Do you have any plans left?
Leadership.
Remember, guys,
where's the
Soul can send more his way.
Secrets over right now, right?
How?
Score first.
Isn't the wormhole still there?
No, dude.
No?
It's gone.
I guess it minimizes his chances. Yeah.
He absolutely
He can give it
cemented his
back.
chance to get
Yeah. I guess he really wasn't
He's
expecting
not, at
nobody
this
to
point in
do
the
it.
game, he's not gonna do it though. Like,
To prevent someone from
I
winning?
feel like we had goodwill and it's
Yeah,
gone
he
now.
scored.
It's because I did that.
That was really annoying.
I mean, I had to get the 6 planet thing.
Yeah.
I very much appreciate you letting me buy that.
Anyway.
But
Yeah, it's
I'm
fine.
gonna.
That's the cap, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's also the thing.
7, 8, 9.
Warfare lets you rearrange your tokens.
8, 9 is only 1 over 2 kind of carrier. So that's all I can do anyway. So
You can't stall without cards because everyone has a max of 3 action cards.
Action. Cool.
And he has to use those tokens to stall. And I don't know if he's
So
going
guys,
to
just a heads up about his
We'll see
strategy right
because everyone
now.
wants to save their
He's
command
gonna
counters
pop
for that.
warfare.
So
I
it
don't
might be a
think
very
he
short
everything on
last
his
round.
Everything.
But that would be the gate. That would be the way to
Alright,
get
so I'm gonna-
his win.
Yes.
Look at your action cards.
Oh.
I'm trading action cards right now.
Go for it. Go for it. You can.
Oh,
You're just
I
looking
choose
at them.
one, I get one. Right.
You get to look at it or take it. What is happening?
I'm playing spy.
What does that do?
I
Read it out.
I'm reading it out.
Okay.
Choose one player. I get to get one random action card from your hand.
Is that an action
Seth,
or do you still have
can
your
you
turn?
give us an account, an update the count on everybody's command counters?
I will do what I can, where I can, to make
It's a good
sure this
one.
lasts another round.
He just got flanking speed.
Okay.
I'm letting you know the turtles have flanking speed.
I flipped diplomacy, and I put it at home.
So
at
yes, so
Jordan.
now we built at home. Let's see. Wait, he had
Everyone needs to
diplomacy.
activate Jordan.
What did George have?
Soul.
Fine, activate George.
Someone
I wonder who they're calling in there.
Who do you think is gonna win? I think I know who's gonna win, but we'll see. I'll call him when
If you haven't put a diplomacy system there.
I don't.
Okay, we're good.
I think everybody's done it then.
Yeah, it's everyone but me.
3.
Not a terribly strong.
3 for me.
Protective.
Lead 3.
I'm gonna do politics. So first, what happens first? I'm the speaker now.
Hooray!
Make a play for his
Surprise!
action cards. Everybody knows.
Then you
it
gain
ain't
2
gonna
action
pass
cards?
this round.
So
I mean, I don't know,
discard
some
thing, where I draw
wacky
one,
world it
discard
could,
one, draw one,
but
discard
that usually does not the case.
What?
Now the order for scoring at the end of this round will start.
Are you going to do the secondary?
No.
Are you going to do the secondary?
Nalu,
This is for
extra.
action cards?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Then
I'm not
extra.
sure.
Yeah.
I will not.
And
We'll do
then-
the secondary.
We score
Kratos-
in terms of strategy.
Shai, will you do the
Strategy
secondary?
or strategy card, yeah.
That movement and speaker token, it's a long game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a second. It's a round after this play.
Is
He
there
won't play.
things
I
that
think
let
he
you
did it just for the
remove
action cards
from the
and for initiative because Soul took. Because Extra took leadership,
Are there
Soul
action
took
cards that let you
diplomacy.
take tokens out of
So
the
he takes
pool?
Out of other players' pools?
Yeah.
Yes.
There are.
Hakan made a
I think
big
it's
gamble
one.
with taking that construction.
One for one, or
Just one.
Because
I
nobody
think
else.
yes, it just takes one.
I have to wait a long time.
But I believe there's only one.
no, I'm gonna.
I used it against you, remember?
I don't remember. Was that?
Yeah, you were about to win, you got used
there's
the
another game.
exact amount,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
big
yeah.
14-point game.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fun.
All right, who's up?
So it does
he's
exist,
looking
so
at
now
action
I'm
cards right
using
now. He has to decide what to discard because everyone's slim on action cards.
So?
So 4? Sorry, I'm just thinking for a second. No worries.
Oh, right, yes.
Is anyone else doing the secondary?
And then I'm going to with these two, I guess.
Forward.
I think they're struggling with the door.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think so.
You guys okay? Yeah. Struggling with the door there.
Having fun?
Having so much fun.
Do you need anything? Some milk?
Cookies?
If you guys are willing, I would love to look at action cards or secret
Sure.
objectives, like add some flavor.
Sure. And these are the bottom ones, right?
Yeah, I'll see you guys.
Expressionless.
Now remember, no one talk to anyone on the chat.
Yeah.
What is the chat?
Just be very careful.
The Twitch thing.
Right.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I take.
So nobody else is doing the secondary.
I'm so trusting that sometimes I take sarcasm seriously.
I mean, full disclosure, I got a text right as the game started, but I saw it, but it wasn't like
Yeah, my brother said like, hey, I'm watching.
I have things, but I'll
Should
share.
I see the crown of Nvidia?
Okay, cool.
The Crown of Infidia?
Can I see your thing?
Crown of Infidia.
Okay, it's a long. Cool. Good to note.
Oh, is that all?
Andy, I think, knows about all of them as well.
What's up?
Cool. Good to know. Just that you already saw some of my cards.
I saw yours. Soul's Secrets, if I recall, are 3 space docks.
It's my turn.
I should have done something
2
before this,
faction
but I actually
docks
kind of want to
and
call a judge at some point.
4
Oh, you can
industrials.
apologize. What's up?
You need to speak in private?
4 industrials. 4 of something. Maybe hazardous.
Hey Andy, I'm calling judge on this.
It's just you, me, and the entire stream.
What's the ask?
It's not an act, it's a question.
It's a
Secret question. All right, come on in.
It's a secret question just
Well,
for
you can ask
Come on
the
into
chat.
the
for your
office.
ears only.
Secret question.
You have to live stream asking it.
So come in here, Lee.
That's what you ask.
Jim?
Now that we mention it, we should probably do something about the chat, the Twitch stream that we have going on the big 16-inch radio.
The one outside of the camera.
Oh, fun.
In the blind spot, right up here.
Yeah.
So his
You
ask
good?
was
Construction.
whether or not repeal
Everybody
law
else is
takes the
unconscious. Do I
point
win by
away
default? Yeah, that's what we
from
do.
the law that gives the point to the stick.
Secondary
Because the
construction.
conditions for losing the point
You were just
are
going to
written on
defense
the
as well.
card, and it's by losing your home system. A super play that I've played many times is
Actually, there is one thing I
fleet
would
logistics,
love that this game
or
isn't
either
doing.
just repeal the law
It's
in
a
general.
better
Combined with
insert.
those, you take the point, and then repeal the law.
So you're doing it secondary construction?
And then that's
That's a
yours.
lot of work.
It usually gets
Secondary
sabotaged,
construction.
but occasionally
insert is awful.
it doesn't.
This is the only game that I've
Secondary construction?
No, sir.
Secondary construction.
Oh, we got some votes. Wow, this is coming in live.
Right. There's no
Start
5. There's no 6.
Two.
There's no 7.
Verbally, we got a lot of no's. Someone's voting for Soul.
There's a
I
6.
believe
There is no 6.
most of the chat
and
has
we
said
moved
Nalu, even if they haven't updated
Gotcha.
this vote.
There's no 5, 6, 7.
Now's the time to attack it.
I think I need to stall.
Nobody can afford to stall.
Yeah, I
I think
We're
you need
trying
to add
pay
some
for those
destroyers to your
command
fleet.
counters.
I think so too. So, yes, I'm going to add a defensive destroyer.
That's right.
Ooh, he could add a lot of destroyers to his fleet pool. His
Well, I have a fighter
or
screen.
his war scene there, and those destroyers could really come in handy
I still plan to move out of there.
That's no. It wasn't
attacking
Yep.
the
Okay,
Nalu
so-
home system.
That is my
What
turn.
did he build there even? I can't even see.
To 0.
Oh, that's me.
Oh,
I
he
love these.
did build more. He doubled up his fighters. He picked 4 more fighters.
I activate warfare.
Construction
Do
from
the secondary of warfare.
the Nalu
Secondary
is
of warfare.
going to be.
Secondary of
I'm
warfare.
thinking about
They'll
actually.
probably
So I
activate
withdraw this into
their home
myself.
system and put another PDS down because he has graviton, so he can assign hits to non-fighting.
Construction was already played. I didn't see.
Oh, it was already played.
Rearrange.
Yeah. You do. You see. I think it looks like 5.
I'm not sure why you wouldn't play one a little further out. and Whatever.
Cripple defense has already happened, so he's not worried about putting them all on one pile. And it doesn't look like extra's going to come in. No one has
Wow. Well, I guess you are.
Logistics.
Well,
Go into
fighters.
not flank speed or send into space.
Thank God there's not an extra card to get your fleet supply.
That's what I meant.
No, there's not.
What just happened? No, there's not.
He
He went
reduced
to
his
one
fleet
on
supply.
fleet supply.
Warfare
Lost 2
got
fighters
played.
for it.
So
Picked up.
currently, if he gets to the stat space, he wins.
Who?
This gentleman right here.
Why is that?
Because when leadership pops,
Yeah.
he will get the command token,
Oh.
and he'll have 6, and he scores first because he is the.
So Nalu is
so,
on the bubble to
heads
win
up.
in the status phase.
Now, only one of his planets need taken.
Yep,
And then,
only one planet.
And only one has PDS.
So people making plans currently to take the
That's
Nalu
good to know.
system.
And on to
You have 6 command count?
It's 5, but leadership has to happen.
And you have enough influence for it?
So Dave is going to stall.
exactly
I don't know if he's not going to stall. He's probably going to gotta pass because he can't spend any more command
Okay.
counters. Can I?
That's me.
What is
Are
Dave's
you warfare?
fleet supply? That's what.
No.
Well, three
Okay,
fighters get to stay.
No, I mean
Oh,
secondary.
no.
Oh, that's. Are you doing the secondary?
3, 1, 2.
I'm saying
He
that.
has a fleet supply of 1.
Yeah, I thought that his turn was resolved. Are you doing the secondary?
Does his-
warfare?
He has a fleet
Are
supply
you
of
doing
1.
secondary warfare?
Can you ask Dave if his
Me, no.
his home system
Sorry.
fleet supply is valid?
For some reason, I think Trump.
Let me check. He has 3.
Okay.
Well, the space dock supports 3 fighters. How many?
You have to control
how many
both
fighters
of those
does he have?
planets to score, or just one?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he only has 4 fighters. What did he build there when he activated the system? Oh, did he build a PDS with? Oh, maybe he didn't build. Maybe he just activated the PDS.
I mean,
Or he activated construction.
You'll
He's gonna
get
reduce the PDS.
Lead commissioner right now.
I would say.
Greek commissioner?
Yeah, lead.
I would say.
I was chewing gum before.
No, I'd say.
All right, who's up? Who's
It's
up?
like he has 7 fighters.
No, we can start from the top again.
It does look crowded in there.
I'd say no. This is pretty essential, especially during the war.
Who's up?
Great. So now.
I don't think he has 7. He's got 1, 2. That's a small token.
So you're building?
It's a small token. Not a
Alright,
big
shiny
token.
on deck.
I gotta count that.
You scored the half 5 dreadnoughts out playing Arena?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a whole thing.
Oh,
It's a whole
no.
thing. Yeah.
What's that?
I just gotta count something.
Do you need to see anyone's planets or anything?
How many fighters is that, Dave?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I'm not getting past that.
So you want to go in first, and then I can clean up?
I kind of promised him I would.
Huh?
He's gonna-
Oh, come on.
You want it for your what?
Promises
I
are.
kind of promised him I would not.
Don't think.
Did you give him the promissory note?
I gave him a handshake.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Okay.
All that matters for in terms of like
I mean, I'm
is
an-
repeated play, right?
I'm an accountant, and that might count as an act discreditable against the profession.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. He did say he had never reneged on a promise in any previous TI game. And so now he wouldn't be able to make that claim anymore for however long he plays
Why
in
did you
this
make
league.
that
or-
promise?
You may be able to do it. I took out a whole round of fighters.
He can't win. He can't win that.
Yeah.
He's
With 7 is just how much he can
There's no
support.
way.
Yeah.
Give him
You're
the-
correct.
the normal.
I mean, I might have to. Yes, I would.
I am very surprised that.
I mean,
Yeah,
what's
so
the wormhole gonna-
no, Muat is particular. We'll go back on a handshake deal.
As long as you have things to tank the hits, it's just one ground troop.
I mean, I can orbital drop all day long over
Any
there.
viewers
but,
out
like, I
there,
won't be able to land any of the
can
infantry
you ever tell us
because
about
they'll
times you went back on a handshake deal? Oh man, I did
Sure,
once playing a
you
Game of
would
Thrones
have
board
to
game, and the person
use
was
an
furious.
I love
Furious. He was like, we shook on it. I was like, what does that mean? We shook on it. It just doesn't. It's just like, oh, I promised. Can you promise less or promise more? It's just like it's the same thing.
He doesn't have.
It happens,
he
and
doesn't
you
have-
do it when you have to win.
So he does not have.
Oh, diplomacy is a game literally built for backstabbing. You literally have to backstab.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think we've got it.
Yeah. You ever play diplomacy?
I hate diplomacy.
If you
don't like
attack,
it,
There's not enough.
He will definitely.
I can't.
Then well, that's the purity of it. It's a simple game. But I like it because it's like, there's no chance beyond.
I don't see
There's no. There's.
I think there's two factors here. One
You have
is
to be
that,
very smart to play diplomacy.
You have to be conniving.
Like you actually do seem fairly serious about.
That's your semantics.
The other thing is he has the Imperial strategy and doesn't think I'm going to live. The third thing is that could yeah.
Sure. On top of that, but I think it's fine to have a lot of rules. I don't particularly. I think not having an element of chance in it makes it pure.
People with secret hardcore video game, the more pure.
And 2 players that
less chance involved.
So you built Lee. What are you doing?
So it's my turn now.
But I mean,
No, I'm sorry, Shy. It's your turn.
children.
Who did you trade your
Kids could play Promise.
I needed money. Remember back in
Kids
the
could
beginning
play
of the
this.
game,
Like, what do you mean?
Kids could not play this.
Kids could absolutely. You never met a nerdy ass kid who memorized everything about like a game.
Cruisers and carriers, which are all dead now. All of my carriers are dead.
Are there?
You're looking at 6 full-grown
Great.
men in a room.
They're nice people.
All jobs playing a very complicated game where they're all consulting each other for the rules, and we're in here, they're consulting you on top of it. And you're telling me 10-year-olds can sit down and organize this? Don't even fucking be like a contrarian on this. Kids can play this. They can play diplomacy. Diplomacy is stupid.
Now hold on. When you say could play, are you're saying play it good or play it bad? Like if the kids are they would play diplomacy awfully. They would just not understand that you're supposed to be mean and like.
They would not.
I'll get bad rolls.
I think if they played
Because
this
I usually
game,
They would. You think they would just have?
like they would never know. They'd be like,
Well, I think whether a game is good or not should not be predicated on how much of a rules lawyer you are on, like, or how much of the game how much text you've learned.
This is very subjective, so I don't know if it's really worth it. Goodness of a game. Like, there's no richness in it. See, it ends, and I feel like.
Well, I trust you as a man of integrity. Sure. That's it.
It's been a while since we played
Not to look at
diplomacy. That game takes a while.
If I see them, they like fire incinerators.
Yeah.
People you know. And
They're removed not only from this game, but from all games, reality.
Yes.
And like the mystery of who you are.
Oh god, I hope
Intrigue.
this is the next expansion. It's not like
Knowing someone better in diplomacy.
Twilight Imperium Legacy.
No, that's what the league is.
Please don't.
I gotta
Yeah,
find
the
out
league
what's
is
going on. I gotta find out what's going on.
This game like does not need the legacy.
Yeah, people already hold grudges.
All right, Shy. What's happening, my man?
I think I'm gonna orbital drop somewhere just to stall, but I'm trying to decide where.
You mean because it's the right thing to do at the right time? Not to stall.
So.
No, I'm kidding.
If you orbital drop there, do you want me to do something about him?
Sure, I'll orbital drop there.
Sure.
Orbital drop where?
So Shy's getting soul players orbital dropping somewhere. Where's the orbital dropping?
So this is my strategy, and I'm.
He's spending strategy tokens to do that though, so which is weird. I don't know. Maybe he's gonna get another.
I mean, I kind of.
Does he have the 3 techs? I don't think so. Oh, Muad has Destroyer too. That's actually a super important thing for him, because he can gank a lot of those fighters if he has enough destroyers. Destroyer 2 is actually worth something against fighters.
If I move into a place's PDS, oh, you don't have PDS too, correct?
You can't retreat. You can't retreat.
Oh shit. Well,
Unless you have a skilled
I
retreat.
don't. So
Skilled retreat would let you do
to the
it.
death.
To the death.
So the Kratos player is taking back some of his own slice by
In a fight to the death.
moving in on the Muad player.
You are gonna have to fight my 2 to the tree as well.
Let's do it.
Alrighty.
Dice.
I'll start it off.
Yeah, active player, correct.
So I have 2 dreadnoughts, 2 misses,
No hits.
3 on a 9, 2 fighters, 1 carrier. No hits.
Okay.
Wow. Flagship.
Flagship, 2 on a 5. 2 hits. And carrier, 1 on a 7.
Why would you attack him in the death space?
3 hits.
3 hits from the Muad.
You fool.
I will sustain,
I know.
sustain, take 1.
Okay.
Cool. Fight resumes. 2 on a 5. Yeah, it's the danger zone. Danger zone.
Highway to the danger zone.
Okay. 2 5s, 2 hits,
Gotcha.
and
2 on a 9. No hits. So 2 hits.
Gotcha. Okay. 2 on a 5. I see 1 hit.
2 hit.
2 hit?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And 1 on a 7. No hit. So we each take 2 hits.
2 hits each.
So I will sustain and take a hit.
Give it direct.
Okay. Any directs?
No.
Okay.
And I will lose a dreadnought, I guess.
This rhythm that's happening.
Mess with the best, die like the
Cool.
rest.
Donkey Kong problem.
Yeah, they playing.
Cool.
Playing.
1 on a 5.
Mario Kart in there.
1 hit. 1 on a 9. Miss.
Ooh.
Okay.
Destroyed that flagship. Oh, he must have destroyed their greatest ship.
Yeah. 2 5.
So Kraves must have destroyed their greatest ship.
2 misses.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
So there you
Which
are.
will give
Gibson.
him to 8 points.
Not yet.
Does he have it?
I'm gonna do a bombardment
Oh,
on
no.
your planet. On your planet, Rock.
Who has it?
Probably the right decision.
Oh, he's fighting everybody.
It'd be funny if Nalu had it.
There's no weird promissory note negation here.
One
There's
hit.
a lot of
Nobody
flagships
else
and
has
Warson's
support
about to go flying toward him.
Or you don't have anyone support for the throne?
And then I'm going to land 4 ground troops.
Oh.
This system's actually been up for grabs.
Let's do it.
So I roll on a 6.
Mm-hmm. I roll on a 7.
Taking the red one?
Nope. That's not what I'm interested in.
A man of particular tastes.
1.
1 hit.
1 6. Come on, 6.
Can you get 4
a,
hits?
Get a shot. Get 1. You 1 hit.
Cool.
And then I roll 2 dice on a 5 to see
Yeah.
if they go home.
2 dice.
Is it a 5 or a 6 for you?
5.
Cool. So it's
Why
6 for
2?
me.
Because 2 units died.
Is it Jensen?
After this unit is destroyed, it doesn't say how it's destroyed, just is destroyed.
Cool. And I'm a 6.
I think the infantry is
Micah,
specifically
Soul. No, Soul did not take Imperial. Who took Imperial? Muat took Imperial.
Cool. 1 comes back on your next turn.
Very
And
curious.
then on my turn, I do the same thing. Except for it's on a 6
You know
instead.
what? Hold
It's not
on.
really necessary that Soul also regenerates on a 5.
No one can get to the
Fix it
Muat
real
home
quick.
system.
Cool. I get 1 back.
Can Muat
I'm kind of fine
Make
with
it
where Soul is power level. I think everyone
to
should be on
Mechatol.
Soul level. So I would balance.
with enough
Because
infantry?
it's just that everything that has work flows together. And
No,
unfortunately,
you have to land on a planet.
I think
none of my stuff flows together.
Soul, I
if
feel like
if,
it's
if he
super
had
early
prototype
in
War
that.
Sun
Like,
2s,
once they are down,
and he
they're
could
very
get both
hard to
War
get
Suns
out.
and both Dreadnoughts there, and he could land
That was my turn.
6
Three
bombard,
on
6
4.
War Sun
there's no way
bombards.
anyone-
4.
Oh, I don't know how many
4.
infantry are on Mechatol right now. There might be. I think there's like
Mechatol is
6,
fine.
8,
Yeah.
10.
Like the PDS stops and bar.
What am I
There's
supposed to
10. I don't know. That would still be a huge fight, but he might actually have been able to take Mechatol with 2 War Suns and like 4 infantry. 6 infantry maybe. 5 to
I think
6.
it's gonna be a hard one. It will probably
14. I see 1, 2. Are those? Oh, those both. Those are all triple
no.
infantry. Oh, so that's 14.
At the start
That's
of my
2.
turn during the action phase, I'll use transit diodes.
Transit.
What does that do?
The Hakan is
Exhaust
transit dioting to
diodes
move some
that remove
infantry.
4 ground forces from the board
To move
and place them on 1 or more planets.
4 infantry
to his home planet.
back home.
Somebody doesn't want to get
Somebody's
knocked out.
turtling up,
Okay.
Good.
And then I'll pass.
and Hakan is passing.
Players are don't
Well,
understand.
Oh.
It's not an
Yeah,
action.
that's
It just happens before my move.
Interesting.
So
7, 8.
oh, back to 8. Right. There's no tech.
I'll go take it.
Insubordination
Ooh.
to you.
What does it do?
So remove a token from your tactical.
Love this
So,
camera.
sorry.
Sabotage.
Bottom left.
Well.
He spent it.
He spent it before.
Oh,
That's the card I didn't take.
that's killer.
Oh, show them the sound.
So he has insubordinated Xcha. And a sabotage has been played.
Oh, they flipped the camera?
Well, I don't know.
So
Oh, no, he's
you still get to do
insubordinate.
your turn, right? 'Cause, that guy-
That card was not played.
They get it. They understand. So
No, Hakan passed.
Logan
Yes, sir.
used insubordination. Dave
Logan used
sabotaged.
insubordination on Dave, and Dave sabotaged it.
I did
And
try.
there is no
You-
instinct training to be used anymore.
Let me do some quick counting.
Well, there is one more thing you can do.
Yeah, there's one
There's
thing.
one more thing you can do, which is
explicitly say that you
fucking
there is one
nuke
more
'em.
thing that you can do.
the nuclear option.
Any values repeated twice?
Until then.
And then we
How many
can-
savages
then
have
we'll
come
say
out? I
it.
think we
Not
saw
until
one
then.
on Rising
I am
Messiah,
also
One on Public Disgrace.
As a friendly ghost.
One just now.
Yeah.
There was another one somewhere else, and I think that was the last sabotage.
System needs that people have.
I believe that was the fourth sabotage.
We're done with that for the round, so you can just take that in.
Do I have to, if it says action, do I have to meet, like, does there have to be a valid
We got the
target?
discards
Yes,
here.
there has to be a valid
we got them all.
Zero.
Let's see. I believe. Okay, yeah, we got one sabotage for Rise of Messiah. I don't know what else could come out yet. That would be that. We had one sabotage for Public Disgrace. No, that was 3 sabotages. We got one sabotage.
Wait, somebody just take this, and then you can't. Wait, where's this? Yeah, somebody just take this, and then you can't score it.
No, because leadership is gonna pop in.
No, he's already exhausted that guy.
Yeah.
The issue is his home planet.
Yes, he has one 3 influence planet, and that's enough to get him a.
Which 3 influence planet?
No, his home system.
No, just take it. Just wait. Where's the 0-2?
His home system.
His home system.
It's a 0.
Good thinking. You're right. Yeah.
I'm truly surprised they are not just coordinating to double whammy. His home system.
It always.
The Warson could go in.
Player getting this
Well,
treatment.
I mean,
just sitting there in silence like an idiot.
well, he can. It's like you're waiting to be executed.
Hopefully they don't find out what my Achilles heel is.
Conquered the Bermuda.
I think
Conquered Bermuda. Oh no.
it's like I don't know what Muat's fleet supply is, but he should just build a shit ton of his destroyer 2s because he can stall like that, and just swing in, and he could probably pretty handily take the Nalu home system, because then his destroyers can soak the graviton hits. His war sons will clean up. Nalu Hakan has Nalu's support of the throne, I believe.
But it is the.
Whose turn is
It is mine. I do apologize.
You're fine. Logan's figuring out.
There's a lot of counting involved because of the objectives and everything.
He's figuring out the extent to which he's going to activate Dave's home system.
I mean, it's fine.
All
It's the
those
last,
infantry.
it's probably the last round. So
Action for ghosts.
Take your time.
It's an interesting choice.
Quick question. Can I see support?
The flagship for Seoul, up in the blue.
Are you asking if Ghost has the tokens to support that? No.
Right.
This yeah, he has it.
Yeah.
He's also very turtle up. I think if I don't win, Sean has
Wait, what was I just talking
spending a token
about? Oh,
to make,
whether Muat has the fleet supply for the destroyers. So that's what I don't know. I'm saying if he should at least max it out and do that.
2 fighters. And that's my turn.
So Logan is stalling and adding 2 fighters.
Okay,
which-
to 0.
It looks like he might be maxed because I see only two ship systems, or 2 ships per system. That's a big chance.
Building?
Nice try,
He's
Shy.
saving for
What do you mean?
command
Because
counters.
if I spent a token to
I mean, he might not be. Maybe. I don't know what Muat's up to now.
I think I have to pass.
And Nalu, of course, has to pass because he
Yeah, I passed.
he put them at home.
That's a pass.
He even put them.
How many secret objectives are left on the deck?
How many secret objectives? 3.
Seven, can you confirm if Nalu has
Hey.
encounters to
He has 5 right now. He has 5. He has 5 right now. He has on his home system a 3 influence planet that can pay for it once leadership is forced to be popped.
So his hand is up. We know what he's gonna.
Well, yeah, he wins if he keeps his home system. So
Okay,
just gank him, guys. Come on.
Where is he internal?
Anyone spending trade with
0.
for me?
The number 0.
He's number 0.
He
That's
wins.
why.
If it makes it to.
Baratab Galvanize, 6 command counters. Nalu is at 5 command counters. With a home and leadership has not been popped yet. He had his home. Leadership has just been popped.
Nalu obviously gonna do it to get.
Nalu's gonna buy and get to 6. Hakan's getting 4 more.
Wow.
Great.
I mean, everybody's cashing in because everyone wants a 2-parter because that's everybody's chance to win right now. We're gonna see people
Ridiculous is.
probably passing with holding the most command counters they've had all game.
So we already saw Khan pass, and Nalu has passed. It's gonna be a coordinated effort from
I can't spend it. It's the important part of that is that I can't spend it.
To nuke Alex Home
Are they committed to that? It seems like they've been waffling on it, which is so surprising to me.
They must do it. In order
They must
to
do it.
prevent him.
If not,
Tap out all my points.
Just a matter
yeah,
of
but
who-
here's I guess he does start getting into that like
I will say
ethics of like, oh, doesn't that just give it to extra?
I have one stack of action before I need to
We
pass.
need to be part of our alliance.
And
Which is
hey,
never gonna help.
there's no
Heads
second
up.
place in this.
Oh, it's my
It's
turn,
but
so
if
I
they
can
take
take
out
that.
Nala, it'll probably go to extra. And then it's like, is that? Oh, but it won't because extra doesn't have a secret. He doesn't have a strong secret. Did Imperial get? That's maybe extra's just banking on drawing another secret. That seems like to be only. Yeah, insubordination got played on Nalu just now, but it was sabotaged by
I don't think I can do
Nalu.
anything.
And instinct training already got
Why don't you go
used.
for it?
Because they won't make it.
Yeah, but then I can follow up.
No, you need to go
It
first.
should needed to be the
I
other
didn't
way
want to go
around.
for
It
You-
needed to be the other way around.
No, it's good.
And it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it does. Why doesn't it matter?
I mean, for one, like you're the person with the more firepower. I'm the person with the more grand
Here we
power.
go. The debate.
Like you needed to go first for that to be viable.
Basically, what he's looking to do is like trim on the stop at least some of the fighters from existing.
I can't kill 7 fighters, and you can't land
You
on my
might.
territory.
What's funny to
The
me
thing is, like
is
seven
if the Warzone
cruisers
gets
versus
actually
like
wins
one,
the fight.
like it's a double
game.
fight.
Like I
no, wait, if
maybe
Warzone
get a
wins the
hit,
fight,
and then
that's
all those infantry. Like for that to have worked, you needed to go in first, and I would have gone in second. Because I'm more likely to.
It's not my job to win the game for you.
See, that's
No,
that's-
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
my job with the game.
I mean, he's gonna kill three. He's
But
gonna.
it's also-
He's got 3x6.
But like, it's bullshit for you to cut like
With the destroyers
It's one thing for you to say that you're not going to go back on your promise. Stand by that. I think it's kind of dumb, but like, I think it's
Yeah.
bullshit for you to come in after that happened and say, you know what, I'm gonna go back on that promise
Yeah,
if you
so
go
like
in
token
first.
counters,
Like,
command
there were
counter
two
counters,
contradictory
top left
promises.
corner.
So the question is like what we're trying to do
What was
right.
the other problem?
They have
Like-
to. Right? They have to team up.
Like
and
you
take
guys can have your
now
own
they're
opinions and
haggling
stuff like
to
that.
do it.
We're
I don't know
trying-
why.
We're trying to optimize the
What
spoil,
cares?
like,
What happens
we're
with
trying
Warzone?
to
The game
optimize
will be
spoil
over after
in
this.
the way we
What,
do
do
that
you
is
need to
go
do
first.
something with the Warzone immediately?
That's the optimal way to do
The
a
Warzone
spoil.
has
That
to go
also means
first.
you need 2 victory points in enough.
Sure,
If
then
it's
you shouldn't do it. But you shouldn't say that like, if we're
Genesis
going out of our way
12
to
to
like
capacity
stop
12.
it,
That's their
I should go first.
Well, here's the thing. He doesn't have any
It's just
air.
flat out.
Those
air
guys
control.
they don't flip flop. They're not fighters.
No, that's you're thinking of the Alistair.
You're
which is
asking
the,
me to be
So you
your
No. That's
Oh,
not what
Netflix.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You specifically just said, Shy, you should go in first.
Because I'm not going in
which is
first.
different from what you said earlier, which is that you have an agreement with Dave.
I told you.
If you have an agreement with Dave,
I did tell
that's
you.
fine. Stick to it. If you're willing to renege on that agreement, you should have gone first, or that's like.
Let's ignore these
You
agreements.
see where I'm
The
getting
reason why-
irritated from that? Because that's crap.
And the reason why he made the promise is because he had the action card and the action card didn't work out, so now he's reconsidering, and that's
Like,
just like
if
we're,
you-
we're all villains.
If you're reconsidering, like that's fine, but you need to go in first because there's no fucking way you're landing. Like you don't have enough ground troops to get past that. You can't land. No, you don't.
If he wins the space combat, then he's
It's not.
No. If he wins the space combat, he wins.
You want me to win the game for you. I'm not going to win the
No,
game.
I don't think you're going to win the game for me. I think he's going to win the game if you stop him from winning the game.
Okay, so let's just move on then.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
move on. So whose turn is it?
It's still
it's my turn.
You either take that risk.
I'm not taking that risk. It's not worth it.
Okay, then we move on.
9 points.
I'm
This can
passing.
maybe take.
Okay.
Wait, who's passing?
Who's passed?
Shy passed. Shy will not do it now.
Onwards to.
He's forcing.
Now it is.
Yeah, it's the
who
game.
again?
I was 3.
That was
Because he
3.
needed to
What
go.
goes-
He needed
two.
Muat
He's
to do
2.
it.
Goes to 3.
Who goes to me?
Or he's forcing his hand and making Muat.
Unbelievable. Well, Muat can't land. He has no
You know, those are 2 infantry, not 2 PDS. He's got a destroyer, destroyer has 3x6 shots. Or 3, 6 shots, which is like odds are he'll take out 1.5 fighters. That's still 5.5 fighters. And fight against his 2 fighters. He'll take out 3 with the first volley from the Warsons. That's still like 5 shots from fighters coming out. And that's enough to take out 2 fighters and possibly a Warson.
I'm not near any more holes, but thank you.
That's more than
I mean,
he
I
just
can
needs
create
3
one.
hits after that.
I
Take
say
out
if you
that
wanna go
Warson.
The only benefit, no, because all the
They have
wormholes are
different
blocked. So,
I mean, what I can do is I can move wormhole pieces like this and create them if you need.
Great.
Like faster.
Unfortunately, everything's bombed.
We called it at the beginning. It was a comeback king.
What I can
he
do
truly, if he was the lowest scoring person when he was at 3 when other people were at 6, and now he is.
So, for example, let's say.
With a very well played Imperial, which I'm so surprised nobody sabotaged.
You can do 1 round, place 1 here. Another round of
Muat
crazy.
needs to attack, but Muat's chance of winning is kind of slim.
How does it work? I'm sorry, I thought he just makes a wormhole.
It does make a wormhole, but we can use it multiple times.
I don't have warfare or any way to pick up a strategy token.
You can only make one.
Why does it matter if he takes the planets? Nobody's gonna be able to spin the planets.
No worries.
That was poor. I think poor logic on Muat's part.
Why don't you put the ones that you're not using?
Yeah, I don't know if I should have.
Dito, we agreed. Muat clears the sky, Soul takes the ground, and you're done. I mean, there's. Yes, but Soul passed indignantly that after Muat declined to
If you were right,
do
it
his
was
work
the
for
play
him.
like an element of the fate of marriage.
Alright, whose turn is it?
Next turn.
I believe it is Lee's turn. Graves player. Whose turn?
Muat.
No, wait,
no.
Ghosts.
Krius.
Got it. Come on. Well, Dango, if Muat survives, then it doesn't matter because Muat has 2 infantry.
I have passed. It is your game.
Either way.
Yeah, it's all.
Is it?
I don't know that they can make one. He's got a graviton shot which will kill the destroyer. He's got 2 graviton shots which will kill the destroyer, possibly hit the War Sun. And then he's only got 3 more hits to sustain after that against 5 or 6 hybrid crystal fighters. I don't think the War Sun makes it. The War Sun would at least take it down.
He's got Imperial.
Gravity drive.
And then the Genesis has to beat it, which is debatable.
Oh, it's going through
Where
the rift?
where is he at?
Yes, sir.
Damn,
Okay, so that's.
Did he?
Each of these at capacity 1. That's capacity 3.
Hey, fleet supply 2.
Yeah, he's
I know,
going.
but
he's
that's
he's
at the
making
end.
the play for Mecton. He has
Imperial.
Imperial. That would be the win. That would be the win. He has Imperial in his hand.
Bring everything.
1 point, score a 2-pointer.
Yeah, the fighter just in case PD has hits. So.
War Sun Gravity Rift.
Just put it on the wormhole for now.
Well, that's what I thought was possibly going to happen. I was hoping he was going to be able to bring his other War
And these
Sun.
will get +1 movement from the gravity rift. So.
Oh my god, they're all going through the Grav Rift.
Yeah. So let's do that part.
Do you have Dreadnought 2?
I
Do you have Dreadnought 2?
You have
I
to
do not.
assign to ships.
We're doing it. So, ready?
Wait. Hold on.
You want to come out here and adjudicate it?
Fleet isn't reconciled till after.
Just come out here and adjudicate it.
Yeah, capacity isn't reconciled until the end of the move?
The Grav Rift is the one time where you have to assign to the ship. Each ship rolls individually.
You have to roll. This is this dreadnought roll. This is this dreadnought roll. This is this war.
Yeah.
Roll.
Okay, cool. And then,
Yeah.
But capacity doesn't matter of his fleet supply?
He's just.
Well, like what ships are in what units?
Yeah, that's fine.
Capacity's at the end.
I think you're right.
The question
Oh,
is, the question
okay,
is
I
not
see what
fleet
you
supply.
mean.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
So
matter
there
before
is
you go
one
to the Grav Rift
infantry.
when you're talking about the infantry are on which ship.
Yes. So there is 1 infantry on each dreadnought. There is 2 infantry
And everything else.
on the War Sun and 1 fighter on the War Sun. So.
I got it.
Okay.
So dreadnought, or you have to roll each individual.
So War Sun.
It's first.
3 or lower, please no. 7. We're good.
Alright,
War
the
Sun
War
gets
Sun
through.
survives on a 7.
First dreadnought. This one.
Just do the dreadnoughts at the same time. Sure.
Oh.
First dreadnought survives on a 7.
7. Okay. I just don't want to tip it, you know. And second dreadnought. 4. We're good.
All survive, so he's got 4 infantry
yeah, they're
coming in
all
against 14. Like, come on.
War Sun overrides planetary shielding.
Yep.
Ooh,
So
you know
bombard for
we
1,
haven't
2,
seen
3,
unexpected action.
5, 6. Yes. So fire space cannon.
He gets to pick up. It's kind of like a half warfare. He gets to pick up a command counter from the board, so he could bombard twice with 5 bombards. He could bombard to a 10. He could bring it down to 4 infantry and fight it again. I really think he should have. If he needed to get
hit. Gotcha. Bye fighter.
Didn't really matter.
Okay.
You roll your bombardment.
You know what he needed to do? He needed to clear Hakan out of that airspace.
No, Warson hits on 3.
With the dreadnoughts.
Hold on. Plasma
Then
scoring. Do I
move
get to pick
the
which
two,
one rolls an additional die?
both War Suns into the
Yeah,
same spot.
so I'll have the War Sun do
he couldn't gravity
4.
drive both of them.
4 and a 3.
Dang.
Yes, sir. I see 1 hit.
3 hits.
3 hits, and then let's do the dreadnoughts.
2 on 5.
Nah, Nalu's on the hope of the win, Beaminus.
2 on 5.
It's looks like it's 2.
2 hits.
2 hits.
Oh wait, 3.
So
So
5.
it's 9 against 4.
Did his
Okay.
You only bombard that one time, right?
I believe so.
One round of bombardment.
Yeah, 1 round of bombardment.
Yeah, I guess his
And
fleet
also one
supplies
round
3.
of PDS shooting up, right?
I get
I think it's 3.
to shoot another PDS.
When
shot.
As they come down, it's a PDF shot. Yeah.
So let me fire
Does he
that.
have only?
And
I
that's
can't remember if
only
we actually
6.
doubly confirmed that.
That hits.
It was actually questioned.
Okay.
So it's 9 versus
Or
3.
it's on a set. Is it on?
Seven. What's Muat's fleet
Zero.
supply?
I rolled a 6.
Yeah.
You have any mass, right?
Yeah.
Do you have
You're-
your PDS?
No, he
Right.
that counts that. I believe he was counting that.
Then
No,
he
I
doesn't
wasn't
even. He
counting
can't. One of those dreadnoughts can't be in the system.
So it's
-1 for the result of each.
Yo, fleet supply on that. On fleet supply.
Oh, he never reconciled.
Oh, right. So yeah, one of these needs to die anyway.
And
So
them-
one of
that's
those would have died.
One fewer infantry.
Yeah, one fewer infantry.
Because they both hit.
Yes.
With their bombardment.
So 1 fewer infantry of your size as well.
These guys,
Oh,
are
the
these
bombard
dead
never-
guys. One of the
Did
dead
did
guys.
both the dreadnoughts hit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1 fewer entry. 1 additional entry. Okie dokie.
I need to hold
So
on to these because I'm going to
here's-
roll for them in a sec.
Here's to hoping.
Yeah.
So I roll 10 dice.
Yeah, we just.
Yes, and I rolled 3.
If you win this, I'm
Beaminus,
gonna be so
Muat has
impressed with
appeared,
you.
which is why he's
Worth
making
the
this
shot.
Yeah, it is
ludicrous
definitely.
This would be
play.
victory.
You have
so.
to do it.
Which he should have done much earlier.
I get no hits, right? What's this?
It's a 6.
No hits.
Okay, so
So it looks like
1,
Now
1
2, 3, 4,
infantry
5,
versus
6,
a dozen
7.
spec ops.
I got all my stuff through the thing. So
He's praying for a miracle, I guess. There's no way.
What's this?
this is my path to victory.
What you doing, Shay?
8,
Uh,
9.
Just roll multiple times.
Yeah, it's roll multiple
I
times.
have all these nice.
Alright, get over here.
Come on. Let's
What do
do
you-
this.
Here's 2.
These are 12.
You have 2 more? Yes, sir. I'll wait on you, Sean.
That's 10 dice, right?
if he had unexpected action, I would have moved. No.
Whipping out some extra 10-sided die.
Very genocidal fact. Suicidal, I think, is the
No,
word
you're
we're
right.
looking for.
You could just
But,
set that down.
And this is
I think what he should have done if I had unexpected action, which I don't think he
I'm
does
already
anymore
here.
because he's losing, he's blowing it off.
What
I would have put that the second War Sun, taken the Khan's space and just
gonna
have them
reroll
both
that
next to
one?
Megiddo.
Go
Have that
for it.
next to Megiddo, and that way he can move.
well, here, do we
both
want
of
to count
them
before I
in
reroll
place.
it?
I see at least. I see
Even
3
then,
hits.
it's still only 6 bombards.
So
That's
it
not
probably
enough.
doesn't matter, but still.
Just go ahead and count it. Just
Yes,
in-
sir.
I don't want to
Yeah,
hit
no,
a
my
dice
eyes
and
are-
move them.
I'm
is the
burned
thing.
out. I'm so burned out. I was dancing till like 2
So it's
a.m.
1,
yesterday.
2, 3,
It was my birthday.
4, 5. 5 hits right now. 6 hits.
Alright.
Okay.
Unless you have
Nope.
a million action cards.
No, sir.
Everything dies. Alright, now to you.
Then
Oh yeah,
I
it was my
roll
birthday yesterday.
for 4.
Yeah, you'll roll your thing, but let's just, you can do that by yourself.
Wait, did I missed? Oh, his other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
because
the bombardment, yeah.
I
I
rolled-
got you. So that's my turn.
1, 2, 3. 3 of them survive. And go home.
But your next turn will never happen, so you have to wait till next round.
Right.
That is actually a good point.
Who's up? Let's get 2 people have passed.
Okay,
We are
we
so
need to
close
do
to the
something.
end, guys.
Your turn. Secret objective?
Probably.
PDS.
I heard the secret objective to be next door neighbor is already.
He doesn't have 2.
I don't have 2.
God, I wish I had got that.
So.
I wish that you'd attack the some system.
I mean, he can still do it. He still has the potential to do it. He just adds a.
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm going to Imperial.
It doesn't.
What?
You don't have the beginning of your next turn, which would be.
What order?
Yeah.
Just curious.
Shit.
Oh, the secret is drawn at the end, yeah. You were fishing for a scoreable secret.
I'm sorry, I'm just like so amused by the green screen.
Do I just go to 9 and then just take second place?
Take second place in the All-Star game. I think that is your best play because someone
Thanks,
other
Tyler.
than me
Take
will-
care.
No, because someone other than me will win at the end.
I mean,
That looks like a secret objective to me.
These are 2 secret objectives that can confirm.
I'm sorry, I mean,
They are the
what he
cards.
just did looks like a 3-point turn to me.
Yeah.
So
What's the objective? Sure.
I'm popping Imperial.
Okay.
That's the thing. So yeah.
I'm saying you'll end with 9 points,
As
and the game will
opposed
end
to
before
ending-
he scores.
At this point,
So you'll actually get second.
So unless someone can stop both of these two, which granted that everyone but me and him has passed, I don't think so. So yeah, I'm gonna pop that. I'm gonna spend the 6. Get the 2-pointer. So, and can I get the secret objective just in case? Just in case.
cool. And then we pass to you.
You haven't passed yet. So
I'm
it's
gonna do
it's
the second
mid-round.
What must
With
have
that,
Well, hold on,
yes.
let's do it in order.
Switch.
Or a stage 1 public objective that'll get him to.
That's your third?
Yes, sir.
For
That's my
Nalu.
third. I've only scored 2.
Nalu
So you
wins.
just get to
I
pick
don't
one.
get it, Muat.
Well, you draw first.
Yeah. Come on, guys.
I mean, sorry guys, but I can't stop 2 players. I can
No,
only
that's
stop 1.
fine.
So I believe.
It's just going to be
This is one you
sad
discard.
if
Yeah.
any of these other people couldn't score, couldn't get the 10, but I'm pretty sure somebody else could.
Yeah, I don't get it. Nalu has it.
You did say I could have
He
that.
scores.
You did say
He's
that.
got 6 command counters.
I did the math.
Onwards to
Yeah, because
It's just the 2 of you now.
alone at second place.
yeah, it's
Some-
your turn.
Who's left? Who's left? Let me see.
I pass.
Cool. And
There we go.
Back to you.
In second place. I mean, in our typical
yeah.
league games, actually getting
That's
points
okay.
actually
Okay,
works
let's
because
do it.
that's what qualifies you for this game.
After the game is over.
The game. Okay. He's gonna.
So, Dave?
Dave, you score. So there it is. Congratulations, Dave.
Well,
Congratulations.
hold on, let him
Oh,
do it.
everyone's passed. His scoring is happening.
I did it.
That was crazy.
I am the Hoist Gracie of Twilight Imperium. Hopefully
Nalu
someone in
scores
chat
hits.
got that. That's all I can say.
I don't think
Awesome.
we're-
Congratulations.
Good game, everyone.
No, seriously.
Good game. Good game.
There it is.
Good game. Good game. Good game.
Congratulations.
Yeah, put the token there.
Slam that token down.
I hereby score the spend a total of
Time to
6
give
tokens
out
from your
the-
tactic and/or strategy pools.
The prize.
And interesting drama at the end. You know, your promise pledge persists through the first season of TI. I think if you could personally win, I would have
question.
forgiven you for betraying that. But
Your reinforcements are down there.
Well, betraying.
I spend.
So,
Oh, you mean if
my
I
question
did?
Like going
was,
back on it, like I wouldn't,
Did you-
I wouldn't
you didn't
have
have
given
it.
you a hard time if you,
couldn't
if
have
you,
it.
exactly, if you,
Did you have it?
Well, do we want to move that camera and do the award?
Even me and my, like I have other friends who are very like radically ethical and stuff like that too.
The cable
And even then, we
We'll-
usually have
we'll have a
agreement, like,
postmortem.
if it will literally make them win, they can break their promise.
Yeah.
Because
with-
now-
without it even, counting as a thing.
Because now, of course, we've got an award ceremony. So,
Did it.
Nice. Congratulations.
Did the thing. Thank you, Chancellor, Bureaucrat Sean.
yes.
I have been awarded with this metallized capital ship.
That's super sweet.
Behold the detail. I want to make sure we plug Julia.
We plugged her a bunch.
Plugged her a bunch early. It's Julia Nathan, right? I'm thinking of the right Julia.
And
Look at that. It's a little bit matte. There's a little bit of texture to it. If you can see that in the chat. I don't know what a good distance is.
as the very first champion of the Twilight Imperium League, you are now defending the Mechatol Hex.
I love hexagons. Hexagons are my favorite shape, everyone. One time, one of my close friends just got me a big stone hexagon as a birthday present, and it was actually very thoughtful.
It is indeed a belt.
The webcam to your right is on you, Dave.
How do I?
You kind of just hold it and
You
use
just kind of hold
pressure.
it in place.
You kind of just hold it and then go, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want more tape?
That's right. It's me. It's
Defending the belt.
dangling a little bit, but I did it. It's very sandpapery on my hands.
Yep.
As the Nalu Collective. Guys, let's just do it. Let's just play Cold War by Janelle Monáe and get ourselves a copyright strike. It'll be fine. That was going to be my entrance music.
Yeah.
This is awesome. I almost want to make it into a sash.
Ooh.
That might be very spacey.
Yeah. I do want to clarify something that this belt, this silver, this burnished silver on treated copper belt is what was made by Julia. This was made by a random 3D printing
Nice.
factory.
I love random 3D printing
online.
factory.
So Julia, thank you very much for the championship belt.
Love hexagons. I love them.
Thank you, the internet, by way of dear friend Lucas, who facilitated the creation of this.
Look at that burnishment. Burnish as fuck.
Also, absolutely need to thank our players here today: Dave, Logan, Lee, Shai, Ben, myself.
Even if I never see some of you again,
the
great game.
Enormous, over-the-top efforts of Stepan, Andy, Micah.
Yes,
and
we need to thank our crew.
James.
Do they have a camera on you in there? Is there a fourth camera showing you? We want to make sure you get your momentum.
Oh yeah, you guys got to feature Sepan, definitely the wizard behind the camera. Yeah, that guy did everything.
Did you catch any of that audio, or do you need to say it all again?
Has anything that we've said been caught?
Do you want to plug the 2019 season one last time?
So yes, once again, why don't I do it with Dave?
Well, that's okay.
So burnished. So
You
burnished.
didn't have it. Shai, did you have it?
What?
Did you have it? You went to scores?
Come here.
This is one of my greatest accomplishments.
Here, Sepan.
I'm almost
Sepan,
30.
chill
So,
that for a second.
a little bit questionable, but still.
So once again, thank you all for joining us today. If you live in New York or are visiting New York and you want to participate in any of our league games or exhibition games, the calendar is now live on ti4.nyc. You can also, we're around on Reddit and Discord and other various places online. So thanks again for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this community. And thank you for sticking it out till the bitter end.
Yeah, and people are asking about other players could have scored 10. And I think the thing is, I think there was also a problem is that it looks like Xcha would have been able to get to 10 before Muat would have scored anyway, because Muat had 8. It was scored initiative of 8. So I'm just talking to the chat real quick.
Right.
But but here's the thing that none of them knew. Xcha did not have any scoreable secrets, and I think that might have impacted their decision.
That's killer.
That would have definitely impacted their decision, I think, because I think Muat would have seen that, I'm just gonna nuke the Nalu just so Xcha can win and go back on a handshake promise. It's like that seemed like a neutral proposition to him. Is my assumption, but hey, we should interview some people after about this. So let's get rotate out.
Why don't we get Dave in?
Yeah, you want to get Dave in? Let's
talk
get
to
the
the
winner in
champ.
first. Come on, Dave. Dave, come on in here.
Dave.
And Sepan. And actually, Muat would have had 10 if it got to him at 8. Soul, I don't know, but we're gonna find out. So, Dave, how do you feel? Hold on. We'll talk to you in a second. We got our winner here, Dave.
I'm gonna do my best to hold this belt professional wrestler style. Gonna give it the shoulder rest.
Step in. Put something more interesting on than the empty room for a second. Okay, there we go. All right, so hey, Dave, you won. How do you feel? Feel good?
It's true. I feel very good. I won as the Nalu Collective, who is a mid-tier race that just has a unique advantage I really enjoy, which is the Zero Initiative. My strategy was to go much deeper into secret objectives than I normally do, in a sort of meta game of I have complained about the randomness of the objective system every single time I've played this game since its inception.
Yeah.
But I thought it would actually be a good strategy to try to win with the Nalu in a Nova turn, and it turned out being way different than that. I only scored one secret objective the whole game. I never even saw one of the action phase secret objectives, so in that way I got, I played for a medium shot, like not a long shot or a high probability thing, and didn't get it. But then that first stage 2 objective that came up was very fortunate, so objectives taketh away and objectives giveth. In terms of winning from the position that I won, it's actually kind of appropriate to my history with Twilight Imperium. Getting into
you are. I called it to my other host. I was like, Dave is the comeback king. him with Nalu is a very lethal proposition because not only that, you had a very good starting slice, which actually surprised me that you kind of were on the bottom of the rungs for in the mid game.
In that mid game, I mean,
3 while other people were at 6, but then you were able to score both 2-pointers.
I was alone at the bottom briefly, and then I was alone at the top, and somehow they let me win from there.
I will count it against them. I think in some ways that I think that that Imperial Rider play was great. Let me. Hey Seppen, if you're hearing me, turn off the room mic.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of noise. Do I need to get a little bit closer here?
Hearing a lot of chatter from there.
Do I need to make myself a little bit more clear?
Hear me. Here, I might have to do it myself.
How many people are left in chat?
A lot of people. Yeah, hey, there's been 40, 50 people.
Nice. I hope you guys found that entertaining. The flims and flams at the end there. I think that this game I could have played mechanics. It was not my best mechanical game, but I don't know if I could have made any better decisions in terms of other people's personalities, given that there was one or two of them I'd never played with before.
Sure.
The person I had the most trouble with I'd never played with before. But then I learned
who did you have most trouble with?
Muat and Logan. And however, I was able to learn his personality well enough over the course of the hours of the game to pivot into like using his because I've played with people who have like that form of ethics before, and so even though I was no, I'm serious. I'm being completely serious about how I won the game.
Serious, but I think it's funny to contrast, the very topic of discussion, his ethics with your ethics around his ethics.
Yeah, well, I was very much punished for not knowing his play style in the mid game. I mean, that's how I fell behind, was that he gutted me due to a combination of his own secret objectives incentivizing him to, and no one else bribing him
I think I might
to
have
do stuff.
Did you slight him and then he attacked?
No. I didn't slight him. He just played it very close to the chest, not wanting to ally with me prior to that, and then just back-to-back attacked my outer planets and then my inner planets.
And if anyone in the chat has anything they want to ask Dave, you're certainly welcome to.
So the thing I'm most proud of is that I adapted to a new player, a dangerous neighbor, in a way that I feel allowed me to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And I at least got enough mechanical things right to literally have the bare minimum of tokens I needed to get that last objective on that last round. Even if my fleet supply was one lower, that would have reduced by 4 the number of fighters that I could have in that system, and then I think Shai would have just attacked me.
Yes, I think the fact that a lot of people did have chagrin in here about why Sol and Muat did not do the 1-2 combo on your home system.
Yeah, I frankly expected them probably to. I had another path to victory. So I had another path to victory that placed the uncertainty in different places.
Okay.
So it would have been way less social risk of them ganging up on me because there would be no public way I would have won, because it would have required me to score both a private and a secret objective. But the secret objective required me to take technology, research 2 blues, and also tap, and basically do it immediately so that I could tap because the one external planet I had a blue skip on it, so I would basically jump instantly to the tech that lets you move through enemy-occupied systems.
And then do what?
And then later in the round, I would move on Mechatol, and because it had a space dock in it, I didn't need to take the planet. My secret objective has a space dock and a PDS, and all I had to do was have ships in a system with an enemy space dock.
You had blockade.
That's it.
You had blockade.
I had the blockade thing.
Cut the supply lines.
However, the unknown of who would decide they had to attack Mechatol later in the round made me feel I was better off with the public aggro on my home system than the unknown aggro on Mechatol. And I probably made the right choice very marginally because I was correct in the prediction of Muat, deciding that they valued their promises reputation better than coming in third or second to someone else, right?
I love that cold calculating analysis.
Yeah, because it wasn't going to make them win. And this is the same way. Lucas Fawcett is another player who has I'll never go back on a top-tier promise unless I'll literally win by going back on it. So I would have understood if he would have won, but since he wouldn't have won, I felt I could calmly
take that.
present the drama of him sticking by it.
Central Victory, who's asking, how many turns ago did you know you had the win on lock?
That is literally Lucas? That is Lucas. Central Victory is Lucas.
Oh, that's Lucas? Oh,
yes, which is funny.
So I knew that I didn't know that I had the victory on lock, because even with having played with them for hours, I didn't know that those personalities would play out for sure that way. I'm not like a comic book character villain who's like, I used my level 9 intellect to know exactly what you would do a month ago. Like, I thought it was likely.
Until the last moment. Yeah.
Actually, things got a little easier than I thought, because I didn't think Shy would get quite frustrated enough to pass. I thought that Shy would actually have a go at it of some kind. But it also turned out that I only needed one sabotage. I also thought it was possible that I would face both something like that card that Muat tried to play, and also that someone would have a weird, like, Krayos combo plus flank speed to, like, actually send a big force at me. I thought Krayos and Turtles were going to collaborate to have a big flank speed wormhole force attack me. That was actually the scenario I had built up in my mind as me getting screwed. But they either didn't realize that particular thing had become available to them, or there was something about their number of tokens available that stopped them from doing that, or they were just both greedily playing to an out where they thought they could win if something weird happened, or if they thought they could convince Muat to attack me. So it was a very narrow thing to walk.
Let's get Muat in here. You wanna?
Sure.
Get
Happy
Logan
to
in
have,
here. We'll interview him.
Happy to have met the public,
This
as it
is
were.
Dave, our 2018 NYC Twilight Imperium 4 champion.
Put the belt on, Nalu, brother.
All right, let's get this Muat player in there, because I think we've interviewed most people except. Yeah. We've interviewed most other people at some point. All right, come on in. So Muat, you were in. How do you feel about this game?
It went okay. I flubbed round 2 pretty bad. Shouldn't have built that flagship.
When you built the flagship?
Yeah, it's definitely win more, and it didn't really do a whole lot for me.
The Muat flagship is not known for being particularly a worthy investment, but
it would be in another race.
Wait,
but
you got a worse than first round, or was that second round?
First round. I built.
How did you afford that?
So I traded one. I took trade. Then I traded with. God, who did I trade with?
But it didn't. You were allied with Soul. That's right. Or you were neighbors with Soul. So you must have been able to get 4 commodities from them, and you had 4 commodities. So you gotten 3 plus 4, which is 7 trade goods, and then your home system is worth 5.
I believe I got some trade goods from
Hakan.
Hakan.
Oh, that's right. Hakan
for War Sun. So.
Oh, yeah. If Hakan's at the table, then you're definitely making bank, because then he can also pay you to refresh other people. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so that is how you did it. No, it wasn't Soul. It was Ghosts, I believe.
4 for 4 with them.
All 4 commodity races. Very rich table for Hakan, who did not get to make a lot of use out of his 6 commodities, unfortunately.
That was intentional. I intentionally kept taking trade to deny Hakan.
So,
my favorite opponent is one who can't play.
A Destroyer from Ghost. You remember Dito. It was, there was a lot of contention in the chat over, the sort of decision on whether Soul and Muat should team up to invade Nalu. Can you talk to us about that decision? I know it seemed to stem from a...
Should I close that?
Yeah, close the door
okay.
real quick. It seemed to stem from a sense of ethics on what you owed, or handshake agreements and stuff. Is that what it just boiled down to, or did you think there were pragmatic reasons not to?
Yeah, so it was a 2-part thing. One, I did have the handshake agreement, and given that I play with these guys every month, I need people to know that handshake is a valid thing. And second off, I did see multiple people at the table. I did see multiple people at the table who had an access point to victory.
Oh my God, we're part of the board now. That's so funny.
Are we the new faction?
Yeah, we're the new faction. We are technically Soul.
True.
But so continue. So you just really wanted to maintain that meta because we are a consistent, people that you play against.
Yes.
So
and also, I knew that at the very least the Turtles likely had a path to victory. It turns out they didn't.
Yes, they did not. That I think was secret information that only we knew. Which is that all of Xcha's secret objectives were bunk.
Yep.
They were bad secret, not good for him.
But ironically, Soul and
Hakan. If you had known
did.
that, how would you have changed that last round? Because I think my assumption is that you did not make the play because your assumption was that I'm just gonna nuke Nalu's game for the sake of Xcha winning and break my meta and not even win. out of it, and so that's why you didn't do it. But if you had not known that XShell was going to win, would you have done it?
I don't think so, because I still believe that someone else at the table, given the number of secret objectives.
Soul, between Soul, Hakan, and everyone else who can score, you just like, I'm number 8. There's no way I'm winning this, so might as well not throw away my meta and the game.
Yeah, and there's also a third part here, and this is a big reason why I pick Embers, is, if you put me at a table and you give me the option to pick between the optimal play and a really interesting play that's a bit of a gamble, I'm almost always going to take the gamble. And, and if I had somehow pulled off...
You did pull off a very risky maneuver for those 4 industrial planets. I was surprised you went two infantry against 3 spec ops on that planet, and you won.
Yeah.
Which is really, truly, like, no one expected. I think it's a very slim odds on what that would have turned out like. I don't know if there was any way to math it out. Like I think there's a Twilight calculator we could have seen, but they're the low odds for that, and you still won. You won handily, and we were all surprised by that. But I'm surprised you staked your victory on that point on that when you did. There were easier planets, I think, maybe to take, or I don't know.
Yeah, there were, but again, that was certainly the more interesting play, and I'll always go for the more interesting over the optimal.
All right, great. Well, thank you, man. I'm trying to think if we should send who else we should send in here.
Well, who hasn't been in?
I think everyone's been in at some point. We've had
Has Sean?
first, then Sean was just here plugging the game.
But has he been interviewed about the game?
We interviewed him about the game.
Cool.
Did we? Yeah, we talked about.
When I asked, he said no.
Oh yeah, let's get Sean in there. Let's get that guy back.
Sure.
We had Shy. Yeah, let's get Sean in here.
Hosting.
Oh, of course. So, Sean.
Yeah.
You were the Hakan.
Yes, indeed.
How did your game go for you? You want to talk about it?
It was really long and slow. I don't know how much Logan talked about his preferred playstyle. He said he told an anecdote about playing fighting games, where his favorite characters are the ones that don't let you play the game. And he said, if you're not playing the game, then that's the kind of character I want to play. And that...
What do you mean?
He used that to describe himself taking trade the first 3 rounds.
Because he wants to deny you.
Because he wanted to deny me the trade.
That's fun. It made him it allowed him to buy a Warsun round 1.
Yep. Yeah. It made him wealthy. It made him the center of trade. It exposed a huge vulnerability in my playstyle.
Yeah, trade is one of the most flexible things to take if you are not a rich or mobile player round 1.
And I caught a sense of that when he was so very eager to get me the Flames of the Gulshai.
Gashly.
And that's why I held on to it for so long, is because I didn't want him to just be... I didn't want him to have this hugely powerful token that he could just throw around.
Well, I mean, to him, it's not much.
To him, it wasn't anything, but for other people, he might have been able to use it as even more leverage than the 7 trade goods that he was getting every round. There was that, paired with the fact that I just wasn't getting any money because my pie slice was very poor.
Yes,
and
you had a terrible pie slice.
It was not
a 4 resource pie slice. It looked like, which I thought would not have been an issue for the Hakan, but it turns out. But then a lot of control objectives came up instead of spend objectives, and it's like that would kind of force you. You made some early exchanges with XCHA. Those were negotiated, right, or no? I forget.
It was more of a.
6 planets.
It was more of a, I'm going to do this. We both understand why I have to do this. So we're not going to be assholes about it.
And XCHA very diplomatic about it.
Yeah.
Mostly a pretty diplomatic game. You were spread kind of thin towards around the middle. No one, but still diplomatic. You kept it going.
Yeah, I tend to spread myself thin in all games. I had 1 in my fleet supply most of the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the end game. Pick construction. We knew that you had. We knew that you had 4 PDS as a secret. So that was you needed 3 points to win.
Yeah.
What I think you had 2 options: galvanize or 3-unit upgrades. You were on the bubble to get either of those.
Yes.
But you had 2-unit upgrades going into the round.
Mm-hmm.
Were you just banking on someone else getting tech?
Well, I knew that I could get galvanize the people if anybody took leadership, and I knew I could get the 3 tech upgrades if anybody took technology.
Okay, so either of the publics were in your hands, so you just
Yeah.
needed to complete a secret.
Mm-hmm.
And
I just needed to put myself in a position to complete a secret. The other secret that I had was an action phase.
And just bank.
Unveil flagship.
You had unveil.
I had that was a bluff on my part. I was very pleased with myself.
Oh, that's fascinating. I thought neither of the flagship objectives came out.
Mm-hmm.
Unveil or destroy the greatest ship. And
Correct.
I was truly waiting for one of those to come out because there were lots of flagships on the board.
Yeah, and people were just leaving them out.
Leaving them out.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I guess that would have.
I had almost forgotten, but my game really hinged on the events of the dreaded Bermuda Triangle.
What do you mean?
There was that one hex that was next to the supernova and the Kraos Gate.
The supernova and the Kraos
Where Lee had his space dock, and it was a 2-planet system where Lee had a space dock and another planet. And I went in with a force of 1 dreadnought, 1 carrier, and 1 fighter.
Oh yes, that was actually a fascinating. Why did you do that?
I did that because he had made it overt that he wanted to come in through my wormholes.
Okay.
And so I needed to nip that in the bud. He put an A.
Mm-hmm. So that was just a defensive blockade.
It was a defensive blockade, but it was also going to be
Pyrrhic victory in that it wasn't even a victory. Everyone died.
Well, it wasn't meant to be that. That was his 1 dreadnought fighting off my dreadnought carrier fighter.
Yes.
And the dice were simply not kind.
The dice were not kind.
And after that, I lost that fleet, and that made me lose all of my mobility.
Yes.
Because I was then penned in.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
Yeah, those are a lot of the big plays. You allied early with the Nalu. Why did you back the Nalu?
I suspected that they were going to have a greater military presence.
Mm-hmm.
I foresaw them getting Neuroglaive, and I just didn't want
They
to.
actually
Didn't want to mess with either of those things.
No, who wanted to? You got PDS2 and Graviton very early, surprisingly.
They did. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. And I tiptoed around when he had those. He had a 2-planet system that was just defended by PDS. I did think about going in there, but that's the round that he got Graviton laser system in. I'm not gonna throw my fleet
and also,
away.
you guys had traded support, so it's like that.
Well, yeah.
That would have also violated the terms of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's all very, very fascinating. My brain is fried.
I can only imagine. You've not only been.
I was out dancing till 2 a.m. last night. Remember?
I'm sorry I couldn't join you.
Oh no worries. Let's get the X-Chop player in here.
Sure thing.
Let's quiz him about what happened. I believe anything called love. All right. Who do we have left? We had Dave. All right. How you doing, Extra? How you feel?
I've been better.
You've been better. I know. Yeah. You. Everyone thought you were really on the bump to win. Nobody knew that your secrets were bump.
Yeah, and that's you kind of have to. I've always kind of had trouble with that in some games where it's like how you play. Like, do you just tell everyone at the last turn? It's like I don't have a secret to play or whatever, and it's like, do they all focus kind of on you?
I mean, they wouldn't have believed you anyway. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is they
Did you? I do want to know. Did you end up for the agenda where Mutiny and Crown of Amphidia came up? Did you know that was going to happen?
I only knew Mutiny.
You only knew Mutiny. Crown of Amphidia was a random card.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Mutiny is a good card to come up. We were very confused on this, but did you want to win that Mutiny?
It was definitely a misplay on my part. There's a lot of discussion going on, and when he played the Rider, the Imperial Rider, I was really worried about him getting the point more, and then with Shy next to me, counting out the votes and be like, if we vote on this together, we can get this. And it's because I knew the situation, which ended up happening was if Nalu got the point, they could sit and just
they could turtle and just
and I mean they were both, Dave was like, well, I got these people on my doorstep basically, but it's at the last turn of a TI game, it's it's hard to coordinate an attack. So it's I knew that.
Refresh me. Why did Soul back out of doing that? He ended up abstaining.
He didn't want it. I think it just came down to he didn't want to get me further in the lead.
Because he could have gotten a point for himself.
He definitely could have, and I think he was worried about me having it kind of clinched more than him, which.
So you do always pick before him, which is.
Right. Exactly. That was the case, and I talked to him after, and he actually said that he wasn't planning on actually voting with me at all.
Oh, he was never planning.
Yeah, and
I
got a little caught up in the moment, I think, in terms of the vote, and
you were throughout the entire game. I first thought Nalu was going to be on the bubble to win because he had 6 planets, but no, not really a lot of heavy resource planets. And then when he got kind of pushed down to 3 while you were at 6, I was really sure you were going to take it because you had by far the strongest slice.
Yeah.
You had like a 13/8 resource, 13 resource 8 influence slice.
Yeah.
Which is just, it's like you had PDS. You didn't go for PDS 2, which is surprising.
There was just kind of not the. I never picked tech, and just in terms of the tech, like the 2 and 2 colors for the victory point, and just the size of the slice in general. Like I had some PDS, but it never timed out in terms to get the 1 red to, or like because I didn't have the skip. So like I never ended up going that way. That's why I built the flagship. I mean, you're probably gonna build that anyway, but
the flagship definitely comes out.
Parked that in the middle.
But you didn't need to expand much, which is to your benefit that you could be diplomatic and peaceful and not have to make any bad deals most of the game because you just had all the resources you could need every round. And if you were ever attacked, you could build back pretty darn quick, and you had the resources. You had the army stockpile to do that.
Yeah, I be kicking myself for a little bit over that agenda phase because that.
I mean, that's a complicated situation. You get politically when also doing. Actually, I think what I was very surprised is that you didn't use instinct training on that Imperial raid.
I was talking to Sean about it because I totally just blanked on the fact that you ready again after the agenda phase. I knew I had to save it for the sabotage for political disgrace. Because you ready your planets. I don't know if it's just planets or cards. I thought about it in the moment.
I think that I will have to look at the errata for because I am not positive that you would get to use it again.
Exactly, and I knew I had to save it for the sabotage. You
definitely needed to save it
for the political disgrace.
You had
the public disgrace.
Why did you sell the speaker token to Hakan? Because I was sure that you would only do it because you had public disgrace. Yeah.
I did. No, that's why I did. I had it at the time.
Otherwise, why would you sell the speaker when it's clearly this is the round? This would be the game-winning round.
Right.
So definitely don't sell it to unless you have public disgrace.
I did at the time.
Which makes more sense because then you're not worried about it, and you don't know that you're the one who can play it, and you're the one who can sabotage. Any sabotage that comes out.
Right.
Unless the second sabotage came out.
Which I was worried about, but our hand size was down to 3.
Yes, and who's gonna save the other person if it's gonna help them?
Right, exactly. At that point, so that was the exact kind of
that makes a lot of sense.
Idea going in. But it just came down to, and I knew that vote was coming up, and I wasn't the speaker, which I had sold before, like looking at the agendas. And I should have just voted against or abstained, but I was just like so worried about Nalu getting that point to put them in that position to score first on the whatever the
No, that's very prudent.
second agenda was.
When do things? I want to look up when do things get. During the ready steps cards of the status phase, each player readies all of exhausted cards, and then let's see. Oh, it must be agenda.
Right. Yeah, because actually I don't know. I just felt I had to save it for the.
I believe you only exhaust ready your exhausted planets. So you
that
would
makes
not
sense.
have been able to use instinct training.
Yeah. So that worked as intended. That part did.
It's a hard game. You never know what's coming.
Yeah.
Let's I think Shy is our last guy. Let's get him in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh my God.
Thank you for doing this, by the way.
Oh, I love it. It's fun. All right, baby. I forget we had Dave.
The helmet is such a pain in the butt.
Yeah, don't put the helmet on. I got no time. How
many people are still in the chat?
We got like 25. Yeah, people just coming back because they're more game to watch. Here you go. This is Shy. He's our host. He's wearing a green Power Ranger outfit, which is why he looks like a freak.
I pretty much only own this hoodie and all this Green Ranger stuff to fuck with live streams or in green screens. Because it's great. I have invisible arms.
You had a rough start.
This is where the rest of the... I was wondering where these went. We're packing away, and I was like, why is there so few cards? I swear I own more cards than names.
You had a real rough game.
I did.
The table set out to nuke you in the
They
competitive
did.
build.
Yeah.
Talk to us about how that felt, how it went in. You were very pragmatic. You were going to go either Jolnar or Soul because you wanted to win the game. And
I did want to.
You did gamble that maybe someone else had picked Jolnar this game. And so you preferred.
Well, the other thing I was afraid of was that people would just gang up on me straight away.
Oh yeah, it looks like it happened anyway.
And I figured with the thing that made me go Soul rather than Jolnar was I figured I would have more tools to deal with it in the beginning as Soul than I would as Jolnar. Which I had a pretty frustrating game. And
but you still.
I was very close to winning.
For all that, you were not far from winning. You were on the bubble. You had the secret objectives.
If the Nalu thing didn't happen, I would have taken it.
And you had Imperial the whole time. I think you would have because you.
I only actually got Imperial once.
Yeah, you did. You would have scored 10 points in that last round on diplomacy because X-Cha could only get to 9, and nobody knew that.
Yeah, and I had 2 from the trade, tactics and strategy, and then I had 2 secret objectives. I actually scored my secret. I had 3 secret objectives, and I became eligible to score them all on the same turn, and I just couldn't spend them fast enough.
That's terrible. That happens. What were you 3?
It was
2 faction tag?
Be next to a home system, own 3 space stocks, and 2 faction tag.
Yeah, those are things you got to get early.
Yeah.
But it also you had a lot of other problems that you played early.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have resources, and the thing that really turned the game around was selling my support for the throne for the 6 trade goods with Hakan at the 3rd or 4th round. If I hadn't done that, I would have been totally out. I never really liked trading my support for the thrones.
Sure.
But I felt at that point it was I need to go shopping and because I'm not viable right now.
I need to sell myself to do it.
And I managed to take that turn and grab 2. I got 3 planets off that. I got 4 and then lost 1.
Oh yeah, what was that play for that alpha wormhole that the Muat instantly smacked away?
Yeah, no, it was Hakan that smacked it away. I just basically needed to get out, and I didn't want to attack the Krios straight away because I wanted to trick them into putting the wormhole down before I attacked them. I was always planning on attacking them because I had the public objective was have 4 of any kind.
Oh yes.
I did originally have a secret objective of having 4 industrial.
Oh,
for whatever the one I wasn't able to get, the blue one I think. Was the one it was asking for, and I had green, so it was no way. So I dumped that objective. Tried to get the public, it didn't work, so I pivoted towards the 6 planets, which put me in Dave's territory. Yeah, that was a fun game. I feel like I could have done a lot better if I was did a lot better in the competitive build, but for how things turned out, I'm pretty happy.
I forget. Someone else might have to go back and watch later. Did you put that blank spot in front of you first?
No, I forgot. So all the other games in the league that I played collaborative build. I haven't done a competitive build yet, and so I forgot. For some reason, I thought you had to be adjacent to 2 tiles to put in that spot. And so I didn't put something in front of my home system, I think that mistake was the thing that kind of started the whole game.
Yeah, that would have changed your game drastically to have a slice in the or have.
Just have an adjacency to 3 planet or three systems with something in it would have made a big difference.
I thought one of the other players.
That was a self-inflicted mistake that I made. I made a mistake and then someone capitalized on it.
They would capitalize heavily on that. Wow.
But that's I feel just how this game. We only play once a month. I know there are folks that I know you spend a lot of time in the interim in the simulator. But for me, I only play with the league at this point. I have some games with some friends every once in a while outside of the league. But Twilight Imperium is a little intimidating, I think, for
most people.
For a lot of my board game friends. I do have a game actually tomorrow. I've been trying to convince a group of my friends to play for basically since 4th edition came out, and they bailed on me twice. I convinced one of them to join the league, and now he's like helping me organize it with like my college friend like board game group, and we did the doodle to schedule it, and they put it tomorrow, and then Sean put the doodle, and it was like today. So I'm playing 2 games of Twilight Imperium this weekend, which is
practicing.
I don't think I'm gonna play for I'm gonna take February off. So, one a month is, I think, enough for me. Anything more than that, and my brain starts to go to mush.
Yeah, my brain is mush right now.
You didn't even play, so.
Let's get Lee in. I think he's our last post-game
cool.
interview.
Thanks for doing all the moderation.
Yeah, this has been fun as heck.
Yeah. Keep plugging the website. Has anyone told you they're signing up from
I don't know
the
if
chat?
Anyone told me, but it's been plugged many times.
Cool. You said you want Lee?
Yeah, Lee. I think he's the last one.
All right, Lee, you're being summoned.
Okay, last person interviewed, then I gotta go.
All right. You're the last one.
Okay.
I gotta go. All right, talk to us, Lee. How did your game go? How do you feel?
I feel generally positive. Obviously disappointed that I wasn't even really, I couldn't win that round. It would have been kind of nicer if I could have if I was just a little later.
I saw.
Yeah, I couldn't win that round. A big element of that game that I kind of felt like it kind of spun on for me was not getting a support for the throne. Everybody.
2 players had 2 supports for their thrones.
Yeah.
You guys somehow were the ones who had
it's tough. I mean, I gave out my support for the throne very late in the game and stuff like that. It's tough because I think a lot of times it can turn on that. It's really hard, I think, if everybody's keeping up and there's not a delay or anything like that. People oh, we're gonna win this turn, and then another turn happens. To not have if you don't have the support of the throne, you can't really keep up. And other players having the support of the throne was huge. I think as far as play went, there's some minor mistakes, some fleet supply stuff that I probably messed up a little bit, but I think I played pretty competently.
So you didn't have one thing I thought was very interesting is that you didn't have any wormholes next to you, which is just unfortunate. But you didn't negotiate you didn't negotiate the IFF, I think, in the first 2 rounds or 2 or 3 rounds, and you just kind of stayed in your slice when. For a game with so many control objectives, I assumed you would have tried to negotiate a wormhole first round somehow.
Yeah, so I find there's kind of 2 elements to that. One, I would have loved to, but it's tough to get the leverage to do it, and it's a lot of times about seeing how the table feels about it. So my 2 people I could have talked to about it were Shy and Logan, but Logan was always kind of the one with trade, honestly, and Shy and me, I have never been able to the first time I played with this group of people, I actually played with Shy. I gave him a Krios If, and he just kept it and never
he never used it.
He never used it.
Shy's pretty shysty like that.
Yeah, Shy's pretty shysty like that. So I didn't really want to give him one. No offense, Shy, but and that was the thing too, is that I find that and Krios are my favorite race. I've played them maybe.
Their mobility is very fascinating.
Yeah, I love their lore. I love their mobility. I love everything. But I've played maybe 8 or 9 games as them, and I have found that what almost always happens is I get too aggressive early. I'm too excited about I can get everywhere. I can be everywhere, and then I expand too quickly. So I find if I can score some objectives early and then kind of leave some other objectives a little later, and then I can have a more solid pie slice on my own, then I establish a more solid base, then I don't get overexposed, which oftentimes I think happens to players who are playing Krios kind of early on and just trying to be super aggressive early on. It's a joke, but I think you want to be like a Casper, the friendly ghost, as opposed to a mean goat, his uncles or whatever.
Yeah. So you aggroed against Soul early, was that? And you kind of you're stuck in a bad little fight with him. You guys, like we talked about earlier, you guys were locked in the mud together.
Yeah.
In hindsight, what motivated that in the beginning? Was it just because you got a dogpile Soul when he's on Mechatol?
There was 2 elements to it. First off, it was I had the victory point to hack the players from the highest. He was the only one at that time.
You had Spark of Rebellion.
Yeah, I had Spark of Rebellion. That was an important element. The other element was I kind of I tried to extract money for him because I needed to build 4 dreadnoughts the following turn because I had gather a mighty fleet or whatever. So I really wanted a trade agreement from him, and so I was able to bully him a little bit to do that. Him counterattacking was kind of shitty, but kind of expected.
Yeah.
kind of saw that coming a little bit, and I was still even, I kind of left 3, like, that turn, I was trying to score 4 of the same planet trait, but I left 3 in my command token pool because I could still do that, and so, like, it wasn't a huge deal, but, like, I don't regret any of the aggression I kind of put on him, because he was a weaker player, and I wanted to use him for that. Or he's a weaker position, not a weaker player, or a weaker race, or whatever.
Cool. Well, this has been all a ton of information to soak up.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad you're here. You're a great player. This is all fun to watch.
Yeah, it was awesome playing, and definitely, like, man, everybody at the table was incredible, and it was incredible to watch people play, and some new strategy. I saw some new strategies and things I hadn't thought of before, and if I play again, I probably won't play Ghost, because that's the one thing I probably won't play Ghost if I ever get to a championship game again. But it was fun to do it, and I'm happy I did it, and it was a great game.
Great. All right. Well, I think we're gonna sign off the stream. Can you hand these to Shay?
Yeah, I'll hand these to Shay. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for watching the stream.
We're done. Kill it.